Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 173, Challenging the Rakeage. Irika knew the squad he had been assigned to was unusual. Very unusual. Neither Hayate nor Yugao made any effort to conceal the fact that they were on a mission, nor could they, even if they wanted to. Both were exceptional ninja, having successfully advanced to Chunin barely a year after graduating from the academy. As members of the same graduating class, Irika was keenly aware of this fact. Compared to them, his own circumstances stood in stark contrast. He had remained a genin for several years. The disparity was impossible to forget. The presence of two Chunin embedded within teams officially labeled as genin participants made one thing clear: the village had its own plans. Irika might not have stood out in terms of raw combat strength, but no one questioned his discipline or reliability as a ninja. If the village had made arrangements, then his duty was simple: obey orders. When the matter involved interactions between two hidden villages, caution was not just prudent, it was mandatory. The written exam phase hosted by Kumo began on the third day after the Konoha team's arrival. To Irika's surprise, the exam itself posed little difficulty. The questions were straightforward, and the Kumo proctors displayed a noticeably more lenient attitude toward cheating than what Konoha had enforced in the past. Subtle glances, quiet movements, and shared signals were largely ignored. For the 9 carefully selected teams from Konoha, this relaxed test presented no obstacle at all. As expected, every single team passed with ease. Konoha wasn't alone. The teams from Yugakure and the Land of Frost also cleared the written exam without incident. Ironically, the only participants eliminated in this round were several of Kimogakure's own genin. To an outsider, this phase might have seemed like nothing more than a formality. Some competitors even breathed a quiet sigh of relief. But for the two Umbu already operating under a special assignment, there was no such luxury. In a low voice, Hayate murmured, "We're tools, meant to display their strength. Actors on their stage. That's why they can't allow us to be eliminated in the written exam." Yugao gave a small nod, her expression grim. If Kumo is being this lenient in the first phase, she replied softly, then the later rounds will be brutal. Irika, the only true genin among them, felt a heavy weight settle in his chest as he listened. That sense of unease was soon shared by Rashi as well. After receiving the roster for the main competition, he immediately understood the message Kumo was sending. Darui's name was on the list. Rashi had already expected C to participate, but Darui's inclusion changed everything. Kumogakure wasn't merely hosting this event. They intended to dominate it. Darui was no ordinary ninja. During the era of the Third Rakeage, he alone had been granted permission to tattoo the character for lightning onto his arm, a rare honor bestowed only upon those who had mastered Kumogakure's forbidden black lightning. Given his strength and battlefield experience, if Kumogakure truly wished to keep him inconspicuous, his rank should have been no lower than Chunin. And if evaluated under the village's own standards for prodigies, Darui was more than qualified to stand among the Jonin. Now, letting him participate in the Chunin exams as a genin, and with the main venue set in Kumo of all places, was no different from allowing a 14-year-old Kakashi to compete in a joint Chunin exam hosted by his own village. Couldn't they at least have bothered to change his name? With Darui's participation now confirmed, it was painfully clear that the contingency Tsunade had arranged, sending Hayate and Yugao, was likely no longer sufficient to deal with the situation. Whether Konoha's teams were matched directly against Darui's squad during the team phase, or ran into him early in the individual rounds, neither outcome would bode well for them. Konoha needed decorum. Kumogakure wanted victory and face. That meant it was time for communication that could never be written down or spoken aloud, yet would be perfectly understood by both sides. In other words, it was time for some dirty dealings. With that thought in mind, Rashi once again sought out Samui. "Rashi-san," Samui asked coolly, "do you have questions?" "Not exactly," Rashi replied calmly. "This concerns the exam itself. There are certain matters I hope to discuss with your village." He paused briefly before continuing, his tone unhurried. "I've just reviewed the official list of candidates who passed the written exam. It appears to include a few names that, by common sense, should not appear in an examination of this level." Samui's eyes sharpened instantly. "Who are you referring to?" Rashi did not answer right away. He simply met her gaze, unflinching. After a moment, he spoke again. "Konoha understands the innovations your village has introduced to host such a grand event. Naturally, we also understand the objectives behind those changes. Last year, C met Itachi in the final stage. When both sides benefit, such exchanges can continue in the future." He added evenly, "Your village has invested heavily in building a large-scale venue specifically for this exam. I doubt you intend for it to be used only once. Samui listened in silence, her expression taut as she studied Rashi's unnervingly calm face, as though trying to peel back layers of intent. Please wait, she finally said. She turned and left without another word. Rashi didn't wait long before receiving another summons to the Raikage's office. The fourth Raikage, A, sat heavily in his chair, thick arms crossed over his chest. His expression held barely restrained anger, mixed with a trace of confusion. Has Konoha's intelligence network really reached this level? He demanded. Rashi had never mentioned names, yet Kumogakure knew exactly whom he was referring to. C's appearance last year had been tacitly accepted, and Konoha had raised no objections. But this year, with Darui added to the roster, Konoha's leadership had immediately come knocking. That could only mean one thing: Konoha had obtained intelligence on Darui, his identity, and at least a rough estimate of his strength. And yet, Darui was rarely active beyond the Land of Lightning. He took few external missions and almost never left the country. By all logic, Konoha shouldn't have known this much. Rashi did not answer the Raikage's question directly. Instead, he said evenly, Lord Raikage, the joint Chunin exams have never been a simple evaluation of genin. This is a consensus shared by all the major villages. Each village has the right to determine its final participants based on its own standards and circumstances. After all, the criteria for ninja ranks are not entirely uniform across villages. He paused, then continued smoothly. However, to ensure that this grand event, watched by many parties, can proceed without incident and ultimately conclude with results that are satisfactory, impressive, and beneficial to everyone involved. Including your honored guests. Rashi slightly raised his eyes, meeting the Raikage's scrutinizing gaze head-on. Could we perhaps consider making some appropriate, mutually beneficial, minor adjustments to the match schedule? With Samui's earlier report in mind, A immediately grasped Rashi's implication. Konoha likely possessed a powerful hidden card of its own, but in Rashi's assessment, it wasn't enough to clash directly with Darui. They didn't want Darui disqualified. That would be an outright insult to Kumogakure. What they wanted was simpler, a manipulated draw, or adjusted scheduling, ensuring their seeded team wouldn't encounter Darui too early. Judging from Rashi's confidence, Konoha clearly believed that if they could avoid Darui in the initial rounds, they could still advance far enough to earn face. Humph, the Raikage snorted. So Konoha has made preparations as well. Rashi inclined his head slightly, neither confirming nor denying it. Konoha has no intention of overshadowing the host. We only hope that this grand event, led by your village, will unfold in a way that aligns with everyone's expectations. After a long silence, the Raikage finally spoke. The official matchups will be drawn and announced before the competition begins. He fixed Rashi with a sharp look. But once the exams start, the outcome will depend entirely on the participants' strength and performance. We will not interfere during the competition. And, check out my Patreon for plus 70 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 174, Testing in Gene's Loyalty. The day after the written exam results were announced, guests from the Kumo began arriving one after another. They were not permitted to enter Kumogakure itself. Instead, the surrounding affiliated villages absorbed the influx of merchants, travelers, and spectators who had journeyed from afar. These settlements were more than sufficient to accommodate the crowds. As for wealthy merchants and distinguished guests, their treatment mirrored that of the participating ninja. They were housed near the competition venue, where security was tightest and convenience assured. However, the sudden surge of outsiders inevitably stretched Kumo's manpower thin. With most of their forces focused on guarding the key routes and entrances into the Kumo proper, surveillance around the outer areas of the venue noticeably weakened. The noise of the crowd and the resulting gaps in oversight became perfect cover. Seizing this opportunity, Rashi quietly created a wood clone. The clone slipped soundlessly into the surging mass of people, then subtly altered its course, leaving the main road behind and disappearing into the towering mountains and jagged ridges that surrounded the Land of Lightning. Rashi's true body remained within the venue. Today marked the drawing ceremony, as well as the first official day of the team competition. His earlier discussion with the Raikage had effectively reduced the likelihood of High-8's team encountering Darui in the opening round to the lowest possible level. Of course, if they managed to avoid Darui only to lose to another squad, there would be nothing to do but accept the result. Likewise, if Kumogakure's carefully prepared trump card, Darui himself, were to unexpectedly fall to an unknown opponent, then the Kumo would simply have to swallow that bitter outcome as well. Minor maneuvers before the competition fell within the bounds of tacit understanding. But once the exams officially began, excessive interference would strip the event of its meaning and thoroughly tarnish the reputation of the joint Chunin exams. At the center of the venue, the massive display screen lit up as the team matchups were revealed one by one. With each announcement, the atmosphere rose and fell in waves. When Kumo's first competing squad, the team containing Darui and C, was revealed to be facing Konoha's fourth squad, Rashi merely withdrew his gaze. Konoha's true-seeded team was the 9th squad. Since Kumo had shown no intention of violating their mutual understanding, there was no need for Rashi to devote excessive attention to the venue for now. Back in Konoha, the Uchiha clan had just concluded an internal clan meeting. This time, the discussion no longer revolved around rebellion or confrontation, but around far more practical matters. The village's attitude toward the Uchiha had clearly shifted. Not only had restrictions eased, but the clan was no longer compelled to remain exclusively within designated clan lands. Uchiha who served as instructors at the ninja academy were now permitted to rent village-provided ninja apartments, allowing for easier commutes. Those who had joined the Umbu required no explanation at all. Due to the nature of their duties, they often needed to reside closer to the Hokage Tower and the mission assembly points, ready to respond at a moment's notice. With these restrictions lifted, most clan members still chose to remain in the Uchiha district out of habit, but their mindset had fundamentally changed. After all, I choose to live here, and I can only live here, were worlds apart. The primary focus of this meeting concerned work assignments for the Hyuga clan members who had already joined the police force. Uchiha Yashiro put forward a proposal. The 8 members of the Hyuga branch family would be assigned solely to security screening and patrol duties near the village gates. On the surface, it was a reasonable deployment. In practice, however, it amounted to a subtle reassignment. The police force wielded its greatest influence through routine patrols within the village, areas where relationships were built, reputations formed, and authority quietly reinforced. Removing personnel from those duties meant cutting them off from the very channels that generated influence. Yashiro's justification sounded, on the surface, entirely reasonable. It is common knowledge that the Hyuga clans Byakugan can see through solid objects, he said calmly. If they continue participating in routine internal patrols, it may cause unease among both civilians and fellow ninja. People will inevitably wonder whether those Hyuga might abuse their position, peering into private homes, or even spying on clan techniques. He paused before concluding, this adjustment is made in consideration of preserving the police force's reputation, as well as maintaining the trust of the villagers. Fugaku tacitly approved the proposal. As long as it did not openly violate the agreement reached with the village, so long as it did not amount to forcibly expelling the Hyuga from the police force, then making subtle adjustments that preserved Uchiha influence was, in his view, entirely acceptable. The discussion then shifted to the selection of new Uchiha candidates for Umbu recruitment. Many clan members voiced their recommendations, but Fugaku approved none of them. On this matter, the true decision-maker was Itachi. That fact, however, was not shared with those present. Fugaku simply deflected the issue with a vague response, this matter requires review and approval by the village. Itachi, for his part, was barely paying attention to the meeting. He had noticed that Enjin was once again absent from the clan gathering. For an elite ninja possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan, someone who should have carried weight within the clan, such repeated absences were abnormal. This anomaly had persisted ever since Itachi's return from the Eastern Front. Combined with earlier discoveries, it was no longer something he could afford to ignore. He had given Rashi incorrect intelligence. At the time, he had clearly heard voices inside Enjin's house while standing outside. Yet when he entered, only Enjin was present. Subsequent monitoring and investigation yielded nothing. There were no records of visitors during that period. Had he misheard? Or was Enjin hiding something far more troubling? Itachi needed answers. Through aerial surveillance using ninja crows, shadow clone stakeouts conducted at staggered intervals, and even standard Umbu reconnaissance methods, he found no trace of recent human contact at Enjin's residence. The results aligned perfectly with the previous conclusion. Which raised a more unsettling question. If no humans were involved, was Enjin communicating through animals? Or summoned creatures? Yet according to Itachi's investigation, Enjin had no summoning contract. As for ninja cats, Itachi had discreetly confirmed through the cat granny that there had been no unusual communication activity linked to Enjin. That left only two possibilities. Either Itachi had been overly sensitive and imagined the voices. Or Enjin was in contact with someone using a method of concealment that exceeded conventional reconnaissance. With his personal resources alone, Itachi had reached a dead end, pushing further risk alerting the target. But as an Umbu squad leader, the resources he could mobilize extended far beyond that. He could request access to the village's recent sensory barrier detection logs. Though the barrier was primarily designed to detect large-scale chakra intrusions from outside the village, it also recorded abnormal chakra fluctuations within certain internal zones. Naturally, such access required the Hokage's approval. Barrier detection records. Tsunade frowned slightly. The barrier team is currently adjusting and reinforcing the village's overall barrier system. That means recent detection data may contain a large number of false positives. The readings won't be entirely reliable. This was a security update Kakashi had been forced to implement after assuming control of Root. Tsunade studied Itachi carefully. For you to make this request, you believe Enjin is behaving abnormally. Itachi remained silent for a moment before answering. At present, there was only a single accidental discovery. It cannot be verified and lacks supporting evidence. Tsunade considered his words, tapping a finger lightly against the desk. Since it can't be confirmed, she said at last. Then let's test him. Her eyes sharpened slightly. Let's see what he chooses to do once he leaves the village. And, check out my Patreon for plus 70 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 175, Sealing Barrier. Among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, the Land of Fire possessed the most fertile territory, a land where the chakra of Ashura and Indra had intertwined through reincarnation for countless generations. By contrast, the Land of Lightning held a different kind of inheritance. It possessed 6 paths, era ninja tools, as well as the bloodline remnants of the Sage of 6 Paths himself, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. From all known records, Kumogakure's connection to the legacy of the 6 Paths was second only to Konoha's. In recent days, Rashi's wood clone had been checking the mountain forest surrounding Kimogakure, and with notable results. Several previously undocumented, cold-resistant tree species had already been catalogued. His gaze drifted toward a deeper mountain hollow, veiled in mist, where the vegetation grew unnaturally dense. There might be further discoveries waiting there. He advanced cautiously, each step light and deliberate, careful not to leave any trace behind. Even though he had already altered his appearance with a transformation jutsu, caution was never excessive. As his foot came down on a rock thickly carpeted with moss, an almost imperceptible sensation traveled up his leg, distinctly different from ordinary stone or soil. A barrier formula. The instant the thought surfaced, the wood clone reacted without hesitation. It sprang backward, retreating to a safe distance before dispelling itself outright. Back at the Chunin exams venue outside the Kumo, Rashi's eyes flicked briefly toward the 4th Reikage seat. If that barrier had been set by Kumogakure, there would be a response soon enough. Which raised a troubling question: what exactly were they guarding? Rashi returned his attention to the arena. Today was the final match of the team competition, Konoha's 9th squad versus Kimogakure's 1st squad, the very outcome he had anticipated. Hayate and Yugao had proven themselves formidable throughout the tournament. Not only were they individually strong, but in this kind of structured competition, their coordination was overwhelming. Their teamwork had been flawless so far, securing victory after victory with apparent ease. Their opponents, however, were no less dangerous. Kumogakure's 1st squad included not only the already notorious Darui and C, but also a ninja named Ga, whose strength was far from negligible. In both potential and execution, the upper and lower limits of this team clearly surpassed Konoha's 9th squad. Team Finals. Kumogakure Team 1 vs Konoha Team 9, begin. The referee's voice rang out, and the battlefield erupted into motion. Hayate and Yugao moved as one. Steel flashed as their blades traced intersecting arcs, offense and defense flowing seamlessly into one another. Their coordination was so precise that even the Kimogakure audience watched with undisguised interest. Darui had already observed their fighting style over the previous rounds. Clashing head-on with their strengths would be foolish. Water release, water wall. A torrent burst from his mouth, forming a surging barrier. Without pause, his hand seals shifted. Lightning release, grateful wave. Lightning coursed through the water, electrifying it as massive waves surged toward the 3 Konoha ninja, crackling with lethal arcs of chakra. Fall back. The warning was aimed at Irika. As the only truly ordinary participant on the field, Irika reacted instantly, leaping backward while hurling several shuriken in an attempt to disrupt the attack. The effort was futile. The lightning-infused water swallowed the projectiles without slowing. The wave swelled further, pressing forward relentlessly. Seeing this, the 2 unmasked Umbu exchanged a silent understanding and leapt upward simultaneously, attempting to break through from above. That was when C finally moved. He flashed to the front of his team, hands snapping together in a single fluid motion. Lightning released Genjutsu, Lightning Illusion Flash Pillar. In an instant, an unbearable flash exploded outward, centered on C. The light was so intense it seemed to tear vision apart. Caught midair with no footing, Hayate and Yugao instinctively shut their eyes. Their movement stalled for a split second, and on a battlefield, a single moment was more than enough. What followed was Darui's decisive blow, unleashed at precisely the right moment. Hayate and Yugao were sent crashing down into the flooded section of the arena, where arcs of lightning still writhed across the water's surface. The instant they made contact, a violent numbness surged through their bodies, locking their muscles in place and rendering them temporarily unable to rise. Irika fared no better. While attempting to provide support, he was swiftly intercepted by Ga and defeated without ceremony. He lay flat on his back, staring up at the sliver of sky framed by the jagged stone walls high above the arena. A bitter taste welled up in his chest. After this match, his confidence in ever reaching the rank of Chunin had taken a serious blow. Darui and II. That move just now was incredible, super hot. Atsui, Samui's energetic younger brother, crowded around Darui, his face glowing with admiration. Darui merely scratched at his hair lazily, showing little reaction. The fourth Raikage had already informed him that this Konoha squad was specially arranged, but to him, this result had been expected. There was little reason to feel excited. C, too, remained composed, though his gaze occasionally flicked toward the departing Konoha ninja. It's such a shame I didn't get to see Darui and I in a real sword fight. Atsui continued. If only I'd been able to participate. Atsui. Samui's cool voice cut him off. Only then did the Kimogakure group notice the Konoha ninja preparing to leave. Darui's eyes scanned the room and settled on the young Konoha team leader. The fourth Raikage's stern expression seemed to reappear in his mind. That man. He can calmly pursue the greatest benefit for his village, regardless of circumstance. A man praised by both the Tsuchikage and the Raikage. Already a Jonin, already able to sit across from a Kage as an equal, while Darui himself, despite all expectations, still carried the title of Genin and stood on this stage. A faint, complex emotion stirred in his chest. He spoke first. Rashi-san. Rashi paused and turned, meeting Darui's gaze calmly. After a brief moment, Darui continued, it's a pity you became a Jonin so early. Rashi's expression didn't change. Is that so? He replied flatly. Then I suppose, it is a pity. And, check out my Patreon for plus 70 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 176, and Jin confronts Itachi. I'm not even considered worthy. As he watched the Konoha ninja depart, the realization settled heavily in Darui's chest. Darui and I. Atsui hesitated, clearly sensing the subtle shift in mood. Let's go, Darui said, turning his eyes away. Let this Chunin exams end as soon as possible. He had faced many people stronger than himself, but this was different. Standing before someone only a few years older, someone who already occupied an entirely different tier, and who didn't even bother to regard him as a potential rival. Darui discovered that he had not yet achieved true composure. Inside the Hokage's office, Fugaku sat upright in the guest chair, his posture rigid as he faced the fifth Hokage across the desk. Tsunade slid a document toward him. The village has decided to establish an additional unit, separate from the current structure of the military police force. Personnel will be drawn from the Aburame clan. Fugaku lowered his gaze to the document. This method of expansion through inclusion felt uncomfortably familiar. It was nearly identical to the proposal he himself had once suggested to Rashi, a moderate, flexible solution he had believed to be the most viable. Back then, it had been dismissed without ceremony. Now the village was moving forward with a similar plan on its own initiative. Had the higher-ups learned of the Hyuga members being marginalized within the police force? Was this meant as compensation, or was it another form of pressure? Hokage-sama, Fugaku said after a brief pause, could this decision be postponed? At present, there is strong resistance within the clan. Even if the village provides the funding, such an expansion will still provoke considerable backlash. Tsunade interlaced her fingers on the desk. The Aburame clan specializes in reconnaissance and tracking. Their abilities will effectively compensate for the police force's current weaknesses. Both the Hyuga and the Uchiha rely heavily on dojutsu-based observation. She continued calmly, this September, the village will once again host a joint Chunin exams. Given the lessons of last year, security around the examination grounds and surrounding areas must be strengthened. The Aburame clan's inclusion is necessary. With their participation, the Uchiha will also be free to focus more effectively on other responsibilities. Fugaku said nothing, but he understood the unspoken implication. The 3 members of Itachi's squad had already been promoted. New candidates would inevitably be selected to fill the vacancies. Within the military police force, many were quietly eager. Promotion in less than a year of village service was an opportunity few could ignore. As for the 3 clan members who had fallen on the Eastern Front, that had been a battlefield. Ninja died on missions. That was reality. If the Uchiha elite were to shy away from core departments like the Umbu out of fear of death, they would earn nothing but contempt from their own strength-worshipping clansmen. More importantly, with Itachi personally overseeing the selection, and with 3 successful precedents already established, the Umbu had become a destination worth aspiring to. I understand, Fugaku finally said. He lowered his head and reached for the document. The Uchiha clan will cooperate with the village's arrangements. When news of the Aburame squad's establishment spread, it caused little stir within the Uchiha. After all, the unit was funded by the village and did not directly encroach upon existing Uchiha quotas. But Anjin did not see it as a benign development. This was already the second clan inserted into the police force. And the question that lingered in his mind was a dangerous one. Who will be next? In reality, the inclusion of new members into the police force now required approval from the village's upper echelon. Which meant that every time Itachi drew personnel from the police force into the Umbu, the proportion of Uchiha within their own institution shrank a little further. They were being deceived. Blinded by the short-lived satisfaction of promotions and Umbu appointments, the clan failed to see the truth. The very foundation of Uchiha authority was being quietly eroded, piece by piece. I can't remain in the village any longer. If I don't act now, then by the time the Uchiha completely lose control of the police force, it will already be too late. With that resolve hardening in his heart, Jin sought out Itachi. Itachi, he said carefully, about what we discussed last time, regarding the Hokage's agreement for me to lead a team on an external mission. When will it finally begin? There are still internal discussions within the clan, Itachi replied softly. The personnel list hasn't been finalized. Jin clenched his teeth. Idiots. He drew in a slow breath and lowered his voice. Then let me choose the candidates myself. I know who the real elites are, those who truly care about the clan's future and can be trusted. Itachi shook his head. That won't convince the rest of the clan. And the police force must retain sufficient manpower to function. We can't pull away all the core members. Jin fell silent. Was it really going to drag on like this? Since when had the Uchiha become so hesitant, so fragmented? More importantly, this was one of the few windows of opportunity he had. That person was currently outside the village. Once he returned from overseeing the Chunin exams, slipping away unnoticed would become far more difficult. Itachi, Jin nearly blurted out everything. But he stopped himself. Itachi's stance might have already shifted. Perhaps he was no longer standing solely on the clan's side. That man had said as much. After several attempts to feed intelligence about movements near the Hokage building, and seeing how they were handled, Jin's heart had already begun to lean toward the conclusion. Let me go alone, Jin said in a near whisper, urgency bleeding into his voice. No squad. I can act far more discreetly on my own. Itachi refused immediately. That violates Umbu protocol. This is my responsibility. Jin insisted. Itachi, my responsibility to the clan. Those eyes, already tinged with crimson, stared back at him. Itachi remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke. You'll need to submit a detailed plan of action. A projected operational area. And a clear method of emergency contact. Joy flared instantly in Jin's eyes, the crimson fading as quickly as it had appeared. I understand, he nodded vigorously. Thank you, Itachi. Hidden Cloud Village. On a secluded cliff overlooking the mist-veiled terrain, Darui trained alone. A massive presence appeared behind him. Darui paused and turned. Boss. The cheers from the spectators, the Raikage said evenly, weren't encouragement to you. They felt like humiliation instead, didn't they? Darui said nothing. I understand, the Raikage continued. He stepped forward, standing beside Darui as they looked down at the village below. That's why what you're doing, and what he is doing, are fundamentally the same. Both of you are striving for the village's benefit. Darui lowered his head. It's my failing, boss. I felt jealous, toward someone close to my age who's already earned recognition and status. My heart wavered because I was underestimated. I lost the common ninja should possess. The Raikage shook his head and placed a heavy hand on Darui's shoulder. No, Darui. That isn't a flaw. It's precisely this sense of competition that drives a person to grow stronger. He tightened his grip slightly. To recognize your own shortcomings, and still choose to suppress personal pride for the sake of a greater goal, to follow the village's arrangements instead of acting recklessly. The Raikage smiled faintly. You've already become stronger than before. And, check out my P at Trian for plus 70 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 177, Public Spar. There was no further response from the Hidden Cloud Village. Rashi observed carefully. The vast stretch of land between those points was not maintained under constant, high-intensity surveillance by the villages. In most cases, security there was handled by patrol forces under the direct authority of the nation's daimyo. Only when officially commissioned would a shinobi village dispatch ninja to intervene in matters occurring within national territory but outside the village's jurisdiction. After all, while the shinobi villages were undeniably the strongest military forces within the 5 great nations, that did not mean other independent ninja clans or groups didn't exist within their borders. Even Konoha couldn't entirely prevent it, much less the Land of Lightning, with its rugged mountains and complex terrain. It wasn't unusual for rogue ninja or small, unaffiliated clans to live independently in remote corners of the country. For now, however, these were only conjectures. Over the next 2 days, Rashi decided to focus on his primary mission. As for collecting tree seeds, there was still nearly a month remaining. That could wait. The following day, the Konoha genin were visibly subdued, especially Irika. The loss in the team battle and his own inability to meaningfully influence the fight had dealt him a heavy blow. For a ninja his age, the impact was difficult to shake. Rashi gathered all the Konoha genin in the meeting room of their temporary outpost. There is only one winner in the main event of any Chunin exams, Rashi said calmly, his voice carrying neither reprimand nor consolation. But that has never meant the rest lose their chance to be promoted. Everyone's attention fixed on him. As squad leaders, Chunin are evaluated on far more than individual combat strength, he continued. More important is the ability to make accurate judgments about the enemy, the battlefield, and yourselves. In real missions, it's rare for your strength to overwhelmingly surpass that of your opponents. More often, you'll face enemies who are your equals, or stronger. How you respond in those situations matters far more than whether you can win a single duel. Rashi's gaze slowly swept across the room. The ability to make the most advantageous decision in an unfavorable situation, to preserve yourselves and still complete the mission, is a far more critical quality for a Chunin. Just like now, he said evenly. The team competition is over. The outcome can't be changed. What matters is what comes next. The individual matches are still ahead. Your task is to demonstrate your full abilities there, and prove that you have the judgment, resolve, and potential worthy of promotion. There is nearly a month of preparation before the individual rounds begin. His eyes sharpened slightly. If anyone believes they've already reached their limit, if you think you can give up here, then I will permit you to withdraw and return to the village early. The silence that followed was heavy. But it was no longer despair, it was pressure and choice. No one moved. No one spoke. Irika clenched his fists without realizing it. It seems, Rashi said evenly, that no one has chosen to withdraw. Good. Next, each of you will need to arrange targeted training based on your own observations. This, too, is part of your individual judgment as a ninja. After we return to the village, how each squad plans and executes its training during this period will be included in the evaluation. As for the issue of training grounds, he added calmly, I'll see what I can arrange. Noticing the faint but unmistakable spark of renewed resolve in the genin's eyes, Rashi turned and left the outpost. His first stop was the Kimogakure Chunin responsible for venue management. Rashi formally requested permission to temporarily borrow a training venue. The reply was immediate and curt. The venue is currently undergoing maintenance and renovation. External use is not convenient. As for the training grounds inside the hidden cloud village, that was even less feasible. Aside from Rashi himself, none of the Konoha ninja had been allowed inside Kimogakure proper. After a brief moment of consideration, Rashi sought out Samui once more. He hadn't expected her to agree. Allowing a visiting village to use the host's training facilities during the break period was, in itself, an unspoken form of home field advantage. All Rashi really needed was a formal refusal. After that, he could simply train outside the village and resolve the issue with Earth Release. Yet Samui didn't refuse immediately. She studied him with her blue-green eyes. The day before, she had noticed Darui's suppressed frustration and had already reported it to the Reikage. This Konoha team leader, someone who clearly understood Darui's strength, who had even proactively negotiated to avoid an early confrontation, had remained completely composed after witnessing Darui's overwhelming victory. If he wasn't merely skilled with words, then his strength was likely extraordinary. Rashi-san, Samui finally said coolly, there may be room for discussion regarding the training ground. But before that, she continued, would you be willing to grant me a request? Rashi met her gaze without replying, waiting. If you're willing to spare the time for a guidance-oriented spar with Darui, Samui stated plainly, looking straight into his eyes, then I will do my best to ensure your Konoha team can use one of Kimogakure's backup training grounds outside the village before the individual matches begin. Her reasoning was simple. If Rashi was all talk, a spar would expose it. If he lost, or performed poorly, Darui would naturally realize that this opponent was, after all, nothing special, and his frustration over being underestimated would dissipate. And if Rashi proved stronger, perhaps even stronger than Darui, then that would be acceptable as well. Darui wasn't someone who crumbled in the face of defeat. His unrest came from confusion over the gulf in position and circumstance. Clarifying the true distance between them might help him rediscover his direction. Guidance is not out of the question, Rashi replied calmly. However, I'd like the genin under my command to observe as well. Samui wanted to resolve Darui's inner conflict. Rashi wanted to use the opportunity to raise the morale of his own ninja. Samui frowned slightly. A private spar was one thing, but allowing the Konoha genin to observe would change the nature of the encounter. It would become, to some extent, a public display. If that's inconvenient, Rashi added evenly, noticing her hesitation, then there's no need for Konoha to use Kimogakure's training grounds. We'll simply find a location outside and handle it ourselves. Surely, he continued, his tone polite but firm, Kimogakure, as the host village, wouldn't object to a participating shinobi village training outside the hidden cloud village. He had no intention of offering favors for free. After all, it was Darui that had first initiated the provocation, however subtle it may have been. And as for training conditions, proper facilities were convenient, but not essential. With only a month available, the difference would be marginal. Samui fell silent. This Konoha ninja was troublesome. He appeared to be offering a choice, but in reality, he was shifting the pressure back onto Kimogakure. If they couldn't accommodate such a minor request, it would look petty should word spread. Please wait, Samui finally said. If there are observers involved, this isn't something I can decide on my own. I'll need to consult the Reikage. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 178, Danzo. Just retire, man. All right. A agreed without hesitation. The Konoha genin will be permitted to observe. This spar favored Darui. No matter the outcome, it would force him to see certain truths clearly. As for Kumogakure's reputation, regardless of Rashi's age, his current status was that of a fully fledged jonin leading a Konoha team. If Darui won, it would only be natural. Yes. I'll make the arrangements immediately, Samui replied. Wait, the Reikage called after her. Inform Darui as well. Have him come here. Understood. Not long afterward, Darui arrived at the Reikage's office. The usual lazy air had faded from him, replaced by a steady calm that spoke of focus rather than ease. Boss. The Reikage wasted no time. Samui should have already explained the situation. What do you think about this spar? Darui lifted his head, his eyes sharp. Boss, are there any restrictions on the ninjutsu I'm allowed to use? The fourth Reikage stepped forward until he stood directly before him, locking eyes. Darui, although this is being labeled an instructional match, the moment the opponent requested genin observers, its nature changed. This fight concerns Kumogakure's honor. And it's also a reckoning for you. His hand settled heavily on Darui's shoulder. If you believe Black Lightning is necessary, then use Black Lightning. If Storm Release is what it takes to bring him down, then don't hesitate. You may use all ninjutsu. This is my permission. Hold nothing back, the Reikage said, his voice hard with conviction. Let the Konoha ninja see exactly what kind of caliber Kumogakure's next generation truly possesses. Darui straightened, nodding firmly, his eyes burning with resolve. I understand, boss. Danzo deliberately slowed his pace as he worked through the documents. It was obvious Tsunade intended to torment him with these tangled accounts. Since he had been forbidden from using assistants, a sluggish processing speed could hardly be blamed entirely on him. As he contemplated how to resume his original plans amid the current gaps in Umbu surveillance. Footsteps approached. They stopped just outside the door. A brief exchange followed between the newcomer and the two Umbu guards stationed there. Moments later, the door was pushed open. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped inside. He gestured to the two Umbu with a nod, signaling them to leave. Only after they were alone did Danzo set down his pen and raise his gaze. Hiruzen stood there without the Hokage's hat, his presence noticeably lighter, yet no less oppressive. Are you satisfied, Hiruzen? Danzo said coldly, letting your disciple humiliate me like this. Hiruzen's eyes drifted around the room. The lighting was sufficient. The scrolls were neatly stored, well preserved despite their age. The air carried only the faint, unavoidable scent of old paper and ink. Nothing more. Nothing excessive. He moved to the chair opposite Danzo and sat down, meeting his longtime friend's gaze with calm, unreadable eyes. Danzo, Hiruzen said at last, have you ever truly considered retiring? Silence settled heavily over the room. Retire. Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, are you joking? At this point, it's Tsunade who won't allow me to retire. I've already handed over route. All that's left for me is to sit here, sorting through old archives like some idle bureaucrat. Hiruzen met his gaze calmly. Before coming here, I spoke with Tsunade. Let it go, Danzo. She won't trouble you anymore. Tsunade is managing the village well. Fugaku has become obedient, and so have the Uchiha. Obedient. Danzo repeated, his voice rising slightly. What do you mean by obedient? Allowing Uchiha into Umbu. Expanding the police force with outsiders. Letting them gradually sink their roots into the village's core positions. They have more power and freedom now than they've had in decades. Of course they're satisfied, for the moment. He let out a cold laugh. But this is nothing more than a facade, Hiruzen. Once greed is fed, it only grows. In 5 or 10 years, when they're firmly entrenched and have built a solid power base within these critical departments, they'll demand more. His tone turned openly sardonic. And when that happens, what will the village offer them next? The Hokage's seat. Everything you're doing now is merely a fragile piece bought with concessions. You're sowing the seeds of a far greater disaster for Konoha. Danzo's agitation flared, then was forcibly suppressed as he returned to his usual rigid composure. But it's pointless to say any of this now. Root is gone. I'm confined here, stripped of influence. Hiruzen studied his old friend's stiff, shadowed profile and sighed inwardly. If you change your mind, he said as he rose, inform the Umbu outside at any time. They'll relay it to me, or to Tsunade. Danzo didn't look at him again. He merely picked up his pen and returned his attention to the scrolls on the desk, as though they contained something of utmost importance. Hiruzen gave him one last look, then turned and left. The soft click of the door echoed in the room, followed by the faint sound of Hiruzen issuing instructions to the Umbu outside, growing quieter by the second. Only then did Danzo's hand pause midair. Ink spread slowly from the pen's tip, staining the coarse paper beneath. He set the pen down. Hiruzen came. Was Tsunade growing impatient? Or had something new changed within the village? For the first time, the Konoha genin participating in the Chunin exams were permitted to enter Kimogakure itself. They followed Rashi closely, taking in a shinobi village whose style and atmosphere differed sharply from Konoha's. Kimogakure had not chosen a location outside the village. Allowing Konoha's genin to witness the spar was one thing, but letting other participating villages, wealthy merchants, or foreign envoys catch wind of it was another matter entirely. In the end, they were led to a training ground carved into the mountainside, a broad, open space with a hardened stone floor and tiered observation stands surrounding it. Seated at the center of the stands was the fourth Raikage, his massive presence impossible to ignore. Darui was already waiting. He watched as Samui guided the Konoha genin to their designated seating area. Then his eyes swept past them all, locking onto the Konoha team leader walking alone toward the center of the field. Rashi's steps were steady and unhurried. He stopped several meters in front of Darui. Taking in Darui's sharpened gaze and subtly tensed muscles, Rashi spoke calmly. There's no need to be nervous. And no need to worry about exposing your ninjutsu or fighting style. Since this is an instructional match, I won't make the first move. You're free to test my combat style however you like. The moment the words fell, the fourth Raikage's brow creased sharply. Even Samui, usually unflappable, widened her blue-green eyes slightly as she stared at the calm-faced Konoha ninja standing in the arena. This man was ridiculously arrogant. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 179, Darui vs. Rashi. Calm down. Darui tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword. The other man's words were undeniably provocative, but he couldn't allow something so blatant to disrupt his composure. Don't get angry. Focus returned to Darui's eyes. Since the opponent had declared he wouldn't strike first, Darui decided to open with basic taijutsu, test the waters before committing further. He pushed off the ground. In an instant, Darui shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. The massive blade whistled through the air, cleaving down toward Rashi's shoulder and neck in a decisive arc kenjutsu. Rashi said lightly. That's not my specialty. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a kunai was already in Rashi's right hand, held in a reverse grip. He angled it upward. Clang. The sharp, metallic impact rang out across the training ground. Darui's pupils shrank. The recoil that traveled up through his weapon was far heavier than expected. Using the rebound force, Darui twisted his waist and shoulders, flipping his wrist to turn the downward chop into a sweeping follow-up. Only for his motion to halt abruptly. At some point he hadn't even seen, Rashi's left hand had clamped around Darui's sword arm like an iron vise, completely cutting off the flow of power. Then, just as casually, Rashi released him. His right hand returned the kunai to its pouch. His left hand let go of Darui's wrist. From beginning to end, Rashi's feet hadn't moved even a single inch. From the observation stand, the fourth Raikage spoke in a low voice. His raw strength far surpasses Darui's. Karai and Amai's expressions darkened. Even without lightning-release chakra mode, Darui could wield that massive blade with ease, proof of physical strength well beyond that of an ordinary shinobi. For him to be overpowered so completely in a pure contest of strength was nothing short of shocking. Darui inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his chest. Rashi still stood there, calm and unmoved, as if he truly intended to remain the passive party. There was no advantage in strength. His reaction speed was inferior as well. There was no point in continuing the taijutsu probe. Darui swung the massive sword back onto his shoulder and leapt backward, opening distance between them. If taijutsu couldn't reveal anything, then ninjutsu would. Water release, wild water wave. Lightning release, gratitude wave. A torrent burst from Darui's mouth, and almost simultaneously, brilliant lightning poured into the water. The wave surged forward, writhing with crackling arcs like electric serpents, charging straight at Rashi. On the observation stand, Irika unconsciously held his breath. Yugao and Hayate had been forced into a corner by this very combination. Its flawless coordination had shattered their Konoha-style kenjutsu almost instantly. After Rashi had arranged targeted training, they had privately discussed counters. Their conclusion was simple: Earth Release, specifically Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, was the safest response. Darui's technique relied on water flow to carry the lightning's damage, rather than penetration alone. Captain Rashi is a master of ninjutsu, Hayate had said earlier, coughing lightly. Earth Flow Wall should be trivial for him. But Rashi did not raise an earth wall. Facing the incoming flood of water and lightning, he merely lifted his hands. His seals were so fast they left afterimages. Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon erupted behind him, far larger than the wild water wave, its form so solid it looked alive. With a silent roar, it slammed head-on into Darui's lightning-infused wave. Boom. The collision detonated into a violent surge. Darui's attack was swallowed whole. Then the water surged backward, now under Rashi's control, infused with his chakra, its power multiplied, rushing toward Darui with unstoppable force. Darui's expression changed instantly. He cut off the lightning chakra at once and rushed through hand seals, trying to counter. Too late. The amplified wave smashed into him, hurling his body backward. He crashed hard against the stone wall of the training ground with a dull, heavy impact. The water spread out of control, flooding the field in moments. Darui dragged himself upright, soaked through, chest heaving. Water streamed down his face as a dull ache pulsed from his sternum. Rashi still hadn't moved. Looking at the drenched Darui, he spoke evenly. Water and lightning release are an excellent combination. Because flowing water is difficult to stop, it greatly amplifies lightning release's conductivity and range. However, he continued calmly, that only works if your water release is strong enough to control the battlefield. Samui frowned. To dismantle Darui's technique like this man wasn't just arrogant, he had the strength to back it up. Darui's taijutsu and kenjutsu had been casually shut down. His signature combination ninjutsu had been crushed outright. And judging from Rashi's relaxed posture, he hadn't even begun to fight seriously. Darui's hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a deep, creeping sense of powerlessness. The gap was far wider than he had imagined. Black lightning. If he used black lightning release pushed to a higher realm, could he break through? Or perhaps storm release. His thoughts churned in disarray. And for the first time since stepping onto the field, Darui hesitated. Bang. The sharp explosion shattered Darui's wavering thoughts. On the observation deck, the fourth Raikage slammed his fist into the stone steps beside him. Rock fragments burst outward like scattered dust. He rose to his feet in one motion, his roar crashing across the training ground like thunder. Stop hesitating, Darui. Why are you thinking so much at a time like this? Fight with everything you've got. Show me your resolve. It was like having a bucket of icy water poured over his head. Darui shook violently, forcibly clearing his mind of all distractions. The boss hadn't come all this way to watch him hesitate, to see uncertainty and self-doubt. No more holding back. Black lightning surged into Darui's palm, twisting and condensing into the shape of a ferocious beast. Lightning release, Black Panther. The lightning construct tore free, ripping through the air as it lunged straight toward Rashi. A flicker of interest finally appeared in Rashi's eyes. Against this higher stage lightning release transformation, a direct clash with lightning of his own would be unwise. His mastery was still within conventional limits. Earth release, Earth-style wall. He pressed one hand into the soaked ground beneath his feet. Rumble. With a deep, resonant roar, the earth beneath Rashi and the wide area in front of him surged upward. A massive wall of stone erupted from the ground, not merely blocking an attack, but forcibly reshaping the terrain itself. The Black Panther slammed headlong into the rising wall. Blinding arcs of black lightning exploded outward, blasting earth and stone into the air and carving a scorched, smoking crater into the thick barrier. Even though lightning release naturally countered earth release, an attack focused on a single point could not overturn such an overwhelming alteration of terrain. The lightning beast flickered violently, struggled for a moment. Then dispersed. Darui exhaled heavily, staring at the towering wall, and at the figure standing atop it, utterly unharmed. Taijutsu. Conventional ninjutsu combinations. Black lightning. Everything except storm release. And still, he hadn't forced Rashi to take even a single step. The gap was undeniable. Slowly, Darui lowered his hands from the final seal, retrieved his fallen sword, and slung it across his back. He looked up at Rashi and shouted with every ounce of strength he had left. Rashi-san. Please attack. Let me see how a truly powerful ninja fights. Rashi studied the fire still burning in Darui's eyes and gave a small nod. You've already shown water and lightning release, he said calmly. My own water and lightning won't offer you anything new. So I'll add a third element, just a slight variation. His hands moved again. A shadow clone appeared at his side. Water release, water shockwave. From the clone's mouth, a tightly compressed jet of water erupted, far denser and more forceful than the earlier wild water wave, blasting straight toward Darui below. Almost simultaneously, Rashi completed another set of seals. Wind release, vortex. What he exhaled wasn't a roaring tornado, but violently compressed, rapidly spinning airflow. It merged seamlessly into the water jet. Under the tearing force of the wind, the water's shape warped violently. The once solid jet transformed into a massive, howling water vortex. At the same time, countless microscopic water threads and needles, shredded apart by wind blades, spread throughout the space between them. And then, lightning flickered around Rashi's body. The electricity surged outward, merging into every suspended droplet. Sizzle, crackle. Each tiny droplet, driven by wind and moving at extreme speed, became a perfect conductor. In an instant, a vast, intricate web of lightning, woven from blinding blue-white arcs, filled Darui's entire field of vision. It was as if the training ground itself had become the eye of a thunderstorm. No cover. No escape. The roaring, lightning-wrapped water vortex surged toward Darui. On the observation deck, lightning flared around the Raikage's body as his muscles tensed. But just an instant before the composite ninjutsu could engulf Darui, the wind stopped. The water vanished. The lightning faded. Only faint blue sparks lingered briefly in the air before dying out, leaving no doubt that what had just occurred was terrifyingly real. Rashi lowered his hands and looked down calmly. Darui still stood where he was, pale, drenched in sweat, chest heaving violently. His eyes were wide, fixed on the now empty training ground, as if his mind hadn't yet caught up to what he had just witnessed. Rashi spoke evenly. I suppose that concludes the guidance. And check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 180, Uchiha Madara appears. The hidden cloud village kept its word. The day after the sparring match concluded, the Konoha ninja were granted access to Training Ground 11 outside the village. The site was well equipped and sufficiently secluded, perfect for uninterrupted training. After witnessing the overwhelming strength displayed by their leader, the Konoha genin trained with visibly renewed fervor. At the very least, the sting of their defeat in the team competition seemed to fade beneath sweat and exertion. As for Darui, their opponent, he likely wasn't affected all that much. At least, that was Rashi's impression. As the first day of training drew to a close and the Konoha group prepared to return to their quarters, Rashi noticed a lone figure standing in the shadows at the edge of the training ground. It was Darui. He didn't approach, merely standing there in silence. The Raikage said I was fortunate, Darui's voice carried over, stripped of its usual languid tone and noticeably steadier, to encounter a goal strong enough to pursue, at the moment I needed to clarify my path. He paused, then added quietly, thank you for your guidance, Rashi-san. With that, Darui turned and left without waiting for a reply. Afterward, the area surrounding Konoha's temporary quarters grew conspicuously quieter. The Kumogakure ninja who had once watched them with subtle scrutiny all but vanished. Once the genin's training had settled into a steady rhythm, Rashi finally redirected part of his attention to the matter that had been set aside due to the Chunin exams. Uchiha Anjin, having submitted a detailed operational plan, including his intended route, stopovers, and emergency contact methods, finally received permission to leave the village. Thus began his solo mission under the pretense of tracking stolen Sharingan. At first, he adhered closely to the approved route, moving southeast through the Land of Fire as outlined in his report. On the surface, he appeared to be searching diligently for clues. Unbeknownst to him, or perhaps exactly as expected, an Umbu squad followed at a distance, ensuring his movements remained under surveillance. In the initial stages, everything proceeded smoothly. Anjin's actual travel path largely matched the plan he had submitted. There were minor deviations along the way, likely for intelligence gathering, but all remained within reasonable and explainable bounds. However, this smooth progression did not last. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade received an urgent report delivered via summoning beast. Uchiha Anjin had vanished after entering a densely forested region with complex terrain. The trailing Umbu squad immediately conducted an emergency search, but found nothing. No clear tracks. No lingering chakra. It was as if Anjin had disappeared into thin air. Soon after, Kakashi and Itachi, both urgently summoned, arrived at the office. Tsunade placed the intelligence scroll on the desk, her hands folded beneath her chin. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, she said evenly. The Umbu are investigating the possibility that he was taken by someone using special means. Her gaze hardened slightly. However, if no evidence supporting that theory is found, then Uchiha and Jin will be treated as a suspected missing nin. Kakashi considered this in silence before offering a different perspective. If he truly intended to defect, he said slowly, he wouldn't have needed to submit repeated applications and wait for an officially sanctioned mission. And Jin had served in the police force for many years and possessed a 3-tomo Sharingan. If he had wanted to abandon the village, it wouldn't have been difficult at all. I believe he deliberately chose to leave under the cover of an officially sanctioned mission, Kakashi said, precisely so he would retain a legitimate explanation and a smooth path back into the village later. That's why the emergency contact method he left behind must still be able to reach him. Otherwise, no matter how reasonable his explanations sound, a prolonged and unexplained absence would inevitably trigger a strict interrogation and review before he could re-enter Konoha. At that point, whatever he's truly doing outside the village would be far harder to conceal. Kakashi paused, then continued evenly, so we might as well activate the emergency contact protocol he provided. Even if it doesn't bring him back immediately, it should at least tell us whether he's still operating within controllable limits, or give us some useful clues. After a moment of thought, Itachi spoke. There aren't many things Jin can accomplish only by leaving the village. If we exclude the possibility that his primary goal is genuinely to recover the stolen Sharingan, he continued calmly, then another likely reason is that he needs to make contact with someone outside. He lifted his gaze slightly. More specifically, someone who is currently not in the village. Kakashi immediately thought of a familiar name. The Fire Capital, he said. Shursui is currently leading an Uchiha squad there on a daimyo escort mission. This group has close ties to Jin, but it's one he cannot contact directly unless he leaves the village. Those remaining radical Uchiha, now under Shursui's supervision. Moreover, with a Jonin speed, the distance between Konoha and the Fire Capital could be crossed within a single day. That meant if the village activated Jin's contact method now, he would still be able to respond within the designated time limit, if he intended to. Tsunade frowned deeply. The thought of a sidelined radical faction reaching out to another radical element operating outside the village was enough to make her uneasy. There was little chance it would lead to anything positive. Do 2 things immediately, she ordered. First, dispatch a messenger to inform Shursui. Tell him to heighten his vigilance and pay special attention to the movements of the Uchiha under his command. Any abnormalities are to be reported at once. Second, she continued, have the Umbu activate Uchiha and Jin's emergency contact protocol. Send a message stating that the village has obtained new clues regarding the stolen Sharingan and requires his immediate response. You are not Madara-sama. Uchiha and Jin spoke with absolute certainty as he faced the tall man wearing a spiral-patterned mask, his long hair falling loosely behind him. When the eerie pitcher plant-like creature calling itself Zetsu had silently appeared in his home, and Jin's first instinct had been to incinerate it on the spot. He would have, if not for what it produced. A perfectly preserved Sharingan. It belonged to a comrade who had fallen years ago. That alone forced Jin to restrain himself. The message Zetsu delivered, about the Uchiha clan's present state, its bleak future, and the so-called conspiracy of Konoha's higher-ups, had struck directly at Jin's long-suppressed anxieties and resentment. Though he harbored deep doubts about the identity of the so-called Uchiha Madara, the possibility of uncovering a new path for the clan, or at the very least, confirming the other party's true intentions, had driven him to take the risk. That was why he left the village. And the moment he laid eyes on the masked man, Jin was almost certain. Uchiha Madara would not need a mask. Nor would he hide his identity. Whether I am or not, a deep voice rumbled from beneath the mask, you can confirm it yourself, Uchiha and Jin. In the next instant, the shape of the single visible pupil changed. And Jin's eyes widened in shock. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Once the door closed, the 3 remaining figures exchanged glances. He's definitely problematic, Tsunade said flatly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Kakashi nodded. Although the connection between the stolen Sharingan and infiltration-type ninjutsu wasn't new, an emergency recall paired with a new investigative direction should have prompted at least a few clarifying questions from any serious ninja. And Jin had shown none. That unnatural calm was itself suspicious. Someone who had volunteered for the mission should not have been so indifferent to concrete clues. Send another Umbu squad, Tsunade ordered. Include members of the Hyuga branch family. Initiate a second round of tracking. Then her gaze shifted to the silent Itachi. Itachi, she said, you'll need to keep a closer watch on movements within the Uchiha compound. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Itachi replied quietly. Mountains outside Kimobukure. Land of lightning. Rashi's wood clone returned once more to the location where he had previously sensed the abnormal barrier. His first task was simple, he collected the tree seeds he had left behind when the clone had been dispelled earlier. Then he surveyed the surroundings with care. Aside from the traces he himself had left, there was no sign that anyone else had visited the area. That meant the barrier's activation last time had not drawn guards, investigators, or even casual inspection. Which strongly suggested that it had not been placed by Kumogakure, nor by any known ninja clan within the Land of Lightning. If it had, someone would have checked on it by now. With that conclusion reached, Rashi turned his full attention to the invisible barrier. Barrier ninjutsu shared deep ties with sealing techniques and curse marks. Rashi had spent considerable time studying sealing arts and possessed a solid grasp of barrier fundamentals. After careful sensing and analysis, he reached a clear conclusion. This was not a defensive barrier. Nor was it meant to issue warnings. It was a concealment barrier, a heuristic construct designed to hide something. Most likely, it concealed an entrance. Under normal circumstances, Rashi had several methods to forcibly activate or dismantle the barrier. But this location lay too close to Kumogakure. Even if the barrier had no direct connection to the village, any excessive disturbance would risk drawing unwanted attention. Which left only one option. A slow, subtle approach. Itachi. The soft call pulled Itachi out of his thoughts. He turned his head to see Izumi standing beside him. She tilted her head slightly, concern evident in her expression. You don't seem to be in a very good mood. Itachi neither denied it nor offered an explanation. The plan his captain had set in motion was already a comparatively gentle solution to the long-standing tension between the Uchiha clan and the village. And yet, the existence of the radical faction could not be denied. Even after being suppressed, diverted, and restrained through various measures, that group, and the ideas it embodied, continued to exist stubbornly, like an invisible wall wedged between the clan and the village. The fifth Hokage had not adopted any extreme stance toward the Uchiha as a whole, even in light of Anjin's abnormal behavior. But as an Uchiha himself, Itachi could not help but sense the undercurrents beneath the surface. Would the dissatisfaction festering within the clan be reignited by some unforeseen catalyst? Is it because of a mission? Izumi stepped a little closer, her voice lowered further. Itachi paused, then asked, have there been any unusual discussions within the clan recently? As a member of the Umbu, most of his attention was devoted to monitoring his squad and guarding the Hokage building. Compared to Izumi, who moved freely within the clan compound, he was far less attuned to the day-to-day sentiments circulating among the clan members. Izumi thought carefully, counting on her fingers as she recalled what she'd heard. Well, aside from the police force adding new teams again. And people talking about when the Ninja Academy might recruit teachers next. Some are also wondering if the village will open other departments to us. And she hesitated, clearly trying to remember anything else that might be important. Itachi listened in silence. Most clan members were still focused on matters closely tied to their everyday lives. In the past, when the Uchiha had been quietly isolated, their options were limited. Naturally, their attention could only settle on the police force. But now, the situation had begun to change. Paths were opening. Choices were increasing. Yet would Anjin, and those who shared his beliefs, see this shift? Would they understand the mindset of the ordinary clan members, who desired nothing more than stability and were eager to seize the opportunities finally placed before them? Would they recognize the intention behind his captain's restrained, conciliatory approach, one that deliberately avoided direct confrontation? And if they did not? If they continued down their own uncompromising path, would the conflict they provoked eventually consume everything the clan had only just begun to regain? Would all the efforts and sacrifices made by his captain, by Lady Tsunade, and by Shursui, each striving in their own way to resolve the Uchiha's long-standing wounds, ultimately amount to nothing? If his captain were still here, the man who had always believed in acting early, in controlling problems before they spiraled, what choice would he make when faced with a crisis quietly taking root within the clan itself? And check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 182, Hidden Secret Passage. Hiruzen maintained a deliberately hands-off stance towards Tsunade's administration. Since stepping down, he appeared mainly as a senior staff member within the political affairs department, quietly handling routine matters. For Koharu and Hamura, this arrangement eased their burden considerably. Tsunade's dealings with the two advisors had grown increasingly sparse, and when they did occur, patience was rarely involved. With an old friend acting as a buffer, any issue that truly required Tsunade's attention would pass through Hiruzen first. Over the past year, this quiet mediation had preserved a fragile, surface-level harmony. Which was precisely why his sudden appearance in the Hokage office felt so unusual. And troubling. This time, it concerned the Uchiha clan. Tsunade, Hiruzen began evenly, you've reviewed the archives on the Kumo envoy incident, correct? Yes. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. The envoy, Akai, was confirmed to have been subjected to mental control. 2 of his guards vanished without a trace. The final conclusion pointed toward spacetime ninjutsu. She paused, then lifted her gaze to meet his. The records also note that a connection to the Uchiha clan could not be ruled out. Exactly. Hiruzen nodded. That suspicion was later set aside due to the clan's active cooperation during the investigation. But you mentioned before, Tsunade continued, that Fugaku once speculated this chain of events might be linked to Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly. Uchiha and Jin had limited contact during his external mission. While he's dissatisfied with the current state of the police force, anyone he'd willingly approach would have to share his ideology and be a significant Uchiha affiliate. In other words, Tsunade said coolly, once you narrow it down to Uchiha alone, the list becomes very short. After all, Shursui had already confirmed that those under his supervision showed no signs of contact with Jin. Tsunade closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Right, which leaves only that ghost who's been haunting Konoha all this time. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. I'll depart with a reinforced ANBU squad and personally confirm whether Jin is truly connected to him. I understand. Tsunade opened her eyes, her expression resolute. I'll have Shursui recalled to the village immediately. If we're dealing with that person, his strength will be necessary. Compared to a possible Madara affiliate, a handful of radicalized Uchiha would pose little threat, so long as Konoha was ready. Rashi spent several days patiently probing deep underground, extending multiple minuscule routes to map the area inch by inch. At last, with barely a ripple of chakra, he slipped past the barrier ninjutsu and uncovered the concealed entrance. A stale breath of dust, aged metal, and an indescribable sweet, cloying odor seeped out. What met the wood clone's gaze was a laboratory, long abandoned, yet never fully cleared. Orochimaru's laboratory. The thought surfaced almost instinctively. After taking only a few steps inside, Rashi spotted several preserved snake skins of varying sizes and dark hues, casually displayed on a nearby shelf. In the ninja world, a laboratory and snakes appearing together rarely required much deduction. The answer almost always pointed to the same individual. Still, setting up a base this close to Kumo was audacious. Then Rashi recalled, Orochimaru had once infiltrated Kumo. Slipping into one of the 5 great nations, locating a Jinchuriki, provoking its rampage, and leaving without anyone realizing who was truly responsible. Judging purely by infiltration and operational prowess, Orochimaru stood unquestionably among the very best. Since this was his laboratory, the remaining defenses would likely be limited to abandoned experimental subjects, dormant snake summons, or trigger-based sealing techniques. Given the base's location and its neglected condition, if any living test subjects or large numbers of summoning beasts had remained active for long, Kumogakure would have discovered it years ago. That narrowed the real threats down to snakes or sealing traps. Neither posed any danger to a wood clone. The laboratory's lighting system had long since failed. Only a thin blade of natural light from the entrance struggled to push back the darkness. With a mindset of since I'm already here, Rashi began a methodical inspection of the facility. Storage cabinets and data shelves were mostly empty. Equipment rooms were no different, littered only with bulky, low-value apparatus Orochimaru clearly hadn't bothered to retrieve. Anything truly important, core research notes, results, research materials, had been taken when the base was sealed. Still, Rashi continued his careful sweep, refusing to overlook even the smallest corner where information might have been left behind. Finally, at the very bottom of an unremarkable, seemingly abandoned data cabinet, he found several yellowed scrolls and scattered documents, discarded carelessly, likely overlooked during the cleanup. He lifted the brittle papers and examined them beneath the faint light. The records were fragmented and chaotic, filled with smudges, corrections, and repeated revisions, as though the writer had been constantly rejecting his own conclusions. Next, Rashi unrolled the scrolls. Their contents were somewhat more orderly, but the charts and figures were still incomplete, fragments of what must once have been a comprehensive report. Thanks to his studies over the past year, Tsunade's open access to the data archives, and the scroll Orochimaru himself had once provided, Rashi was intimately familiar with Orochimaru's research habits and notation style. Even with such incomplete data, he could still piece together parts of its meaning. Extreme chakra activation simulation. Observation of life force and chakra entity resonance. Stress responses of tailed beast tissue samples under high-density natural energy. These were remnants of Orochimaru's past research, likely experiments conducted years ago while studying the eight tails itself. He appeared to have attempted in vitro cultivation or sustained activation of tailed beast tissue, but whatever trials were conducted at this base had yielded little success. Yet for Rashi, who was now pursuing his own research into using wood release to carry and stabilize tailed beast chakra, these failed paths were invaluable. Orochimaru's detours, documented failures, and recorded anomalies became a source of rare insight. The crossed-out data and abandoned conclusions exposed hidden pitfalls and structural limitations from an entirely different angle. Rashi quietly memorized the most useful sections, paying particular attention to notes on energy stability and interactions between samples and the surrounding natural energy environment. Once finished, he carefully returned the documents and scrolls to the broken cabinet, restoring them exactly as he had found them. After confirming there was nothing else of value within the laboratory, Rashi erased every subtle trace left behind by the wood clone, withdrew silently, and resealed the hidden entrance, leaving the underground base once more swallowed by secrecy, as if no one had ever been there at all. And check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 183, and Jean's Plans. Rashi felt that the team's trip to Kumo had been thoroughly worthwhile, particularly the discovery of the abandoned Orochimaru laboratory. While there were no tangible items to take back, the information alone made it a meaningful haul. Interestingly enough, Kimogakure shared a similar sense of satisfaction. Inside the Reikich's office, Samui was delivering her report. As of now, direct revenue from ticket sales, along with surrounding hotels, catering services, and licensed merchandise, has already exceeded our initial projections. She continued calmly, total attendance is approaching 8,000. Public attention remains high, and discussions surrounding the exams haven't died down. There's widespread anticipation for future events of this kind. Mabui followed up with a more measured tone. That said, the sudden influx of spectators placed considerable strain on both the village and nearby settlements. Food supplies and accommodations experienced intermittent shortages. Additionally, because personnel were spread out to manage crowd control, routine surveillance in some peripheral areas was temporarily weakened. I listened in silence. Numbers and logistics weren't his passion, but as a Kage, understanding them was unavoidable. The conclusions drawn by his two secretaries were unmistakable. Hosting the joint Chunin exams had produced enormous direct economic gains, and due to insufficient preparation, Kimogakure hadn't even managed to fully capitalize on its potential. The indirect benefits were just as impressive: increased prestige, stronger internal unity, and heightened influence across the region. As for Konoha, A said at last, turning his gaze toward Mabui, what's their stance on the next joint Chunin exams? According to our intelligence, Mabui replied, Konoha is planning to hold their internal Chunin selection exams as usual in September. A thought for a moment before nodding. Samui. Ask Konoha whether they'd be interested in inviting us to participate in September's exams. While you're at it, confirm their thoughts on future joint exams between our villages. The financial returns alone made the idea appealing, and the long-term strategic value couldn't be ignored. Rashi's earlier comments about maintaining cooperation were encouraging, but they were informal at best. Without something official, nothing was guaranteed. If this model could be formalized and sustained, Kimogakure stood to gain a steady and reliable source of growth for years to come. Yes, Samui replied simply. Rashi wasn't surprised when Kimogakure conveyed a request for an informal meeting. After witnessing the overwhelming crowds and the surge of commercial activity during the exams, he'd expected Kumo to make another move. In this era of the ninja world, large-scale inter-village public competitions were rare. For civilians and merchants alike, such events were irresistible, and their economic impact was undeniable. Even in the world of his memories, overflowing with entertainment options, top-tier sporting events had always held immense commercial value. The meeting was arranged by Samui in a modest reception room within the Reikage building. After brief formalities, she got straight to the point. So far, this joint Chunin exams has yielded satisfactory results for both Kumo and Konoha. She studied him carefully. I'm curious, what's your personal view on this kind of exchange, Rashi? For the genin, Rashi replied, having the chance to directly observe the combat styles of other villages is an invaluable learning experience. Samui nodded, then shifted the topic casually. We've heard Konoha is preparing to hold its Chunin exams in September. Rashi wasn't surprised. The information wasn't classified. Sunagakure had already been notified, and several smaller villages were informed as a matter of course. After all, one of the exam's key purposes was to reinforce the Konoha-Sunagakure alliance through continued, low-intensity ninja exchanges. That goal wouldn't be achieved without other villages acting as participants. Kimogakure is willing to fulfill its role as an ally, Samui said. We intend to send genin to participate in Konoha's upcoming exams. She paused briefly before continuing, her tone sharpening. More importantly, we'd like to take this opportunity to discuss whether this joint exam model can be formalized between our two villages. To determine a mutually agreeable frequency, and establish it as a long-term exchange between Kimogakure and Konoha. After being urgently recalled once, Jean couldn't help but suspect that the village had uncovered something. That fear followed him when he departed again. This time, he adhered strictly to his reported mission plan, methodically investigating the eastern region of the Land of Fire without displaying the slightest hint of abnormal behavior. The masked man, who called himself Uchiha Madara, had given him a clear directive: gather those clansmen who still possessed backbone, those unwilling to meekly accept the current state of affairs. And Jean knew exactly who they were. Like-minded individuals had always found one another. They'd exchanged ideas, grievances, and quiet resentment for years. Aside from comrades who had already fallen, the Uchiha stationed in the fire capital were his closest remaining allies. But there was a problem. Shursui was there. Ever since that incident at the eastern camp, when Shursui had followed that man's orders and subdued him with the Sharingan, and Jean had understood something clearly. Shursui might still be a pillar of the clan, but his loyalty tilted decisively toward the village. Just like the current clan head. They were all content with the narrow space Konoha allotted them, pacified by a false peace and a handful of superficial concessions. Even the Uchiha's long-term plan to infiltrate Anbu had backfired. Rather than strengthening the clan's influence, it had become a conduit for Konoha's higher-ups to seep into, and subtly steer the police force. If the status quo were to be broken, relying solely on the clan's existing power was nothing more than wishful thinking. The only true variable left was that so-called Madara. If he truly possessed absolute ocular power, enough to overwhelm the clan head, then perhaps the Uchiha could be unified once more. Perhaps Konoha itself could be seized. After several careful counter-tracking checks, Jean quietly altered his route and headed for the fire capital. Days of patient observation followed. Drawing on his intimate knowledge of Uchiha patrol rotations, Jean finally found a narrow opening to make contact with a trusted clansman recently transferred there. Uchiha Mocha. In a secluded corner, Mocha scanned the surroundings one last time before speaking in a hushed voice. Jean. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 184, Hiruzen out of retirement. How much profit had they actually made? Enough to prompt Kimogakure, despite having only recently signed a peace agreement with Konoha, to consciously honor its so-called ally obligations and even take the initiative to deepen the relationship by an entire tier. Rashi couldn't help feeling intrigued, though he kept his curiosity to himself. In response to Samui's proposal for a fixed joint Chunin exams framework, he offered only a measured reply. The details of any cooperation would have to be discussed further after he returned to Konoha, formally reported to the Hokage, and received official approval. Still, Kimogakure's eagerness gave him a new angle to consider. What truly drew Kimogakure's interest wasn't the Chunin exams themselves, but the immense profits generated by the ninja combat competition. The real core lay in its commercial potential and far-reaching influence, not its administrative role as a selection mechanism. He had some hazy ideas forming, but they still needed to be sorted, refined, and turned into something concrete. Not receiving a definitive answer from Konoha did not disappoint Samui. To her, the most important outcome was that Kimogakure's wish to participate in Konoha's September Chunin exams had effectively received tacit approval from the Konoha delegation's leader. That alone was enough. It meant that the next time Kimogakure proactively extended an invitation for a joint Chunin exams, Konoha, out of diplomatic reciprocity, would likely be hard-pressed to refuse. With that milestone achieved, Samui granted the Konoha envoy greater freedom of movement, specifically permission to operate within Kimogakure's non-core areas under escort. Rashi accepted without hesitation, immediately expressing his desire to explore the village. Since the invitation came from her, Samui naturally became his guide. Over the past few days, Rashi had already grown familiar with Kimogakure's distinctive architectural style. He was also long accustomed to seeing ninja who were noticeably more robust than their Konoha counterparts walking the streets. It wasn't until they entered the commercial district that he truly felt Kimogakure's unique atmosphere. Beyond shops selling standard ninja tools, there were even several stores dedicated exclusively to protein powders and fitness supplements, and business was booming. Samui-san, does the Raikage need more protein powder? One shop owner called out to her familiarly. No, Samui replied coolly. It's our ally from Konoha who's interested. The word ally immediately softened the shopkeeper's expression. He turned to Rashi, giving him an appraising look. Young man, you look a bit scrawny. A real man needs a strong body and solid muscles, he declared, swiftly pulling several brightly colored cans from the shelf. My shop is personally certified by the Raikage. If the results aren't good, the Raikage himself will come smash the place. Care to sign up for a membership card? The gym next door partners with us, members get discounts. The standard escort unit assigned to a daimyo typically numbered between 9 and 13 shinobi, one jonin leader, supported by 1 or 2 special jonin, with the rest made up of chunin. This time, however, the Uchiha escort team Konoha dispatched to the fire capital far exceeded those norms. 3 full squads. 3 Uchiha Jonin. 9 Chunin. And Uchiha Shursui himself as commander. It was a force sufficient to ignite a localized conflict between any of the 5 great ninja villages. These Uchiha, recommended to the fire capital during the sensitive period of police reform, were widely regarded as the group most resistant to the new policies. And they lived up to that reputation. Even members of the Aburame clan are being allowed into the force now, one Uchiha muttered darkly. This kind of expansion is nothing but dilution of our clan's authority, a prelude to stripping us of control. What so-called new opportunities? It's just another way to isolate us. Grievances piled atop resentment in the confined space. They could feel their status and honor being eroded by an invisible hand, yet they had no means to resist it. Only after their emotions had brewed to a critical point did Njin finally speak. We have to return. This opportunity won't come again. Shursui isn't here, there's no need to act overtly. A subtle nudge will suffice. If the daimyo himself requests a change in guards, the village will have no grounds to refuse. As long as we can make it back to the village. Njin's gaze swept over the gathered Uchiha. The fire in their eyes had not yet gone out, they had not been fully broken. As long as they could return, resistance was still possible. Yet, unseen by them, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Shursui stood concealed in the shadows, accompanied by two specially selected Umbu squads, silently observing the secret meeting. An unauthorized deviation from the assigned mission route. Secret infiltration of the fire capital. Covert communication with other shinobi entrusted with critical escort duties. Any single act might have been excusable. Together, they formed an unassailable chain of crimes. No matter how many merits Njin had accumulated for the village in the past, these actions were now undeniable. They finally had sufficient justification, clean, legitimate, and beyond dispute, to deal with these radicals as a group. There was no need to resort to executions. Simple imprisonment would be enough to eliminate many future risks. But not yet. The real prey had yet to reveal itself. Acting now would only startle the snake in the grass. Shursui, their behavior will not implicate the rest of the Uchiha, Hiruzen said calmly, his voice steady and reassuring. I give you my word. As long as they do not violently resist arrest, the final resolution will primarily be confinement. For now, we wait. Only when the true enemy appears will all of this have meaning. Shursui's emotions were tangled and difficult to put into words. Still, he understood the weight of the situation and answered quietly, I understand, Sandaime-sama. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had personally briefed him. Even the third Hokage, long retired from frontline affairs, had come out of seclusion for this operation. That alone proved how seriously the village regarded the possibility of Uchiha operating from the shadows, undermining relations between the clan and Konoha itself. And so, he endured. Kamen, Hiruzen said, turning to the Hyuga branch member within the Umbu unit, any abnormal chakra signatures nearby. Within the target structure, no chakra sources other than the confirmed Uchiha have been detected, Hyuga Kamen replied evenly, Byakugan veins faintly bulging at his temples. As for the surrounding area, the fire capital is too densely populated. Chakra interference is severe. I can only monitor for unfamiliar or hostile signatures that actively approach Uchiha and Njin. Maintain observation, Hiruzen ordered. Stay alert. Pay particular attention when Njin separates from the group. Uchiha and Njin is completely exposed now. Black Zetsu's voice echoed softly. With his unique sensory abilities and near-perfect concealment, few could escape his awareness in an unsealed environment. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto and Killer Bee had been detected by him moments after leaving their barrier, despite the chaos of battle. Such a sensory range was rare, even among legends. Over the past 2 years, Obito had grown cautious. His plans had been foiled repeatedly, their outcomes falling far short of expectations. Last year's abrupt shift, when the hidden mist slipped entirely from his grasp, had only deepened his wariness. Code 7387D. Hiruzen was nothing if not patient. Even after witnessing the daimyo, subtly ensnared by Genjutsu, formally request a change of guards, the former Hokage did not move immediately. Instead, he calmly relayed the information back to the village and informed Tsunade. Would this lead to complications later? Perhaps the daimyo might sense something amiss afterward and grow resentful. But the Uchiha had been careful. Their methods were restrained, not crude. The daimyo retained no clear memory of issuing the order at all. If objections arose, they could be smoothed over. And if they couldn't? There was no such thing as an unresolvable situation. Yet even after the Uchiha received their orders and prepared to return to the village, Njin showed no signs of contacting anyone suspicious. No hidden meetings. No secret signals. A troubling thought surfaced in Hiruzen's mind. Could it be that this was nothing more than Njin's own reckless, solitary scheme? Unaware of the third Hokage's doubts, Njin himself felt that everything was proceeding perfectly. The only oddity was the absence of the pitcher plant creature who called himself Zetsu. He hadn't appeared again, not once. Njin had no way to contact him. No method to reach either Zetsu or the masked men. I'll find you when the time is right. That was what Madara had said. Konoha's barrier won't stop me. If the other party truly was that legendary figure, or connected to him, such confidence would be entirely natural. Now that Enjin and the others had successfully fabricated the daimyo's wishes, the rest was simple. Once he returned to the village, Enjin would request a private meeting with the clan head. At that moment, Madara would appear, overwhelming the clan leader with absolute power. Faced with such force, Inabi and the others would naturally accept Madara's return. As for Shisui, once everything became a fait accompli, he would have no choice but to acknowledge it. Convinced that all the pieces were in place, Enjin quietly resumed his assigned position in the mission roster after confirming that the others had begun their journey back to Konoha. He then departed as well, carrying with him the intelligence Zetsu had previously supplied regarding the Sharingan theft incident. The moment he stepped into the village, Enjin was escorted directly to the Hokage's office. "Have you uncovered any relevant leads?" Tsunade asked. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Enjin lowered his head respectfully. "According to information I obtained from a rogue shinobi, the attack on the previous squad, and the suspected Sharingan theft, may be connected to Orochimaru." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Where is this rogue shinobi now?" The massacre of that Uchiha squad was undeniably tied to Orochimaru. As for whether the Sharingan had been stolen by Orochimaru, that could be set aside for the moment. More important was this, Enjin knowing about Orochimaru's involvement meant he hadn't acted alone. There was someone else behind him. Yet that individual had never contacted Enjin again after his second departure from the village. Those who knew Orochimaru had joined a mercenary ninja force were limited. Aside from Orochimaru himself and Danzo, only the people who had hired him would know. Which meant Kirigakure. Enjin didn't know how much he had already exposed, but he continued evenly, that rogue shinobi was accidentally killed by me during the encounter. "I see." Tsunade nodded, waving a hand. "Report to Umbu and complete the mission debrief." As Enjin withdrew, Tsunade's gaze lingered on his back, her expression unreadable. This man really had brought back quite a few surprises. True, the biggest fish she had hoped to net never appeared, but the incidental gains were far from insignificant. All things considered, he had turned out to be unexpectedly useful. Enjin, the bait, was likely already useless. Since returning to the village, he had made no further mention of pursuing the Sharingan theft outside Konoha. Instead, he quietly settled back into the Umbu unit under Itachi, carrying out routine patrols and alert duties as if nothing had happened. Under Itachi's constant observation, Enjin showed no signs of planning anything drastic. If anything, he appeared to be waiting, passively, almost anxiously, for instructions, or rather, for someone to contact him. But the situation with the Uchiha who had been incited to return was an entirely different matter. After rejoining the police force, they began openly targeting members of the Hyuga and Aburame clans who had recently been admitted. Their harassment was no longer confined to internal police affairs, it spilled beyond the force itself, extending to ordinary shinobi from both clans who had nothing to do with the force. Petty accusations, deliberate provocation, endless fault-finding, one incident after another. A tense, oppressive atmosphere spread through the village without anyone noticing when it had begun. Tsunade's original plan had been to use Enjin as a thread, to pull out the hidden hand manipulating events and resolve the long-standing rift between the Uchiha clan and the village at its root. But if these radicals were allowed to continue unchecked, there would be no need to hunt for a mastermind. They themselves were rapidly becoming the greatest problem. Since waiting had failed to draw out the real target, there was no reason to wait any longer. If the net was not tightened soon, if resentment within the Uchiha was allowed to surge once more, the entire plan would collapse. Inside the Uchiha compound, within the clan head's residence, Fugaku sat alone, deep in thought. He was considering how best to resolve the disturbances caused by Mocha and the other returnees. Shisui, who should have been outside the village carrying out the daimyo's commission, appeared silently in the courtyard. "Shisui." Fugaku looked up, surprised. "Why are you back?" "It concerns Mocha and the others." "This matter," Fugaku said gravely. "I will personally reprimand them tomorrow." "Is this level of internal conflict truly enough for the village to recall you?" Before Shisui could answer, footsteps sounded from within. Itachi emerged from the inner room, dressed in Umbu attire, maskless. The moment Fugaku saw his eldest son like this, his expression hardened. "What exactly has happened?" Shisui lowered his voice. "They used genjutsu on the daimyo. Sandaime-sama was personally there and confirmed it, he happened to be in the fire capital at the time." "What?" Fugaku stiffened instantly. Even for the Uchiha, manipulating a nation's daimyo with genjutsu was an unforgivable transgression, a crime that crossed a fundamental line. Itachi spoke calmly, his tone steady. "Father, Tsunade-sama, and the two advisors are already fully aware of the entire incident. The Hokage is waiting for the clan's internal decision on how this should be handled." Fugaku looked directly at Itachi. "Can they be detained under the authority of the police force?" Itachi shook his head once, firm and unequivocal. The furthest concession Hokage-sama is willing to make is this: all involved personnel must be handed over to my Umbu unit for detention and supervision. Fugaku's gaze moved between Shursui and Itachi. After a long moment, he rose to his feet. I understand, he said quietly. Then we will proceed, according to Hokage-sama's wishes. For ordinary civilians and merchants who had come purely to enjoy the spectacle, the individual match phase was just as thrilling, filled with memorable moments and sudden bursts of excitement. But Rashi's attention during the latter half of the competition lay elsewhere. Rather than focusing solely on the matches themselves, he began observing the audience, and, more importantly, the commercial activity sprouting up around them. Since he intended to formally propose his ideas to Tsunade, it was only natural that he paid closer attention to the spectators' behavior, spending habits, and the new businesses emerging to cater to them. As for Yugakure and Shimagakure, for now, they might as well have been background characters. Rashi's remaining task was simply to observe the examinees' on-site performances and gauge how much they had improved compared to the team matches. In that regard, Irika's showing in the individual rounds was unexpectedly impressive. Compared to his earlier struggles when grouped with Yugao and Hayate, his strengths finally had room to shine. He truly had been unfortunate to be placed alongside two high-speed, high-agility specialists. After all, the Chunin exams emphasized comprehensive individual ability. Being unable to properly display one's skill set, or being forced to face opponents far beyond one's level, was never favorable for final evaluations. The final winner was no surprise. With the competition concluded, Konoha's ninja returned early to their quarters. After nearly 2 months in Kimogakure, the initial novelty had long since faded, replaced by a creeping sense of monotony. As shinobi from another village, their freedom of movement was limited, far more restricted than Rashi's. As team leader, he not only had broader access but often dispatched shadow clones to roam freely throughout the village. I heard you're interested in physical training. Before departing, Rashi paid one last visit to the Raikage's office to complete the formal handover. Matters were settled efficiently, and just as he prepared to take his leave, the fourth Raikage, spoke up. The protein powder from that shop is decent, the Raikage said, but in terms of effectiveness and bodily compatibility, I personally recommend this. He reached beside his desk and lifted a large metal can emblazoned with a bold A, consider it repayment for the guidance you gave Darui. Take it. As long as Madara returned, the clan could be unified through absolute power. Anjin. Itachi's calm voice came from outside the door, cutting off his thoughts. Anjin rose and moved to open it. The moment the door swung wide, a pair of fully activated 3-tomo Sharingan met his gaze. Instinctively, Anjin activated his own Sharingan in defense. You have betrayed the goodwill of the village and the clan. That was the last thing he heard before consciousness slipped away. The same 3-tomo Sharingan. And yet his dojutsu is stronger than mine. That incredulous realization was the final thought to cross Uchiha Anjin's mind before darkness claimed him completely. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 186, Would This Work? Code 7387D. So, it really was him. After wrapping up his responsibilities at Kumo's Chunin exams, Rashi spent 3 days traveling back to Konoha. The moment he arrived at the village gates, he sensed something was off. Hyuga Takuma, on gate duty, wore a peculiar expression, like someone desperately holding back anger while forcing himself to remain professional. Something had clearly happened while Rashi was away. It wasn't until he reached the Hokage building and completed his routine report that Tsunade filled him in on the general situation. So, Rashi asked once she finished, what's the follow-up on Uchiha Moka and the others? The Uchiha clan carried out an internal purge, Tsunade replied calmly. They're currently being held in a special detention facility under Umbu supervision. As for how long, that still needs discussion. This incident isn't exactly suitable for public disclosure. And Anjin. The interrogation division has him. Inoichi is overseeing it as well. Tsunade's tone cooled noticeably. Hopefully, we'll pry something useful out of his head. After confirming everything Tsunade had already dealt with, Rashi began recounting his experiences during the Chunin exams. When Tsunade heard that Kimogakure had proactively offered to participate, she snorted. They weren't so cooperative last time. But if they want in now, let them. Rashi nodded, then brought up the idea that had been forming throughout his return journey. Maybe we can take some inspiration from Kimogakure's approach and attempt a few reforms for the September Chunin exams. A competition-based format has enormous commercial potential. And when it comes to hosting large-scale events, Konoha actually holds advantages that other villages simply can't match, whether it's transportation, infrastructure, or the sheer number of neighboring villages we can invite. Tsunade propped her chin on one hand, thoughtful. It does sound interesting, she admitted. But a vague concept alone won't cut it. She lifted her gaze, fixing Rashi with a sharp look. Rashi's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Tsunade jerked her chin toward the empty desk in the corner of the office. Rashi pretended not to notice. Process planning, detailed rules, risk assessment, integration with the existing Chunin selection system, Tsunade continued evenly. All of that needs to be backed by a complete proposal. I just got back from a mission, Rashi replied flatly. I haven't been home in 2 months. Go home. Tsunade sneered. Fine. She turned sharply toward the door. Shizen. Shizen entered at once, Taunton cradled in her arms. Gather all records from previous Chunin exams, Tsunade ordered. Financial reports from the past 3 years. Mission assignment regulations. Anything even remotely related to reforming the Chunin exams. Bring all of it. She stood, looking down at Rashi's increasingly stiff expression. Then we'll send Jonin Rashi home. Ah. Shizen hesitated, glancing between them. Lady Tsunade, shouldn't Rashi rest for at least a day? Silence, Shizen. Work doesn't wait. Tsunade clenched her fist, producing a sharp crack. Since you came up with such a brilliant idea, you're obviously the one responsible for carrying it out. As several Umbu efficiently packed towering stacks of documents into specially crafted wooden boxes, Rashi could only stare in silence. In the end, this was entirely his own doing. Being sent to the interrogation room did not mean surveillance on Enjin had been relaxed in the slightest. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, personally remained in the adjacent observation room, accompanied by Shursui and Hyuga Kamen. Uchiha Madara. And someone calling himself Zetsu. With an Uchiha wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan and Inoichi conducting the interrogation, it was impossible for nothing to be extracted. The self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, a Mangekyo user, immediately became Hiruzen's highest priority concern. The confirmation of such a figure's existence validated their earlier investigative direction regarding the Ninetales attack and the external conspirators lurking beyond the village. If that was the case, then the long-held suspicion that the Uchiha clan within Konoha had directly planned and orchestrated the Ninetales attack could, at last, be largely dismissed. The next step was clear: uncover this dangerous individual hiding in the shadows. As for the being known as Zetsu, capable of infiltrating the village undetected, had he been brought in by Madara, or had he slipped past Konoha's defenses on his own? The list of threats to address had not grown shorter. But at least, the direction was improving. It was time to have another conversation with Danzo. With Root's extensive surveillance network, he would surely possess some information. The wooden document boxes were stacked neatly in one corner of the living room. After setting them down, Shizen departed with the Umbu, leaving behind a grim-faced Rashi, and a Tsunade who clearly had no intention of leaving anytime soon. Briefly experiencing what it felt like to have one's home buried in official paperwork like Danzo, Rashi sat at the dining table and quietly slurped his noodles. Grandmama Mocha had already finished cooking her signature ramen and retired to her room to rest. Tsunade, unhurried, finished the noodles before turning her attention to the travel bag Rashi had brought back from the Hidden Cloud village. What's this? She pulled out a small, sealed jar. Protein powder. All of it. She pulled out another jar. Then another. And another. Finally, she unearthed a large metal can emblazoned with a bold A, weighing it in her hand. She set it aside. Why did you buy this much? It's a specialty of the Hidden Cloud, I guess, Rashi replied without looking up, still eating. A specialty? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and picked up one of the jars, carefully reading the label. Since when is protein powder Kimobikyu's specialty? She paused, recalling something. Come to think of it, you brought Uzumaki Hagi and Karen back when you went to the Grass Village. And before that, you went to the Hidden Sand Village, didn't you? What specialty did you bring back then? Rashi's chopsticks froze midair. After thinking for a moment, he answered uncertainly, that was a while ago. Last year, I don't think I bought anything. But the year before that. He hesitated. I think it was perfume. Perfume. The Senju princess stared at him suspiciously. Protein powder I can excuse as a boy's strange hobby, but perfume. Yes. I picked it up while observing conditions in Sunagakure. I originally planned it as a return gift. Rashi suddenly remembered something. He set down his chopsticks, went into his room, rummaged through a cabinet, and returned with a small, elegantly designed glass bottle. A return gift? Tsunade scoffed. One that's been sitting around for 2 years without being given. You really are hopeless in some areas. Something that's been sitting for 2 years shouldn't be given anymore, right? She muttered, taking the bottle anyway. She frowned slightly and gave it a cautious sniff. It smells pretty nice, though. Does it? Rashi lowered his head and resumed eating. Then consider it officially given. After all, you took good care of me at Dayport. Tsunade's movements halted. She looked up at him. The fifth Hokage pointed at herself. Me. Yes. She set the perfume bottle down, stepped in front of Rashi, her face darkening as she enunciated each word slowly. A return gift from 2 years ago. Well, you did say it smelled nice. She took a deep breath. Then suddenly reached out, grabbed him by the collar, and flung him toward the door. Go buy me a new one, you idiot. The several large boxes of documents Tsunade had dumped on him were of limited value. Aside from minor adjustments to the wilderness survival elimination round in last year's Chunin exams, Konoha's examination system had remained largely unchanged for many years. In the end, Tsunade had mostly created trouble for herself. Seated in his study, Rashi stared at the scrolls and reports spread across his desk. He lifted the top document, a financial statement covering the past 3 years. The income and expenditure related to the Chunin exams were laid out with merciless clarity. Ticket sales were negligible. The real economic stimulus came from the daimyo and wealthy merchants who spent freely in the village during the viewing period. As for profits negotiated through mission quota adjustments, joint Chunin exams did not automatically translate into increased quotas. More often than not, the existing arrangements remained unchanged. For Konoha, the host village, the Chunin exams had long been a net loss. Post-exams restoration of the Forest of Death. Barrier deployment to isolate foreign shinobi. Expanded patrols and security. Each item carried a heavy price tag. Seen from this perspective, the Hidden Cloud Village's approach was undeniably clever. By abolishing the wilderness survival assessment, they eliminated one of the largest drains on the exam's budget. At first glance, constructing a dedicated venue appeared to be a massive one-time expense. In reality, even if they never hosted another Chunin exam, the structure could still be repurposed for ninja combat events, ensuring it would never truly go to waste. Rashi, Itachi is here. Grandma Momoka's voice came from outside the study. Rashi set the report aside, rose, and stepped out. Itachi stood in the corridor, dressed in dark blue casual clothes, holding a box of delicately packaged sweets. Excuse me for intruding, Captain. They sat down together on the veranda, the afternoon sunlight slanting warmly across the wooden planks. After Grandma brought tea, she quietly withdrew, leaving behind only the faint rustle of leaves in the courtyard. During your absence, some matters arose within the Uchiha clan, Itachi said, his voice lower than usual. I know. Itachi dipped his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the pale green tea swirling in his cup. At the clan meeting 2 days ago, many members voiced dissatisfaction with father's decision to hand over 12 people, including Moka, to Umbu custody. Even knowing they were at fault. Even though the Umbu was only exercising nominal supervision. Even those who had actually benefited from the reforms reacted the same way. He looked up at Rashi, dark eyes clouded with uncertainty. Captain, even if Anjin and Moka are successfully imprisoned this time, will the reforms that follow truly proceed as smoothly as we hope? The clan's ideology had finally begun to loosen, he said quietly. But a single incident was enough to drag it backward again. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Code 7387D. Chapter 187, 187, Danzo, Hiruzen. I want my retirement package. This was exactly what Itachi feared. He understood that friction and conflict were inevitable. No system of reform could move forward without resistance. But if every internal clash caused the clan to retreat further into isolation, then how could the deep-seated rift between the Uchiha and the village ever truly be resolved? His brows knitted unconsciously. A finger suddenly pressed against his forehead. Itachi froze as Rashi gently smoothed the crease away. Don't overthink yourself into knots, Itachi, Rashi said, withdrawing his hand. What you're seeing now is normal. A person's mindset doesn't change overnight. Even the Senju, who disbanded their clan long ago, still have members who would band together and fight if they felt their interests were threatened. And that's a clan that willingly dissolved itself. Compared to them, the Uchiha, who have lived together on clan land for generations, are bound to change even more slowly. Rashi's gaze drifted toward the courtyard, where sunlight filtered through leaves, casting shifting shadows on the ground. But these things will change, he continued calmly. Take your own future, for example. Your path in Umbu is decided by the Hokage. And for those who enter the political affairs department, promotions and evaluations depend on the 2 advisors. In such a system, as long as the clan head doesn't deliberately cling to forceful methods to preserve the old, closed structure, people will naturally begin choosing personal prospects over rigid clan loyalty. For a better life. For broader opportunities. The so-called clan mentality will fade on its own. Ninjas are still people, Rashi said quietly. And the Uchiha are no exception. As people, they desire stability, advancement, and a future with possibilities. The fewer individuals who can only survive by relying on the Uchiha clan itself, the fewer will remain trapped by it. He turned to look directly at Itachi. As for the problems that arise along the way, they're unavoidable. And they must be faced. This is a long road you'll have to walk, Itachi. Don't expect quick fixes. Solutions that work too quickly usually hide costs that no one can afford to pay. Rashi picked up one of the pastries Itachi had brought. Red bean paste, lightly sweet, restrained. After finishing it, he brushed the crumbs from his hands. Anything else on your schedule today? No, Itachi replied. Today's a rest day. Good, Rashi said immediately. Because I don't have one. A willing pair of hands had come knocking, wasting them would be irresponsible. He slid open the door to the study. Itachi glanced inside and saw open document boxes and scrolls scattered across the desk. These are classified documents, aren't they? It's fine, Rashi replied casually. You can read them. Captain, Itachi said after a pause. Are you slacking off? No. I'm sharing, Rashi corrected. Just like you shared your worries. Itachi wasn't one to shy away from work. After confirming there was no risk of information leakage, he followed Rashi into the study without complaint. Danzo had considered many possible courses of action. And rejected all of them himself. Unless he resorted to direct force, there was no way to remove the 4 Umbu guards stationed around him. But doing so would amount to open rebellion. Even at the height of Root's autonomy under the 3rd Hokage, he had never dared to openly defy the Hokage's orders. At that moment, Hiruzen came to see him once more. Uchiha Madara. It was indeed an Uchiha, Danzo said coolly. Hiruzen, if this is Madara's doing, then the Uchiha cannot be trusted. The Uchiha within the village are trustworthy, the 3rd Hokage replied evenly. There's no need for suspicion. Fugaku personally intervened and handed over the involved clan members to Umbu custody. As for this Madara, and the being known as Zetsu, do you have any information? Danzo fell silent, his single visible eye narrowing slightly. There are no leads on the masked men. But there is a record regarding the creature resembling a pitcher plant. During the last incident, when Kirigakure hired rogue ninja to harass the Land of Fire's borders, it was that being who intervened and dealt with them. Kirigakure. Hiruzen murmured. The direction aligned perfectly with Tsunade's earlier suspicions. Yet last year, the Hidden Mist had signed a peace treaty with Konoha. On the surface, relations appeared to have thawed considerably. As Hiruzen pondered this, Danzo suddenly spoke again, his voice flat and emotionless. Hiruzen, he said, your previous proposal. I agree to it. Not bad at all. Tsunade flipped through the proposal in her hand. Once the old man and the others review it, we can begin testing its implementation. Then she added, almost casually, Danzo has agreed to retire. Standing before her desk, Rashi showed no surprise. How much did he give up, he asked. Retirement was little more than a facade. Rashi understood that, and Tsunade understood it even better. Danzo's true objective was obvious, to escape the constant Umbu surveillance. As long as he relinquished his position as advisor and handed over assets of sufficient value, Tsunade had little justification to continue pressing him. Hiruzen and the remaining 2 advisors wouldn't allow matters to be pushed much further either. If one truly compared decades of contribution to the village, Tsunade, who had spent many years away from Konoha, was hardly in a position to claim her merits outweighed Danzo Shimura's. A roster of root agents stationed outside the village, Tsunade replied flatly. And the location of a secret warehouse containing intelligence he's accumulated over the years. As for whether that's everything. She paused briefly. There's no way to verify it. For now, this is as far as we can go. Without his advisor title, he can no longer openly interfere in matters between the village and the Uchiha, she continued. At least on the surface. Now, Tsunade said, shifting topics, her brows knitting slightly, there's also the matter of the Hidden Mist. The intelligence extracted from Anjin made one thing clear, Kirigakure was deeply entangled with this so-called Madara. But how to handle it, she hesitated. Rashi didn't immediately offer his opinion. Instead, he raised a finger and lightly tapped the corner of his eye. Tsunade froze for a moment. Yagura Karatachi is a Jinchuriki, she said slowly. One who can wield a tailed beast's power. The reason she suspected the Mizukage was being controlled was precisely because Kirigakure's previous irrational provocations could not have continued without Akage's approval. She muttered under her breath, but if it's a Madara, then it's not impossible. Their show of peaceful intent last year didn't feel staged, Rashi finally said. Given the contrast in behavior, it's possible that Kirigakure's internal leadership noticed the Mizukage's abnormality and made adjustments. With Obito's existence effectively confirmed through Anjin's testimony, Rashi saw no reason to continue masking his speculation. In that case, Tsunade sighed, handling the Hidden Mist becomes even more troublesome. The Mizukage was being controlled by a Sharingan. Even if they choose peace to recover for now, there's no guarantee what will happen later. The more she thought about it, the worse it became. She clicked her tongue irritably. That damned man, always leaving messes for Konoha. Complaints aside, problems still needed solutions. As for Uchiha Moka and the others, Tsunade continued, the interrogation results confirmed they were unaware of Madara's existence. Their actions, including the use of genjutsu on the daimyo, will be classified as internal village offenses. After several years of detention, provided no further incidents occur, the village may consider transferring them to the police force's prison for supervised custody. This was Tsunade's concession, her reward for Fugaku's proactive cooperation. With another Mangekyo Uchiha lurking outside the village, she couldn't afford to completely strip the clan head of his authority. You'll inform Fugaku of this decision. As for Uchiha Anjin, her voice hardened, his case will be handled entirely by Umbu. There will be no negotiations. Rashi agreed. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, he went straight to the police headquarters. Uchiha Fugaku received him in his office. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, hearing that Rashi had returned to the village gave him a faint sense of relief. At the very least, whenever this man was present, the police force's reforms had never spiraled into such severe internal chaos. After hearing Tsunade's ruling regarding Moka and the others, Fugaku's hands, resting on his knees, relaxed almost imperceptibly. This outcome was far better than the worst-case scenario Itachi had relayed earlier. More importantly, it preserved the possibility that those individuals might one day return to the clan. As for Anjin, after learning of Madara's existence, Fugaku had already written him off. Anjin hadn't merely plotted against the village, he had intended to overthrow Fugaku himself, the clan head, from within. That, Fugaku knew, was something that could never be forgiven. Iwagakure, Tsuchikige's office. 8,000 people. Anoki stared at the intelligence report in his hand, genuine surprise slipping into his voice. Based on current estimates, the average ticket price is approximately 20,000 ryo, the jonin in charge of analysis reported carefully. Ticket sales alone generated a massive profit. This figure doesn't even include additional revenue from separate tickets for team and individual matches, nor the spending on lodging and food in the surrounding area. Anoki set the scroll down slowly. 8,000 people at 20,000 ryo each, that's 160 million ryo. He snorted. That brat of a rakeage really raked it in this time. Iwagakure's finances had never been comfortable. The number of external missions they could accept was limited, and for years the village had relied heavily on direct allocations from the land of Earth's daimyo. To keep their shinobi forces operational, they had often been forced to issue war-related missions, border clashes, small-scale conflicts, constant friction. Thanks to Anoki's long-standing relationship with the Earth daimyo, maintaining the current level of funding wasn't an immediate concern. Tsunagakure, meanwhile, had shown signs of agitation under Torisuke's provocations, but no concrete action had followed. All signs pointed to a period of relative peace across the ninja world. And peace, Anoki knew, demanded preparation. If war wasn't coming, then Iwagakure needed to secure a new, stable source of income, one that didn't rely on bloodshed. If Kimogakure could pull it off, there was no reason Iwagakure couldn't do the same. A dedicated competition arena. For shinobi skilled in earth release, that was hardly an obstacle. As for participants, Iwagakure wielded considerable influence in the surrounding regions. Villages like Kusagakure and Takigakure, traditional allies of Konoha, could be pressured into sending teams. They wouldn't dare refuse. Between offending Iwagakure and dispatching a few squads to compete, smaller villages knew exactly which choice was safer. Konoha's Chunin exams are in September, Anoki muttered. Then Iwagakure will hold ours in September as well. He didn't expect to match Kimogakure's scale on the first attempt. The Cloud had prepared for a year, secured Konoha's participation, and launched their publicity early. But that wasn't the real point. What interested Anoki was Konoha's reaction. If Konoha couldn't sit still, if they were tempted into pouring resources into commercialization just as Kimogakure had, then what would Kimogakure think when they saw the difference in crowd size and attention between simultaneous events held by Konoha and Iwagakure? After all, Kimogakure's location was remote. Their profits depended heavily on drawing outsiders in. And if Konoha wasn't tempted, if they stuck to a traditional, politically driven Chunin exam, then what? Faced with allied villages participating in both exams due to Iwagakure's joint scheduling, would Konoha apply pressure? Or would they quietly tolerate it? Anoki's lips curled faintly. Now, he could finally see how Princess Tsunade intended to play this game. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 188, Political Maneuvers. After submitting his proposal for reforming the Chunin exams, Rashi shifted his focus back to his Tree Seeds project. He cleared out a small experimental plot in the forest behind the Senju home, carefully sorting and cataloging the new tree seeds he had collected from the Land of Lightning. The data and insights salvaged from Orochimaru's abandoned laboratory had yet to be fully applied. For now, they existed only as theoretical deductions waiting to be tested. Most of the native trees in the Land of Lightning were black pines, capable of taking root in narrow rock fissures. There were also vast stretches of cold-resistant Japanese cedars and hemlocks. While these species were uncommon in the Land of Fire, they weren't entirely absent either. What Rashi truly focused on were trees that thrived in regions frequently struck by thunderstorms. According to ancient local legends, such trees carried the root nature of the Land of Lightning itself, imbued with mysterious power. In reality, however, field inspections showed nothing supernatural, only an exceptionally stubborn vitality. They weren't classified as strategic resources, nor were they subject to strict control by Kimogakure. Rashi crouched beside a seedling that had just broken through the soil. This new tree, cultivated through wood release, would be ready for experiments involving tailed beast chakra once it grew a little more. Meanwhile, Iwagakure moved faster than anyone had anticipated. Anoki formally dispatched invitations for a joint Chunin exams to several shinobi villages bordering, or situated close to, the Land of Earth. The list included the village of the Land of Silence, the stone village of the Land of Stone, and even Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure, villages that had traditionally participated in Konoha's Chunin exams. Most striking of all, an invitation was also sent to Sunagakure of the Land of Wind. For a time, the ninja world fell into an uneasy silence. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha and Iwagakure had simultaneously announced joint Chunin exams scheduled for September, and their invitation lists overlapped to a remarkable degree. Ordinarily, the great villages competed within the arena during joint exams. This year, however, the situation hinted at a different kind of struggle altogether, a contest over hosting rights and influence. For smaller shinobi villages, this became an unexpected trial of allegiance. Villages like Takigakure, which maintained delicate relations with both sides, found themselves particularly torn. Amigakure was the first to break the silence, publicly declaring that it would send participants to both Konoha's and Iwagakure's exams. Takigakure, on the other hand, remained silent, clearly waiting to see how events would unfold. Mui of Kusa made his stance clear. He announced publicly that, since Konoha had extended its invitation first, Grass Village would only participate in the Chunin exams hosted by Konoha. At the same time, he quietly sent an envoy to Konoha to explain himself. Mui made that announcement publicly, Tsunade said, placing a report on the desk as she looked at Rashi. But in private, he still dispatched 2 genin teams under the pretense of long-term missions. He sent word explaining that this was pressure from certain elders within Grass Village. Even as village head, this compromise was the best he could manage for now, and he hopes will understand. Outwardly, Grass Village maintains that it's only participating in Konoha's exams, preserving its public position. She paused briefly. The old man believes there's no need to give Mui a hard time over this, Tsunade continued. He's only been in office for a year. His footing isn't stable yet, and he's already done as much as he reasonably can. Her finger tapped lightly against the table. Her gaze, however, sharpened, clearly indicating that the matter was far from over. The real problem now is Sunagakure. It was precisely because Suna had also received Iwagakure's invitation, and had yet to reveal its stance, that Tsunade had summoned Rashi. Sunagakure won't participate in Iwagakure's exams, Rashi said without hesitation. Even if Anoki is willing to pay a steep price, they're extremely unlikely to accept. The core issue Sunagakure faces has never been a shortage of currency, he continued. It's a lack of essential survival resources, food, medicine. Those are their lifelines. And those lifelines were things only Konoha, backed by the fertile Land of Fire, could provide steadily and in large quantities. Even if Iwagakure offered vast sums of money, Sunagakure would be cautious, if not outright resistant. Currency couldn't be immediately converted into what they needed most, and would antagonize us. The competition over joint Chunin exams isn't conventional warfare, Rashi elaborated. It's a gamble on influence, long-term development, and future economic returns. The results won't be immediate, and it won't resolve fundamental survival problems. If Anoki intends to use this as leverage, to turn Sunagakure into a bargaining chip against Konoha, then he's chosen the wrong method. From Rashi's understanding of Ebizo, that pragmatic old fox would see the flaw in such a plan. Sunagakure may try to extract more benefits from us, Rashi added calmly. That's human nature. But my recommendation is to ignore it for now and stick to our current strategy. If they misjudge the situation and make unreasonable demands, then even if this Chunin exam proceeds without Sunagakure's participation, we cannot afford to compromise. Giving in once only teaches them that pressure works. When their expectations inevitably go unmet later, resentment will follow, and that would undermine the relatively stable cooperation we've maintained. Tsunade nodded slowly. Rashi had handled negotiations with Sunagakure more than once, always preserving Konoha's interests while keeping relations from collapsing. His judgment carried weight. On the other hand, Rashi said, shifting gears, we should deepen our engagement with Kumo. During my last visit to Kimogakure, they proactively expressed interest in establishing a fixed schedule for joint Chunin exams. That tells us they've already anticipated a future where the exams become more commercialized, and they're mentally prepared for it. In this context, Rashi continued, strengthening cooperation with the Hidden Cloud does two things. First, it publicly demonstrates Konoha's stable and advantageous position on the Eastern Front, reinforcing this emerging alliance. Second, he said evenly, it sends a clear message to Sunagakure, and their habit of waiting for a better offer is a waste of time. Let them understand that Konoha's options for cooperation aren't limited to them. A stable alliance requires mutual effort and respect, not one-sided testing and endless demands. The Hidden Cloud Village's change in attitude had been an unexpected blessing. Without it, responding to Inoki's clearly targeted maneuver this time would have required far more effort. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and thought for a moment. We'll proceed as you suggest. Send an invitation to the Hidden Cloud Village, she ordered, to discuss future arrangements for the Chunin exams. Then she concluded decisively, as for Sunagakure, let them cool their heads for now. Still nothing from Konoha. Ever since receiving Inoki's invitation, Raza had been waiting. Waiting for Konoha's response, or more accurately, for an opening to bargain. There was no possibility of Sunagakure participating in an exam hosted by Iwagakure. Inoki's move had never been about welcoming the sand. It was a deliberate provocation aimed squarely at Konoha. Ebizo stood a short distance behind him, eyes half-lidded, his expression unreadable. He had harbored no expectations from the start. Since last year, he'd understood all too clearly that Konoha was no longer the easy target it once had been. Still, since Raza wished to test the waters, Ebizo saw no reason to interfere. It cost nothing to try. Now the outcome was plain. Sunagakure remained motionless, and Konoha, equally silent. Even the routine annual communication to finalize the Chunin exams had been conspicuously delayed this year. Inside the Kazakage's office, Raza stood by the window, his gaze sweeping across the quiet, desolate sprawl of Sunagakure below, stretching onward into the endless yellow sands. Ebizo, he asked quietly, with our current circumstances, could we host a Chunin exams of comparable scale on our own? Ebizo's eyes opened slightly. After a long pause, he replied, we cannot afford to host that many people. Hosting the exam itself wasn't the issue. What Raza wanted wasn't just the genin competitors, but the spectators, the merchants, the nobles, and the influx of wealth and attention they would bring. And with Sunagakure's present environment and limited resources, it simply lacked the capacity to support such an influx. Especially now, when both Iwagakure and Konoha had already begun preparations well in advance. The silence that followed felt heavier than any outright refusal. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 189, New Proposal from Kumo. Outside Konoha Village, near the main road at the village entrance. A massive construction project was already well underway. The ground had been firmly compacted, and a sturdy steel framework outlined the unmistakable silhouette of a colossal circular stadium. Within the construction zone, workers and shinobi proficient in earth release moved in coordinated rhythm. Against this backdrop of controlled bustle, the Kimogakure's envoy entered Konoha. At the head of the group was Dodai. The moment his eyes fell upon the stadium taking shape beyond the village gates, he understood Konoha's position without a single word being exchanged. Samui and Darui were also among the delegation. Reception duties fell to the two advisors, Yuditane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado. For them, the rapid pace of recent developments was frankly overwhelming. The last time relations with the Hidden Cloud had been this close felt like a distant era, back when the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, personally led his disciples to Kimogakure to negotiate an alliance with the second Raikage. That attempt had ended disastrously. Both villages lost their Kage, and whatever trust had existed was completely shattered. Who could have imagined that, by Tsunade's generation, relations would thaw so abruptly, and through something as unexpected as the commercialization of joint Chunin exams. Mutual participation. Shared hosting. Even the ability to temporarily set Sunagakure aside because of it. To some extent, it was the Hidden Cloud's early recognition, and successful execution, of Chunin exam commercialization that cleared away many internal obstacles within Konoha, allowing its reform plan to move forward at unprecedented speed. Senju House. Rashi crouched low, staring at the small patch of blackened ash before him. Another failure. After several days of careful cultivation using wood release, the selected lightning nature tree saplings had grown remarkably well. Only then did he attempt to introduce a trace amount of Four Tails chakra. At first, the plant held. 30 seconds later, the lava release chakra erupted. The internal heat ignited the sapling from within. Its slender trunk carbonized, fractured, and collapsed in a matter of seconds, leaving behind nothing but a small pile of ashes. This was already the smallest quantity of tailed beast chakra he could control precisely. Was the sapling still too young to withstand even that minimal external force? But if he waited until it grew larger, it might already be too late. Clearing away the remains, Rashi selected another sapling in a similar state, this time attempting to introduce Five Tails chakra. The outcome differed only in form. Almost instantly, the boil released chakra's heat and pressure tore through the plant's internal structure. Its veins ruptured, flesh dissolving into a soft, bubbling paste. After several consecutive failures, Rashi finally stopped. Both lava release and boil release chakra were simply too violent, too destructive by nature. Perhaps he needed to change direction. Find a different tailed beast chakra that is more suitable. As he traced potential alternatives in his notebook, deep in thought, a sudden call broke his concentration. Grandma Momoka's voice carried from the direction of the house. Rashi stood, brushed the dirt from his hands, and headed back. An umbu wearing an animal mask waited silently by the door. Jonin Rashi, the voice came calmly from behind the mask. Hokage-sama requests your immediate presence at the Hokage office. Hokage office. Tsunade wasted no time explaining why she had summoned him. The Hidden Cloud delegation has arrived, she said. Dodai is leading them. They've already seen the situation outside the village. No objection so far. Their reaction was calm. During the initial talks with advisors Udatane and Mitokado, they were also very cooperative. Everything's proceeding smoothly. Rashi raised an eyebrow slightly. Before he left Kimogakure, Samui had been notably anxious about normalizing joint exams between the two villages. Had the Hidden Cloud truly refrained from pushing for more long-term concessions? If their real objective isn't the Chunin exams, Rashi said thoughtfully, then I assume they've come with something more concrete this time. Tsunade nodded. After confirming this year's exam arrangements, Dodai presented a new proposal on behalf of the Hidden Cloud. They want to establish an additional exchange mechanism, one focused on practical combat. The proposal is for an annual event lasting roughly a month, where both sides send selected Chunin and elite genin for sparring and combat exchange. After hearing this, Rashi couldn't help but laugh softly. So the exchange will be held at that venue outside Kimogakure, then. They weren't even pretending anymore, dropping the Chunin exam facade entirely and moving straight toward organized ninja combat competitions. Yes, Tsunade replied, rubbing her temple. If we accept this, the nature of the cooperation changes completely. These matches are essentially an arena. They're nothing like the Chunin exams. And that, Rashi knew, was exactly the point. The proposal from the Hidden Cloud village isn't entirely unworkable, Rashi said after a moment of thought. He met Tsunade's gaze and began laying out his reasoning. The key is not to overcomplicate things at the outset. We can start with a more flexible approach. A relatively stable option is to frame this practical exchange as a village-commissioned mission. Handled that way, the selection and deployment of participants' guarantees and post-mission pensions would all fall neatly within Konoha's existing administrative system. Working within established rules would spare the village from scrambling to invent new frameworks, and it would also make the arrangement easier for our shinobi to understand and accept. That said, Rashi continued, the question of where this exchange is held is still open. Based on Kimogakure's previous experience, and our own projections, once this activity matures, it could easily generate hundreds of millions in revenue. Even after accounting for various deductions, that's not a sum we can casually relinquish. If we allow Kimogakure to monopolize the venue long-term, we'd be handing over what could become the single largest source of profit. That doesn't align with Konoha's interests. He paused, then summarized his position. My recommendation is to tentatively agree to Kimogakure's proposal, while making venue arrangements and profit distribution the core points of negotiation. There are also several details that must be clearly defined. Konoha shinobi participating in these exchanges would not be operating under the Chunin exams framework, nor would their performance factor into rank promotions. As such, the village would need to pay mission rewards in accordance with standard dispatch procedures. That alone represents a substantial fixed cost. In addition, real combat exchanges will inevitably incur medical expenses, and in extreme cases, even long-term pensions. These risks must be accounted for in the total cost and clarified before any discussion of profit sharing. Konoha could not shoulder the manpower costs and operational risks, only to watch the majority of the profits flow to the Hidden Cloud by virtue of venue control. Beyond economics, another point in Kimogakure's proposal deserved careful scrutiny, the phrase, dispatching a certain number of good shinobi and elite genin. The term good shinobi was deliberately vague. In theory, it usually referred to Chunin. Strictly speaking, however, special jonin also fell under that category. The scope needed to be clearly defined to avoid future disputes. There were many such details still to be hammered out. For a semi-public, semi-performance combat exchange between two great ninja villages, the stakes went far beyond simple accounting. It involved external influence, implicit evaluations of each other's rising generation, and even clashes between different training philosophies and combat styles. Naturally, such matters could only be settled gradually at the formal negotiating table. Kumogakure's proposal is valuable, Tsunade said at last. She stood by the window, her eyes resting on the distant Hokage rock. If this succeeds, it could create a new kind of bond between Konoha and Kumogakure, one that goes beyond ordinary mission cooperation. Long-term, stable exchanges like this may allow our relationship to develop in a much steadier direction. She then turned to Rashi, her expression decisive. You represented Konoha in the Hidden Cloud previously and were well received. By protocol, the reception and liaison work for the Kumogakure delegation during their stay will fall to you. You've seen firsthand how they ran their Chunin exams, and you understand their operational thinking better than anyone else in the village. Your presence will also convey our sincerity. While advisors Yutane and Mitokado were undoubtedly experienced, this was their first time dealing with the full commercialization of ninja combat. Rashi, armed with both planning experience and first-hand observation, was the natural bridge between the two sides. I understand, Rashi replied. Leaving the Hokage office behind, he stepped into the corridor and walked out, already turning the coming negotiations over in his mind. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 190, No Suicidal Jutsu Training. Just as Rashi stepped out of the Hokage building, a familiar figure caught his eye. Yo. Captain. The purple-haired Kunoichi waved enthusiastically, a bright grin on her face. Rashi stopped short. He had been away in the land of lightning for nearly 2 months. During that time, Team 5 had effectively been on standby. Aside from Anko, who had remained in the village, the team hadn't taken on any major assignments. Anko either temporarily joined understaffed squads for low-level missions or managed her own schedule. In the end, she'd chosen to take leave and head out for independent training. You're back already? Rashi asked as she strode up to him in a few quick steps. Yep. Anko replied cheerfully. I just finished filing my return paperwork and was about to check what missions were available. Seriously, though, I almost thought I'd come back to the wrong village, she added, talking faster as excitement bubbled up. There's suddenly this huge construction site outside the gates. I heard it's for the Chunin exams. Which means it has to be your doing, right, Rashi? Her words tumbled out one after another. Rashi didn't interrupt, he simply listened. When she finally paused for breath, he asked calmly. So, how did the training go? Anko scratched her cheek with a finger, her expression turning thoughtful. I think I hit a bit of a wall. My taijutsu and movement speed didn't improve much. Orochimaru's snake-style ninjutsu, after all, relied heavily on physical modification, or worse, the development of cursed seals. That path wasn't open to Anko. As for ninjutsu, she perked up slightly. I've completely mastered Twin Snake's mutual death. Rashi's brow twitched. He lifted his hand and lightly rapped her on the head with his knuckles. There's no need to put that much effort into a technique designed for mutual destruction. Hee, but it's an S-rank ninjutsu, Anko laughed, shrinking her neck and deftly changing the subject. So, you just got out of a meeting, new mission. The Kumogakure envoy delegation has arrived, Rashi said briefly. The 5th Hokage assigned me to handle their reception. He glanced up at the sky, where the setting sun had begun to stain the horizon with warm colors. But there's no urgency. Formal talks can start tomorrow. Then he looked back at her. Since you're back from training, and Itachi isn't particularly busy right now. A get-together. Anko's eyes sparkled. Yes, Rashi confirmed. A get-together. The personnel changes within Konoha, especially the news that Rashi had formally taken charge of Kumo delegation duties, were never meant to be secret. It didn't take long for the Kumogakure delegation to learn of them. If Konoha were willing to agree outright, even if we conceded part of the profits, it would still benefit us, Dodai said with a hint of regret. But since he's involved, things won't be that simple. He personally witnessed the crowds during the matches and understands the real scale of the revenue. Negotiations won't be smooth. This time, Kumogakure deliberately avoided getting bogged down in the finer details of the Chunin exams themselves, instead presenting a frank and cooperative attitude. Their real objective lay elsewhere, securing swift agreement on the far more promising clause of practical combat exchanges. Konoha has already started building a new dedicated venue outside the village, Samui said evenly. And it's no small project. That alone tells us their leadership has clearly grasped the profits and influence at stake. There's no chance they'll casually give up hosting rights or dominance over profit distribution. Dodai nodded in agreement. Exactly. Once Iwagakure jumped in and began stirring the waters, insisting on tying all commercial operations exclusively to the traditional Chunin exams stopped making sense. Clinging to that framework would only risk losing our first finder's advantage. Reaching a consensus with Konoha and jointly opening a new competitive channel is far more beneficial for Kimogakure's long-term development and for maintaining initiative within the ninja world. He continued, laying out the logic for his companions. Konoha has a strong need for a stable external environment. Even if they push for a larger share of competition profits, as long as cooperation is secured and a stable exchange mechanism is established, we can still rely on our early experience and selective initiative to negotiate long-term terms favorable to Kimogakure. That was precisely why, after receiving Konoha's proactive invitation, Kimogakure had chosen not to press for leverage over Chunin exam details. Instead, they advanced a new proposal outright. Konoha had already demonstrated, through undeniable results, that its new generation continued to produce exceptional talent. With were now the worst possible option, and a competitive yet cooperative relationship becoming the long-term expectation, the real question was how Kimogakure could continue to extract tangible benefits from this evolving dynamic. The upcoming informal talks, Dodai said, turning his gaze to Samui, will be handled by you. The implication was clear. This wasn't just diplomacy, it was the opening move of a much longer game. The following day, outside the inn where the Kimogakure envoy delegation was staying in Konoha, Rashi arrived precisely at the appointed time. Only Samui stood at the entrance, waiting. Rashi-san, she greeted him with a slight nod. Rashi shook his head gently. Not this time. I'm not acting as the leader of a Konoha squad on an external mission. I'm here as reception staff for your delegation during your stay. Just call me Rashi, Samui-san. Samui glanced down Konoha's streets, her tone calm. Last time, you bought some local specialties from Kimogakure. This time, I'll trouble you to guide me. I'd like to experience Konoha's specialties as well. Konoha's specialties? That question genuinely stumped Rashi. What were Konoha's specialties again? Might Guy's jumpsuit? Noticing his brief hesitation, Samui raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Is it because Konoha has too many products, and it's hard to choose the most representative one? Ah, no, Rashi quickly discarded the odd thought and returned to his usual composure. To be honest, Konoha doesn't really have many famous export goods. After a moment's consideration, he added, that said, there are artisans in the village who specialize in masks, fox masks, and similar styles. Their craftsmanship is quite distinctive. If you don't mind, we could take a look. Masks. Samui nodded. That sounds fine. Please, lead the way. They walked side by side through Konoha's streets, passing the lively commercial district before turning into quieter alleys. Along the way, Samui's gaze swept across the masks displayed at shop entrances, solemn deities, smiling gods of fortune, fierce spirits, and playful faces. The variety was dazzling. She lingered, clearly intrigued. Finally, she stopped before one particular shop, lifted a pure white fox mask adorned with sharp crimson markings around the eyes, and studied it closely, the brushwork, the lacquer's sheen, the precision of its lines. After a brief moment, she gently returned it to its place. Leaving the artisan-filled alley behind, they continued down a more secluded path lined with trees. Foot traffic thinned, until only the soft rustling of leaves remained. Then Samui spoke again. Dispensing with small talk, she went straight to the heart of the matter. Rashi, she said evenly, regarding Kimogakure's proposal to establish a regular practical combat exchange, does Konoha currently have any preliminary stance or inclination? Genji found the present era unfamiliar. The revelation that the previous Mizukage had been controlled by Genjutsu was difficult to swallow, but this was the ninja world. Strange and terrifying abilities were hardly unprecedented. Compared to the power once wielded by the first Hokage, this incident was almost trivial. Still, Kirigakure's reputation had suffered greatly during that period. What truly unsettled Genji, however, was the sheer amount of money generated by something like the Chunin exams. Over 100 million ryo. How many high-level missions would that even require? An S-rank mission, at minimum, paid 1 million ryo. That meant 100 S-rank missions, completed successfully, just to match that figure. Even a small-scale local war might not incur direct mission expenses equivalent to 100 S-rank missions. The disparity was staggering. This new model's earning potential, far surpassing the traditional mission system, made it impossible for him to remain idle. Someone had to be sent to observe and understand how it worked. But choosing the right personnel to approach Konoha required caution. Ao, with his Byakugan, was out of the question. If Ao couldn't go, then Mei Terumi, the prime candidate for Mizukage, certainly couldn't either. The risk was unacceptable. Inform Zabuza and Gonbei, Genji ordered calmly. Have them prepared to represent Kirigakure on a visit to Konoha. Their mission is to formally inquire whether the Hidden Mist Village may participate in the Chunin exams jointly hosted by Konoha and Kimogakure. He paused, then added. More importantly, have them see, with their own eyes, how Konoha is preparing these exams. And, check out my Patreon for plus 60 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 191, let's renegotiate. Our position, Samui-san, you already sensed it the moment you saw the venue under construction outside the village. At present, there are only 3 points that truly need to be settled: the arrangement of the venue, the distribution of profits, and the specific scope of participants. That was all Rashi offered in response to her question. Without elaborating on any of the points, he smoothly shifted the conversation elsewhere. The details belong at the negotiating table. Konoha's scenery is quite different from Kimogakure's, and this season has its own charm. As she followed Rashi deeper toward the forest, Samui quietly turned over the 3 points he had raised. The venue. The message was clear: Konoha had no intention of allowing future exchange activities to be permanently anchored to Kimogakure's venue alone. Profit distribution. This was where negotiations would truly become difficult. With Kimogakure already possessing a completed arena and operational experience, Konoha would inevitably demand a share that reflected both its investment and standing. In truth, these two issues circled the same core: profit. And that was precisely the point on which neither side would easily yield. As for the third matter, Samui's gaze settled on Rashi's back as she spoke again. Rashi, does Konoha have any more concrete considerations regarding the scope of participants? This was a foundational issue, and likely the first point where consensus could be reached. Rashi didn't slow his pace. Chunin. He turned his head slightly, adding calmly, Chunin should be the upper limit. The answer was entirely within Samui's expectations. Jonin represented a village's high-end combat power, future Kage candidates. Their intelligence was too valuable to risk exposure, and it would be inappropriate to place them in a setting that resembled an arena spectacle. After that, their conversation drifted naturally. They spoke occasionally about the scenery along the road, or small details of daily life in Konoha. The atmosphere remained relaxed, and neither brought up negotiations again. It wasn't until Rashi escorted Samui back near the inn, and they passed once more by the alley lined with artisan shops, that he stopped. Please wait a moment, he said. He turned and entered the mask shop they had visited earlier. When he returned, he was holding the fox mask Samui had examined so carefully before. Consider this a small token of Konoha's goodwill, Rashi said, offering it to her. Entertainment expenses like this could be reimbursed according to regulations, and after all, he had received protein powder from the rakeage. It was only proper to reciprocate. He made that point explicit. When I was in Kimogakure, I received a gift from Rakeage-sama. Please take this as a return gesture. Samui looked at the fox mask for a moment, then accepted it. Thank you, she said simply. I'll take good care of it. You're welcome, Rashi replied with a nod. I'll meet your delegation tomorrow morning and accompany you for the next part of the tour. With that, the day's task was complete. Time to head home, and continue planting trees. As Rashi disappeared around the corner, Samui lifted the white fox mask in her hands, studying it. It does look pretty cool. While Kimogakure and Konoha continued their negotiations over the new exchange framework, Sunagakure finally abandoned its wait-and-see stance. Watching the relationship between Konoha and Kimogakure grow steadily closer, the hidden sand village chose to act. This time, the envoy wasn't Elder Chiyo. It was Baki. Yet even his arrival was overshadowed by another delegation that reached Konoha almost simultaneously. Zabuza Momochi. Hamura murmured as he read the report, a trace of emotion slipping into his voice. The demon of the hidden mist has come as well. With this, he added quietly, 4 of the 5 great shinobi villages have now openly expressed their intention to participate in the joint Chunin exams. The quiet game unfolding beneath the surface was no longer subtle. At this moment, the advisors, along with the long-retired Hiruzen Sarutobi, were all gathered in Tsunade's office. The unexpected arrival of the hidden mist delegation had pushed an already delicate situation into even more complicated territory. How is Kakashi's progress on integrating root? Koharu asked. Even if the main venue for September's Chunin exams is outside the village, the sheer number of foreign shinobi, especially those from the other 3 great shinobi villages, will inevitably increase internal security pressure. Our routine vigilance and defensive forces must be reinforced. There can be no gaps. Her implication was clear. If Kakashi's manpower proved insufficient, or if the integration was progressing too slowly, perhaps Danzo, though officially retired, could be temporarily brought back to oversee certain security operations. After all, root had been his domain for decades. Hiruzen took a slow draw from his pipe, his voice steady and low. I trust Kakashi. With Umbu coordinating, safeguarding the village won't be an issue. If it comes to that, he added, I will personally join Umbu patrols. Tsunade stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing out at the bustling streets of Konoha below. She didn't speak right away. In theory, there was no reason for concern. Last year's joint Chunin exams, hosted with 3 villages, had concluded without incident. This year merely added the hidden miss to the list. By all logic, they had more experience and more thorough preparations. And yet, nearly all of the 5 great ninja villages would now be gathered in one place. That sheer concentration of power made even Tsunade uneasy. Send word to Jiraiya, she said at last. Have him return as soon as possible. This isn't the time for him to be wandering around aimlessly. What had initially been a straightforward assignment quickly became something else entirely. Rashi, who had originally been tasked only with entertaining the Kumogakure delegation, found his workload spike sharply with the successive arrivals of envoys from the Hidden Sand and the Hidden Mist. Since the Kumogakure incident 2 years ago, Rashi had already been responsible for Konoha's primary diplomatic contact with Sunagakure. The Hidden Mist was much the same. To ease the mounting pressure, Tsunade reassigned Izumo and Kotetsu to assist him. Together with Anko, freshly returned from leave, they formed a small team to handle the daily reception and coordination duties for the various delegations. Formal negotiations with figures like Dodai were still led by advisors Koharu and Hamura. However, Rashi received detailed records and summaries immediately after each meeting. For the most critical issues, he would then submit written analyses and recommendations to Tsunade and the advisors, drawing on his own planning and long-term perspective. At the same time, he used informal settings to convey Konoha's expectations, or quietly test the other side's limits, through private conversations with Samui. After meeting a younger Zabuza, who had yet to claim the Kubikurabocho, and completing the initial courtesy exchange, Rashi began delegating some of the day-to-day responsibilities related to the Hidden Mist delegation. Those tasks were handed over to Izumo and Kotetsu. Requests from the Hidden Mist to inspect the still incomplete venue and to gain a deeper understanding of the Chunin exam's procedures and rules were well within the scope of Izumo and Kotetsu's experience, having participated in last year's exams themselves. As for Anko, she was more than capable of assisting with miscellaneous duties, and kept the atmosphere from becoming too stiff. With these arrangements in place, Rashi finally freed up a stretch of uninterrupted time. Time he would need to deal properly with Baki, the envoy from the Hidden Sand village. And that, he knew, would be a negotiation of an entirely different nature. Hokage Building, Conference Room. Baki sat rigidly in the guest chair, his back straight. Across from him, Rashi appeared far more at ease, posture relaxed, expression unhurried. It's been 2 years since we last met, Baki-san, Rashi said pleasantly. Indeed, Baki replied carefully. Jonin Rashi, your responsibilities seem far heavier than before. And Elder Ebizo and Elder Chiyo? Rashi asked. Are they well? Thank you for your concern, Baki answered patiently. Both elders remain in good health. He endured Rashi's polite, but clearly inconsequential, pleasantries for a while. Only when it became obvious that Rashi was perfectly content to let the small talk consume the allotted meeting time did Baki finally move to redirect the conversation. Regarding the upcoming joint Chunin exams and related matters, he said, his tone measured, Sunagakure has some new considerations we hope to discuss openly with Konoha, our ally. Rashi nodded slightly. Last year, Elder Chiyo indicated that Sunagakure would participate unconditionally in the joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha for 3 years, he said lightly. This is only the second. Baki's expression grew solemn. Though it may seem shameless to raise this now, for the sake of our village's future, Sunagakure hopes to renegotiate certain terms with Konoha. He paused briefly, then laid out his first point. By long-standing convention in the ninja world, joint Chunin exams are not meant to be held so frequently. The current pace exceeds what is normally required for inter-village exchange. Rashi replied calmly, conventions are conventions. But the agreement reached last year, whether written or spoken, did not explicitly restrict how often the exams could be held. Baki immediately followed, his tone easing. Precisely. That's why Sunagakure has no intention of accusing Konoha of violating the agreement. After all, he continued, the Chunin exams have clearly evolved into a major event, one that brings both prestige and tangible profit. Even if Konoha were to leverage the agreement and host the exams 3 or 4 times a year, as long as they possess the capability, such actions fall within a reasonable scope. We have no grounds to object. Then, at last, he revealed his real leverage. However, the treaty does not stipulate a minimum number of participants Sunagakure must dispatch each time, nor does it restrict our right to host our own Chunin exams. Sunagakure also has the facilities and capability to organize independent exams. Even if we cannot attract crowds on Konoha's scale, whether 300 or 500 visitors, it would still generate some profit. He met Rashi's gaze squarely. Compared to rigidly honoring an agreement that no longer offers future benefit, Sunagakure has no choice but to pursue a path with greater value. The words were polite. The implication was anything but. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 192, Root still has deeper layers. So, they'd changed their approach. Rashi saw it clearly. Sunagakure was no longer relying solely on a hard, even somewhat crude, posture when cornered, as they had in the past. Unfortunately for them, this new bargaining chip still wasn't strong enough, especially not this year, when the normally insular Hidden Mist had unexpectedly expressed interest in participating. Of course, judging from Zabuza's immediate request to inspect the venues and fully understand the procedures, Kirigakure's real goal was likely to establish its own system in the future. But that was a problem for later. For now, the Hidden Mist's involvement was a card firmly in Konoha's hand. And a usable card should be played while it still carried weight. Of course, Rashi said with an easy smile, his tone unusually accommodating. Sunagakure is free to host its own exams however it sees fit. After all, the Hidden Mist envoys have already arrived. With their participation, this year's Chunin exams should be especially exciting. Baki's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. The Hidden Mist's arrival had caught Sunagakure completely off guard. Even if Sunagakure adopted a passive stance this year, sending only the bare minimum of teams to fulfill appearances, the simple headline of 4 great ninja villages gather would be more than enough to drive Konoha's ticket sales and merchandise revenue through the roof. It might even surpass what Kimogakure had earned. For a fleeting moment, the thought of withdrawing entirely, of making a show of resolve, crossed Baki's mind. He crushed it just as quickly. Without sufficient leverage or follow-up measures, breaking an agreement to pressure a far stronger opponent, especially one currently holding the advantage, was nothing short of reckless. Konoha hadn't even played its most dangerous card yet. If they raised the prices of essential supplies by even a small margin, Sunagakure would be in for a brutal year. In the broader context of the ninja world, Konoha had already signed peace or ceasefire agreements with every major village. The overall atmosphere was shifting toward recovery and development. If Sunagakure were to disrupt that fragile balance now, they would almost certainly be the first to suffer. Without concrete expectations of success, they simply couldn't afford to take that risk. Seeing that Baki had no immediate counterarguments, Rashi abruptly shifted his tone. That said, Sunagakure's concerns aren't unreasonable. We simply hope to see a proposal grounded in reality, not a vague appeal. Baki-san, he added calmly, please take some time to consider this. Come back with a more concrete plan, and we can continue the discussion. With that, Rashi rose, signaling the end of the meeting. Anko, who had been quietly waiting in the corner, immediately followed. As they stepped into the empty corridor, Anko leaned closer and whispered, you were clearly shutting him down. Why soften at the end? Shutting him down? Rashi shook his head. No. There's no such thing as refuting someone at the negotiating table. Right now, the situation simply favors us. He doesn't have enough cards, and the ones he does have aren't good enough. The enormous profits generated by the commercialization of the Chunin exams could never remain the exclusive domain of Konoha, or even Konoha and the Hidden Cloud together. Once Konoha proved the model successful this year, the Hidden Mist would follow next year. Sunagakure would find its own workaround sooner or later. The same applied to the new combat exchange being negotiated with Kimogakure. Even if they enjoyed the benefits for a year, what then? Other villages weren't fools. Even without Konoha or Kimogakure's influence, they could still organize similar events within their own spheres, perhaps smaller in scale, but enough to draw attention. At that point, the ninja world would be flooded with combat exchanges and elite tournaments, diluting interest, fragmenting the market, and reducing overall profits for everyone. That outcome benefited no one. It would be far better to act now, while the structure was still forming and Konoha and Kimogakure held the first-mover advantage, to establish a more orderly framework for competition and cooperation. If Konoha, Sunagakure, and the Hidden Cloud could first reach a preliminary consensus on frequency, scale, and profit distribution, then bringing in the Hidden Mist, already interested, would be far easier. And once a relatively stable cooperative model among 4 great ninja villages emerged, what, then, would Iwagakure do? At that point, Inoki would be forced to seriously consider whether remaining outside this newly forming system was truly in his village's best interest. You look a lot more tired than you did a few days ago, Rashi. Rashi didn't bother denying it. Reaching an agreement with Sunagakure isn't exactly easy, Samui. He shifted the topic naturally, gesturing toward the bowls in front of them. That said, if I had to recommend something truly worth trying in Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen would be near the top of the list. A lot of villagers come here regularly. After reaching a tentative, we'll talk again once there's a concrete proposal. Understanding with Baki, Rashi's workload had eased, at least a little. Today, he was once again accompanying Samui. After showing her the areas of Konoha open to foreign shinobi, he suggested stopping by one of the village's most famous eateries. Samui hadn't refused. And so they ended up at Ichiraku Ramen. This place could genuinely be called a Konoha specialty. Even when the village had been leveled by Pain's Shinra Tensei, Ichiraku had become even bigger. It was also, though neither of them mentioned it, the favorite food of a future hero. The flavor is quite distinctive, Samui said after tasting the broth. And it's very rich. On the surface, she was commenting on the ramen. Inwardly, however, she was dissecting Rashi's earlier words. Konoha reaching an agreement with Sunagakure. Was he implying that even without deeper cooperation from the hidden cloud, Konoha still had other powerful partners to lean on? Sunagakure was, after all, a great ninja village, and compared to Kimogakure, far easier for Konoha to influence, coordinate with, or even partially control. From a purely commercial and entertainment perspective, Sunagakure's world-famous puppet techniques, complex, precise, and visually striking, were also highly appealing. They could easily be incorporated into exhibitions or performance segments. Of course, the cost-benefit ratio was another matter. High-grade puppets were expensive to construct, and damage during real combat meant staggering repair or replacement costs. Far less economical than shinobi fighting shinobi. Still, those costs could theoretically be offset by event revenue. In just a few seconds, Samui weighed the potential variables, how Sunagakure's deeper involvement, or strategic concessions, might affect the bilateral cooperation Konoha and Kimogakure were currently planning. She was carefully choosing her next words, aiming to probe without seeming overeager. When the curtain at the shop entrance was pushed aside, 2 more customers entered. They were Konoha shinobi, a man and a woman. Boss, ramen, HM. Asuma Sarutobi stopped mid-sentence, his gaze landing on Rashi and the woman beside him. Rashi. Asuma-senpai, Rashi greeted him with a nod. Looks like you've returned from border rotation duty. He then turned to the black-haired Kunoichi beside Asuma and nodded politely. Yuhi-senpai. Asuma cleared his throat, suddenly looking less enthusiastic about sitting down. Kurinai Yuhi knew Rashi well enough, her longtime friend Guy had once been assigned to a temporary squad with him. Even Asuma's return to the village this time had been indirectly connected to Rashi's work. Hello, Rashi, Kurinai said with a gentle smile. Her eyes then naturally shifted to Samui. And this is the Kimogakure envoy, Jonin Samui, Rashi explained. The village assigned me to host her. With Kurinai already settling in, Asuma had little choice but to suppress his unease and take a seat as well. Both greeted Samui, who returned their courtesy with a polite nod, quietly setting aside the reply she'd been preparing for Rashi moments earlier. The ramen here is really good, Kurinai said warmly to Samui. It is, Samui agreed succinctly. Seeing that Rashi didn't seem bothered by their presence, Asuma continued the conversation. Yeah, the border rotation just wrapped up, so I came back to rest for a bit. He left out the real reason. With the Chunin exams approaching, and the situation growing increasingly complex, the village had deliberately recalled several experienced jonin to reinforce Konoha's core defenses. With a foreign envoy present, there was no reason to elaborate on internal security adjustments. Rashi, however, appeared completely unaware of the atmosphere. He leisurely finished the remaining noodles in his bowl, chatting casually with Asuma and Kurinai about mundane matters within the village. From time to time, he would smoothly draw Samui into the conversation as well, asking harmless questions about Kimogakure, its climate, common foods, and everyday customs. Although the 2 Konoha jonin didn't quite understand why Rashi, who was clearly handling important official business, had shifted his focus from the Kimogakure envoy to them, they did their best to follow along, keeping the small talk flowing and avoiding any awkward silence. Samui, meanwhile, only interjected occasionally. She made a conscious effort not to dwell on Rashi's earlier remark about Konoha reaching an agreement with Sunagakure. She finished her ramen quickly. When Rashi set down his chopsticks as well, she took the opportunity to suggest that it was getting late and that she wished to return to the inn to rest. Rashi immediately stood, offering to escort her back without hesitation. As their figures disappeared behind the shop's curtain, Kurinai turned to Asuma with a teasing smile. You looked a little intimidated by Rashi just now. Not at all, Asuma replied too quickly, his expression awkward. After a moment, he sighed and lowered his voice. It's just, the last time I saw him, I made a complete fool of myself as his senpai. I caused trouble for his mission. That's why it feels uncomfortable. Kurinai laughed softly. You even looked like you wanted to turn around and run the moment you saw him. Ahem. Asuma coughed, then changed the subject. That guy really is busy, though. It looks like he's still handling matters with Sunagakure and the Hidden Mist, and on top of that, he's privately dealing with Kimogakure. Kurenai nodded, her smile fading slightly. Just now, he was probably applying pressure to the Kimogakure side. That's why he deliberately ignored his guest and kept talking to us instead. Asuma blinked. Is that so? He hasn't changed at all. Still calculating. Kurenai glanced at him. Careful, Asuma. As his senpai, you shouldn't say things like that. Besides, she added more quietly, Kakashi's the same. He hasn't shown his face in a long time since taking on his new assignment. After Danzo handed over a list of spies and the location of a hidden intelligence warehouse, Kakashi had remained stationed at the Root base. The list detailed Root's long-term intelligence operatives embedded across the other 4 great nations, as well as several smaller countries. The warehouse itself stored years of intelligence gathered through various channels, some accurate, some false, much of it speculative. Calling it critical would be an exaggeration. But dismissing it as worthless would also be wrong. Scattered among the noise were fragments of information that could still prove useful. As for whether this represented everything Root had concealed, Kakashi had once again employed Yamato's positioning method. As long as there was no trace of would-release experimentation or any mention of Orochimaru, it meant the truly important material was still missing. The results matched his expectations. Danzo had withheld the core. Which, by extension, meant that both the completeness and the authenticity of the spy list he had handed over were highly questionable. After confirming these points, Kakashi requested an audience with Tsunade. When he entered the Hokage office and saw Rashi present as well, he wasn't surprised. Nor did he hide anything. He reported his findings and conclusions plainly. Based on the current investigation, Kakashi said evenly, it can be confirmed that Danzo still retains a significant portion of Root's core intelligence network and classified archives. He paused. Root still has deeper layers. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 193, No Talent in Konoha. Rashi had originally been reporting to Tsunade on the situations in Sunagakure and Kyumo. Among the two, Kyumogakure's stance was the clearer one. They were extremely firm on the issue of the venue. The first event had to be held in the Hidden Cloud. In exchange, they were willing to allocate Konoha a share of the ticket revenue. The problem was that the proposed share fell short of Konoha's expectations. That was why Rashi was here today. After all, Kyumogakure had been the one to proactively propose the idea in the first place. It would be far too crude to say outright, we plan to abandon you and work with someone else instead. So the only option was to raise the price, slowly and methodically. In the end, Kyumogakure would still be the preferred partner. They were the most active, the most prepared, and, crucially, the disagreement wasn't truly about money. That wasn't the core conflict between the two villages. However, if Konoha conceded too much on key interests during the very first collaboration, every subsequent negotiation would become far more passive, and far more painful. This back and forth was necessary. It wasn't about winning immediately, but about making the other side clearly understand Konoha's bottom line. In any case, a new form of combat exchange competition, from its overall framework and rule-setting to promotion and preparation, would require a significant amount of time. It certainly wouldn't be completed within the year. Both sides had plenty of room to negotiate at a measured pace. Rashi's report had just concluded when Kakashi arrived to brief them on the follow-up investigation into Root. Neither Rashi nor Tsunade showed much surprise when Kakashi confirmed that Danzo still retained Root's core secrets and influence. After all, this was Danzo. The difference now was that he no longer held the position of advisor. Continuing to dig into Root would therefore be far less politically complicated. Personnel cost money. Bases cost money. Tsunade tapped her fingers lightly against the desk, thinking aloud. The Shimura clan owns a considerable number of businesses within Konoha. In theory, tracing their financial flows isn't impossible. She paused, then shook her head. But now isn't the right time. Recently, Koharu had suggested temporarily bringing Danzo out of retirement to assist with security during the Chunin exams. When facing complex situations, the two advisors still trusted Danzo's ability to handle problems more than most. Let's wait a little longer, Tsunade decided. We'll deal with this year's Chunin exams first. After that, we can continue digging. Yes, Kakashi replied, then moved on to another matter. Regarding the youths and children currently undergoing training within Root. Most of them have already had the cursed seals on their tongues, which prevents them from disclosing Root's classified information. Beyond that, based on initial physical examinations and psychological evaluations, there are no severe abnormalities. In the future, should we consider allowing these children to leave Root's closed environment, enter the ninja academy, receive formal education, and attempt to integrate into normal village life. Tsunade didn't hesitate. Yes. Verify each child's background and current condition. Compile a confirmed list and submit it. I'll notify the academy to prepare for their intake in advance. Yes. Kakashi answered sharply this time. The exposed eye beneath his forehead protector seemed to carry a rare spark of emotion. During the investigation into Root, even with most of the darkness still concealed by Danzo, what had already been uncovered was heavy enough to weigh on anyone. The chance for these children to step out of that darkness and into the light was one of the few parts of this mission that genuinely eased Kakashi's heart. The silver-haired Jonin departed to arrange the transfer procedures to the Ninja Academy. The office fell temporarily silent. Tsunade leaned back in her wide chair, exhaustion finally showing as she nearly collapsed into it. So, she said after a moment, we're back to the Chunin exams again. Originally, we planned to use only a survival assessment in the Forest of Death to screen our own genin. But this year, there aren't any suitable candidates. And without a large-scale survival assessment in a complex environment like the Forest of Death, it'll be difficult to properly observe and evaluate the strength of the genin team sent by the other 3 great ninja villages during the early stages. The first phase of this year's Chunin exams will likely still retain the Forest of Death. She exhaled slowly. However, the joint exam we originally planned with Sunagekure was never meant to grow to this scale. But this time, it's the 4 great ninja villages. Tsunade exhaled slowly. To be honest, if we don't want Konoha's showing to be downright embarrassing, we may have to let Kosuke Mariboshi participate. A joint Chunin exams involving 4 great ninja villages was no small affair. Worse still, it was being held on Konoha's home ground. If Konoha's own representatives performed poorly, or were eliminated early, the optics would be disastrous. And yet, Kosuke was simply too old. What made Tsunade hesitate most was the implication, someone of that age and strength still wearing the title of genin. If he appeared, it would only invite ridicule, mockery that Konoha's promotion system was stagnant, decayed, and incapable of recognizing talent. Perhaps, we could consider letting Tenzo participate, Rashi said from the side. The idea had only occurred to him moments earlier, when Kakashi mentioned the children raised within Root. Tenzo. Tsunade straightened instantly. But he's... Rashi continued calmly, he was raised directly by Root in his early years, then transferred to Umbu. His career never followed the standard path, he didn't graduate from the Ninja Academy, nor did he ever participate in a public Chunin selection. His promotions were handled internally through Root and Umbu mission evaluations, with direct approval from the Hokage. From an official registration standpoint, Rashi concluded, he doesn't formally possess the rank of Chunin or Jonin. Letting him participate in the Chunin exams doesn't create a conflict of a high-ranking shinobi competing in a lower-tier examination. Tsunade's eyes lit up immediately. She slammed her palm onto the desk. That's right. Now that you mention it, his entire service record is special approval and Umbu assignment. The official archives really do skip the Chunin exam step. Good. Then it's settled. Tenzo will participate in this year's Chunin exams. Mid-sentence, her expression shifted as another thought struck her. Her fingers began tapping rapidly against the table. Wait, there are still quite a few shinobi like him left en route. They were all trained internally, never went through a unified public exam, and had their ranks advanced directly with Hokage authorization. Now that Root had been officially reclaimed and placed under Kakashi's supervision, completing the formal Chunin exams process for these special case shinobi was no longer optional. It was both a formal confirmation of their status and a critical step in fully integrating Root's remnants into Konoha's standard system. With that realization, Tsunade felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The problem of strong candidates for the coming year's Chunin exams, something that had been quietly worrying her, was suddenly much less pressing. Ironically, Danzo's long-standing practice of isolating Root had, through an unexpected twist of fate, solved a very real problem for Konoha. Tsunade's concerns had found a solution. Inoki's, however, had not. He had long been mentally prepared for Sunagekure and Kimogakure to participate in Konoha's exams, just as they had last year. This year, after witnessing the sheer revenue potential of the Chunin exams, even if the hidden cloud later turned hostile over profit distribution, they would first wait and see how the situation developed. That much, Inoki could accept. But the hidden mist's sudden involvement threw everything into disarray. He hadn't even made a move yet, so how had Iwagakure ended up feeling subtly isolated by the other 4 great ninja villages all at once? Worse still, Iwagakure's own announcement, to host Chunin exams in September, had already gone public. Should I cancel it? The thought crept in. No. He dismissed it immediately. That would turn Iwagakure into a laughingstock. For the first time since ascending to the position of Tsuchikage, Inoki found himself truly stuck, caught between pride, timing, and a rapidly shifting ninja world that no longer waited for anyone to make up their mind. This man was not arrogant. But he was not kind, either. Samui was certain of that. He wasn't lazy, his ability to juggle diplomacy with multiple villages at once during this period proved as much. Nor was he particularly diligent. Once a project reached its designated phase objective, he would immediately withdraw, refusing to waste energy on anything he deemed unnecessary. Today only reinforced that impression. After negotiations between Konoha and Kyumo had essentially been finalized, he no longer went out of his way to accompany her on tours, nor did he employ subtle pressure or probing tactics. "Samui," he asked evenly, "is there anywhere else you'd like to visit?" "As a Konoha shinobi, that isn't a question you should be asking me, Rashi-san." He paused, then replied honestly, "My apologies. I've already shown you everything I know. Konoha doesn't actually have that many unique attractions." "Then let's leave it at that." Samui didn't name a destination. Instead, she turned and walked in a random direction. Rashi followed quietly, always maintaining a distance of about 1 step, neither intrusive nor distant. After some time, her shoulders began to ache. She stopped at a small riverside park, found a clean bench, and sat down to rest. Rashi didn't sit. He stood nearby, gazing at the flowing water, his eyes calm to the point of emptiness. There was a limit to mental endurance, even more so for ordinary people. Once that limit was exceeded, the mind slipped into a hollow, detached state. Sunagakure had already been handled. When he spoke with Chiyo last year, he had anticipated much of what would happen this year. The only miscalculation was the trigger. He hadn't expected the commercialization of the Chunin exams to be the catalyst. But the outcome was largely the same. What had changed was the method. Originally, the plan had been Sunagakure luxury goods in exchange for Konoha bulk supplies. Now, it had become allocating a share of joint Chunin exam profits, then purchasing necessities at market price. Different paths. Same leverage. If Gaara had been in power, things might have been simpler. That Ichibi Jinchuriki, discarded since childhood, was ironically one of the few who truly understood Sunagakure's position in the ninja world, unburdened by layered schemes and hollow pride. Still, neither the negotiations with Sunagakure nor the informal dealings with Kimogakure were enough to exhaust him like this. The real drain came from something else entirely. While he dealt with diplomacy outside, a shadow clone at home was conducting continuous tree cultivation experiments. Every evening, when he returned and dispersed the clone, bang, a flood of experimental data crashed into his mind. It felt as though his life had suddenly been overfilled. "Rashi," Samui said, glancing at him, "if you're not feeling well, you don't need to force yourself to stay here with me." "Ah, no, it's fine." His voice drifted slightly. "Just standing here, feeling the breeze, it's nice." "That kind of perfunctory attitude isn't very appealing," Samui said bluntly. "My apologies, Samui-san." There wasn't the slightest hint of apology in his tone. His gaze remained unfocused, as though fixed on the river, or perhaps something far beyond it. "By the way," he added, "there's something I'd like to ask. It might be a little presumptuous." "If you already know that," Samui replied coolly, "then I suggest you don't ask. It shouldn't involve village secrets or sensitive matters." She considered this for a few seconds. Given the gradually easing relationship between the two villages, she gave a cautious nod. "As long as it doesn't involve information my village explicitly forbids sharing, you may ask." Rashi finally turned his gaze toward her. "Legends," he said quietly. "In the Land of Lightning, are there legends about the Sage of Six Paths? And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 194, 194, Ninja World's Tricky Phase. Samui's eyelids lowered slightly. "That question touches on matters I cannot speak about, Rashi-san. However, since you've already raised it, whether I answer yes or no, certain conclusions would still be drawn." She paused, then met his gaze calmly. "So I can state this clearly, yes, such legends do exist." Her voice cooled a fraction. "And for the record, Rashi-san, asking presumptuous questions isn't very cool." "Then let me change the subject to something with fewer implications," Rashi said smoothly, accepting the rebuke without resistance. "Regarding legends about trees, are there any from the Land of Lightning that can be shared with outsiders?" Trees. This had nothing to do with the Sage of Six Paths relics, nor did it touch upon Kimogakure's classified matters. Given the current relationship between the two villages, it wasn't an unacceptable topic. According to legend, Samui began, her tone returning to its usual cool composure, "In the distant past of the Land of Lightning, there existed a peculiar tree. It was said that this tree produced a special sap. When used to irrigate farmland, it could yield harvests far beyond anything ordinary soil could produce." She continued without embellishment. "But it was also considered a cursed tree. Crops nourished by that sap would slowly erode those who consumed them. People would fall ill in strange ways, weaken over time, and eventually die prematurely. The legend ends with a sage destroying the tree, eradicating the source of the calamity. A branch of the divine tree, in the land of lightning. His earlier movements had been limited to areas around Kimobukure. Next time he entered the land of lightning, he would have to look more carefully. Samui glanced sideways at him. Speaking of trees, Konoha is the village most closely associated with them, isn't it, Rashi? Listening to stories from other lands often brings new perspectives, Rashi replied mildly. In that case, Samui said, Rashi, do you have any legends from the land of fire you'd be willing to share? Rashi frowned slightly. Famous stories from the land of fire. Ika Ika Paradise. Samui's temperature dropped several degrees in an instant. That sounds like a vulgar and harassing piece of literature, she said flatly. That's not cool at all, Rashi. The author of that harassing literature had already returned to Konoha. The clothing worn by Zetsu has been confirmed as the standard uniform of the Akatsuki, Jiraiya reported, arms crossed, his expression uncharacteristically serious. The Akatsuki is active across the entire ninja world, recruiting powerful rogue ninja. Kakuzu, who appeared on our eastern border before, has also been confirmed as one of their members. He continued, voice steady. If Zetsu is part of Akatsuki, then the Madara operating behind him belongs to the same organization. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat at the head of the room. To either side were Koharu and Hamura, with Hiruzen seated nearby. Hamura adjusted his glasses and asked, Jiraiya, besides Kakuzu, Zetsu, and that Madara, do we have intelligence on other Akatsuki members? Jiraiya shook his head. Hiruzen spoke slowly, smoke curling from his pipe. September will be the most critical period for Konoha's defenses. If Madara intends to act, that will be the time. Koharu added, then Uzumaki Naruto must be placed under strict protection during that period. It was the fastest way to inflict catastrophic damage on Konoha, even now, with would release users present. Jiraiya glanced toward the third Hokage. And Uchiha and Jin. Has he been completely discarded? Hyuga Kamen and Hyuga Tsukimi are monitoring him in shifts, Hiruzen replied. So far, there has been no unusual movement. He exhaled slowly. That Madara has likely abandoned him. Obito wanted to act. Even if he couldn't absorb the Uchiha hardliners into Akatsuki to tighten his control over the organization, he could at least take their eyes. But he had no opening. Once Konoha became aware of his existence, and stabilized its internal situation, any attempt to move grew exceedingly difficult. The updated barrier system couldn't stop Kamui. But Uchiha Shursui within the village, combined with constant Byakugan surveillance, was another matter entirely. Individually, neither was insurmountable. Together, they formed a net that could only be torn apart with brute force. If he wanted to move, he would need allies more hostile to Konoha, forces willing to cross lines without hesitation. Danzo was effectively buried, pressed into the earth with no chance of crawling back out. Even if the darkness of Konoha still struggled and writhed, Orochimaru had seen this outcome long ago. Once Konoha's power structure underwent a fundamental shift, once Tsunade seized control and began methodically severing Danzo's influence, his defeat was inevitable. That said, Orochimaru had never been particularly interested in Konoha's internal power struggles. The same was true of the surface-level turbulence currently rippling through the ninja world. Over the past year, his forbidden techniques had reached maturity. His foundational research into Uchiha flesh, blood, and ocular power had also come to a temporary conclusion. As for the Sharingan itself, without a compatible bloodline, it held little meaning for him. Worse, such eyes would only become a burden. What he sought now was a young, promising vessel, one naturally endowed with a powerful bloodline limit. The deeper his research progressed, the more acutely he grasped the terrifying weight of bloodlines in this world. They were chasms carved at birth, gaps that effort and perseverance alone could rarely cross. The pinnacle that countless shinobi might reach after a lifetime of brutal training was merely the starting line for some bloodline heirs. Even he, Orochimaru, had once been defeated in an instant in the original timeline, felled by a single glance. That was the Uchiha's power. A terror inherited at birth. His golden eyes slid toward the corner of the room as the ground rippled. Zetsu rose soundlessly from the earth. So it's you, Orochimaru drawled. Another order from the Mizukage this time. White Zetsu grinned cheerfully. Not this time. Lord Mizukage has been rather busy lately. Black Zetsu's voice followed, low and heavy. We are here on behalf of the Akatsuki, to formally invite you. Orochimaru's smile was thin. And what, pray tell, can you offer me? Protection, Black Zetsu replied. The kind a rogue ninja requires. During missions, you follow the organization's directives. Outside of that, you are free to act as you please. Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. Very well. I accept. Danzo was nearly finished, and the channels Orochimaru had cultivated within Konoha were becoming increasingly unstable. New avenues for resources were necessary. His research, and his ambitions, demanded them. And besides, Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Zetsu as his long tongue slowly traced his lips. This organization, and its members, were themselves exquisite research material. One by one, the envoys from the various villages departed, returning home to make their final preparations and select personnel. With the burden finally lifted, Rashi was free to redirect his attention to his own work. Unfortunately, his tree-planting experiment had once again reached a dead end. For the time being, he could not obtain more suitable samples of tailed beast chakra. His options remained limited to the 4 tails and 5 tails, hardly ideal materials. As for new seed sources, traveling to the land of lightning personally was out of the question. During this sensitive period, even if he could decline missions, leaving the village would only invite unnecessary complications. With no way to refresh his experimental materials, the only remaining option was to seek a breakthrough in methodology. Conveniently, or perhaps inevitably, from a cold, research-oriented perspective, there was a suitable reference sample within the village itself. Sora's corpse. Tsunade frowned slightly when she heard Rashi's request. You want to study the 9 tails chakra? She paused, then corrected herself. No, your real target is the vessel, isn't it? To be precise, Rashi replied calmly, I'm interested in the mechanism by which tailed beast chakra resides within a living body, how it continuously regenerates, and how it mutates when subjected to external catalysts. There was no need to hide his intent. If the request crossed a line, Tsunade would reject it outright. Sora's case is extremely tricky, Tsunade said, folding her hands atop the desk. After his remains were recovered, I personally conducted a full examination. That meant Kazuma, his ideology was unhinged, but his grasp of sealing techniques was unconventional, yet impressive. Even after Sora was fed to the box of paradise and forcibly altered through that violent process, traces of the 9 tails chakra and several complex sealing structures still remained. She studied Rashi for a few seconds, her gaze sharp. What is it? She asked. After playing with my grandfather's cells, you've developed an interest in this field. No, Rashi answered without hesitation. I'm interested in tailed beast chakra itself. This may provide a new angle for my would-release research. Suit yourself, Tsunade said, raising an eyebrow. But let me ask you something. You only began systematically studying theory last year. Do you really think you can grasp something as extreme as Sora's case? There was no attempt to hide the doubt in her eyes. Rashi was diligent, capable, but he was no prodigy, no once-in-a-generation genius. Anomalies involving advanced sealing techniques, residual tailed beast chakra, and contamination from the box of paradise were far beyond the reach of a lone researcher at his current level. He fell silent for a moment, carefully reviewing his progress over the past year. Then he gave his honest answer. I don't think I can. Tsunade let out a soft laugh, crossed her arms, and leaned back comfortably in her chair. Well then, she drawled, do you know what you're supposed to do next? Rashi lowered his head slightly, adopting a posture of impeccable humility. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with the analysis, Lady Tsunade. The Senju princess's lips curved upward. Go on, she said lazily. Say a few more nice things. Lower your head a bit further. 2 years to prepare a return gift, and now he finally came begging. She cleared her throat and deliberately put on a stern expression. Come on. Repeat after me. Lady Tsunade, this humble one has committed countless disrespectful and unforgivable sins in recent years and deserves to die. Hurry up, are you still hunting for prey? His golden snake eyes flickered as several names and silhouettes passed through his mind. There are candidates, he said softly. More than one. But how to find them, and how to persuade them? His smile widened. That is a problem the Akatsuki will have to solve on its own. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 195, 195, Anoki hires Akatsuki. The faint blue glow of the preservation fluid bathed the interior of the transparent container in cold light. Sora's remains floated quietly within, his body wrapped in layers of sealing bandages. Konoha's preservation techniques were meticulous, even after a full year, his appearance remained almost unchanged. Yet the stillness was only skin-deep. Unlike the lifeless exterior, the cellular data displayed on the monitoring instruments told a very different story. Deep within the tissue, abnormal fluctuations persisted, faint, stubborn traces of the 9 tails chakra. Rashi's gaze lingered on the screen, his expression thoughtful as he traced the meaning behind those numbers and waveforms. Tailed beasts. Tsunade's voice sounded beside him. She studied the data for a moment before suddenly asking, how much do you actually understand about them? By conventional theory, Rashi replied, tailed beasts are chakra-based life forms. They possess flesh and form, but those bodies are not naturally born, they are constructs formed by chakra itself. As a result, their physical bodies can be destroyed. However, as long as their chakra information remains intact, the tailed beast itself cannot be erased. Once the body disperses, it will eventually reform. From that perspective, the so-called immortality of tailed beasts bore a fundamental resemblance to techniques like Edo Tensei. As long as the core information remained untouched, the destruction of the vessel meant nothing more than a temporary pause. Tsunade nodded slowly. That's the orthodox understanding. And from it came the countermeasure every village eventually adopted, sealing jutsu. Early sealing techniques focused on suppression, forcing chakra from an active state into dormancy. Tailed beast seals began the same way. But later, when combined with the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, a more advanced approach emerged. The core shifted from simple suppression to what can be called form reversal, forcibly dismantling the chakra-constructed body of a tailed beast and reverting it to a purely non-physical chakra state. Whether that chakra is sealed into an artifact or into a human body to create a jinchuriki, the principle is the same. She paused, her gaze sharpening. But tailed beasts are not inert masses of chakra. They are enormous energy aggregates with fully developed self-awareness. That's why the vessel must be exceptionally strong. Suitable artifacts are rare, difficult to create, and even harder to maintain. In comparison, ninja with immense chakra reserves and strong mental fortitude became the more practical choice. Her eyes shifted to the pale, bandage-wrapped face floating inside the container. And the method Kazuma used. Tsunade closed her eyes briefly. That was taking a shortcut on an entirely different level. She turned to Rashi. He didn't confront a complete tailed beast, one with a mature consciousness, and forcibly reshape it. What Kazuma acquired were fragments of the Nine Tails chakra. He implanted the chakra directly into Sora's body, using the host's own consciousness, combined with sealing techniques, to nurture and restrain it. But the Nine Tails chakra is inherently aggressive and invasive. Over time, it inevitably alters the host's body, forcing it to mutate toward a form capable of containing, or even expressing, that power. If everything went perfectly, it might have produced a new entity akin to the Nine Tails itself. She exhaled softly. But with the true Nine Tails consciousness still sealed within Naruto, that outcome was never guaranteed. The more likely result. Tsunade opened her eyes, her voice turning cold, was the creation of another uncontrollable monster. Rashi remained silent, absorbing her words. A conscious vessel, combined with sealing jutsu. The thought settled heavily in his mind, opening a door to possibilities he wasn't sure he should be exploring. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. In the end, Anoki chose to proceed with Iwagakure's joint Chunin exams as originally planned. Konoha's so-called Four Villages alliance was undeniably a spectacular display. The political pressure and public attention it generated forced him to weigh his options again and again. But backing out now would only turn Iwagakure into a laughingstock. The damage to morale and reputation would likely outweigh the sense of isolation that came from standing alone against a four-village alignment. More importantly, this alliance, built around the Chunin exams, was not a military pact. It carried no immediate aggression or existential threat. Had it been a true martial coalition, Anoki would have had no choice but to bow, no matter how much his back ached. As things stood, he judged it to be a temporary convergence, other villages acting out of short-term curiosity, profit, and observation. Konoha might ride this year's momentum with a flashy gimmick, but whether such a massive spectacle could be sustained next year remained an open question. Even if this trend continued, Iwagakure could still finish its own exams first and adjust its strategy afterward. And even if the western lands were poorer, they weren't barren. A few thousand spectators could always be gathered. The promise of a grand event, especially one branded in opposition to the Four Villages alliance, would still draw attention, particularly from the Land of Earth's local nobility. With careful pricing and sufficient promotion, creating a lively atmosphere was not impossible. Losing face and appearing isolated will hurt morale, Anoki muttered. But as for everything else, no matter what, we'll endure this year first. His thoughts drifted. Akatsuki, using them worked well before. The rivalry and maneuvering of the 5 great shinobi villages had little to do with the smaller ones. After 3 great ninja wars, the overall structure of the ninja world had long since solidified. How much Kimogakure earned, or how grand Konoha's alliance appeared, meant little to them. They were participants in name only, NPCs in someone else's game, sharing none of the ticket revenue, and enjoying none of the hidden benefits granted to the hosts. For these minor villages, the Chunin exams were not an opportunity but an obligation. They attended out of necessity and chose sides with extreme caution. After the Land of Grass publicly declared exclusive participation in Konoha's exams, yet secretly sent a team to the Land of Earth without drawing condemnation from either side, Takigakure quickly followed suit, adopting an almost identical strategy. That left Amigakure. Publicly, it announced participation in both exams, making it the only visible fence-sitter. On the surface, it seemed awkward. Yet no one openly challenged them. After all, Amigakure was believed to possess Hanzo the Salamander, the so-called demigod. Neither Konoha nor Iwagakure was eager to provoke that legend. Amigakure. There was no rain today. Heavy, lead-gray clouds hung low over the city, and the air was thick, damp, and oppressive. Pain, Tendo, stood atop the tallest tower, unmoving. His orange hair did not stir, and his Rinnegan gazed coldly at the flow of people threading through the steel frameworks and pipe-laced streets below. Paper fluttered, gathered, and folded into form. Konan landed silently behind him. Anoki has sent a secret envoy, she said. Pain did not turn. What does he want? Konan's voice remained soft. He wants the organization to act during Konoha's Chunin exams, to carry out destructive operations and plunge the event into chaos. Research on Sora continued steadily until August, when teams from the various Shinobi villages once again began arriving in Konoha. The written examination phase of the joint Chunin exams was officially abolished. From this year onward, it would no longer be part of the public exam schedule, instead serving as an internal screening process conducted independently by each village. Out of caution, Konoha chose to retain the Forest of Death assessment. Its purpose was clear, to evaluate the true strength of the personnel dispatched by the other villages. To prevent the survival test from affecting either the spectacle or the physical condition of the examinees in the main matches, the Forest of Death stage was scheduled earlier than usual. Anko was temporarily seconded as one of the examiners for this phase. As for Yamato, since it had already been decided that he would participate, he was temporarily withdrawn from Umbu duty. From this point on, he would officially appear under the name Yamato. Inside the Hokage office, Shizen stood with a thick stack of documents in her arms, delivering the final pre-exam report. Taunton remained quietly by her feet. Sunagakure has dispatched 33 participants. Hidden Mist, 9. Kumogakure, 30. Kusa, 18. Amigakure, 15. Tsunade sat behind her desk, listening intently. Hiruzen occupied a nearby sofa, his pipe long extinguished but still held in his hand out of habit. Koharu and Hamura sat alongside them, their expressions focused. There are 10,000 seats in the audience, Shizen continued, flipping a page. Excluding the reserved section for the daimyo and his entourage, all remaining tickets have been completely sold out. She reported the projected total revenue from ticket sales, a figure impressive enough to briefly silence the room. The corner of Tsunade's mouth lifted slightly. Hiruzen let out a quiet hum, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Even the two advisors' tightly drawn expressions relaxed by a fraction. Money, in the ninja world, always seemed to come easily. Asuma had once carried a bounty of 35 million ryo. Chiriku, 30 million. As for Rashi, his name had quietly vanished from the black market bounty lists altogether. A certain aggrieved bounty hunter loudly condemned the exchange office for its gross incompetence. He hadn't given up information about Rashi's would release for free, that knowledge alone was worth a fortune. All he had done was ensure that the bounty office understood one thing clearly: the original 10 million ryo bounty was an absolute joke. Kakuzu, who had dealt with the bounty office for decades, still adhered to a minimum standard of professional ethics. Until a new bounty appeared that accurately reflected the target's true strength, the black market chose to withdraw the unreliable old one entirely. Returning to the matter at hand, while ninja heads were indeed valuable, hunting high bounty targets was neither simple nor stable. By contrast, the ninja villages, representing the apex of organized violence, would not casually turn their blades on ordinary merchants, at least not while the existing order remained intact. They possessed far more sustainable sources of income. Whether through regular financial allocations from the daimyo's palace or through mission quotas purchased by nobles and wealthy merchants, a relatively stable economic cycle had long been established. This system was far more effective than outright plunder, ensuring long-term benefits while maintaining the basic order of production and trade. After all, those who accumulated wealth in the ninja world were never without backing. Each merchant stood upon the shoulders of a ninja clan or comparable power. Take Konoha as an example. The Nara clan's generations-old deer farming and medicinal herb trade formed a cornerstone of the village's economy. As one of Konoha's clans, their influence extended deep into the Land of Fire, and their consistent ability to undertake missions was essential to the village's operation. If ninja villages themselves were to shatter these rules, tens of thousands of unchecked ninja would plunge the world into chaos darker than even the Sengoku era. No one would benefit. That was why a competition capable of persuading ordinary people to willingly part with their money, creating a new revenue stream beyond traditional channels, was impossible to ignore. All participating teams have arrived and are currently resting at their designated encampments near the outdoor arena, Shizen concluded, closing the folder. Rashi has already led a team to handle the coordination. Tsunade nodded. Reception must be flawless. But patrols and vigilance around the arena and its surroundings must not relax. Hiruzen rose to his feet. From today onward, he said calmly, I will personally oversee the surrounding security alongside Umbu. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 196, Plans to Topple Konoha. Around the newly completed massive arena outside the village, a lively spectacle was already taking shape. A temporary marketplace had sprung up around it, crowded with tents belonging to merchants, travelers, and nobles from every corner of the continent. Accompanied by several chunin temporarily assigned to him, Rashi moved between the encampments of the various shinobi villages, handling routine coordination and last-minute confirmations. He started with Amigakure, carefully confirming that no one had black chakra rods protruding from their faces, before continuing on to greet the teams from the other villages. This time, Kusa had not sent Muku or Ryuzetsu. Given the losses they had suffered during the Box of Paradise incident, their ninja ranks were no longer being suppressed. Takigakure's team looked ordinary, without anyone particularly eye-catching. Hidden Mist's group was led by Zabuza, while Sunegakure's was under Baki. At last, Rashi stopped in front of Kumogakure's encampment. Samui-san. Rashi-san. The Kumogakure Kunoichi greeted him as calmly as ever, her expression unchanged. Yet the moment Rashi stepped closer, he felt something subtly off. The pressure around her was heavier than usual. "I owe you an apology," he ventured cautiously. Samui answered without hesitation, "Rashi-san does owe me an apology. When discussing cultural legends, you brushed the topic aside by citing the title of a popular novel from your country." She paused, then emphasized evenly, "That is not an equal exchange of etiquette. After returning, I specifically asked Dodai-san to help me obtain a copy of Ika Paradise. He informed me that it was not suitable reading for me." Her gaze remained steady. "So it does contain inappropriate content, doesn't it?" "And according to my information," she added coolly, "Rashi-san is not yet 18. By standard definitions, you are not within the appropriate demographic to read such material either." Rashi replied calmly, "Regarding that book, I haven't actually read it." Samui lowered her eyes slightly. "Given that you mentioned it subconsciously, that claim lacks credibility." "I only know the title because of the author's reputation and the book's overwhelming popularity," Rashi explained. At the time, the conversation was relaxed. "I spoke without thinking too carefully about etiquette. That was my mistake." Samui fell silent for a moment, clearly weighing his words. Finally, she gave a small nod. "I will provisionally accept that explanation. Your apology is acknowledged." With Ika Paradise set aside, the Kumogakure Jonin smoothly steered the conversation back to business. Then, she asked, "Has Konoha finalized the specific arrangements for this Chunin exams? In particular, the timing for team groupings and the lottery draw?" The air lightened, slightly, but the negotiations, as always, were only just beginning. Shino, a man who called himself a doctor, wandered from country to country, offering his medical ninjutsu to people in countless shinobi villages. He was unfailingly gentle, unfailingly benevolent, and had never made an obvious enemy. "Have I been exposed?" The moment he was intercepted by the long-haired, masked men and the pitcher plant-like creature, the thought flashed through his mind. "Is this the one?" White Zetsu tilted his head, blatant skepticism in his voice. "The guy Orochimaru said was strong enough. He doesn't look like much." According to Orochimaru's intelligence, Black Zetsu replied in a low, measured tone, "He is the surviving leader of the Sky Ninja Village, destroyed by Konoha. He possesses exceptional medical ninjutsu, particularly a forbidden regeneration technique. Furthermore, remnants of the Sky Village's hidden power may still exist." Faced with open scrutiny, Shino kept his humble smile intact. "May I ask who you two are?" he said politely. "Is there something I can assist you with?" So Orochimaru sold me out after all. That snake, apparently even regeneration techniques were no longer enough to satisfy his appetite. "I will create a new world," the masked man said calmly. To achieve that goal, Konoha must be destroyed. The tension in Shino's body eased slightly. "I see, so that's why Orochimaru sold me. I have no." Before he could finish refusing, the masked man stepped forward, slow, deliberate. "There's no need to rush, Shino," he interrupted flatly. "I have no intention of accepting your refusal." Konoha had long prepared itself for sabotage. Whether the threat came from one of the participating villages, a covert alliance between several, Iwagakure's ambiguously hostile stance, or even the elusive Uchiha Madara, none of it would come as a surprise. Hiruzen had already accepted that reality. That was precisely why Konoha's strongest forces, including Jiraiya, had all been gathered within the village. And it was why the former Hokage himself led Umbu patrols, maintaining an unusually dense security net around the arena. "Just a handful of fools trying to tamper with the outcome," he muttered. The scale of the event was enormous. Unlike the Land of Lightning, where outsiders were rare, the massive underground gambling scene surrounding the exams guaranteed one thing: someone would lose too much, panic, and attempt something stupid. Those people became Hiruzen's harvest. Not the harvest he wanted, but a necessary one. Rashi, serving simultaneously as reception coordinator and part of the outer security detail, had taken up residence in the temporary quarters near the arena for the past 5 days. Fortunately, the days themselves were not overly taxing. As the Chunin exams drew closer, merchants from across the continent poured in, bringing with them rare goods, exotic wares, and rumors from every corner of the ninja world. The calm before the storm was noisy, but calm nonetheless. Rashi, you seem unusually interested in plant seeds, Samui observed, watching him pause at a merchant's stall. Yes, Rashi replied casually. Because I'm a Konoha ninja. She gave him a questioning look. Konoha, plants, never mind, Rashi waved it off with a dry chuckle as he sifted through sacks of seeds, grain, herbs, even young tree seeds brought in by foreign traders. It was a boring cold joke. Honestly, I'm more interested in food. Is he really that interested in food? Rashi quickly came back to himself and looked at her. Samui, you know your way around cooking. As a ninja, one learns a little of everything, she replied evenly. You don't have any particular food preferences? She shook her head. As long as it's safe, nourishing, and provides sufficient energy, that's enough. Then she glanced at him. You're the surprising one, Rashi. You show far more enthusiasm for these things than most. Rayan Harbor is the largest trade port in the Land of Lightning, she added. If you're interested in rare or foreign seeds, you might find what you're looking for there, if you ever have the chance to visit. Thank you, Rashi said sincerely. They parted briefly at the next intersection. When they met again, Rashi was holding a rather ordinary-looking book. I don't know if you have other preferences, he said, handing it to her. This secret records of the Land of Fire is more rumor than substance, unofficial anecdotes and unreliable stories. But it might serve as light reading while waiting for the Chunin exams. Danzo sat alone in a dimly lit room, his fingertips slowly brushing over intelligence files he had once dismissed as trivial. Morio. Dragon Veins, the Sage of Six Paths. Jashin. World-ending demons, godlike power, a deity who controls death. Time was running out. Tsunade's grip on the village grew stronger by the day. If these Chunin exams concluded successfully, the prestige and tangible benefits alone would elevate her authority to an entirely new level. And if next year's new format, jointly developed with Kimogakure, also succeeded, it would mean she had not only stabilized Konoha's medical system, but also secured multiple long-term and lucrative sources of income. At that point, even financial authority, once firmly held by the elders, would inevitably begin shifting into her hands. Then, Danzo would truly be caged. Which meant he had only one option left. A single breakthrough point. And he could not afford to fail. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 197, 197, Obito ponders. Code, A63CA. Kakuzu's gaze swept lazily over the two newcomers. One was a white-haired, red-eyed man with a gloomy air, brought in by Conan. The other was a large, powerfully built man led by Zetsu, his face fixed in an artificial, overly kind smile. One was a former Konoha ninja who had defected years ago. The other didn't even exist on the black market's bounty lists. Kakuzu rapidly cross-referenced their faces with the mental catalog of targets he'd memorized over decades and reached a swift conclusion. Limited value. If we're forming teams like usual, he muttered to himself, pairing me with that Haiden guy wouldn't be bad. Haiden still carried a respectable bounty, and his strength was nothing special. With someone like that, accidents during missions were both easy to arrange and profitable. Orochimaru. Pain's voice echoed through the hollow cavern, cutting off Kakuzu's train of thought. You will be teamed with Kakuzu. The faint spark of calculation in Kakuzu's eyes died instantly. Orochimaru was not someone who could be accidentally killed. Though undeniably valuable, he was nearly impossible to convert into money. Teaming with him meant one fewer income stream, an unacceptable loss. Since new blood was clearly welcome, Kakuzu made one last attempt. Then why not let that reserve member, Toby, become official, he said flatly. He helped me out before. Kakuzu disliked owing favors, and preferred to settle debts quickly. He is not ready, Pain replied without hesitation. Hiriko, he continued, shifting his focus, you were recommended because of your thirst for power and the jutsu you developed. The Akatsuki will provide you support, once, and only once. Hiriko's red eyes flicked coldly toward Orochimaru. He had been carefully concealed, wholly devoted to perfecting his chimera technique, when the Akatsuki suddenly came knocking. There had been no room for refusal. Shino's gaze also carried a trace of scrutiny and displeasure. Orochimaru, however, paid neither of them any attention. His eyes were fixed entirely on Pain. More precisely, on Pain's eyes. The Rinnegan. And that face. What an irony of fate, Jiraiya. The child you sheltered in the land of rain now commands those legendary eyes. The first time Orochimaru had met Pain, greed had overtaken caution. He had attacked without hesitation, only to be utterly crushed by the power of the dojutsu. This is the last time, Orochimaru. Pain's voice at the time had been cold and absolute. Having personally tasted the power of those eyes, Orochimaru believed that without a shred of doubt. Hiriko, Pain said, returning to the present, you will be teamed with Biwa Juzo. Shino, you will work with Zetsu. With that, the team assignments were finalized. Until further notice, Pain concluded, you will act independently. Await the order to assemble. The cavern fell silent once more. A slight miscalculation, Rashi concluded after sampling the butter hot pot. The milky aroma was undeniably rich, but even seasoned with salt, the base itself felt thin. Aside from accentuating the natural sweetness of high-quality beef, achieving real depth still depended heavily on dipping sauces. Delicious. Rashi, this butter hot pot is amazing. Unlike his overly critical palate, Anko looked thoroughly satisfied. A faint sheen of sweat dotted the bridge of her nose as she ate with gusto. Beside her, Itachi maintained his usual refined composure, but the steady rhythm of his chopsticks suggested he'd accepted this novel flavor without complaint. The Forest of Death's elimination phase had concluded smoothly, without major incident. Granted a rare night back in the village, the 3 members of Team 5 had gathered once more at Anko's apartment. Rashi said nothing. He rose quietly, walked into the kitchen, and prepared 2 additional dipping sauces for himself, one sharp with sourness and spice, the other rich and savory. By the way, Anko said after swallowing a mouthful of tender beef and washing it down with cool tea, Rashi. I want to apply to join the Umbu. The atmosphere at the table stilled. Rashi set the small bowls of sauce before him, sat back down, and met her gaze. Why? It's just. She nudged the food in her bowl with her chopsticks, her voice lowering. I feel stuck. Regular training doesn't break through the bottleneck anymore. It's too comfortable. If Team 5 stayed like this, it wouldn't be bad at all. But Itachi had already entered the Umbu. Rashi, too, was increasingly consumed by matters tied to the village, and to his own research. Missions, responsibilities, and goals stretched endlessly ahead. She could remain here, taking the occasional assignment, eventually becoming a jonin or a special jonin without much difficulty. Once, what she couldn't bear to leave was a home she'd only just found. But now, even if they weren't on the same team anymore, the 3 of them would still sit together like this. Maybe, Anko said softly, eyes downcast, I'll find something different in the Umbu. In their missions. In that environment. Rashi placed several beautifully marbled slices of beef into the bubbling pot, watching as the edges quickly pale and curl. In the future, he would be going on fewer and fewer field missions. Until his tailed beast chakra experiments were complete, most of his time would be consumed by research. Even his trips outside the village would be official assignments. If Anko wanted comfort, staying in Team 5 would be fine. As for her obsession with killing Orochimaru, life like this had dulled its edge. Even if it hadn't, it was still a goal with no clear endpoint. But if she still wanted to move forward as a ninja, then the Umbu was a valid path. I understand, Rashi said at last, lifting a slice of beef into his bowl. I'll submit the application for you. And I'll also think about your future training. Without relying on Orochimaru's cursed seal, Anko would need a new direction. The fact that she had once adapted to the cursed seal suggested a degree of compatibility with natural energy. In other words, she might possess latent potential for sage mode. But her chakra reserves. They might not be sufficient for independent training. Borrowing chakra through Katsuyu to help her cross the threshold. That raised its own issues. Orochimaru's cursed seal was derived from Yugo's bodily fluids, and Yugo's innate sage body aligned more closely with Ryuchi Cave's model, its power focused on physical reinforcement and mutation. That path was different from Mount Mayaboku's, and different from Rashi's own approach, which emphasized pure chakra quantity. If he helped Anko along this road, would the end result resemble Ryuchi Cave's sage mode? And during training, what unpredictable effects would Orochimaru's lingering influence introduce? It seemed another research topic had just been added to the list. Rashi glanced down at the beef in his bowl, glistening with golden oil, and dipped it silently into the sour spicy sauce. Inside Amagekyu's towering buildings, cold rain lashed endlessly against the stone walls. Obito stood by the window, wearing the mask of Uchiha Madara. Disrupt Konoha's joint Chunin exams. Was it possible? Yes. The method itself was brutally simple. Spare no cost. Assassinate every traveler, wealthy merchant, noble, and even daimyo bound for Konoha. Turn every road leading to the leaf into a corridor of fear and corpses. Without spectators, the grand competition would lose its meaning. Without profit or prestige, Konoha's motivation would collapse on its own. But Iwagakure would never approve such an act, nor would it shield Akatsuki afterward. Conflicts between ninja villages existed for one purpose: plundering resources. As military entities that produced nothing themselves, indiscriminate slaughter of merchants and civilians, the very class that sustained the world's economy, would ignite universal outrage. That old fox Inoki would sell out Akatsuki at the first hint of danger. A 5-Kage summit would follow. A unanimous decision. A joint extermination campaign. With Nagato's Rinnegan, it might be possible to forcibly annihilate a single village, enough to terrify the rest into hesitation. But after that, endless pursuit. Relentless attrition. Open and covert attack spanning the entire ninja world. Even then, Akatsuki wouldn't truly be destroyed. He still possessed the ultimate trump card, the resurrection of the real Uchiha Madara. But invoking that power meant surrendering control. And Obito had no intention of becoming a pawn in someone else's game. For now, Akatsuki's survival depended on remaining a blade, one wielded by others. Let the 5 great ninja villages clash, scheme, and undermine each other while Akatsuki harvested the fallout. As long as intervillage conflict remained the world's dominant theme, Akatsuki, cheap, deniable, and expendable, could continue to grow in the shadows. So the first method was unacceptable. What about the second? Assassinating the genin teams participating in the Chunin exams. That, too, would instantly make Akatsuki the enemy of every ninja village. The result would mirror the first plan, only faster. Unacceptable. Then the final option, directly attacking Konoha. With Shino now among Akatsuki's ranks, mobilizing the remnants of the Sky Ninja Village was feasible. An aerial assault, launched without warning, could devastate Konoha, even now. But that card could only be played once. Once revealed, it would never work again. To expend such a weapon merely to sabotage a single Chunin exam. Not worth the price. Obito turned away from the rain-slicked window. Reject Inoki's request. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 198, How Do I Trust You? There was no infiltration, no long-anticipated catastrophe. From the preliminary rounds in August to the official opening of the main tournament in September, the joint Chunin exams hosted by Konoha progressed with unsettling smoothness. Konoha's overt and covert sentries were deployed throughout the village. Patrol units, personally overseen by Hiruzen, moved constantly through the perimeter. Even those responsible for reception and outer security, Rashi among them, never encountered the powerful enemies they had prepared for. Only a handful of insignificant troublemakers surfaced, and they were dealt with swiftly. Inside the arena, however, the atmosphere was anything but quiet. The stands were packed to the brim. Merchants, nobles, and ninjas from across the continent watched the battles below with rapt attention. Cheers, gasps, and heated discussion surged in waves, pounding against the senses. On the field, a wall of earth release erupted beneath Tenzo's feet, neatly sealing off the torrent of flames his opponent unleashed. He wasn't used to fighting beneath countless gazes. The noise itself wasn't the problem, it was the reactions. Each exchange of ninjutsu drew roaring approval. Even simple taijutsu prompted shouts and applause, as though the battle were no longer a test of survival but a carefully staged performance. Tenzo caught sight of a banner in the stands bearing the name he now used. The discovery made his stomach tighten. Raised en route, then dispatched on missions as Umbu, he had spent his life operating in shadows. Standing beneath the sun, stripped of anonymity and scrutinized by thousands of eyes, was profoundly unfamiliar. In the viewing area reserved for the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi watched in silence. That man called Tenzo was nothing like the other Konoha genin. His movements were precise, economical, and lethal, an efficiency born of real combat, not wishy-washy training. This was someone specially trained, or deliberately placed into the competition. Zabuza's gaze flicked briefly toward the hidden cloud delegation, then withdrew just as quickly. Their Jonin leader stood far too close to Konoha's people, frequently acting in concert with them. Whatever objections he might have had were clearly irrelevant. Turning instead to Baki of Sunagakure, Zabuza found the man's expression equally unreadable. No objections there either. He thought grimly. So the hosts are using extra measures to guarantee results. A joint exam in name only. A tedious spectacle. Disinterest settling in, Zabuza closed his eyes. How far any team advanced depended entirely on Konoha's disposition. There was nothing left worth watching. Is Tenzo's situation similar to Darui's? Samui asked calmly, her eyes fixed on the arena as she stood beside Rashi. No, Rashi replied, resting his hands against the railing. The nature of it is different. He's never participated in any formal promotion exams. You can tell from the audience's reactions, and from the way even Konoha's own genin look at him. With his strength, if he had gone through the standard process, their attitude would be very different. Samui nodded slowly, then raised another concern. Rashi-san, regarding the combat exchange planned between our two villages next year, will there be similar special cases? The framework for the event had already been agreed upon, genin and chunin divisions, clearly separated. The unspoken understanding was that combatants of equal standing would face one another, no underhanded maneuvering. But Tenzo's presence complicated that assumption. If he were merely a public showpiece like Darui, that was one thing. If he were a prodigy on the level of Itachi, that was another. But a ninja of his age and ability who had never taken a rank examination. That was irregular. In the past, when chunin exams carried less weight, exceptional genin advanced within a year of graduation, sometimes even sooner. Average talents followed in their late teens. Only the truly unremarkable lingered into their 20s. By every measure, Tenzo should have belonged to the first group. If not, Rashi, Samui said evenly, then the criteria for next year's participants will require far more detailed clarification between our two sides. The political game, it seemed, was only just beginning. The exchange competition will be held in Kumo next year anyway, Tsunade said, waving her hand casually. You can handle the follow-up negotiations on how to proceed. After Samui raised concerns about revisiting the participant criteria due to Tenzo's situation, the fifth Hokage showed no intention of intervening further. This year's results were already satisfactory. Since Kumogakure would be hosting next year, whether Konoha ultimately won or lost mattered far less, so long as they didn't lose face. Rashi, however, did not immediately accept the order and withdraw. He remained standing before the desk. I believe this is an opportunity to try something new. Oh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What kind of new? By establishing clear, verifiable standards for exam participants, Rashi replied evenly, we can strengthen mutual trust, reduce speculation and internal friction caused by ambiguity, and, more importantly, lay a solid foundation for long-term cooperation. Inside the Hokage building's meeting room. Regarding the issue of participants, Samui said calmly, Kumo hopes for clearer boundaries. If Konoha could field more genin like Tenzo, individuals who had never gone through the public examination process, then next year's genin tier competition would be fundamentally flawed. Even treating the exchange as a commercial event, if Kumogakure's genin were crushed too thoroughly, the reputational damage would be real. One option would be to mirror Konoha's approach this year and discreetly expand their own definition of a genin. But doing so would invalidate every agreement already reached regarding participant scope. Even if cooperation could be maintained for a year under such conditions, how could it possibly continue afterward? Kumogakure was not seeking short-term profits, it was looking for stability. How, exactly, does Kumo wish to define this boundary? Rashi asked calmly, meeting her gaze. Rashi-san, Samui replied, her eyes sharpening slightly, this is not merely Kumogakure making unilateral demands. This is a decisive factor in whether this cooperation can develop in a healthy, long-term manner. Vague rules breed distrust. Then may I understand, Rashi said after a brief pause, that you are here today as a representative seeking a long-term cooperative relationship with Konoha. Samui nodded without hesitation. I represent the Raikage will. If I were only concerned with immediate gains, I would not be sitting here discussing details. Very well. Rashi inclined his head slightly. Then the participant boundaries can be refined. For the genin division, participants must be active genin who have officially graduated from the Ninja Academy, with their graduation occurring within the past 3 years. For the chunin division, participants must be active chunin who were promoted through formal chunin selection exams, with their promotion also occurring within the past 3 years. He paused, his gaze settling on Samui. Samui-san, do you consider these standards sufficiently clear? Her brows knit faintly. The 3-year limit was reasonable. The division itself was precise. After a moment, she replied carefully, Rashi-san, I don't quite understand the implication of your question. The standards themselves are clear. Rashi shook his head lightly, tapping the table with one finger. The true question is not how clear the standards are on paper, he said softly, but how we ensure that every participant submitted by either side actually meets them. Can verbal assurances at the negotiation table, or even a signed agreement, truly prevent problems in practice? Even if both parties intend to follow the rules, without effective verification, the moment an unusually outstanding participant appears, suspicion will take root. And once that happens, every carefully crafted rule we discussed today becomes meaningless. Samui fell silent, her expression thoughtful as the weight of his words settled in. Rashi watched her closely and continued to press the point. To truly implement these standards and minimize future disputes, he said calmly, we need a matching, reliable verification system. He then laid out a concrete proposal. When submitting the final participant lists, both sides should simultaneously provide basic resume documentation for each ninja. For those entering the Genin division, this would include a copy of their Ninja Academy graduation record. For the Chunin division, in addition to the graduation record, they would submit their Chunin promotion file and proof of participation in a Chunin selection exam. Of course, he added, all such materials must undergo strict anonymization. Any sensitive information involving mission details, signature techniques, bloodline abilities, or classified capabilities would be removed. When Rashi finished, silence settled over the meeting room. Submitting resumes, even anonymized ones, was theoretically feasible. Yet doing so would still expose baseline information, training timelines, promotion windows, and career progression. Even if the intelligence value was limited, the risks were difficult to quantify. After a brief pause, Samui spoke, her voice measured as she identified the core flaw. Rashi-san, resumes can be falsified. Rashi did not hesitate. Samui-san, if there is no intent to cooperate and a determination to deceive, he replied evenly, then anything can be falsified. What matters is raising the threshold for deception, making it costly, both materially and reputationally, if discovered. That, in itself, becomes a form of restraint. This proposal is Konoha's considered response to the reasonable concerns raised by Kyumo. Samui studied him for a long moment before finally nodding. I will need to report these details to the Reikage. As you should, Rashi replied. In Konoha Year 56, following the successful conclusion of the joint Chunin exams, Konoha and Kyumo entered several rounds of in-depth negotiations concerning participant standards for the following year's exchange event. Within Konoha, the proposal was also debated. Tsunade expressed her clear support, and the Sandaime Hokage likewise approved. The decisive factor was control. Anyone whose identity could not even be disclosed at a basic level would naturally be excluded from such exchanges. As for exceptional individuals whose abilities required a higher degree of secrecy, Samui's concern was valid, resumes could be adjusted. The key lay in the extent and necessity of such adjustments. For the vast majority of ordinary ninja, especially genin, knowing only a name and graduation year held minimal intelligence value. The same largely applied to Chunin-level participants. More importantly, this framework was widely seen as a meaningful signal. The cooperative relationship between Konoha and Kyumo was beginning to move beyond superficial collaboration and toward structured mutual trust. Recognizing this, Hiruzen personally intervened, ultimately persuading advisors Koharu and Hamura, who had initially expressed reservations. On the Kyumo side, after intense internal discussions and repeated deliberation, a preliminary consensus was finally reached with Konoha near the end of Konoha Year 56. Both parties agreed to initiate a small-scale, experimental information sharing and mutual verification process for the first batch of participants in the coming year. A new stage, built upon tentative rules, cautious trust, and mutual probing, quietly began. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 199, Futures Ponderings. The end of Konoha Year 56 arrived quietly, yet with an unmistakable weight, as the first snowfall settled over the village. Among the matters brought to a close was the mission to escort the first batch of shinobi for combat exchange to Kyumo, a responsibility that fell squarely on Rashi's shoulders. The names on the list were all genin and chunin who had undergone careful evaluation by Konoha. Their basic personal records were deemed safe for limited disclosure, marking them, at least for now, as individuals unlikely to be assigned to core confidential divisions. Even so, the document itself remained sensitive. As the initiator of this information exchange, Konoha deemed it most appropriate for Rashi to personally deliver the list to Kyumogakure. The roster Kyumogakure submitted would, by necessity, follow the same principles. The exchange procedure was straightforward. Upon Rashi's arrival, Konoha would submit its list while Kyumogakure simultaneously presented theirs. Verification would be conducted on-site, primarily by repeatedly confirming each participant's identity details with the individuals themselves. In practice, it was little more than a formality. The true significance lay not in the verification itself, but in the act of exchanging information. If someone could not clearly recall their own basic identity details or accurately recount the official records registered by their village, then failing the review would be entirely their own responsibility. Konoha would not pry further, and when Kyumogakure's envoys later traveled to Konoha, they would adhere to the same unspoken understanding. Once the initial verification concluded, Rashi sat in the lounge arranged by Kyumo, briefly considering whether he should take the opportunity to visit Raikamo, the trading port Samui had mentioned, to search for new plant samples. As he was thinking, Samui approached and handed him a small cloth pouch. Rashi opened it and glanced inside. Seeds. Yes, Samui replied calmly. Nothing involving Kumogakure's internal affairs, just some seeds from unique tree species and other plants native to the land of lightning. Thank you, Samui. Consider it a return gift, Rashi. The gesture was an unexpected but welcome surprise. It spared him the trouble of making a separate trip to Raikamo. As Rashi examined the contents more carefully, he found that while some seeds overlapped with his existing collection, many were varieties he had never encountered before. By now, his tree-related research had been formally divided into two distinct tracks. One focused solely on the cultivation and study of tree species themselves. The other dealt with the cultivation and behavior of tailed beast chakra. This separation was the result of reorganizing his experimental approach under Tsunade's guidance. After all, before this, Rashi had only ever been a corporate worker, an absolute novice when it came to structured experimentation and research design. While assisting him in analyzing Sora's physical condition, Tsunade had also asked about the progress of his wood release. Even without knowing the full scope of what Rashi was attempting, she immediately identified the core issue. Your steps are too entangled, she had said bluntly. You need to break them down further and refine them. Mixing all the variables from the start isn't research, it's gambling. That was the Senju princess's verdict. Combining those insights with what he had learned from studying Sora, Rashi began forming new ideas about the cultivation of tailed beast chakra. He lacked both the authority and the inclination to experiment on living people. Fortunately, as a wood release user, he possessed another technique particularly well suited to this line of inquiry. Wood clones. Compared to shadow clones, wood clones had clear drawbacks, they left behind physical traces and were less convenient to disperse. But they also offered notable advantages, greater durability, more stable consciousness synchronization, and far more flexible chakra distribution. Rashi had made deliberate adjustments to his wood clones. His experience training in Sage mode had taught him that, at their core, wood release constructs were still trees. Excessive absorption of natural energy would inevitably trigger uncontrolled transformation. Now, with precise control over natural energy, he could reinforce their tree-like properties while carefully regulating energy intake, strengthening them without crossing the threshold into instability. After countless trials, Rashi finally succeeded in creating a highly specialized wood release clone. The next step was sealing. That part was comparatively straightforward. Konoha already possessed the four-symbol seal, as well as a modified version developed by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, though access to the latter required Hokage-level authorization. Rashi wasn't the Hokage, but he did have a certain amount of leverage with her. Requesting a sealing technique for study was not particularly difficult. Once he obtained the scroll, he refined his understanding of its finer points through consultation with the third Hokage. Near the end of the year, Hiruzen found himself unusually unoccupied. His family was preparing to welcome another child, and since he was not a Jinchuriki, he had no reason to conceal the expected due date. Konohamaru Sarutobi was projected to be born around December. In short, by employing the four-symbol seal, Rashi successfully sealed the chakra of the four tails into his specially prepared wood release clone. After confirming the stability of the seal, he placed the clone's consciousness into a semi-dormant state. In this condition, it could absorb natural energy at a very low frequency without interfering with Rashi's main body, allowing the tailed beast chakra within it to be slowly cultivated. If judged purely by growth rate, it might take another 800, or even 1,000, years for the sealed chakra to approach even a fraction of the four tails' original power. But the result itself was never the point. What mattered was that the method worked. More importantly, Rashi no longer needed to worry about running out of experimental material. With the four tails chakra successfully stabilized, he repeated the process, sealing the five tails chakra into a second specialized wood release clone. With that, the problem of cultivating tailed beast chakra was, at least for now, resolved. The next stage was to return his focus to tree cultivation. The batch of seeds Samui had gifted him, even if they did not include any truly rare species as she claimed, still opened up several new avenues of experimentation. As for more, once mutual trust between the two villages deepened, acquiring additional samples through other exchange channels might not be impossible. He needed to finish the work at hand quickly. Judging by the pace of things, next year would likely require him to apply for a long-term leave once again. The thought passed through his mind, though his expression remained unchanged as he methodically reviewed the personnel list submitted by Kumogakure. It took 4 full days to complete the verification process. Once finished, Rashi prepared to return to Konoha with the results. Before his departure, he was summoned for another audience with the Raikage. With cooperation having progressed this far, A said bluntly, there are some old matters we can now afford to discuss. He fixed Rashi with a steady gaze. 2 years ago, the incident involving the Kumogakure envoy, Akai. Despite the cold, A wore only his thin white cloak, his exposed arms radiating power and authority. After Akai's death, his 2 escorting guards returned to the land of Frostfront to report the incident. Not long after, they disappeared. The most plausible explanation is that they were imposters, individuals disguised using transformation jutsu. Once faced with the prospect of scrutiny from the village, they had no choice but to vanish. A's tone hardened. I will not apologize for demanding a member of the Hyuga clan. Akai died in Konoha, at the hands of the Hyuga. That responsibility belongs to Konoha. Avenging him is not only my right, it is my duty as Raikage. Then, his voice lowered slightly. However, since both sides intend to move forward, I am willing to share this information, something Konoha may not yet be aware of. His gaze sharpened, piercing, and unyielding. In return, I said, I expect Konoha to do the same. Konoha Year 56, December 30th. A newborn's cry rang out through the Sarutobi clan compound, cutting cleanly through the winter air and announcing the arrival of a new life, Konohamaru Sarutobi. At nearly the same moment, the Hokage office remained brightly lit. How long are you planning to take off this time? Tsunade asked without lifting her head, her pen gliding smoothly across the paperwork. She didn't pause. From behind a stack of documents, Rashi's reply drifted out. About 1.5 years. Tsunade snorted. Her eyes flicked up briefly, full of unmistakable disdain, even as her hand stamped the form with practiced ease. Approved. 6 months. She added curtly, finish your work for the last 2 days of the year first. Contrary to expectations, the workload at year's end was surprisingly light. Rumor had it that Tsunade had worked herself to exhaustion ahead of time, clearing urgent matters in advance so she could steal a day or two of peace for herself. As she flipped through another scroll, Tsunade spoke again, as if the thought had just occurred to her. Regarding the intelligence on Madara, the village has decided to share a limited portion with Kimobukure. Rashi didn't look up, his attention still buried in the documents. Even without his input, Konoha had already deduced most of what could be deduced, everything except the full extent of Obito's abilities. The real problem remained the Akatsuki. Not just Obito. Not just Nagato. But Uchiha Madara himself, long dead, yet still casting a shadow. Judging by what Rashi remembered of the original course of events, Madara's posthumous arrangements for resurrection were, frankly, riddled with flaws. He had left a cursed seal on Obito, claiming control, but in truth, that seal did little more than prevent Obito from committing suicide. Until Madara's actual revival, it had almost no restraining power. And yet, if one set aside the one variable Madara never accounted for, Black Zetsu, his calculations were not entirely wrong. From Madara's perspective, the resurrection was under control. Obito had no desire to revive him while the situation remained manageable and Akatsuki held the advantage. Black Zetsu, meanwhile, was in no rush. The war had not yet begun, and resurrecting Madara too early risked exposing the truth, that Zetsu was not the will Madara had created, but something else entirely. Moreover, if Obito truly succeeded in becoming the perfect Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu didn't particularly care who activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. If Obito could do it, then Madara could simply serve as an Edo Tensei combatant. If he failed, switching back to Madara was always an option. Madara's fatal miscalculation came only later, when the Black Zetsu he had left behind, the one capable of forcibly controlling Obito, failed. That was when the timing of his resurrection slipped beyond his grasp. As long as war existed, however, such as the moment Obito openly declared war on the 5 great ninja villages, Black Zetsu would immediately begin preparing Madara's return. And when Uchiha Madara truly returned to life, would the Rinnegan, eyes that had always belonged to him, still remain in Nagato's possession? And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 200, I had begged. Now do I grovel. Regarding Akatsuki, his strategy was simple in principle and brutal in execution, weaken them as much as possible before their side ever had to face a fully realized Rinnegan Madara, and above all, never corner Obito or Black Zetsu prematurely. If they were forced to act early, it had to be decisive. Either Obito died, or Nagato was captured. Anything less would be disaster. A prolonged clash would only give Akatsuki time to regroup and counterattack, and once momentum shifted, there would be no pulling it back. As for Black Zetsu, that thing had only ever been successfully sealed under the combined force of 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Attempting a clean surprise attack on it bordered on fantasy. For now, it was better to focus on what could actually be controlled. As long as the overall situation remained stable and they weren't caught off guard, there would always be room to maneuver. Rashi. Tsunade's voice cut through his thoughts. Thanks for the hard work. This time he didn't bother with polite deflection. He accepted it plainly. Tsunade's brows snapped together. What do you mean, means, Rashi replied calmly, finally looking up from the documents, I have indeed worked hard. I'm the one sitting here every day drowning in paperwork. Tsunade slammed her palm onto the desk and leaned forward, glaring across at him. You disappear for months at a time. You are the Hokage, esteemed Lady Tsunade, he said evenly. I'm just a humble jonin. An ordinary Konoha ninja. Who begged me to come back in the first place, you bastard? I've already begged and still have to grovel, Rashi replied without missing a beat, then all my effort was wasted. You. The office door opened gently. Shizen stepped in with a tray of late-night snacks, took one look at the atmosphere, and sighed inwardly. Lady Tsunade. Rashi, perhaps you should take a break. Silence, Shizen. Tsunade barked. I'm not letting this guy off today. Yes, Shizen answered reflexively, freezing in place. By then Tsunade had already stepped onto the desk. In a blur, she seized Rashi by the collar and lifted him clean off his chair. Dangling in midair, Rashi looked past her shoulder toward the doorway. At a time like this, Shizen, he said calmly, it's better to move than to say yes. Shizen pressed her lips together, said nothing, stepped back with the tray, and quietly shut the door. A soft click sealed the room. A moment later came the muffled sounds of furniture colliding. The night was long. And yet, it passed in an instant. Konoha year 57 arrived in a swirl of noise and change. Rashi officially began his leave and returned to the Senju home, burying himself in experiments. Anko transferred into Umbu, assigned to the same squad as Yugao and Heiate. As for Akatsuki, once the year's most urgent affairs were settled, Jiraiya departed the village again to continue his investigation. This time he wasn't alone. Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Iboro accompanied him. After months of fruitless waiting around in Jin and confirming no further contact would come, Shisui finally stepped away from the Umbu interrogation facility. He had waited for the enemy to move. Now he would go to them. The problems between the village and the Uchiha could still be resolved, as long as no external force interfered. That meant finding the true enemy and keeping them occupied, even if all he could do was drag their attention away from Konoha. He would not allow them to shatter this fragile turning point. The two Hyuga assigned to Enjin's guard detail were also reassigned. The Hyuga clan was stretched thin, their missions this year were especially heavy. Konoha's upper leadership had already hinted to Hayashi that the police force would continue recruiting Hyuga members. The likely outcome was clear: Hayashi would become deputy captain of the police, serving as a counterbalance to the Uchiha. It was both political necessity and compensation. Because when the Hidden Cloud incident came to its climax, Konoha had chosen to sacrifice the Hyuga. 17 was the age when Uzumaki Naruto defeated monsters, saved the ninja world, and dragged Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha. At 17, Rashi spent most of Konoha year 57 buried in the experimental forest behind the Senju home. This year's tree breeding project had finally produced results. After countless rounds of screening, hybridization, and wood-release-assisted cultivation, he obtained a mother tree that came close to his ideal. Its wood-conducted chakra with unusual stability, and its life force far surpassed any previous specimen. But it was also the product of impatience. The plant's vitality had been overdrawn. It stayed lush for less than 2 months before irreversible decay set in. The leaves dulled, the bark cracked into dry, withering lines, and the trunk began to collapse from within. Before the tree completely disintegrated, Rashi forcibly preserved a final branch that still contained a faint spark of life, sealing it with a jutsu. He carried it straight to the Hokage office. What do you want? I'm busy. If you have nothing important, leave. Tsunade didn't even look up. Her pen continued scratching across the document, impatience dripping from every word. Rashi walked to the desk and set the sealed branch beside a mountain of paperwork. I need you to help prepare a nutrient solution, he said calmly. Otherwise my 6 months of leave will have been a waste. Tsunade's eyelids finally lifted. She glanced at the branch. Over-catalyzed with wood release. I rushed the screening process, Rashi admitted. I wanted a viable specimen as fast as possible. Tsunade extended a finger, brushed the branch, and quietly sensed the remaining vitality. Her eyes rolled upward in annoyance. This is a mess. It's a hybrid plant with no precedent. There's no reference material. She leaned back in her chair. It's not impossible, but I'm the Hokage. I don't have time to babysit your botanical experiments like some idle jonin. Without a word, Rashi picked up a stack of documents, walked to the spare desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Tsunade snorted. Now he knows how to behave. She twirled the branch between her fingers, already thinking. Fine. Until I solve this, you're staying here. She stood, mood suddenly bright, and added with a sharp smile. Like a normal ninja, Mr. Ninja. The 5th Hokage left the office in unusually light spirits. The lowly jonin buried himself in paperwork. It was July. And if one had to describe the ninja world this year in a single word, it would be lively. After receiving a share of the profits from last year's joint Chunin exams, Sunigakure couldn't resist trying to replicate the model themselves. It didn't go well. The Land of Wind's harsh environment offered almost no suitable viewing spaces outside the village. Few outsiders were willing to travel that far for entertainment. Combined with the inevitable injuries from high-intensity matches and the resulting medical expenses, Sunigakure's final accounting was disappointing. By all reports, they barely broke even. Meanwhile, Konoha and Kimogakure's combat exchange event was scheduled to begin in August. Publicity had already spread across multiple countries, drawing widespread attention and speculation. Yet Hidden Mist, who had shown strong interest last year, remained unexpectedly quiet. Aside from these increasingly commercial grand spectacles, the ninja world was, on the surface, peaceful. No major wars swept across the nations. Small skirmishes still occurred, but the great villages were clearly more focused on internal consolidation and their own development. Especially Konoha. Last year, 12 Uchiha from the police force had used genjutsu on the daimyo in order to return to the village. They were apprehended soon after. Using this incident as leverage, Konoha smoothly reassigned new personnel into the police force, an Inuzuka squad, a Hyuga branch family squad, and a team of civilian ninja. The atmosphere inside the force inevitably grew tense. Even the most moderate Uchiha had spent decades viewing the police force as their clan's domain and their default destination after graduation. Watching their numbers and influence steadily diluted was bound to create imbalance. Fortunately, the village as a whole was on an upward trajectory. Since Tsunade took office, the external situation had improved year by year. The 4 village joint Chunin exams last year had boosted morale, and a Konoha ninja, identity deliberately kept low-key, had taken the championship. More importantly, the Uchiha had clearly been in the wrong during the daimyo incident. Fugaku publicly supported the reforms, and the clan genuinely benefited from new channels of advancement, umbu recruitment, academy positions, administrative roles. There were problems. There were undercurrents. But for now, they remained contained. After finishing the most urgent stack of paperwork, Rashi found the Ninja Academy's latest batch of teacher applications mixed into the pile. He flipped open the file and scanned the names. This year, 6 Uchiha had applied again. Unlike the first year, when many capable clan members were squeezed out of the police force and left in an awkward limbo, this was already the 3rd year of reforms. The remaining applicants were ordinary. At most, 1 or 2 symbolic slots would be enough to maintain balance. 2 other names stood out. One was Irika Yumino. After returning from the Kimogakure Chunin exams last year, he had been promoted to Chunin thanks to his solid performance. The other was Mizuki. He had been a Chunin for several years. Rashi skimmed the notes. Mizuki had previously applied for umbu and been rejected. This year, he had turned to education. It wasn't a strange choice. The Ninja Academy, as a department directly under the Hokage, was a comfortable landing spot for Chunin with little chance of becoming Jonin, stable pay, respectable status, and a path to seniority. Under normal circumstances, he might have passed. But Mizuki had already done something irredeemably stupid. During a simple intelligence retrieval mission, he had personally killed his injured teammate. In the official report, the death was written off with a sloppy, almost insulting lack of detail, as if Konoha were some third-rate village without even basic investigative procedures. Whenever a ninja died on mission, especially under abnormal circumstances, umbu automatically reopened the case. That was standard protocol. It prevented staged deaths, defections, and internal betrayals. Mizuki's apparent logic, the mission succeeded, casualties don't matter, was laughable. This was no longer the era of Tsukumo Hatake. Every trained ninja represented a significant investment of the village's resources. If a Chunin died fighting a superior enemy, that was tragedy. But eliminating an injured comrade to clean up a B-rank mission, and not even bothering to cover it properly. It revealed exactly what Mizuki valued. Not teamwork. Not rules. Not the village. Only the line on his resume. And his execution of even that selfish goal was clumsy. Rashi picked up his pen and drew a quiet horizontal line through Mizuki's name. Then he paused. In this timeline, had Mizuki still crossed paths with Orochimaru after that mission? And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 201, 201, ANBU Captain or Deputy Captain. Uchiha Itachi was about to be promoted. Soon, he would become one of the 4 umbu captains. On its own, that was excellent news. It became more complicated when paired with the other announcement. Hyuga Hayashi would assume the position of deputy captain of the police force. This was the decisive step in the village's reform of the police force. The Uchiha would retain formal leadership, while the village gradually opened other departments, including Umbu, to Uchiha members. Fugaku sat in Saiza in a quiet Japanese-style room, eyes closed in thought. He held no particular hostility toward the Hyuga. The Byakugan was undeniably practical, superb for reconnaissance, and supported by a complete and disciplined combat system. Their strength was respectable. But that was all. In Fugaku's mind, it could not compare to the Sharingan. If he had truly viewed the Hyuga as equals, he would never have believed, as he once did, that seizing control of the village leadership could produce a bloodless revolution. That arrogance had always been rooted in the Uchiha's confidence in their own superiority. So Hayashi's appointment did not trouble him because of Hyuga ambition. It troubled him because of optics. Would the clan see this as excessive compromise? Would they believe the Uchiha had surrendered too much pride? "Father," Itachi said quietly. He sat opposite Fugaku in perfect posture, head slightly lowered. "Captain Rashi has returned from leave. He is currently handling affairs in the Hokage office." Fugaku's eyelids twitched. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "I see," he murmured after a pause. "So he's back." That single piece of information settled the wavering balance in Fugaku's mind. The deputy captain of the police force sounded impressive, but in practice, Hayashi would still operate beneath him. Meanwhile, an Umbu captain wielded real authority. One more step beyond the position led directly toward Umbu commander, an influence that extended far beyond clan politics. Measured against that future, this concession was acceptable. A little wounded pride meant nothing compared to the power Itachi was gaining or the expanded path opening before the clan. Just as Fugaku reached his conclusion, the sliding door burst open with a sharp whoosh, letting in a gust of air and a small whirlwind of energy. A child rushed inside. Uchiha Sasuke's face shone with unrestrained excitement as he skidded to a stop in front of Itachi. "Nisan, listen," he exclaimed, grabbing Itachi's sleeve. "I can enter the ninja academy this year. I'm going to become a great ninja just like you." Itachi's expression softened instantly. "In 2 months, right?" he asked gently. "Yes." Sasuke nodded hard enough to shake his hair loose. He looked eagerly toward Fugaku, then back at Itachi. "Father said he'll go with me. Nisan, will you come too?" Itachi hesitated, just for a breath. Then he saw the hope in Sasuke's eyes and smiled. "Of course," he said. "I'll request leave from Hokage-sama." For a moment, politics, reform, and power all faded into the background. The room held only a father, an elder brother, and a boy taking his first step toward the future. Hokage office. "So Naruto's enrolling, huh?" "Yeah. The old man's been spending more time with him this year." Preparing the nutrient solution hadn't taken Tsunade long. She grumbled about how troublesome it was, but within a few days she'd already produced a preliminary result. The preserved branch now floated inside a pale green liquid within a constant temperature chamber in the corner of the office, faint threads of vitality slowly returning to it. What followed would be a long period of careful nurturing. Rashi wouldn't attempt replanting until the branch recovered enough life to survive on its own. And when that time came, he would inevitably need Tsunade's help again. So he simply decided to stay in the Hokage office for the time being, paying for her technical services with honest administrative labor. For Naruto's teacher, Tsunade said, flipping through a file, the old man favors Irika Yumino. Rashi saw no issue with that. The original trajectory had already proven that path worked. There was no reason to change a system that produced results. Irika not yet passing the academy's formal hiring process wasn't a serious problem. As a chunin, his skill set was balanced. He wasn't exceptional, but he had no glaring weaknesses either. His lack of real combat experience didn't matter much when the students were 6-year-olds. "Since you're planning to bury yourself in research again this year," Tsunade continued, tapping her fingers lightly on the desk, "and clearly have no interest in field missions, why don't you spend some time at the academy?" "The Ninja Academy?" "You know Naruto's situation. Having someone keep an eye on him is insurance." "All right. Watching the future savior cause chaos might actually be a refreshing break from endless experiments. What role am I supposed to play?" Academy teachers were notoriously overworked. Homeroom instructors handled nearly everything themselves. With Irika already assigned to Naruto's class, Rashi obviously couldn't just step in as another teacher. Tsunade's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Didn't you say before that ninja education should eventually emphasize teamwork and tactical thinking more?" She tapped her chin, thinking. "Fine. You'll go as a teaching reform researcher. No direct teaching. You observe. Evaluate the current system. Report the flaws." She slapped the desk lightly. "Decision made. And don't think this is ceremonial work. I want a full written analysis when you're done." Rashi rubbed his temples. "More work. Every pit he fell into now had been dug by his own mouth months ago. Just a few more years, he told himself. Naruto had enrolled. That meant the timeline toward world-saving events was officially ticking forward. If his research failed to produce breakthroughs and he ultimately had to rely on Ashura's reincarnation as a backup plan, then retirement might not actually be that far away. While Rashi stared into the distant future, Tsunade mirrored the posture behind her desk, chin in hand, eyes carrying the same exhausted hope. The Uchiha issue is stabilizing, she muttered. Give it another 2 years and I might finally retire. Kakashi hasn't accumulated enough political experience yet, Rashi reminded her calmly. As things stood, there was no better successor candidate. Which meant she wasn't going anywhere soon. Tsunade waved dismissively. Then the old men can come back and babysit the transition. He should be grateful I cleaned up the Uchiha mess. She leaned back in her chair. Honestly. I'm already retired in spirit. Rashi didn't argue. Some battles weren't worth fighting. For Konoha, hosting the 4-village joint Chunin exams brought more than just crushing security pressure. The medical burden alone was enough to strain the village to its limits. During that period, Konoha Hospital ran at full capacity. It wasn't only their own injured ninja, foreign participants also required treatment, and the workload piled up endlessly. Whenever Uzumaki Rina overheard news about the hospital being short-staffed while doing errands in the Hokage building, her chest would tighten. They're going to use me again. The thought surfaced every time. She carried that unease all the way until the exams ended. When no summons ever came, and Konoha seemed to have completely forgotten someone like her existed, Rina finally allowed herself to breathe. But this year, the worry returned. Not for herself, for Karen. The child was about to start school. 2 years ago, Tsunade had given her textbooks so she could teach Karen basic knowledge at home. Since then, the Hokage occasionally checked in on their living situation. Overall, their life in Konoha was stable. Sometimes ignorant children still mocked Karen's red hair, but compared to their days in Grass Village, it was peaceful. What should I prepare for school? Rina-san. Yes, Rina answered instinctively, then blinked in surprise when she realized someone stood in front of her. Why, you? Rashi-san. You look distracted. Something wrong? Rashi asked casually. No. I'm sorry. Rina bowed quickly, flustered. After hesitating, she forced herself to continue. Rashi-san. Lady Tsunade said Karen can take the Ninja Academy entrance exam next month, but I don't know what it tests. The Ninja Academy, it's different from normal schools, right? It is, Rashi replied calmly, which is why you don't need to prepare anything special. They only test physical fitness and chakra. Karen won't have any trouble. Before Rina could respond, an Umbu operative in a hood stepped silently into the corridor. Jonin Rashi, the masked ninja said in a low voice, Hokage-sama orders your immediate presence. Rashi nodded once to Rina and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, just far enough to exit her line of sight, his hand flashed upward. A clean, decisive chop struck the Umbu on the head. The operative reacted fast, ducking instinctively, but still got clipped. Quit the theatrics, Rashi said flatly, lowering his hand. Hee hee. The Umbu pulled off the mask, revealing Anko's wide grin. You noticed. What is it? Sunagakure sent a message, she said. They're asking about this year's arrangements. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 202, 202, Danzo's Schemes. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. The Chunin exams recently hosted solely by the Hidden Sand had quietly extinguished the brief enthusiasm sparked by last year's joint exams. The losses themselves weren't significant. Most of what was wasted was manpower, and that could hardly be called a real cost. Raza didn't dwell on it. What truly troubled the 4th Kazekage were the conversations he had begun overhearing more and more frequently throughout the village. When will Konoha host the exams again this year? Yeah, there's still no notice. I was hoping to ask someone to bring a few things back. It'd be great if I could go along with the team. Prices in the Land of Fire are way cheaper than here. Sunagakure was expensive, painfully so. Even though the village leadership worked hard to keep the prices of basic necessities down, they were still noticeably higher than in the Land of Fire. As for non-essential goods, which weren't strictly regulated, the difference was even more glaring. Ninja were not free to leave the village at will. Most foreign missions entered Sunagakure as financial quotas, distributed uniformly by the higher-ups. At present, the longest continuous opportunity for leaving the village was participation in the joint Chunin exams. Especially after the reform of the exam system, participating teams were required to depart up to 2 months in advance. That meant Sunagekure ninja could remain outside the village for extended periods, and with the Land of Fire's prosperity, even a small amount of money translated into a noticeably better quality of life. It was only natural. Buying useful, affordable goods from outside the village wasn't against the rules. The problem was that these voices grew louder. More frequent. Raza summoned Ebizo. You've heard the discussion spreading through the village, haven't you? The old man, wrapped in a thick, sand-resistant cloak, nodded slowly. His eyes were sunken, weary. I have. The Land of Fire is simply too prosperous. A shadow passed through Raza's eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Advisor, do you think Konoha is doing this deliberately? If this had happened in the past, Raza wouldn't have hesitated. He would have concluded that Konoha was acting intentionally, then halted cooperation on the Chunin exams or demanded a reduction in frequency. But now, the profits from the exams were undeniable. Even after Sunagekure's independently hosted exams yielded disappointing results, Raza still hoped to continue cooperating. Everyone benefited. And yet, something about the current situation felt deeply wrong. The ninja who remained in the village continued to live harsh, frugal lives. Meanwhile, genin selected for exam participation spent months outside, enjoying comfort and abundance. This disparity would eventually create resentment. And that resentment would turn into instability. Ebizo had no answer. Whether Konoha was acting deliberately or not, the solution remained the same, and it wasn't one he could provide. Unless Sunagekure turned hostile. Raza understood this as well. Without seizing fertile land or fundamentally altering the balance of power, there was no effective way to resolve the issue. Someone is spying on the organization. Obito already knew who it was. Shirsue's chakra signature had long been marked by Black Zetsu. The moment Shirsue appeared as part of an investigative team, Zetsu became aware. Hyuga Iboro's Byakugan couldn't be active at all times. But Black Zetsu, lurking beneath the earth, never stopped watching. Should we take action, Obito? Zetsu asked. Obito remained silent for a moment. Jiraiya, and Shirsue, he said slowly. Neither of them is an easy target. Even with Nagato's cooperation, the outcome wouldn't change. Worse still, their cooperation wasn't seamless. 1 + 1 would not equal 2. It might even be less than 1. After realizing the scale of Konoha's investigation, Akatsuki began tightening its operations. Even commissioned missions now had routes prearranged entirely by Zetsu. The meeting locations were changed. It wasn't time to expose Amigekure. Under that identity, they could still accomplish many things. But allowing Jiraiya to continue digging unchecked was equally unacceptable. Akatsuki was no secret, not the current one, nor the previous iteration. And the fact that Konoha had dispatched Shirsue meant their target wasn't merely a mercenary group. They were searching for Uchiha Madara. Information extracted from Enjin's mind. Obito muttered. Konoha had clearly begun connecting Akatsuki to him. How to respond, that was the real problem. Given the current state of the shinobi world, Obito couldn't find a suitable opening. Then another name surfaced in his thoughts. Orochimaru. As a former elite of Konoha, someone who knew its secrets inside and out, what conclusions would he draw from the present situation? And more importantly, what would he do next? The exchanges between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village had long since settled into a stable, well-worn routine. With the process running smoothly, and Rashi occupied with other pressing matters, the responsibility of leading August's combat exchange activity naturally passed to someone else. He made this clear during his meeting with Samui. Rashi, Samui remarked coolly, you've been rather idle this year. Samui, Rashi replied without missing a beat, I've been working as well. A normal ninja wouldn't take more than half a year off, she countered calmly. Even Reikage-sama occasionally goes on missions. Rashi smiled faintly. Samui, a typical Hokage, wouldn't personally undertake external missions either. At that level, there are more important matters to handle. Samui considered this, then nodded slightly. Kumogakure's atmosphere is different. Using Reikage-sama as a comparison may not be entirely appropriate. Exactly, Rashi followed up smoothly. In Konoha, high-ranking ninja usually focus on internal governance and long-term strategy. So-called vacations are often theoretical. Take Jiraiya, for example. He paused. Jiraiya gathered intelligence while traveling, but also collected other materials along the way. Not the best example. And Tsunade had outright abandoned the village for years. Orochimaru, well, that example was even worse. Rashi calmly changed direction. For instance, Killer Bee from your village has been on long-term leave as well, yet no one would call him idle. Samui's eyes narrowed slightly. Rashi, please refrain from probing into Killer B-sama's whereabouts in this manner. She added evenly, and it is also true that B-sama has devoted considerable energy to matters beyond his role as a shinobi. Before the conversation could drift further, Nara Shikaku, who had been listening quietly, gave a light cough at just the right moment. Gentlemen and lady, he said mildly, if there are no new objections regarding the exchange match, shall we proceed to the next agenda item? Rashi immediately nodded, returning to business. For this event, Nara Shikaku will serve as Konoha's overall team leader. During the exchange, he will have the authority to make temporary decisions in response to unforeseen circumstances. Samui turned to Shikaku and inclined her head slightly. Kumogakure has long heard of Konoha's military advisor. We look forward to working with you, Shikaku-san. There's no need for such formality, Shikaku replied, waving a hand. Let's simply follow the agreement and regulations. The discussions continued for nearly 2 hours, as both sides confirmed a long list of seemingly trivial, but critically important, details, personnel deployment, venue usage rules, emergency medical logistics, and more. At last, Shikaku stood. Then everything will proceed according to today's discussion. He turned to Rashi and nodded. Rashi, the subsequent reception of Jonin Samui will be entrusted to you. With that, he gathered his documents and exited the conference room. Silence settled in, broken only by the shrill cries of cicadas outside the window, their noise stirring the heavy summer air. Samui methodically organized the scattered papers on the table, her movements precise and efficient. Samui, Rashi said lightly, would you care to try Konoha's tempura? Her hands never paused. While I am in Konoha, your arrangements naturally become my itinerary, Rashi. Once the last document was stacked away, Samui retrieved a small, unremarkable cloth pouch from her ninja tool pouch. She placed it on the table and slid it toward Rashi. A batch of ocean-going merchant ships recently arrived at Raikamo port, she said. These came along with the shipment, some, rather useless seeds. They were apparently meant for cultivating ornamental flowers, she continued, but they only ever grow branches and leaves. They never bloom. Rashi picked up the pouch, feeling the faint friction of the seeds within. He looked up at her. Thank you. You've gone to considerable trouble, Samui. Just making use of what would otherwise be discarded, Samui replied flatly. Rather than becoming waste for the merchant caravan, it's better they serve some purpose. Morio was said to be a demon of infinite power, yet the legend that it had been sealed by a priestess ultimately proved unreliable. The incident of the box of paradise had already demonstrated one undeniable truth: an uncontrollable evil, no matter how powerful, was ultimately meaningless. As for the so-called evil god, it was far too abstract. Power over death sounded impressive, but in reality, anyone holding a weapon could decide life and death. The legend of the Sage of Six Paths was ancient beyond measure. No concrete traces could be unearthed in the short term. Only the dragon veins left behind tangible records, sealed personally by Minato Namikaze. That vast, terrifying energy slumbering beneath the earth. As the former head of Root, Danzo was naturally familiar with the fourth Hokage's commonly used sealing techniques. Could it have been the four symbols seal? Danzo closed the scroll slowly. And then there were the descendants of Rurin, those rumored to influence the dragon veins themselves. It was time to move. Kakashi's investigation into Root was digging deeper by the day. Sooner or later, he would reach the core secrets Danzo had buried. Time was no longer on his side. Time slipped by silently amid paperwork and experiments, July bleeding into August before one could even notice. The tail end of summer still clung stubbornly to Konoha. The sun burned fiercely, the air heavy and suffocating, making it hard to tell whether this heat was worse than midsummer itself. Outside the Ninja Academy, the grounds were alive with noise. New student entrance exams. Rashi stood beneath the deep shade of a towering Zelkova tree beside the school building, leaning casually against its rough trunk. His gaze swept over the crowd gathering at the academy gates. Most were children about to enroll, faces filled with excitement, nervous anticipation, or restless curiosity. Nearly all of them were accompanied by parents or hopeful elders from their clans. Yet amidst the chatter and movement, one figure stood strangely apart. Blonde hair gleamed almost painfully bright under the sun. The boy stood alone at the edge of the crowd, hands stuffed deep into his pockets, head lowered stubbornly as he stared at the tips of his toes. The Uchiha family arrived at the gates. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife spoke with the academy's reception instructor, while Itachi stood quietly beside them. Sasuke lingered between his parents, eyes darting around as he took in his future classmates and surroundings. Itachi noticed Rashi beneath the tree. He murmured something to his parents, then slipped away from the crowd and walked over. "Captain," Itachi greeted softly. "Here to accompany Sasuke for the exam?" Rashi asked. "Yes." Itachi nodded. Following Rashi's line of sight, he also noticed the blonde boy standing alone. His eyes flickered briefly, but he said nothing. Itachi's sudden departure didn't go unnoticed. Sasuke turned, spotting Rashi in the shade. His small face tightened at once, lips pressing together in irritation. It's him again. Brother was always talking about Captain this, Senpai that. He barely had time to train with Sasuke anymore. The blonde boy lifted his head, scanning the crowd with a vaguely confused look. Sasuke snorted softly and turned his gaze away. But in that brief moment, blue eyes met black. Only for an instant, across the shifting sea of heads. Sasuke frowned without realizing it. Who is that guy? He looks like an idiot. And, check out my Patreon for plus 80 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 203, A Catalyst in Need. It was already late in the evening, yet Karen could barely contain her impatience to start school. Jonin Rashi holds an important position in the village. He's extremely busy, her mother had told her more than once. Rina often worked at the Hokage building and saw it firsthand. That guy really doesn't have much free time, even Hokage-sama had said on the rare occasions she visited. So, if she became an outstanding ninja, she'd be able to see him often, right? With that thought blazing in her mind, Karen nearly dragged Rina by the arm, half running toward the entrance of the ninja academy. So many people. Though Karen had lived in Konoha for 2 years, this was the first time she'd seen so many children gathered in one place. She didn't particularly like them. Some were especially annoying, always whispering, always pointing at her red hair. Then hit them back. Hit them boldly. There won't be a problem, Hokage-sama had said. That woman was the most dazzling person Karen had ever met. If she said it, then it had to be right. Her mother had disagreed, but her mother was wrong. Karen had survived once already. She'd escaped her old life through sheer will. Because of that, she trusted her own courage. So she lifted her chin high, standing straighter than the cautious Rina beside her, and faced the crowd of future classmates head-on. Then she saw him. Under the shade of a tree stood a figure who felt both unfamiliar and deeply familiar at the same time. Rashi. Captain. Karen tugged urgently at Rina's sleeve and pointed. Mom, Captain Sama is here too. He's probably on duty, Rina whispered quickly. Karen, you mustn't disturb Jonin Rashi while he's working. Karen's face flushed bright red as she nodded furiously. This is great. Just like she thought, so long as she walked the path of a ninja, she'd meet him again. Even in the ninja world, red hair was rare. Rashi noticed the undisguised gaze fixed on him and gave a faint nod in Karen's direction, a simple greeting. Then he murmured something to Itachi beside him, turned on his heel, and headed toward the academy building. He'd already seen what he wanted to see. Now it was time to handle official matters. The Ninja Academy had undergone an expansion. The original structure left behind by Senju Tobarama was no longer sufficient. Back in the second Hokage's era, Tobarama had trained only 38 students in total. At the time, most ninja were educated within their own clans, a stark contrast to the present. Now, even the great clans preferred sending their children to the academy rather than relying solely on clan instruction. The teachers assigned to oversee the entrance examination were already in position. Rashi had little interest in the exam itself. Any child who had received a notice was age-qualified, elimination was practically impossible. If someone did manage to fail, that would be worth seeing. Jonin Rashi. A young ninja wearing sunglasses and a ninja cap approached briskly. I am Ebisu, an instructor at the Ninja Academy. His posture was precise, almost rigid. By Hokage-sama's order, I've been assigned to brief you on the academy's structure and daily operations. Ebisu had been promoted to Chunin at 17 and was now around 22. His teaching record was exemplary. With a few more years, he would be a strong candidate for special jonin. The academy is currently divided into 6 grades, based on enrollment year, Ebisu continued. Students who fail the graduation exam must repeat a year. Even those who pass may be required to remain in 6th grade if their assigned squad leader does not approve them. Class sizes typically range from 18 to 24 students. Each class has a homeroom teacher responsible for most subjects. Lower grades focus on basic taijutsu, ninja tool throwing, chakra refinement and control. Higher grades begin studying ninjutsu theory, trap construction, and elementary squad tactics. Cultural courses run throughout all grades, reading and writing, mathematics, history, geography. It was a standard small class model. From 1st to 6th grade, the core objective remained the same, combat capability. Academic requirements were comparatively lenient, students only needed to pass. The true dividing line was the 3 basic jutsu, the key standard for graduation. Samurai possessed chakra and formidable combat strength, yet they had been pushed aside by the ninja system largely because they lacked mastery of these three techniques. Transformation jutsu enabled infiltration and sabotage. Clone and substitution jutsu held enormous tactical value. A ninja who mastered the three basic jutsu could effectively suppress non-ninja combat systems. Rashi had no strong objections to the Academy's current training framework. If anything, the one homeroom teacher handles everything model might benefit from greater specialization. What truly caught his attention was the growth path after graduation, during the Genin stage. The 3 Genin 1 squad leader system was crude. In most cases, squad leaders could only offer mission experience or a handful of advanced techniques, tree climbing, water walking, chakra control basics. These skills could easily be introduced as advanced academy coursework instead of being delayed until after graduation. More often than not, mismatched combat styles meant only one genin truly benefited from a squad leader's guidance. The others depended entirely on luck or connections. If a genin training program were added to the existing system, not free like the academy, but as a paid, advanced service, then the village could issue public missions based on individual specialties. Skilled ninja could be contracted to provide targeted instruction, allowing genin to develop along clearer, more efficient paths. As Rashi listened to Ebisu's explanation, his thoughts drifting deeper, the two of them rounded a corner in the corridor and nearly collided with a ninja carrying a thick stack of freshly printed enrollment forms. Ebisu-sensei. Irika Umino greeted his senior first out of habit. Then his gaze shifted, and he froze for a split second. Captain Rashi. Your Jonin Rashi has been dispatched by Hokage-sama, Ebisu explained smoothly, and is currently conducting a comprehensive review of the academy. With that, Ebisu prepared to excuse himself and move on. Irika, you. Rashi raised a hand, cutting him off. I've already grasped the overall situation. From here on, I'll look around on my own. Understood. This clearly wasn't part of Ebisu's original plan, but he chose not to press the matter. He bowed slightly and left. Rashi's eyes dropped to the documents in Irika's arms. Those are the preliminary class assignment forms. Yes, Captain Rashi, Irika answered quickly, unconsciously straightening his posture. Is Karen in your class? Karen. Irika blinked, then hurriedly flipped through the roster. No, she isn't. Transfer her into your class. To be honest, Rashi was simply curious. He wanted to see what kind of sparks would fly if Karen ended up in the same classroom as Naruto and Sasuke. And since he had both the authority and the opportunity, why not? But. Irika hesitated, clearly troubled. The class assignments have already been preliminarily arranged. Making changes at this stage might. If it hasn't been officially announced, then it isn't final, Rashi replied calmly. There's no such thing as already arranged. Yes. Irika gave a helpless smile. After all, he was only a newly appointed Chunin instructor. Arguing with a Jonin promoted years ago, and a direct envoy of the Hokage, wasn't exactly an option. After agreeing, Irika lingered, his expression conflicted. He opened his mouth, closed it again, then finally gathered his courage. Captain Rashi, may I ask you something? Go ahead. It's about Mizuki, Irika said quietly. He and I applied to become academy instructors together. His grades and mission records were better than mine, yet he didn't pass the selection. He lowered his voice further. He's always looked out for me. He's an important friend. So I was hoping you might know. Was there some kind of mistake? Or, some internal reason? The question hung in the air, heavier than Irika realized. Mizuki was still able to remain in Konoha for one reason, and one reason alone, his potential connection to Orochimaru. Otherwise, the fact that he had unilaterally executed an incapacitated comrade and then deliberately concealed the truth in his mission report would have been more than enough to strip him of his ninja status, if not earn him far harsher punishment. Perhaps that gravely wounded ninja would have died anyway. Perhaps he would have been captured by the enemy. But none of that gave Mizuki the right to decide a comrade's fate with his own hands. Rashi had chosen not to move against him, not out of mercy, but calculation. With Danzo gone and Root's intelligence network shattered, Rashi wanted to see whether Orochimaru would shift his attention toward Mizuki, a disposable pawn who might suddenly become useful again. It was bait. A measured gamble, laid carefully to see whether something lurking in the shadows would take the hook. As for the second piece of bait, the so-called village hidden in sound, it was a name that existed more on paper than in reality. According to intelligence reports, the sign had been erected, the approval stamped, but the village itself had yet to truly function. So the question remained. Was Orochimaru still searching for new experimental subjects, or had he already aligned himself with Akatsuki? The answer was both. Orochimaru had joined Akatsuki, and he was still searching for new test subjects. Although he had been paired with Kakuzu, the two were incompatible in every sense that mattered. Not in combat, but in purpose. Kakuzu killed for money. Orochimaru preferred to keep certain people alive. After several unpleasant clashes, they reached an unspoken agreement: unless Pain personally issued a joint order, they would act independently. Kakuzu continued hunting bounties, while Orochimaru pursued research materials that caught his interest. He had just finished processing a promising specimen, sealing it into a scroll, when a familiar black and white figure silently emerged from the bark of a nearby tree. "Isn't that Zetsu?" Orochimaru said lazily. "I thought you were with Shino now." "You too, Orochimaru." Black Zetsu's voice was deep and flat. "Kakuzu isn't here. And you've caused trouble for the organization." "Hee hee." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "That wasn't how you pitched things when you invited me, Zetsu. Has Jiraiya come knocking?" "Not just Jiraiya," Black Zetsu replied. "Konoha has also dispatched Uchiha Shursui, and a member of the Hyuga clan. Their objective is clear. They're tracking you." "Jiraiya. Uchiha Shursui. A Hyuga." Orochimaru considered the lineup for a heartbeat, then dismissed the thought. If Konoha wanted him dead, this wouldn't be the team they sent. Not even back when Danzo's killing intent had been at its peak. Orochimaru's smile didn't waver. "All the more reason my presence in Akatsuki has value," he said smoothly. "The organization has no intention of openly confronting Konoha yet," Black Zetsu replied. Orochimaru tilted his head, the smile on his lips sharp and amused. "Then tell me, what must I do to ensure Akatsuki still finds it worthwhile to protect me?" "Pain isn't here," White Zetsu cut in cheerfully. "Which means the decision hasn't been made yet. That answer is yours to give, Orochimaru. After all, no one understands Konoha better than you. And let's be honest," Zetsu added, "Konoha is strong. Right now, it doesn't seem to have any real enemies." "No enemies?" Orochimaru scoffed. "That's naive. In this world, there are no eternal allies, only enemies waiting for the right opportunity." He chuckled softly. "At the very least, the Tsuchikage and the Kazekage must have their own thoughts about the current balance. And perhaps the Mizukage as well, wouldn't you agree, Zetsu?" Black Zetsu ignored the probing tone. "The organization needs a concrete, executable plan." He, very well." Orochimaru's mind was already clear. "So that's how it is. They're not hunting me, they're probing Akatsuki." "The solution is simple," Orochimaru said calmly. "This fragile piece exists only because no one has yet provided a sufficient catalyst. Or rather, because certain people lack the confidence to strike first." His golden eyes gleamed faintly. "All Akatsuki needs to do is give the world a little push. Rashi is fighting EDO 3rd Kazekage and EDO Blue B. Code, C15DF. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 204, 204, Irika, not qualified. Final mission. Proceed to Rorin. Locate Queen Sarah of Rorin, or any surviving direct bloodline. Yakushi no reread the message beneath the dim candlelight. With a faint tightening of her fingers, the brittle paper crumbled, scattering into fine fragments that slipped through her hand like dust. Final mission. She turned the words over silently. The 5th Hokage had been in office for quite some time now, yet nothing had changed for her. The village still required spies who lived in the dark. And Danzo. Danzo was still issuing orders. She could no longer remember when she had last breathed Konoha's air, or stood face to face with the children of the orphanage, watching their smiles with her own eyes. What sustained her were only those slightly yellowed photographs, delivered through secure channels. In them, the children had grown taller, their expressions still bright, still innocent. At least, in the photographs, they were doing well. At least, the village itself was becoming stronger and more stable. That was enough. Nono pressed down the faint stir in her chest, her gaze settling back into calm stillness. Rorin, a name long swallowed by sand and time. Danzo-sama would never seek out a royal bloodline without reason. But reasons no longer mattered. She had no choice. A list of ninja. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi nodded. Yes. According to my investigation, a number of jonin, and even some senior chunin, were once seconded to Danzo for special assignments. They weren't officially part of Root, nor did they receive the tongue seal. On the surface, they appear clean. He paused, his visible eye darkening slightly. Some have since retired. Others are listed as being on long-term missions abroad. But the authenticity of those records can't be confirmed. There's a strong possibility they're fabricated, cover identities for continued service under Danzo. The deeper Kakashi dug into Root, the clearer the picture became. Root's official structure had always been limited. Even at its peak, it couldn't have supported the sheer scale of influence and intelligence reach Danzo once commanded. Which meant, I believe we need to re-examine the full roster and recent activity logs of all Jonin, Kakashi continued, and certain key Chunin as well. Only through cross-referencing can we identify the roots still hidden within the regular forces, those who remain under Danzo's control. Aware of the sensitivity of such a proposal, he added carefully, we could have Rashi assist with verification, or place the entire process under Shizen's supervision. No need. Tsunade cut him off, shaking her head. I'll grant you the authority directly, she said flatly. Proceed as you see fit. Her gaze hardened. Dig them all out. Every last root still hiding in the shadows. I'm going to get a stiff neck from this mess, Tsunade thought grimly. All Irika received from Rashi was a brief verdict. Not qualified. Nothing more. No explanation. No room for argument. Why, exactly, had Mizuki failed to gain approval? With that question lingering in his mind, Irika returned to the teacher's office, his thoughts in disarray. Irika-sensei, Ebisu's voice cut in, firm and measured, no matter the circumstances, it's unacceptable to let personal concerns affect your demeanor in front of students. Irika snapped back to attention at once, straightening his posture and clearing the confusion from his expression. My apologies, Ebisu-sensei. He hesitated, then continued, Captain Rashi intends to make a minor adjustment to the class roster. Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses. What kind of adjustment? He wants Uzumaki Karen transferred into the class I'll be in charge of. Do you need me to speak with Minichi-sensei? No, it's just. Irika faltered. Wouldn't a change this close to the start of term be a little inappropriate? Jonin Rashi is one of the village's elite, a trusted aide to Hokage-sama, and currently serving as a special commissioner overseeing the ninja academy, Ebisu replied calmly. If he made this decision, he has his reasons. You don't need to overthink it, Irika-sensei. Captain Rashi's intentions. Yes. With his status, it was unthinkable that he would interfere in something as trivial as class placement without purpose. That belief became rock solid on the very first day of school. Standing at the podium, Irika watched as Rashi quietly entered through the back door, walked past the students, took the empty seat in the far corner of the last row, and calmly opened a notebook. His first class as a homeroom teacher was being directly observed by the Jonin who had once led him during the Chunin exams. Now serving as a special commissioner. The pressure hit him like a physical weight. His throat tightened. His mind went blank. TT today, cough, good morning, everyone. The tremor in his voice betrayed him completely. Irika-sensei, what's he doing? That small thought flickered through Sasuke's mind. It was already class time. Of course, he had noticed the men entering from the back. Rashi had passed right by him before taking his seat. Why was that person here? And why in their classroom? Shikamaru, who had been half collapsed over his desk, forced himself upright with a silent sigh. What a pain. With a high-ranking Jonin sitting behind them, even the teacher looked ready to freeze up. This was seriously troublesome. From the moment Rashi pushed open the door, Karen's heart sank. Why wasn't I sitting in the back row? Because she wore glasses, she had been assigned a seat near the front and center. Turning around even once more would look obvious, too obvious. If she didn't concentrate, would they think she lacked the qualifications to become a ninja? Would she be judged? She forced her gaze forward, back rigid, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. The classroom atmosphere grew stiff and strangely heavy. Naruto's neck craned like a wound-up toy, twisting again and again toward the back of the room. Eventually, he gave up pretending and half-turned in his seat, bright blue eyes openly studying the source of the tension. Is that black-haired big brother taking class too? He's writing notes really seriously. Irika felt sweat bead at his temples. The students' attention had completely scattered. Though their whispers were soft, they stabbed at his ears all the same. He had to do something, now, to pull the class back together. But Captain Rashi was sitting right there. If he raised his voice too harshly, would he seem incompetent? Emotionally unstable? If he tried to regain attention with interactive activities, would it come off as childish? Unprofessional? For a brief moment, Irika stood frozen at the podium, utterly at a loss. Despite himself, his gaze drifted once more to the back of the classroom. Rashi was seated there, head lowered, pen moving steadily across the page of his notebook, focused. Is Captain Rashi recording the state of the class? Or is he evaluating me? The word struck him again, sharp and merciless. Not qualified. Mizuki's stunned, disbelieving expression resurfaced in his mind. Even Mizuki had been eliminated with those words. Then, what about me? Irika's heart sank. His disastrous opening, the scattered attention of the students, the atmosphere slipping further out of control, together, they fed a terrifying thought that took root without mercy. Could I Be judged, not qualified, today. Could I be dismissed from the Ninja Academy because of this performance? He drew in a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his racing heart and keep his composure from completely collapsing. Then, from the corner of his vision, he caught sight of another unmoving figure in the corridor outside the classroom window. A standard ninja cap. Sunglasses reflecting a cold gleam. Arms crossed. Ebisu. His expression was sterner than Irika had ever seen. This is bad. I'm finished. How long has Ebisu-sensei been watching? Irika felt the blood drain from his face. He opened his mouth to continue the lesson. What was the next topic again? Nothing came. Jonin Rashi. Ebisu caught up with him in the corridor after Rashi left the classroom early, before the lesson had even ended. If you wish to observe a class, Ebisu said evenly, you could have informed me in advance. I would have arranged a more appropriate one. Rashi didn't stop walking. His reply was calm, almost indifferent. Then we'll switch classes. He had left shortly after Ebisu appeared outside the window. Irika's class was still in session, but Rashi had already been gone for some time. The two walked up another flight of stairs in silence. At the corner near the next classroom, Ebisu finally spoke again, lowering his voice. Jonin Rashi, your presence places a great deal of pressure on Irika-sensei. This is not representative of his usual performance. He passed the Chunin selection through rigorous assessment. His teaching qualifications and sense of responsibility are beyond reproach. Ebisu paused, then added carefully, please, allow him another opportunity to demonstrate his true capabilities. Rashi nodded once. Don't worry. I understand. Ebisu exhaled in quiet relief. Though Rashi was younger than him, the responsibilities he had borne in recent years were no small matter, negotiations with Kimogakure, Sunagakure, Hidden Mist. Affairs that shaped the village's future. If Rashi had formed a negative judgment of Irika today, that young man's career might have ended before it truly began. Ebisu straightened and spoke with solemn resolve. I will personally provide Irika with targeted guidance and additional training. Regardless, today's class was a poor experience for the new students, and as a senior instructor, I bear responsibility. Please rest assured, when you observe again, Irika-sensei will deliver a performance worthy of the academy. Rashi is fighting EDO 3rd Kazakage and EDO Blue B. Code, C15DF. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 205, Karen fights for Rashi's honor. The bell finally rang, its sharp chime sounding like salvation to Irika. He all but staggered out of the classroom, his back soaked in cold sweat. No sooner had he stepped into the corridor than a broad-shouldered, stern-faced senior instructor beckoned him over. The two exchanged a few low, urgent words. Then Irika, head lowered and expression pale, followed the men down the hallway and vanished from sight. The moment he left, the heavy pressure hanging over the classroom evaporated. Noise rushed in to fill the void. Naruto watched his classmates burst into excited chatter, their voices overlapping in animated speculation. Over the past 2 years, more adults in the village had begun treating him kindly, and the outright hostility had faded, but the unspoken pressure from grown-ups still made him uneasy. Here, surrounded by kids his own age, he could finally breathe. Even the occasional wary or disgusted glance from classmates felt easier to bear than the suffocating expectations of adults. Hey, who was that black-haired Nisan? Naruto asked the student beside him, unable to hold back his curiosity. Dunno, Akimichi Choji replied, already tearing open a bag of potato chips. From the back row, Narashikamaru propped his chin on his hand and drawled lazily, someone important from the village, probably. That's why Irika-sensei was so tense. He yawned. He's getting chewed out right now, for sure. What important person? Sasuke said flatly, eyes still closed. Just a troublesome guy. The instant the words left his mouth, a rush of movement cut into his space. Sasuke opened his eyes to a blaze of fiery red hair right in front of him. The red-haired girl leaned over his desk, palms pressed hard against the wood. Behind her glasses, her eyes burned with unmistakable anger. Before Sasuke could react, sharp, indignant voices erupted behind her. What the heck? Why are you suddenly so close to Sasuke-kun? That's right. It's not decided yet who gets to be near him. Who gave you permission? Move away from Sasuke-kun. Several small hands shot forward, tugging at Karen's sleeves and arms. She shook them off violently, never taking her glare off Sasuke's startled face. Someone like you, she snapped. You'll never understand how incredible Captain Rashi is. You arrogant jerk. You don't know anything. Sasuke frowned, irritation flickering across his face. This girl was completely unreasonable. And Rashi was his brother's captain. What did that have to do with her? Who are you? He asked. Karen, she shouted, as if daring the room to forget it. Ah. You're doing this on purpose so Sasuke-kun remembers you, aren't you? How sneaky. Red-haired weirdo. That's cheating. As Karen announced her name, the shoving intensified. Someone yanked her arm, her elbow slammed into the corner of a desk. Pain flared. Her patience snapped. She spun around and lunged at the girls behind her. As if I want this arrogant jerk to remember me. Fists and fingernails answered before words could. Screams, curses, and shrill cries collided as the scuffle exploded. Textbooks and stationery scattered across the floor. Desks scraped and chairs toppled, the classroom plunging into utter chaos. Choji hugged his chips and edged safely away from the fray. Shikamaru sighed deeply and retreated to the corner. What a drag, he muttered. Naruto stared at the sudden brawl with eyes wide as saucers. So awesome. Hey. If you don't move, you're going to get dragged into it. A lazy voice cut in beside him. Naruto blinked, glanced left and right, then pointed at himself. Me. Who else? Shikamaru shot him a sideways look. You were the one asking questions earlier, weren't you? Standing there, you're an easy target. If they lash out, you'll get hit for sure, and that won't be fun. Naruto's eyes lit up. He hurried over, grinning. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. And you guys are? TCH. Nara Shikamaru, he replied. And that's Choji. Akimichi Choji. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, then leaned in conspiratorially. Hey, Shikamaru, do you know who that black-haired Nii-san was? I feel like I've seen him before, but I can't remember where. My dad's mentioned him, Shikamaru said. His name's Rashi. Rashi. Naruto echoed. Is he really important? Yeah, Shikamaru said after a pause. I guess you could say that. I sent you to the Ninja Academy to observe, not to traumatize people, Tsunade grumbled, arms crossed as she watched Rashi examine the vitality of the preserved tree branch. When the old man went to check on things, Iruka was practically ready to hand in his resignation. Rashi chuckled softly. He genuinely hadn't expected his presence to have that much impact, but for a brand new teacher, having a jonin push open the door and silently observe their very first class was bound to be overwhelming. Still, once he'd already sat down, it would have been strange to leave immediately. Before I left, I told Iruka not to take it personally, Rashi said calmly. Tsunade snorted. So, besides giving Iruka heart palpitations, what did you think of the Ninja Academy? The overall structure and teaching flow are solid, Rashi replied. But some of the content is clearly lagging behind the village's actual needs. Tsunade's expression sharpened. Lagging. Yes. The graduation age at the Ninja Academy has always fluctuated with circumstances, Rashi explained. By the 5th or 6th year, aside from cultural subjects, the amount of new ninja-related knowledge students can acquire drops sharply, almost to a standstill. At the same time, the Academy's standards for cultural subjects are low. Older students lose motivation because they're neither challenged academically nor meaningfully advancing as ninja. Tsunade exhaled slowly. There's no easy solution. The Academy has many civilian children and orphans. They don't have access to proper training before enrollment, so their starting line is far behind that of clan children. If we simply raise the difficulty now, those kids will be the first to fall behind. That would only deepen inequality. Rashi nodded. Which is exactly why the current 6-year academy system isn't enough. He continued evenly, even among ninja families, parents are often too busy with missions to properly support early education. Tsunade looked at him. So what are you proposing? Preschool education, Rashi said without hesitation. Tsunade frowned. That's not just funding, it's a long-term financial commitment. It's a necessary investment, Rashi replied calmly. For the village's long-term stability. Clan children can rely on family resources and internal training environments to build a foundation before enrollment, even if their parents are absent. Civilian families don't have that luxury. That gap can't be bridged by individual effort alone. He paused, then met Tsunade's gaze directly. If this gap persists, ordinary ninja will increasingly depend on their clan for resources and protection, because as individuals, they can't break through the barrier. But, Rashi continued, his tone shifting slightly, for clans like the Uchiha, the advantage isn't as absolute as it seems. For members who don't awaken the Sharingan, the clan's support is often weaker than what systematic village-led preschool education could provide. And for those who do awaken it, he added, many Sharingan techniques don't require structured instruction at all, they manifest instinctively through bloodline. The clan's monopoly on ninjutsu education isn't as ironclad as people believe. He let the words settle before finishing quietly. Even the most closely guarded clan techniques. The village already possesses some of them. Just like the Izanagi once used by Danzo, mastered while the Uchiha clan still stood. This reform isn't just about education, Rashi concluded. It's about preserving balance between the village and the clans, and weakening the excessive hold clans have over individual ninja. In the test tube resting in his hand, a single eye floated in preservation fluid. Danzo stared at it for a long moment, unsure whether he should laugh or grind his teeth in fury. Only one. With so few usable subordinates remaining, he did not vent his anger on the queue. After claiming inconvenience last year, vanishing without a trace for so long, and now suddenly sending back an eye. Orochimaru, what game are you playing? Where is he now? Danzo asked coldly. Orochimaru left only the eye and a method of contact, Q replied, head lowered. Go find him. Yes. Handsome, academically gifted, exceptional at taijutsu, and born into a prestigious clan. Almost every trait that made someone popular was concentrated in Uchiha Sasuke. It was only natural that a self-organized fan club had formed around him. Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno joined almost immediately, quickly becoming the group's most vocal members. On the rooftop during lunch break, early autumn wind brushed past with a faint dryness. Karen stood alone by the railing, opening her bento. I'm talking to you. The voice came from above. Karen looked up to see Ino standing there, hands clasped behind her back, sunlight outlining her pale golden hair. Why don't you like Sasuke-kun? Ino asked. Is it really just because of that one sentence? Karen's chopsticks paused. Among the girls in the class, she was an anomaly. Not only was she not part of the fan club, but after the chaotic fight on the first day, once suspicions about her, trying to attract attention, were cleared, what remained was pure isolation. Someone like Ino, one of the most popular girls, had no reason to approach an outcast. Yet here she was. He lives in a completely different world, Karen said flatly. Compared to Sasuke-kun, he's far older. She shot Ino a sharp glare. You wouldn't understand. Ino sighed. Still, are you really going to keep going like this? At least try not to make everyone hate you. Karen tightened her grip on the chopsticks, said nothing, and took another mouthful of rice. Seeing her stubborn silence, Ino shook her head. Fine. Do whatever you want. The preschool proposal still required extensive discussion. In theory, the investment wouldn't be large. Preschool education involved only basic literacy and numeracy, at most supplemented by guided physical games to build age-appropriate foundations. Even before the village gained new revenue streams, this level of spending was manageable, let alone now. However, because it required the creation of permanent positions and long-term staffing, the proposal Rashi submitted remained a preliminary draft, pending formal review. By contrast, the Genin training class initiative was far easier to push forward. Fees were mandatory. This was one point Rashi refused to compromise on. People rarely valued what they received for free. The current batch of Genin, those who had grown up through hardship, might appreciate guidance given freely. But what about future generations? How would they regard Chunin instructors who took time away from missions to train them? Only by paying a price, even a symbolic one, would they learn to value the opportunity. It would also naturally filter out those without genuine motivation. After refining both the preschool draft and the training class plan, Rashi returned to the Ninja Academy once more. However, the information Irika brought him this time was unexpected. Fighting. Rashi repeated. Irika looked uneasy. Why yes. That is. Karen and some of the girls still seem to have unresolved misunderstandings. The cause appears to be Sasuke-kun. Rashi paused. And Naruto. Rashi is fighting EDO 3rd Kazekage and EDO Blue B. Code, C15DF. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 206, Naruto vs Sasuke. With another Uzumaki in the class, sitting across from someone who shared his surname, it was only natural that Naruto felt different. He really was paying attention to Karen. She was the first Uzumaki he had ever met in the village, aside from himself. Did she know his family? Did she know anything about his parents? Your parents died in the nine-tailed demon fox's attack, just like many other villagers. The third Hokage always said this. Every month, without fail, the living expenses arrived on time, along with those same gentle words. But whenever Naruto tried to ask more, who they were, what they were like, Hokage-sama would smile and change the subject. So Naruto had gathered his courage and asked Karen instead. I don't know them, the red-haired girl replied coolly. My mother and I only came to the village last year. Then she glanced at his bright blonde hair and added, and, you're different from us. Different? Even with the same surname, he was still different. Naruto felt a small, hollow ache settle in his chest. But before it could grow too heavy, he noticed something else. Karen was always alone too. That's different, Naruto, Shikamaru muttered, eyes closed as he lay sprawled across his desk. That's girl stuff. If boys butt in, it just gets more troublesome. But. Anyway, don't get involved, Shikamaru rolled over, turning his back. Too troublesome. Naruto puffed out his cheeks, his gaze drifting to the other end of the classroom, toward Uchiha Sasuke. The tension around Karen, it was because of him, wasn't it? Then why did Sasuke look so indifferent? Why did those girls treat Karen like that because of Sasuke? Was it because he was strong? Because he was talented? But then, why did Sasuke always seem to be alone too? On the training grounds, bright sunlight spilled across the sandy earth. Irika took a deep breath, standing before the neatly lined up students. He tried, unsuccessfully, to ignore the gazes coming from the school building. Captain Rashi leaned casually by the window. Nearby, Ebisu-sensei's sunglasses reflected a blinding glare. And worse still, Irika was almost certain he saw the faint curl of smoke from the third Hokage-sama's pipe. Rashi had given prior notice that he would observe this taijutsu class. Ebisu had come because of that, and the third Hokage, already present for routine instruction, had stayed. Calm down, Irika told himself. Stick to the lesson plan. Execute it cleanly. He demonstrated a set of basic blocks and counterattacks, his movements precise, posture textbook perfect, explanations clear and steady. All right, Irika said, scanning the earnest young faces. Did everyone see those movements clearly? He paused. Now, I need one student to come forward and cooperate with me for a sparring demonstration. His eyes naturally fell on Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, please. I'll do it. Naruto burst out of the line, bounding to the center of the field in a few quick steps and planting himself directly in front of Sasuke. The entire class froze. Naruto pointed straight at Sasuke, eyes blazing. Sasuke. I challenge you. Irika felt a sharp twitch at his temple. His face stiffened for a heartbeat as he struggled to maintain a teacher's composure. Against his will, his gaze drifted upward again, toward the windows. Naruto. Why today? Why this class, of all classes? Many Chunin had once been seconded to Danzo, not only those from the regular ninja ranks, but even operatives within Umbu. Even Kakashi himself had once been ordered by Danzo to monitor the Uchiha clan, let alone other Umbu members. However, their movements were now clear, their recent activities already verified. Abirame Ryoma. Yamanaka. Yakushi Nono. His gaze stopped on the final name. A Jonin. Her top-secret dossier recorded years of high-risk espionage, with multiple deployments under Root's command. Yet the status line was marked clearly. Retired. Retired, with a history of deep cover operations. Her listed whereabouts placed her in a small affiliated village near Konoha, where she now ran an orphanage. An orphanage in an outer village, huh? Kakashi closed the file. An orphanage meant children of uncertain origins, few external ties, and little scrutiny. If Danzo still had forces hidden in the shadows, such a place would be an ideal refuge. This was something he would need to confirm personally. Naruto. I didn't say you could. Irika's outstretched hand froze in midair. Before he could finish, Naruto had already dropped into an attacking stance and charged forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. Sasuke. The outcome was inevitable. Naruto possessed solid physical strength, good stamina, and decent speed. But he had received no formal training before entering the academy, and it had been only a few days since enrollment. Sasuke merely shifted half a step back, turning his body with effortless precision. Naruto's straight punch cut through empty air. Sasuke hooked a foot behind Naruto's ankle, and as Naruto stumbled past, an elbow struck cleanly into his lower back. Puffed. Naruto slammed face first into the sand, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Ah. Sasuke-kun. The girl's shrill cries erupted instantly. Naruto lay there stiffly for a heartbeat before pushing himself up, coughing and spitting sand from his mouth. Sasuke gave a soft snort, not even sparing him a glance. He turned instead to Irika, who looked utterly helpless. Shall we continue, Irika-sensei? Irika sighed, stepped forward, hauled Naruto to his feet, brushed the sand from his clothes, and placed him back into the line. Clearing his throat, he prepared to use the exchange as a teaching example, hoping to wrest control of the class back onto its rails. When he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, a red-haired girl biting her lower lip, glaring daggers at Sasuke. A bad feeling crept up his spine. Sure enough. Karen took in Naruto's battered appearance, Sasuke's indifferent expression, and the surrounding girls' looks, some triumphant, some openly disdainful. That arrogant jerk. She stepped forward abruptly. I want to challenge you too, Uchiha Sasuke. A collective gasp rippled through the class. Sasuke turned his gaze toward her. He remembered this red-haired girl, the one who had inexplicably exploded at him on the first day of school. Since then, she'd somehow ended up isolated from the rest of the class. Her hostility made no sense to him. Sasuke glanced at Karen, then swept his eyes across the girls surrounding him, those cheering him on while simultaneously casting Karen looks filled with displeasure, even outright disgust. His brows knit together, and after a brief pause, he spoke. That person is my brother's captain. Feeling he had said enough, Sasuke turned away, no longer sparing her a glance. Step back, he added coolly. Irika-sensei is still conducting class. Karen blinked, clearly needing a moment to process his words. Then her expression twisted, and a surge of fury exploded inside her. You. A sharp cry burst from her throat as she stomped her foot hard against the ground. Something deep within her body responded, a force far greater than her usual strength flooding her limbs. Saying something like that, about your own brother's captain, is even more outrageous. Her small body launched forward. Faster than she had ever moved before. Sasuke was completely unprepared. He was still tangled in his own thoughts, his guard relaxed. By the time he caught the sound of rushing air and Karen's cry, his vision was already filled with flying red hair. Too late. Bang. A fist slammed squarely into his face. Sasuke grunted and staggered back several steps, a sharp, burning pain flaring across his cheek. He clutched his face, staring in disbelief at Karen, who stood before him, fist still raised, her posture frozen in the aftermath of the strike. The entire training ground fell into stunned silence. From the teaching building, Rashi, leaning casually against the window, raised an eyebrow. On the outskirts of Konoha, in a sparsely populated affiliated village, Kakashi stood before a weathered, aging building and knocked on the door. After a moment, it opened just a crack. An elderly man with graying hair and beard peered out, one eye visible. He glanced at Kakashi's forehead protector, his expression unchanged. A Konoha shinobi, he asked flatly. What brings you here? Excuse me, Kakashi replied, his voice low behind the mask. I'm looking for Mizukushi Nono. The director has been away for some time, the old man answered without inflection. She is not currently at the orphanage. Not here. A retired jonin, whereabouts uncertain. May I ask why she's away? Kakashi pressed gently. The old man hesitated before replying, the orphanage is short on funds. The director has gone out to treat patients to raise money. I see, Kakashi said. In that case, may I come in and take a look around? Perhaps the village can offer assistance. After a moment's pause, the old man stepped aside. Please. Kakashi entered. Several children who had been playing froze and stared at him. Almost immediately, a middle-aged woman emerged from an inner room, quietly gathered the children behind her, and ushered them away without a word. If it were my brother, he wouldn't lose. If it were me. What about Shingo and Shoji? Sasuke blurted out. The Chunin performed adequately overall. So, just ordinary, Fugaku said, his voice noticeably lower. Most Sharingan users are assigned to the police or Umbu and cannot participate in such events, Itachi continued. Hokage-sama understands this and is not dissatisfied with us. These exchanges will only become more frequent, Fugaku said gravely. The championship you won back then had limited long-term impact, Itachi. If we fail to produce outstanding results in the future, it will damage the Uchiha's reputation. Do not forget why we were forced to give up. Father. Fugaku exhaled softly. Sasuke. It's late. He'd been found. Sasuke stiffened and awkwardly stepped out from the shadows. Father. Brother. Itachi turned to him, his gaze gentle. Can't sleep. No. I just. Sasuke faltered. Go rest, Fugaku said. You have class tomorrow. Sasuke nodded and turned to leave. After 2 steps, he paused and looked back. Father, he said quietly, I will live up to the Uchiha name. It was a promise. Today's failure would be the last. Sasuke. Itachi smiled, and Sasuke's heart leapt into his throat. Why yes, brother. Get a good night's sleep. The tension drained from his chest in an instant. Yes. Brother. So. Rashi wasn't the type to talk unnecessarily after all. That thought finally allowed Sasuke to return to bed, his worry settling into uneasy silence. Sasuke's thoughts burned with ambition, determined to restore the Uchiha's prestige tomorrow. He could tolerate being caught off guard, but he absolutely would not allow anyone to think the Uchiha were nothing special. He didn't know when he fell asleep. By the time he opened his eyes again, dawnlight was already spilling into the room. He was still groggy, but he forced himself up anyway, washed, ate, and prepared to head out. His older brother was still home at this hour. It seemed Itachi was on leave today. "Sasuke, didn't you sleep well?" Itachi asked. "A little." Sasuke rubbed his eyes, then looked up at him with barely concealed hope. "Are you coming with me to school today, brother?" Itachi reached out and lightly tapped Sasuke's forehead with one finger. "Next time." Sasuke rubbed his forehead, lips pursed. "It's always next time. I don't even expect you to actually come anymore." He turned away in a huff, about to leave. "Sasuke." He stopped. "What now, brother?" Itachi met his eyes, a gentle smile playing on his lips, one that instantly made Sasuke's scalp prickle. "Next time you spar with someone," Itachi said calmly, "don't let your attention wander." Sasuke's face went red in an instant, as if steam might start pouring out of his ears. That guy, he really is awful. And that wasn't even a spar, that was a sneak attack. Narashikaku hadn't returned yet, but the report on the exchange competition had already reached the village. The conclusion was blunt: this batch of Konoha genin had performed poorly in the arena, while the Chunin barely managed to save face. Because of that, Tsunade's mood had been foul all night. When Rashi finally lifted his aching head from the mountain of paperwork, what greeted him was still the fifth Hokage's dark expression. "It's just that the genin didn't perform well," Rashi said, rubbing his face. "What, did you lose a bet?" "I almost placed one." Tsunade slammed her hands on the desk and interlaced her fingers. "Damn it. The odds were clearly in our favor. But as Hokage, I can't gamble on matches involving my own village. After all," Rashi said once she'd cooled slightly, "there were 3 Chunin exams within 2 years. The year before last followed the normal promotion cycle, and last year had 2 exams back-to-back. Anyone who participates in external competitions through public missions must be promoted if their performance meets the standards. That's village policy. When the exams are hosted on our home ground, anyone who shines in front of the public becomes impossible to ignore. This year's genin were restricted to within 3 years of graduation. Weaker performance is expected. Since you didn't actually bet, a loss within reasonable margins shouldn't make you this angry." Tsunade glared at him and declared indignantly, "I may not have placed the bet, but I already decided the winner and loser in my heart. How is that any different from losing?" "If that's the case," Rashi said evenly, "then next time, I'd suggest you mentally bet on the opponent instead. It might produce unexpected results." A crumpled paper ball smacked him squarely on the forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am the Hokage." "Exactly, because you're the hawk." 2 more paper balls struck him before he could finish. Rashi straightened, glancing at Tsunade's desk. A small pile of discarded paper balls had already formed. He sighed. Kumogakure specializes in taijutsu, kenjutsu, and lightning release. They hold a natural advantage at the genin stage. Once they reach Chunin, the gap narrows as tactical complexity increases. The 2 villages follow different training philosophies. In a single, arena-focused environment like this, losing at the genin level is, statistically speaking, within expectations. "That's exactly why," Tsunade said sharply, "I need you to push forward the genin training plan immediately. Next year's competition will continue." Shikaku's letter states that Kumogakure wants to extend the schedule and expand its influence. "This year was already embarrassing enough," she added grimly. "If the schedule gets longer next year and our genin perform like this again." She slammed her palm down. "That would be a humiliation Konoha cannot afford." Since the objective was immediate combat readiness for next year, the focus naturally had to fall on the ninja graduating this year. Ebisu was promptly summoned to the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," he first bowed respectfully to Tsunade at the main desk, then turned toward the figure at the adjacent one. "Jonin Rashi." "Ebisu-sensei, I'll get straight to the point," Rashi said, setting his pen aside. "The village intends to establish a genin training program. The primary targets are students about to graduate, as well as genin from the past 2 years. You have extensive experience in this area, so I'd like to hear your opinion." He then briefly outlined the initial plan. Genin would submit training applications on their own initiative, and the village would assign appropriate instructors based on the content of those applications. Ebisu listened without interrupting. When Rashi finished, he adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. "Jonin Rashi's proposal is indeed meaningful," Ebisu said. "However, regarding implementation, I believe there are several issues worth reconsidering." He chose his words carefully. "Most genin have only a vague sense that they are not strong enough, but they lack the ability to accurately identify their own weaknesses, let alone judge which development path best suits them. If we rely entirely on self-submitted applications, many requests will be unfocused or misguided. Some genin may even choose not to apply at all, either out of fear of evaluation or simple confusion. In the end, the program's effectiveness would be greatly reduced." My suggestion, Ebisu continued, is for the village to proactively establish genin ability enhancement classes. We would openly recruit genin who wish to improve, allowing them to volunteer. Then, elite jonin or specialists appointed by the village would conduct standardized, systematic ability assessments. Based on those results, participants would be assigned to specialized tracks, such as taijutsu enhancement, ninjutsu control, and practical application, or squad tactical coordination. Instructors with matching expertise would then be centrally assigned to conduct high-intensity, periodic training. After each training cycle, a comprehensive evaluation would be held. Depending on progress and potential, genin would either advance to deeper specialization or return to regular missions to continue accumulating experience. Ebisu's later promotion to special jonin had been due largely to his teaching ability, and it showed. With only a rough framework to work from, he had already produced a concrete, executable plan. Rashi glanced at Tsunade. She gave a slight nod. Very professional advice, Ebisu-sensei, Rashi said. For now, the training program itself will require time to prepare. The village hopes you can first focus on the current 5th and 6th year students. We need a detailed individual assessment report as soon as possible, along with a short-term plan that can rapidly improve their foundational combat capabilities. Understood, Ebisu replied, bowing slightly. I will complete the report and submit it promptly. After he left, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, silently calculating for a long moment before letting out a long sigh. If we follow Ebisu's approach, she muttered, the cost will increase significantly. Rashi nodded. Compared to his original, minimalist plan, where the village merely acted as a coordinator, this new structure added assessments, class divisions, centralized instruction, and follow-up guidance. Venues, personnel, equipment, all of it meant rising expenses. And even with mandatory fees, the price couldn't be set too high. This money still has to be spent, Rashi said calmly. Setting aside short-term combat readiness, if the village continues relying on the old, hands-off model, leaving everything to individual captains' experience and personal connections, our efficiency in cultivating specialized talent will remain low, and the success rate unreliable. He gave an example without hesitation. Take the medical system. We've built hospitals, but we still lack a standardized, large-scale training pipeline for medical ninja. I know. Tsunade groaned, slumping forward until her forehead rested against the cool surface of the desk. Her voice came out muffled. The Uchiha issue is mostly settled, and now all of this is piling on, it never ends. She turned her head slightly, glaring at him through half-lidded eyes. You're seriously annoying, Rashi. Rashi is fighting EDO 3rd Kazekage and EDO Blue B. Code, C15DF. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 208, Itachi's Sickness. Karen found that the ostracism around her had eased. Maybe it was because of that punch. Or maybe it was because of Sasuke's explanation. After all, a mysterious, important figure at school, and the respected captain of an idol's older brother were very different kinds of labels. Even so, there was no one she could talk to about it, neither the isolation she had endured before, nor the subtle change she felt now. She couldn't tell Rina. Mom would worry. The blonde idiot was still as loud and annoying as ever. The arrogant guy's face looked especially sour when he showed up at school today. Aside from that, everything seemed no different from before. Hey, you know that move you pulled yesterday? A familiar voice rang out. The short-haired blonde girl appeared on the rooftop again, with a pink-haired girl trailing half a step behind her. Ino. Sakura reached out and lightly tugged her sleeve. Even though she wasn't yet as obsessed with Sasuke as she would become in the future, seeing him get hit still left an uncomfortable knot in her chest. But Ino insisted on coming, and Sakura could only follow along. What's the big deal, Sakura? Ino said brightly. Sasuke-kun is still super handsome. Then she turned to Karen, smiling wide. And you were amazing. Karen lowered her head, poking at her bento with her chopsticks. Her voice came out muffled. Don't you guys really like that arrogant guy? Ino propped her cheek in her palm, eyes glittering without the slightest hint of shame. I totally like him. There's no boy in this school more outstanding than Sasuke-kun. She tilted her head, tone softening just a little. But the way he sulked after getting hurt. That actually made me feel kind of sorry for him. Karen's mouth twitched. You're really strange. I'm Ino Yamanaka, Ino said cheerfully, pointing at herself before pulling the girl beside her forward. This is Sakura Haruno. Can we sit here? Before Karen could answer, Ino had already dragged the hesitant Sakura down beside her. Just like that, the seating rearranged itself. Ino next to Karen. Sakura next to Ino. Karen stared down at her bento. Ino beamed. Sakura stayed quiet, her her gaze curious as it lingered on Karen's red hair and glasses. "I'm Karen Uzumaki," Karen muttered, fidgeting. Her voice was barely louder than a whisper. "Didn't you already know?" "That's totally different," Ino declared, thrusting out her hand with infectious enthusiasm. "It has to come from Karen herself." She grinned, bright and unapologetic. "Exchanging names, that's the first step to becoming friends, right?" Ebisu was tasked with compiling the lists for the 5th and 6th year classes, while Rashi had already begun marking noteworthy names within the Ninja Academy roster. Once he looked closely, he realized that the current academy held far more potential than he'd expected. Setting aside the future Konoha 12 from the original storyline, there were already several names worth attention. For instance, Sai, who had originally been slated for root training and would later become the 4th member of Team 7. And Shin, the boy Sai referred to as his brother. According to the records, both had been transferred by Kakashi from Root's reserve program into the Ninja Academy. Judging purely by ability scores, Sai and Shin stood at the very top of their cohort. However, Shin's situation was more complicated. A comprehensive physical examination conducted prior to his enrollment revealed congenital latent risks. While nothing was immediately life-threatening, the condition required regular hospital checkups and long-term monitoring. When Rashi saw Shin's name, and the attached medical note, he immediately arranged for Itachi to undergo a physical examination as well. In the original timeline, Itachi's health had deteriorated alarmingly early. That memory alone was reason enough. Itachi's report was personally reviewed by Tsunade. After all, as the cornerstone of Konoha's future plans concerning the Uchiha clan, any issue with Itachi's health would force the village to scrap and rebuild those arrangements from the ground up. All indicators are normal, Tsunade concluded, setting the report aside. His chakra circulation is stable, and there are no abnormalities. Then she looked up at Rashi, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Why did you suddenly suspect something was wrong with his body?" "Just a feeling," Rashi replied evenly. If even Tsunade couldn't detect an issue, then the most likely explanations were either Mangekyo overuse later in life, or the psychological collapse that followed the Uchiha massacre. A body breaking down alongside a shattered will wouldn't be surprising. "Since he's been examined," Tsunade said after a moment, "schedule a full physical for him every year from now on." She waved a hand dismissively. "Plenty of Umbu need regular checkups anyway." "Hey 8. Rashi asked. "Yes," Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. "His condition is congenital. Medicine and medical ninjutsu can only manage it, not cure it. Based on this year's results, we're preparing to transfer him out of Umbu and into a role that's more suitable." "You can't cure him either?" Rashi asked. Tsunade shot him a look as if he'd asked whether she could resurrect the dead. "I'm a skilled doctor, not a god. Some defects can only be regulated, not fixed. At least for now," she added, "there's no cure." She filed Itachi's report into a confidential archive, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Rashi by the shoulder. "Since you're already here," she said briskly, "you might as well get a full checkup too." Rashi paused. This was not part of the plan. Uzumaki Naruto gradually noticed that something in the classroom had shifted. In Irika's class, the most unpopular student had originally been Karen, the outsider who had clashed with Sasuke and gotten into a fight with the other girls on the very first day. Between her status as a transfer student and the impression that she actively stirred up trouble, she had been thoroughly isolated. But now, during the afternoon break, a few girls had started talking to her. Was it because she'd managed to punch Sasuke? Naruto glanced at Karen, then turned his gaze straight toward Sasuke. At this stage, Sasuke was extremely sensitive to any attention around him, especially such open, undisguised staring. He traced the source of the gaze back with a cold look. And met Naruto's clear blue eyes, bright with expectation. This idiot again. Sasuke's fingers tightened into a fist, his posture subtly shifting as his body slipped into a guarded stance. "Sasuke. Is it starting again?" Sasuke braced himself. If Naruto charged at him recklessly like yesterday, he'd knock him down instantly. At the same time, he flicked a cautious glance toward Karen from the corner of his eye. She seemed quieter today, but who could say she wouldn't suddenly explode again? This time, he wouldn't give anyone a chance to ambush him. "I'm going to beat you." Ordinarily, Sasuke wouldn't bother responding to such nonsense, just like he hadn't yesterday. But for some reason, the word beat struck a nerve. An unfamiliar irritation surged up, along with a sharp, almost instinctive urge to win. Umph. It was just a soft snort, laced with disdain, but Sasuke's attention had already fully withdrawn from Karen. His focus locked entirely onto Naruto. He would not lose to this person. Yakushi Nono's whereabouts were suspiciously unclear. Given her background as a former captain of Konoha's medical corps, if she were openly practicing medicine anywhere within the land of fire, there should have been traces, rumors, reports, something. Yet there was nothing. The orphanage itself raised too many red flags. Whether it was the white-haired old man or the middle-aged woman who appeared later, their attitude toward him carried a subtle but unmistakable hostility. Was it because he was a Konoha ninja, or something else entirely? Kabuto. The name was still listed on the orphanage's registry, but the person himself was gone. Their explanation was that he had left together with Yakushi Nono. Kakashi returned to the archives, his expression grave. This was abnormal. If Yakushi Kabuto had truly been taken by Danzo and inducted into Root, his name should not have remained on the orphanage's public records. Leaving the file intact suggested something else, that Danzo had deliberately allowed Kabuto to retain a legitimate, publicly verifiable identity within Konoha. One that could be activated at any time. Kakashi accessed Kabuto's Ninja Academy file. Yakushi Kabuto. Ninja rank, Genin. Ninja Academy graduate. He scrutinized the academic record line by line. This academy history is fabricated. It was more carefully constructed than most root cover identities, but under focused examination, the seams were still visible. Yakushi Nono. Yakushi Kabuto. What Yakushi Nono was doing wasn't difficult to infer. With her experience and skill set, she was almost certainly still operating as a spy. The timing of her disappearance aligned perfectly with a period when Konoha was under pressure both internally and externally. Even now, she was likely one of Danzo's retained intelligence assets, no longer under the village's direct control. Which raised the next question. What about Yakushi Kabuto? With most formerly hostile villages now bound by peace treaties or alliances, there were fewer obvious destinations left. So where would spies who hadn't been recalled be sent now? Rashi is fighting EDO 3rd Kazekage and EDO Blue B. Code, C15DF. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 209, Rashi's Gift for Guy. To escape your current predicament, merely pursuing greater power will not be enough. Q relayed Orochimaru's message word for word. Danzo's expression did not change. Of course he understood that principle. If raw strength alone were sufficient, he would never have pinned his hopes on something as unstable as the dragon veins. So, what exactly did Orochimaru want? And what leverage did he believe he still held? Orochimaru requests manpower and freedom of action within the land of rice fields, Q continued. Although his application to establish the village hidden in sound has already been approved, under the present circumstances, he sees little value in relocating there. As expected. The chess piece Danzo had placed long ago, before his confinement, had finally begun to move. As long as Orochimaru remained unwilling to abandon the legitimacy of a recognized ninja village, Danzo still had a chain around that snake's neck. Additionally, Q said, lowering his voice, Orochimaru claims to retain control over the remnants of the Land of Sky's forces. He states that this power can be placed at your disposal. Sky Ninja. Their combat value on the ground was questionable, but their aerial capabilities still had niche uses. With this, most of the pieces on the board had been gathered. All that remained was news from Yakushi Nono. Mid-September, Konoha Year 57. Narashikaka finally concluded his long exchange mission in the Hidden Cloud Village and returned to Konoha with the delegation, visibly worn down by the journey. These kinds of missions really drain the soul, he grumbled the moment he spotted Rashi leaning by the corridor window of the Hokage building. Next time Kimogakure needs something, you handle it. Shikaka-san, Rashi replied calmly, in a few years you can hand that burden over to Shikamaru. Just endure a little longer. That brat's still too young, Shikaka sighed, rubbing his forehead. Then he smirked. By the way, you left quite an impression on the Cloud folks. Oh, right. The Raikage asked me to give you this. His grin turned mischievous. He wanted to know if you've been working on your muscles. Rashi silently accepted the can. It was cold, heavy, dark metal, stamped with a bold A, and a smaller pro beside it. An upgraded version. He weighed it once in his hand, said nothing, and followed Shikaku into the Hokage office. The exchange mission still required a final report from Konoha's chief strategist. That concludes the detailed breakdown of profits from this practical combat exchange event with Kimogakure, Shikaka said, unrolling a scroll. Our share will be delivered once the Cloud completes their internal accounting. He paused, then continued, tone turning more formal. Additionally, Kimogakure has submitted a proposal regarding future exchange events. They wish to rename the competition for broader promotion and further standardize its content. Shikaka glanced up briefly before continuing. The Hidden Cloud believes that, in a closed arena environment, the greatest visual impact and entertainment value come from pure taijutsu clashes and direct offensive use of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. Therefore, They propose that future competitions center primarily on these two categories, with strict limitations on secret techniques, bloodline limits, and unconventional ninjutsu, in order to enhance spectacle and audience appeal. Rashi's gaze drifted to the upgraded protein powder can resting in his hand. Which village possessed the greatest number of secret techniques and bloodline clans? Konoha, without question. Under such restrictions, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio alone would take a hit. Nara shadow imitation and Yamanaka mind transfer would almost certainly be restricted. The Akimichi expansion technique might barely pass as taijutsu, barely. Then there were the Aburame's insect techniques, and the Uchiha's Sharingan genjutsu. Both would likely fall squarely within the banned category. Still, the proposal wasn't without merit. By excluding unconventional methods, the rules simplified the battlefield, reduced uncertainty, and shifted the focus toward fundamentals, physical conditioning, chakra control, and elemental mastery. Even if Kimogakure gained a relative advantage in such an environment, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, nothing prevented the Hyuga from fighting with ninjutsu or swords, or the Inuzuka from charging in alongside their dogs. Though that raised another question. Would Fang over Fang still allow the use of Ninken? Or would only the Inuzuka themselves be permitted? That detail would need discussion. Overall, however, the proposal remained within a controllable, and negotiable, range. Tsunade propped her chin on one hand, thought for a moment, then nodded. Understood. We agree with their proposal in principle. As for the detailed clauses, I'll leave the follow-up negotiations to you, Shikaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shikaku accepted the order, bowed, and withdrew from the office. Rashi, still holding the gift he had received, turned to leave as well. Wait. Tsunade called out, lifting her chin slightly and pointing at the metal can in his hand. Her expression hovered somewhere between curiosity and disdain. You're not seriously planning to drink that, are you? Drink it. Rashi hesitated, then said calmly, after all this time, the Reikage still remembers me. And according to my last full physical examination, there's still room for improvement in my overall condition. I was planning to ask Gai-san for advice on increasing the intensity of my physical training. The Senju princess's expression grew even more complicated. You can't use the 8 inner gates. But going to Gai isn't a bad idea, she added after a pause. Even if his methods aren't perfectly suited to you, they'll still be effective. Konoha doesn't have a better taijutsu specialist than him. Rashi nodded. I still have several cans of protein powder I brought back from the hidden cloud last year. They'd make good gifts. You, Tsunade sighed deeply. Those things have been sitting there for a whole year, haven't they? The shelf life is 2 years. With Might Guy's training intensity and absurd metabolism, the protein powder would definitely be gone long before it expired. You buy souvenirs every time you go on a business trip, then just let them pile up. What exactly are you thinking? Tsunade recalled the bottle of perfume Rashi had given her, now quietly entering its 3rd year of storage. When I go somewhere, it feels wrong not to bring something back, Rashi replied honestly. It's not like I meant to let them sit. As for the perfume, considering that even when you were wandering outside, you were still a ninja to some extent, I figured a strong scent wouldn't be appropriate, so I kept it. The words wandering and to some extent made Tsunade's eye twitch. There aren't many people suitable to give protein powder to, Rashi continued. The ones who could be victimized already were. Guy was on a mission back then, and by the time he returned, I was busy with experiments. He's probably never even eaten something like that, Tsunade muttered weakly. It didn't really matter. Worst case, he could always locate Guy's destined hot-blooded disciple in advance. After all, Rock Lee was currently attending the Ninja Academy. Speaking of which, was Lee really not Guy's biological son? That was something to check in the archives later. With that thought, Rashi returned home to retrieve the remaining protein powder and went to find Guy. As it turned out, aside from failing to recognize Rashi at first glance, Guy reacted with overwhelming enthusiasm the moment he saw the gift, bursting into tears on the spot. Rashi. This is the echo of youth. The proof of our blazing bond. Guy clenched his fist, tears shimmering in his eyes, reflecting the fiery glow of the setting sun. This gift, overflowing with strength and sincerity, I have truly received it. Oh. Rashi. Guy roared, suddenly striking a pose. Now is the moment. Let us respond to this burning gift with our own burning youth. 500 laps of special endurance training around Konoha, starting now. Rashi paused. Perhaps giving him all the cans had been a mistake. The air had changed. It wasn't the temperature or the humidity, but something intangible, an unseen pressure that made the skin prickle. Even the most oblivious students felt it instinctively, shivering as they crossed the campus. Teachers moved briskly through the corridors, brows drawn tight. Something had happened. On the streets, fragments of adult conversation drifted into Naruto's ears. Did you hear? The ninja who went to that exchange event are back. The village is holding the Chunin exams again in November. With the current level of genin, how is that supposed to go? You're betting on the Kimogakure kids this year, someone muttered, half joking, half serious. Last year we had Tenzo. This year, who's left that can carry the village? Honestly, this year's genin are hard to watch. Naruto stood by the roadside, tilting his head. None of it seemed to have anything to do with him, yet the heavy mood settled uncomfortably in his chest. The next day, during break, Naruto finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He poked the back of Shikamaru, who was sprawled face down on his desk, clearly trying to disappear from the world. Hey, Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Shikamaru buried his face deeper into his arms. Don't bother me. It's troublesome. Naruto poked his arm again. What are the Chunin exams, anyway? They're the test for genin to get promoted to Chunin, Shikamaru replied flatly. Promotion. Naruto's eyes lit up. Is Tenzo really that strong? Tenzo. Shikamaru finally lifted his head a little. If you're talking about the Chunin exams, there's only one Tenzo people mean. He won the main event last year. In terms of strength, yeah. He's strong. He won the 4 village joint exams, after all. A cold voice cut in. He was just lucky. Sasuke had appeared beside them without a sound, hands tucked into his pockets. His gaze slid past Naruto and settled briefly on Shikamaru. If he were truly strong, he would have stood out a year earlier. It wouldn't have been his turn. With that, Sasuke turned and walked away as abruptly as he'd arrived. Naruto stared after him, bewildered. What was that about? Shikamaru sighed, abandoning any hope of rest. Sasuke's older brother, Itachi, won the 3 village joint Chunin exams the year before last, he said quietly. The format was different, but his victory was overwhelming. The important part is, Uchiha Itachi was 9 years old when he became a Chunin. Naruto counted on his fingers. 1, 2. Huh. So Sasuke's brother was already a Chunin in 3rd grade. He graduated from the Ninja Academy in his 2nd year. Second year? Naruto's jaw dropped. Then. Sasuke might. Sasuke probably won't graduate that early, Shikamaru added calmly. That was the last thing he said. He slumped back onto his desk, eyes closed. He really didn't have the energy today. The one who led the team to Kimogakure had been his father, Narashikaku. Even if the overall exchange hadn't gone badly, the genin losses were undeniable. If this year's Chunin exams ended the same way, would his father be blamed? Rashi is fighting EDO 3rd Kazekage and EDO Blue B. Code, C15DF. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 210, Will Naruto pass graduation? The village is no longer satisfied with the quality of academy graduates in recent years. The exchange activities with Kimogakure restricted participating genin to those who graduated within the last 3 years. That means the root of the problem lies largely with us, specifically, with the Ninja Academy. Especially those who graduated within the past year. Their performance has little to do with the jonin leading them and instead reflects the results of our instruction. Irika sat quietly in the corner. His thoughts drifted back to last year's Chunin exams in the Hidden Cloud village. Back then, he had been knocked flat, forced to lie on the ground and watch as Yugao and Heiate were defeated one after another. In the end, Konoha had relied on the leading jonin to salvage its dignity. Frequent inter-village exchanges had stripped away the illusion surrounding newly graduated ninjas. And that within 3 years, condition jointly set by Rashi and Kimogakure pushed the pressure squarely back onto the academy. After all, if the Chunin performed well, then responsibility for failure could only fall on the place that nurtured the new blood. Starting this month, practical training intensity will be increased across the board, the speaker continued. Especially for 5th and 6th year students. This year's graduation standards will be raised. The 3 basic ninjutsu remain fundamental, but actual combat proficiency will become the core assessment criterion. Anyone who fails to meet the standard will not be permitted to graduate. When the meeting ended, teachers filed out one by one, their expressions heavy. Ebisu did not leave immediately. He walked toward the corner of the conference room, where a young man sat calmly, almost out of place amid the tense atmosphere. Jonin Rashi. Ebisu-sensei. Rashi looked up, closing the document in his hands. This is the evaluation list of the most outstanding students in the 5th and 6th grades. Rashi accepted the document, unfolded it, and scanned the names. Uchiha Izumi stood out clearly among them. Itachi's close friend would be graduating next year. As an Uchiha who had already awakened the Sharingan, even without frequent use, her overall performance was bound to surpass that of her peers. Additionally, Ebisu continued, regarding this batch of graduating students, the academy has a preliminary proposal and hopes to receive the village's support. Go on. We propose that genin who graduated roughly a year ago be assigned as sparring partners for graduating students. The frequency doesn't need to be high, once a month, or even once every 2 months, would suffice. The purpose is to allow students still in the academy to personally experience the gap between themselves and genin who are actively carrying out missions, and to more clearly understand their own standing. Rashi studied Ebisu carefully. This was another investment. After all, it would effectively count as a public mission commission. Did Ebisu infer from the genin training plan that the higher-ups intended to increase long-term investment in ninja education? That aside, the proposal itself was sound. The expense could likely be absorbed into the village's routine D-rank mission framework. Clearing weeds and helping with harvests already existed largely to provide genin with income and minimal experience. Redirecting part of that effort toward structured, in-school practical instruction was not unreasonable. After a brief pause, Rashi nodded. Approved. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses and continued, his tone more deliberate. Furthermore, based on the feedback from the recent practical exchange, conventional ninjutsu of the 5 elemental natures will play an increasingly important role in future combat. If possible, we hope the village will allow the Ninja Academy to open a limited number of low-level elemental ninjutsu techniques to exceptionally outstanding students. For most students, their chakra reserves can only sustain the 3 basic ninjutsu and basic taijutsu. But for truly gifted children, early exposure to 1 or 2 suitable low-level elemental techniques would be a significant boost, not only to their immediate combat ability, but also to their understanding of their long-term development path. The room fell quiet, the weight of future change hanging unmistakably in the air. This would require not only suitable ninjutsu but also confirmation of each student's basic chakra nature, Ebisu-sensei, Rashi said as he set aside the list Ebisu had submitted. In other words, beyond the jutsu itself, there's also the expense of chakra paper. Ebisu straightened immediately. That won't be necessary. I'll personally prepare the chakra paper once I've confirmed a student meets the qualifications. In truth, he knew he was already asking a great deal of the village. It was only because the village's attitude toward resource investment had noticeably shifted this year that Ebisu had dared to submit such a request. Rashi glanced at him. Oh, so you plan to cover it out of your own pocket? He paused for a moment, then continued, let's adjust the approach. The village will provide the ninjutsu, but to avoid unnecessary waste, the Ninja Academy will handle preliminary qualification screening. For students officially recognized by the Academy as outstanding, the village will grant access to appropriate ninjutsu. If they successfully master it, the cost of the chakra paper can be reimbursed, and the teacher responsible will receive an additional reward. He looked up. Any further questions? Behind his sunglasses, Ebisu's eyes lit up, surprise briefly flashing across his face. No. Thank you very much, Jonin Rashi. Then we're done here. Yes. Rashi, personally, had no desire to pinch pennies. But the village's resources were finite, and preparations were piling up rapidly. Preschool education, genin training classes, each initiative demanded funding. Truly exceptional individuals, regardless of background, rarely needed to worry about access to ninjutsu resources in the first place. The outstanding students Ebisu referred to were more often those with solid talent but lacking a defining brilliance. After graduation, they would be assigned to jonin leaders anyway, and learning low-level ninjutsu was only a matter of time. Ebisu's proposal simply shifted the timing of investment forward, transferring responsibility from individual ninjas to the village itself. Considering that genin who participated in future competitions would, in turn, generate revenue and prestige for the village, this change in investment logic was reasonable. Still, judging by today's meeting, the carefree academy life seen in the original timeline was likely coming to an end. When Rashi stepped out of the Ninja Academy gates, the sunlight hit him head-on, dazzling and warm. He couldn't help but yawn. Might Guy's training regimen was truly brutal. Even with Rashi's physique, the accumulated fatigue was undeniable. He'd already checked Rock Lee's records, no blood relation to the Might family whatsoever. So that uncanny resonance between Lee and Guy later on, was it some kind of mimetic infection? At the entrance to the Hokage building, Rashi paused. Rashi, Samui frowned slightly as she looked him over. You look sluggish. Samui, Rashi replied calmly, there's a difference between exhausted from hard work and sluggish. Her gaze lingered on him for a few seconds as she assessed him coolly. It appears you're compensating for the workload accumulated during your previous leave. No. Physical training. Reikage-sama's gift seems to have left quite an impression, she said evenly. But I don't see any visible changes in your muscle definition. Results don't appear overnight. He added, besides, I'm not the type whose appearance changes dramatically with exercise. Rashi walked inside, and Samui followed naturally at his side. Regarding the practical exchange activities, Rashi said as they walked, Shikaku-san is now fully in charge. The follow-up has been handed over to Dodai, Samui replied. I'm here this time for 2 reasons. First, to deliver Kimogakure's share from the last exchange. And second, to discuss matters related to the joint Chunin exams in November. The funds have already been transferred to your administrative department. They entered the conference room. Rashi pulled out a chair and sat down. As his body settled against the backrest, he could almost hear his muscles release a long, silent sigh. The examination process itself is already very mature, Rashi said with a quiet sigh of relief. It's precisely because the August exchange was such a success that Reikage-sama wishes to preserve this openness, Samui replied, her gaze flicking briefly to his slightly relaxed posture. Rashi, even training requires moderation. This is just an adjustment phase, he waved it off lightly. Please, go on. In short, for this year's Chunin exams hosted by Konoha, both sides would send true genin as participants. Of course, Samui added, this proposal is made under the premise that Konoha, Kymogakure, and Sunagakure will all participate. The Sand Village teams had been respectable 3 years in a row, but at the end of the day, they were still supporting roles. That was why the Reikage had insisted on the condition. For next year's exams in Kymogakure, Samui continued, Reikage-sama also promises to abide by the same rules. After all, Rashi interjected mildly, if the host always wins, the audience will eventually catch on. Samui nodded without hesitation. It has already happened 3 times. Itachi was a genuine genin back then. And for that reason, Reikage-sama did not object to Yamato's participation. Rashi tapped his fingertips lightly against the tabletop. That point may still require further consideration. The Chunin exams are, after all, different from purely commercial competitions. For profit alone, the 2 villages already had dedicated exchange events. The joint Chunin exams, however, had always symbolized a test of strength between allied nations. Konoha and Kymogakure could set aside their differences, but how would outsiders interpret it? These events were also meant to project strength to peripheral sponsors and observers. Our side understands Konoha's concerns, Samui said evenly. With official matters concluded, Rashi's gaze drifted, almost unconsciously, to the ninja tool pouch at Samui's waist. She noticed immediately. You're being greedy, Rashi, Samui said flatly. Suitable seeds don't grow everywhere. And besides, she added calmly, you still haven't returned the favor for the last batch. Right. Then how about ramen? In Konoha, she replied without hesitation, that would naturally be your responsibility. Irika watched the lively classroom and couldn't help but sigh. If the graduation standards really were raised, how many of these students would pass? His eyes settled on Naruto. The blonde boy was frowning at his textbook, pen scratching uncertain lines across the page. How many times would he have to retake the exam? His taijutsu and physical abilities were excellent, and his identity. After class, Irika stopped him. Anne, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 211, Samui, don't be greedy Rashi. Listen, Naruto, he said gently, you really need to put more effort into your academic subjects. Naruto kept his head lowered, unconsciously rubbing his stomach. Irika's expression softened. Are you hungry? Come on, Irika smiled. I'm gonna treat you to ramen. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Thanks, Irika-sensei. Watching the boy's sudden burst of energy, Irika couldn't help but smile. The curtain of Ichiraku ramen was lifted, and a rich aroma spilled into the street. Naruto hopped onto a stool with practiced ease and shouted, Uncle. Tonkatsu ramen. Irika chuckled, about to place his order as well, then froze when he noticed the figure seated beside Naruto. Ro. Captain Rashi. His voice betrayed a hint of tension. Naruto followed his gaze. Eh? That big brother. You're Kairin's. He trailed off, unable to properly define Rashi's relationship with her. His eyes then shifted to the blonde kunoichi beside Rashi, curiosity written all over his face. Rashi set down his chopsticks and turned calmly toward them. Irika. Naruto. He greeted them simply, his tone even, yet unmistakably attentive. She is Kyomogakure's envoy, Jonin Samui. Jonin. Samui, Irika repeated under his breath. Samui's gaze lingered on Irika for a moment. She still remembered this Konoha genin from last year's Chunin exams team battle, the one who had stood beside Gekko Hayate and Yugao Yuzuki, looking distinctly out of place. After all, the other 2 had been sharp, aggressive fighters. The remaining one, standing stiffly on the battlefield like a wooden post, had been impossible to miss. Irika Yumino, Samui said calmly. A participant in last year's Chunin exams. You've since been promoted to Chunin. Irika-sensei was in the Chunin exams too. Naruto immediately turned, eyes wide. Why yes, Jonin Samui, Irika answered her first, then bent down and hissed softly at Naruto, to become a Chunin, you have to pass an exam. Naruto, don't interrupt, it's rude. Naruto shrank back. Got it. This isn't a formal setting, Rashi said lightly, waving a hand. Relax, Irika. It was strange, coming from a 17-year-old, those words should have sounded out of place. Yet when Rashi said them, they felt completely natural. Naruto pulled a face at Irika, then turned eagerly to Rashi. So your name is Rashi, right? Then why does Irika-sensei call you Captain? Aren't you Sasuke's big brother's captain? I was the one who led him during last year's Chunin exams. Oh. Then Sasuke's big brother was there too. No. I was the Jonin assigned to his team. Shikamaru says you're a big shot, Naruto continued, eyes sparkling. Are you even bigger than Grandpa Hokage? No, Rashi replied flatly. Shikaku Nara, Shikamaru's father, is far more important than I am. I'm just an ordinary ninja who happens to handle some special assignments. Naruto still had 1,000 questions lined up, while Irika sat stiffly, nerves stretched thin. The longer Naruto talked, the more uncomfortable Irika became, but he didn't dare leave without permission. Only after Samui finished her noodles, and Rashi stood up, paid for all 3 bowls, nodded politely, and walked out with her, did Irika finally exhale, his shoulders sagging. That Rashi Nizan is really nice. Naruto said with conviction, staring after him. Then he turned back, puzzled. Irika-sensei, why do you look so scared? He even treated us to ramen. Irika slumped forward onto the counter. Naruto, you wouldn't understand. He still hadn't managed to properly teach a single class in front of Captain Rashi. Worse, something had gone wrong both times. He felt like he was perpetually one step away from being fired. Hey, Irika-sensei, Naruto tilted his head. Why do you and Rashi Nizan look about the same age, but he's such a big deal? Captain Rashi. Irika straightened, his expression turning solemn. He's made many contributions to the village. And his strength is far beyond anything I could ever reach. Stronger than Sasuke's brother. Even stronger than Tenzo. Naruto asked, recalling the recent champion everyone talked about. Of course, Irika said without hesitation. There are very few in Konoha whose strength can compare to Captain Rashi's. Still. Captain Rashi was busy. Not only was he overseeing reforms at the Ninja Academy, he was also hosting Kumogakure's envoy. Were they discussing the joint Chunin exams coming up in 2 months? A single bowl of ramen was clearly not enough as a return gift. Even with his poor sense for such things, Rashi knew that much. Unfortunately, nothing suitable came to mind. So he simply walked beside Samui through Konoha's streets, letting their pace slow, hoping her reactions might reveal her interests. The Kumogakure Kunoichi moved steadily, her gaze calmly sweeping across shops and stalls, never lingering on any particular item. Rashi, she asked suddenly, do you have other assignments today? The 5th Hokage tasked me with inspecting the Ninja Academy. So you're busy with school matters? Yes. She asked occasionally. He answered each time. After a short while, Samui stopped. Rashi. Yes, Samui. He tilted his head. I have a personal question. If it isn't too private, he replied evenly, you may ask. Samui turned to face him, her blue-green eyes clear and searching. What does Karen mean to you? Based on cross-referenced intelligence, Yakushi Nono's most likely hidden location is Iwagakure. Kakashi stood before the Hokage's desk, his voice low and slightly muted beneath his mask. Iwagakure. Tsunade repeated, her brows drawing together. At the time of her disappearance, Kakashi continued, Iwagakure was suspected of preparing for large-scale movements. It's likely Yakushi Nono was recalled to respond to that situation. Recalled, yet with no updated records, Tsunade said slowly. Which means the operation never received formal authorization from the village. She fell silent for a moment, fingers tapping the desk in thought. What is your assessment of Yakushi Nono herself? This was the key point. A retired jonin, running an orphanage, yet leaving her post without orders to infiltrate another country, none of it added up cleanly. Before coming here, Kakashi said, lifting his gaze, I spoke with the Sandaime. He personally vouched for Yakushi Nono's loyalty to Konoha. He paused, then continued, I also reviewed the orphanage's financial records. Several years ago, it fell into a severe financial crisis. Yakushi Nono submitted a formal request for aid to the village. The Sandaime approved it. The paperwork was processed. But. Tsunade prompted. But the funds were delayed for an unusually long time, Kakashi said. The written explanation cites document circulation issues. Tsunade exhaled sharply. In other words, someone deliberately obstructed the disbursement. And Yakushi Nono's later actions, she continued, eyes narrowing, were likely not born of loyalty to Danzo himself but desperation. She was forced to accept his terms to keep the orphanage alive. That is the most reasonable conclusion, Kakashi agreed with a nod. Which means that if we can locate her and explain the current state of the village, and the truth behind what happened back then, the chances of securing her cooperation are extremely high. As for her precise whereabouts and mission details. He hesitated briefly. The two individuals currently managing the orphanage are not entirely ignorant of her activities. They're simply wary of the village. Both caretakers had received some level of training. Extracting information through force would be difficult and counterproductive. If Yakushi Nono were truly loyal to Konoha, Kakashi had no intention of coercing the people she cared about. Therefore, he said calmly, I request that the village issue a formal document. One that clearly states the orphanage's current operating funds come directly from the village treasury, and are not tied to any individual or faction. At the same time, I will personally explain the situation to the caretakers. Kakashi lifted his head, his single visible eye steady. Starting with one fact above all others. Danzo Shimura is no longer an advisor of Konoha. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 212, Why is Making Money Important? Karen is Naruto's classmate. As for my relationship with her. Rashi paused briefly, choosing his words. I did something beneficial for her and her mother. As for the process, now that the grass village was an ally, even if Mui happened to see Karen and Rina in Konoha, it wouldn't provoke any reaction. Rashi saw no reason to broadcast the details. Something beneficial. She didn't press the matter. Instead, she shifted topics. Rashi, will you be returning to the Ninja Academy later? It is a mission, after all. Rashi nodded. Is Konoha's Ninja Academy open to outsiders? Yes. Then I'll take the liberty of visiting. They walked on in silence for a while before Rashi suddenly remembered something. Samui, by the way, regarding the combat exchange event, does Kumogakure have a preferred name? Samui was quiet for several seconds. The Raikage proposed, lightning and fire, sword and combat tournament. Huh. Did something odd just slip out? It's not limited to sword combat, is it? No. Dodai-san also feels the name is inappropriate, so the final details will need further discussion between him and Shikaku-san. Watching others make money was sometimes more painful than losing money oneself. Anoki had come to understand this all too well over the past 2 years. Kumogakure and Konoha were joining forces again, cooking up yet another scheme. What, exactly, was happening to the ninja world? Shinobi were no longer defined solely by life and death missions or blood-soaked battlefields. Instead, they were becoming performers, gladiators judged by the public eye. And yet, making money was undeniably appealing. Traditional missions demanded lives. Even teams that returned unscathed required long-term funding, while casualties meant massive compensation payouts. To earn a steady income while still engaging in intense combat, inside an arena, no less, was an almost irresistible proposition. This year, Tsunagekyu's own event had failed to turn a profit, but Iwagakure's joint Chunin exams the previous year had been a genuine success. For Iwagakure, with its abundance of Earth release specialists, constructing the venue cost next to nothing. Medical expenses. Those were simply opportunities for medical apprentices to hone their skills, 2 birds with 1 stone. If not for the severe diplomatic implications, Iwagakure would have gladly hosted another Chunin exams early this year. The delayed announcement was merely to avoid clashing with Konoha. After all, they had already collided once last year. If Konoha pulled the same move again, another 4-village joint event that left Iwagakure standing alone, then the notion of isolating Iwagakure might quietly solidify into an unspoken consensus among the other great villages. That would be truly irreversible. However, the combat exchange event, planned by Konoha and Kumogakure for August, presented a new possibility. By avoiding the title of Chunin exams, many of the traditional political and public opinion risks were sidestepped entirely. The real question was what kind of long-term impact such overt entertainment and commercialization of ninja combat would bring. Exchange, huh? The third Tsuchikage muttered, stroking his chin. Not a bad name. But the question remained, exchange with whom? Perhaps it would be better to broaden the scope. Western Shinobi Exchange Conference, for instance. Katsuchi's deep voice broke the silence. Tsuchikage-sama, should we consider inviting Tsunagakure? No need. This is fine as it is. Anoki had already run the numbers. Setting politics aside and viewing it purely from a commercial standpoint, inviting the other great ninja villages would not significantly increase Iwatakure's profits. If anything, it would only dilute them. With Iwatakure's absolute authority over the land of Earth and its surrounding regions, compelling wandering ninja to participate would be easy. The smaller neighboring villages wouldn't dare refuse either, they would send representatives whether they liked it or not. Combined with Iwatakure's own shinobi, the number of participants, and the spectacle, would be more than sufficient. The ninjutsu of wandering ninja was chaotic and unrefined, ill-suited for true battlefield combat. But in an arena that prized spectacle and novelty, that very lack of standardization might make them more appealing than the rigid, textbook techniques of the 5 great nations. Just as Anoki was deep in calculations about Iwatakure's financial future, a sharp knock echoed through the office. The door opened, and Fuga stepped in, holding a struggling blonde teenager by the collar. Tsuchikage-sama. Deidara was using his ninjutsu outside the village again. That was the polite version. Anoki knew the reality all too well. Let me go, Deidara protested, flailing. That's art. You just don't understand it. Veins bulged on the third Tsuchikage's forehead as his blood pressure spiked. Throw him out of the village, Anoki snapped coldly. Let him reflect among the rocks. He can come back when he understands how a shinobi's power is meant to be used. That wretched brat, if not for his exceptional talent. Such promising potential, wasted on a head full of madness and endless ramblings about art. And Deidara wasn't the only headache. Rashi, the not-so-young Jinchuriki, was another thorn in his side. If not for last year's 4-village alliance, an affair that exposed Iwatakure's weakness and plunged it into diplomatic turmoil, Rashi would likely have already left the village. Even now, his attitude was distant and guarded, as if he were merely waiting for the right moment to depart. He couldn't be killed. He was difficult to restrain. And Han's stance remained frustratingly ambiguous. Anoki's gaze shifted to Katsuchi, silent and steady at his side, and some of the tension in his chest finally eased. At least there were Katsuchi and Fuga. And among the next generation, setting aside the troublesome Deidara, there were still Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Make money first. Anoki exhaled slowly and returned his attention to the report on his desk. The mess Deidara had caused would need cleaning up, and every solution required funds. More money. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade stared at the documents Rashi had submitted. They detailed the adoption of Ebisu's recommendations and the subsequent restructuring of the Ninja Academy, including plans to raise graduation standards. She couldn't help but sigh. The academy was free, and students who failed to graduate were typically held back unless they exceeded the age limit. Rashi, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples, aren't we spending too much this year? Necessary investments, Rashi replied evenly. That was the only way to put it. That portion of the profits just came in, and it's already going out. Tsunade dropped her head onto the desk with a dull thud. The advisors are going to interrogate us about the expense reports again. A short-term funding gap isn't impossible to resolve. Rashi set down his pen, thinking aloud. The rising expenses were undeniable. Last year, there were quite a few projects centered on betting around the events. Most of them behaved themselves, didn't they? Tsunade lifted her head slightly, her chin still propped on the desk. That doesn't mean there were no issues. It's only natural for the village to step in and investigate. Ninja villages couldn't operate such ventures directly, but there were always indirect paths. If left unregulated, someone will inevitably cross the line, Rashi continued. As for the costs of cracking down on illegal activities. He paused, then offered calmly, the businesses that profit from a stable, legitimate environment should shoulder part of that burden. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. Using that as justification, we can raise funds to cover at least part of the deficit. Tsunade had no objection to increasing the village's income. That said, the finer details still needed to be negotiated with the advisors. Having heard enough for one meeting, she promptly kicked Rashi out of her office and told him to take the matter to Hiruzen. Increased expenditure is a problem, the third Hokage said after listening, nodding slowly. And resolving it this way is reasonable. After all, ever since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had negotiated funding terms with the major clans of the Land of Fire, extracting additional resources through mission quotas had become standard practice. This proposal was merely an extension of that principle, applying it to those who now profited economically from newly created competitions. There was precedent. Which meant there was no real obstacle. Hiruzen also voiced clear support for investing in the next generation. As for the establishment of preschool classes, he asked gently, what exactly do you have in mind? Rashi replied without hesitation. Ninja training effectively begins around the age of 3. Even Hyuga Hinata, whose aptitude was considered relatively average, had started training at roughly that age. Given the vast resources available to a main branch Hyuga, Rashi believed the village could afford to be more measured in its approach. The village can establish classes for children around 4 years old who show potential to become ninja, he continued. At that stage, there will be no chakra training or ninjutsu. Only basic cultural education, physical activity, and habit formation. The curriculum can be standardized, and the teaching workload. Rashi paused briefly. A seasoned genin would be more than sufficient. As for funding, the solution was straightforward. By structuring the daily operation of the preschool as a long-term D-rank mission, replacing some of the inefficient, low-value tasks currently issued, the village could redirect resources without disrupting the existing financial framework. After a moment of careful consideration, Hiruzen spoke again. If that's the case, the cost of the preschool can be reduced significantly. As for facilities, you can use the 4 pillars house technique to construct them. All the village needs to provide is an empty plot of land. He then added, that said, relying solely on genin-issued missions won't be comprehensive enough for the early stages. For now, I'll take responsibility myself. The third Hokage smiled faintly. I still have some experience guiding basic courses. During his tenure as Hokage, Hiruzen had often set aside time to accompany orphans who had lost their parents. He regularly visited the ninja academy as well, serving as an unofficial instructor, teaching fundamental taijutsu and observing the students' development. Compared to that, helping out at a preschool was hardly an operational challenge. In fact, since the retired Hokage already received a salary, no additional compensation was required. That alone offset much of the initial staffing cost. As for venue expenses, while they should have been included on paper, the village was hardly short on usable land. With construction and core personnel already accounted for, the plan, despite appearing complex and approval-heavy, actually met all the conditions for immediate trial implementation. Now then, Hiruzen said, smoothly shifting topics, regarding the genin training classes and personnel for next year's exchange competition, Tsunade has already discussed Gecko Hiate's condition with me. Since we've decided to transfer him out of Umbu, let him handle taijutsu and kenjutsu instruction. And as for ninjutsu guidance. The third Hokage's gaze settled meaningfully on Rashi. I could have taken that role myself, but now. Rashi understood the implication at once. The third Hokage was heading to the preschool classes. Kakashi was occupied with root-related matters. And among the remaining shinobi, Rashi was one of the very few proficient in all 5 basic elemental releases. Which meant there was no one else left. And check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 213, Suspicious Movements in the Ninja World. Providing only basic guidance and direction wouldn't consume much of his time. After all, he was the one who had initiated the plan in the first place. I'll take responsibility, Rashi said calmly. The third Hokage smiled, clearly pleased. Rashi, he said after a brief pause, his voice lowering with rare candor, to be honest, when it comes to the changes sweeping through the ninja world, neither I, nor Koharu, nor Hamura truly know the right answers anymore. Many lessons from the past no longer apply. The only thing we can foresee is this: Konoha's future displays of strength, and its exchanges with other villages, will increasingly rest on those young genin, and even on children who haven't graduated yet. His gaze was steady as it lingered on Rashi. You, Kakashi, Tenzo, Guy, you are among the village's finest talents. But the wars forced you to mature too quickly. Your ranks and reputations now place you beyond the scope of these performances. With Kumogakure, we've already gained tangible benefits and established initial trust. We cannot afford to break that agreement over a momentary win or loss. Hiruzen straightened, his tone turning solemn. You and Tsunade have done exceptionally well to bring things to this point. I will support you, wherever and however I can. Dekamaru. Shikamaru. During the break, Naruto charged up to Shikamaru's desk. Shikamaru had half his face buried in his folded arms, one eye lazily open. What is it this time, Naruto? Yesterday at Ichiraku Ramen, I ran into Rashi Nisan. Shikamaru yawned deeply and shifted his head to the other side. So. Important people eat too, you know. Across the classroom, Karen, who had been pretending to organize her notes, froze for a split second. Her ears practically perked up. She adjusted her glasses, subtly changing her posture, though her attention was now completely elsewhere. Captain likes ramen. And that idiot actually calls him Nisan. Naruto, blissfully unaware of the attention he'd drawn, continued excitedly, but Rashi Nisan said your dad, Shikamaru, is the really important one. Shikamaru sighed. What kind of important person goes around declaring they're important all day? Is that all you wanted to say, Naruto? And. Naruto hurried on. Irika-sensei also joined the Chunin exams last year. Rashi Nizan was the one who took him there. Then he even treated me and Irika-sensei to ramen. Oh. Shikamaru's reaction was completely flat. Naruto pouted, visibly deflated. Behind him, Karen's fingers tightened around her pen. Ichiraku ramen. Just then, Irika entered the classroom with his lesson plans in hand. He clapped sharply, silencing the chatter. All right, everyone, pay attention. Starting this week, the village will arrange one high-level taijutsu or ninjutsu sparring demonstration each week. Murmurs rippled through the room. The goal is to give you a more direct understanding of real ninja combat, Irika continued, his gaze sweeping across the class. Tomorrow afternoon will be the first demonstration. Attendance is mandatory. Observe carefully. A low buzz filled the classroom, curiosity, anticipation, and the quiet thrill of a disrupted routine blending together in the air. Amid the ruins of Rorin, a flying thunder god marked kunai lay embedded in the earth, sealing a terrifying power buried deep underground. Orochimaru crouched before it, his gaze lingering on the intricate jutsu formula etched into the metal. The yellow flash was renowned for the flying thunder god jutsu, but his mastery of sealing jutsu was no less formidable. Should we destroy it? White Zetsu asked, half of his body emerging from the shadow of a shattered stone pillar nearby. Orochimaru's lips curved into a thin smile. Minato Namikaze didn't merely seal the dragon veins, he stabilized them as well. If the Akatsuki wished to achieve their goal, simply destroying the seal would be meaningless. White Zetsu's thoughts jumped tracks, as usual. Danzo actually sought you out for cooperation. Has someone like him, after losing power, finally learned to betray Konoha? Orochimaru didn't answer. Not even a flicker crossed his eyes. Betrayal? To Danzo Shimura, a man steeped in ambition and obsessed with the Hokage's position, such a concept never existed. This was merely a transaction. Each side took what it needed. And the collaborator, convinced he always held the reins, would no doubt believe this entire affair served Konoha's future. Black Zetsu cut off White Zetsu's rambling. How long will it take to undo the seal? Orochimaru rose to his feet. As I've already said, this seal maintains the dragon vein stability. To unseal it outright would be no different from destroying it. The disturbance alone would draw Konoha's attention. The real challenge is opening a gap, extracting the dragon vein's power while keeping the seal intact. He turned slightly, his golden eyes glinting. And ensuring that power reaches the right hands, that's your responsibility, Zetsu. Whether it ends up with Danzo, Shino, or the dragon veins themselves. I've already proven my value, Orochimaru continued smoothly. Now it's the Akatsuki's turn to prove theirs. Black Zetsu replied in a low voice, the Akatsuki has already made contact with the necessary party. You need only fulfill your role. 2 days. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips slowly. Just 2 days. With that, Zetsu's body sank soundlessly into the ground, vanishing into the shadows. Orochimaru watched him go, a cryptic smile playing on his face. Danzo had clearly held something back. Not a single word appeared in the intelligence regarding the rumored descendant of Rorin's royal line, someone capable of guiding the dragon veins, at least to some extent. But since Danzo had chosen this location, the hidden card prepared by Konoha's darkness was hardly difficult to infer. The nearby Rorin tribes had long since vanished. So where were they hiding now? That's the situation. Kakashi concluded his report and gently set a document down on the desk. Confronted with official village records, and the undeniable news of Danzo's loss of power, the 2 orphanage caretakers finally relented. They revealed the general whereabouts of the former director, Yakushi Nono. Direct contact was still impossible. However, the orphanage disclosed an important detail: at regular intervals, someone would come requesting the latest photographs of the children. That line of contact had never been severed. At present, Kakashi continued, tracing a finger across the map, ANBU has located the stronghold receiving the photographs and is tracking the messenger falcon's routes. All suspicious border outposts are under investigation. Preliminary reports show 4 outposts with abnormal personnel movement and material transfers. He tapped 3 of them in succession. 3 lie in the direction of the land of grass. Their activity patterns align with a covert operation targeting Iwagakure. His fingertip finally stopped near the border of the land of rivers. But this one. Kakashi continued, his voice measured, over the past few weeks, personnel movement and material throughput here have surged abnormally, far beyond what's required for routine border defense. Tsunade's gaze followed the path of his fingertip. The land of rivers. Yes, Kakashi confirmed. You've already confirmed that Yakushi Nono's covert objective is Iwagakure. That's right. Which is why those 3 outposts in the direction of the land of grass make sense, they point toward the land of earth. His finger tapped the final mark. But this one, its abnormality can't be explained by operations against Iwagakure. There was only one major ninja village bordering the land of rivers that Konoha truly needed to watch. Sunagakure. Tsunade said at last. We can't be certain, Kakashi replied cautiously. It could also involve Yakushi Kabuto. He paused. What is certain is that someone intends to use this route for something. A knock interrupted the room. 2 light, almost perfunctory taps. The door opened, and Rashi stepped inside, having just finished handling matters at the Ninja Academy. One glance was enough for him to sense the tension, Tsunade's furrowed brow, Kakashi's rigid stance, the map spread across the desk. His eyes immediately fixed on the boldly marked location. The land of rivers border. That direction. Sunagakure? Even if Raza were restless, given the current state of the ninja world, and Konoha's strength, he shouldn't be making any reckless moves. Lady Tsunade. Kakashi-senpai. Has something happened in Sunagakure? Rashi asked directly. No, Tsunade replied. Kakashi uncovered new findings while investigating the remnants of route. She gestured at the map. Danzo may be planning something in Sunagakure's direction. Unlike Kakashi, she didn't bother with vague phrasing. Even without concrete evidence, the number of people capable of bypassing the Hokage and causing such abnormal troop movements was vanishingly small. Koharu and Hamura wouldn't do this. The third Hokage had been preoccupied lately, and had no reason to. That left only one person. Danzo Shimura. Rashi fell silent, his thoughts racing. With Root's core forces dismantled, what could Danzo possibly do to Sunagakure with only a handful of remaining operatives? A full betrayal of Konoha. That wasn't his style. Unless Danzo intended to replicate Orochimaru's Konoha crush, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Eliminate both the Kazekage and the Hokage, then step in himself. After all, even if Hiruzen remained, without Tsunade, and amid the current upheavals in the ninja world, Danzo's chances of reclaiming power would skyrocket. Have there been any recent abnormalities from Sunagakure? Rashi asked Tsunade. None. They submitted their participant list for the Chunin exams not long ago. Normal, huh? Any intelligence on Orochimaru? Rashi turned to Kakashi. Nothing, Kakashi said. There are no signs of Orochimaru's activity anywhere in the ninja world. None. Rashi had also been monitoring Mizuki. The so-called Sound Village was still nothing more than a name. For Sunagakure, Rashi said slowly, unless a force appears that the 4th Kazekage believes can overturn the current balance, he won't act rashly. He's a cautious man. He lifted his gaze, expression sharpening. Which means there's still a crucial piece of intelligence we haven't uncovered. With the known ninja forces accounted for, only one unknown remained, one capable of tipping the scales entirely. The Akatsuki. Rashi's eyes narrowed. Any recent movement from them? And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 214, Danzo provokes Tsunade. What was the Akatsuki doing at this point in the original timeline? Recruiting. The only member with a clear inclination toward stirring chaos, Obito, was still keeping a watchful eye on the Uchiha within Konoha. There was no intelligence indicating activity from Sunagakure. Rashi knew that Raza would eventually participate in Orochimaru's Konoha crush plan, but that was later, and only under very specific circumstances. The present situation didn't support such a move. Tsunade answered Rashi's question with a slow shake of her head. Rashi considered the map again. Only one outpost in the land of rivers shows abnormal activity. That alone isn't enough to form a conclusion. Kakashi has already stationed surveillance teams at all 4 outposts, Tsunade replied. I've also ordered the border forces to remain on alert. The real issue now is how we proceed. Because this no longer concerned internal dissent alone. It potentially involved 2 great ninja villages. This was no longer a simple investigation by the Hokage into rogue elements within Konoha. Whether it became a prolonged observation or a baited trap, the risks were steadily escalating. The 5th Hokage made her decision. We interrogate Danzo directly, Tsunade said firmly. Whatever his intentions, his actions have already crossed the line. Danzo Shimura was retired, but he was still an elder of the advisory council and the current head of the Shimura clan. As a result, the retired 3rd Hokage and the 2 remaining advisors were summoned to the Hokage office, seated in silence along the sofa. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his pipe and placed it between his lips. Kakashi and Rashi stood opposite them. Moments later, Danzo arrived, escorted by 2 ANBU. He wore a dark kimono, his posture unhurried, his expression unreadable. His gaze settled calmly on Tsunade in the Hokage's seat. Hokage-sama, he said evenly, you've urgently summoned this retired old man. May I ask the reason? Danzo, Tsunade replied without preamble, regarding Yakushi Nono, former captain of the medical corps, I require an explanation. Our investigation shows that after her retirement, you reactivated her for a covert mission. Why was this never recorded in the village archives? Danzo's tone remained placid, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. At the time, the situation was dire. The village required a spy of exceptional resolve and capability to acquire critical intelligence. Yakushi Nono met those requirements. Since she was already retired, I employed necessary measures. To minimize impact, her file was not updated, instead, her activities were incorporated directly into Root. He admitted his involvement without hesitation, then added, almost casually, her adopted son, Yakushi Kabuto, was dispatched for the same reason. He possessed both the aptitude and the will to become an outstanding spy. Danzo understood perfectly, the fates of Nono and Kabuto were intertwined. Exposing one inevitably exposed the other. Under such circumstances, denial was pointless. His blunt candor made Tsunade's brow crease slightly. She had expected evasions, deflections, half-truths, not this open acknowledgement. On the sofa, Hiruzen continued to smoke in silence, eyes lowered. Koharu and Hamura remained impassive. Tsunade drew a steadying breath. If they were part of Root, then why was there no transfer of authority after Kakashi took over Root's affairs? Where are they now? And what exactly were their mission objectives? Danzo gave a soft scoff. Tsunade, espionage isn't that straightforward. Even the most capable spy can only obtain information when opportunity and fortune allow. As for Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, I issued only broad directives, gather intelligence in accordance with the village's potential needs. They were provided with a logistical network for rendezvous and communication. He raised an eyebrow calmly. Their precise locations, the intelligence they acquired, and the timing of any reports, were all left to their own judgment. These two haven't provided any valuable intelligence for far too long, Danzo continued coolly. The logistics team assigned to them is merely following standard procedures, maintaining a line of contact that may have already lost its meaning. Handling such a volume of classified material alone, I've lost contact with many networks deployed in the past. He sneered faintly. If you hadn't raised the issue today, I might have forgotten they even existed. Then, with a thin smile, he added, if the fifth Hokage believes this constitutes dereliction of duty, or an overreach of authority, I am prepared to accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. A troublesome man, Tsunade thought. She was just about to press further when Hiruzen set his pipe aside. Danzo, the third Hokage said evenly, stop posturing. Koharu, Hamura, and I are present because this matter is anything but trivial. Danzo openly opposed the current Hokage's policies, and all three elders believed someone like him should no longer retain influence over Root. Still, as head of the Shimura clan, and once the village's true second-in-command, it was understandable that some residual authority had remained. Tsunade had found that unacceptable and insisted Kakashi conduct a full investigation. If Kakashi uncovered something, it would be his achievement alone, the elders would not interfere. But once the issue involved the allied Hidden Sand village, it ceased to be an internal dispute. I did uncover some information, Danzo said at last. Seeing that neither Koharu nor Hamura objected, silently aligning with Hiruzen, his tone eased slightly. There has been frequent exchange of envoys between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, which prompted increased investment in covert personnel. I do not subscribe to the fantasy that a few Chunin exams will turn Sunagakure into a loyal ally of Konoha. Now that Kumogakure has become our most active de facto ally, it's time to apply pressure on Sunagakure, force them into complete submission. And stop them from hedging their bets. Hiruzen. Danzo snapped, his voice rising. You don't honestly believe that a few favors and shallow exchanges with Genin can sway a man like Raza, do you? He spoke as if Tsunade weren't even in the room, as though he'd returned to the era when he commanded Root and Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's seat. Tsunade's temper finally snapped. She slammed her palm against the desk, ready to explode. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. Sandame. Honored advisors. A calm voice cut cleanly through the tension. Rashi stepped forward half a pace and bowed politely. Please allow me to ask former advisor Danzo Shimura a few questions. Hiruzen glanced at Rashi, then nodded slowly. Koharu and Hamura followed suit with small inclinations of the head. As for Tsunade, there was no need to ask, she clearly wasn't going to object. Since you've acknowledged continued investment in covert operatives, Rashi said evenly, then I assume you are still aware of the current whereabouts of Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto. He deliberately ignored Danzo's tirade regarding Sunagakure. Given that you no longer hold an official position, and in the interest of maintaining unified intelligence and coordinating our next steps, please transfer all information pertaining to these two agents to Kakashi-senpai, effective immediately. As for your report regarding diplomatic exchanges between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, thank you for the intelligence. The village will factor it into our assessment and make appropriate decisions. The room fell silent. And for the first time since he arrived, Danzo had nothing ready to say. Koharu spoke first. Danzo. Do as Rashi has instructed. Hamura followed with a nod. Return home and rest. The two silent advisors had finally stated their position. With that, the stance of Konoha's highest authority was unified, the matter was effectively settled. Danzo's hand tightened around his cane. Then, slowly, he released it. Since the village has reached a decision, he said coldly, I will, of course, comply. Kakashi, Tsunade said at once. The silver-haired Jonin stepped forward in silence and gestured politely toward the door. Danzo spared no one else a glance. Leaning on his cane, he followed Kakashi out with measured, steady steps. Hiruzen let out a quiet sigh. He tapped the ash from his pipe, stored it away, and rose to his feet. With a slight nod to Tsunade, he departed alongside Koharu and Hamura. In the Hokage office, only two people remained. Tsunade finally released the breath she had been holding. Her gaze swept the room before settling on Rashi. Rashi discreetly stepped half a pace back and offered, with utmost sincerity, I can personally fund a new punching bag for your office. I'm furious. Tsunade spat, slamming the desk again. Tell me, do you really think he'll hand them over honestly? Rashi glanced at the fresh crack in the desk and replied calmly, whether he does or doesn't will give us new intelligence. If Danzo refuses, delays, or attempts to substitute irrelevant personnel, it confirms one thing, the core of his plan is tied directly to Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto. He met Tsunade's eyes. As for you, please be mindful of your own safety. Tsunade snorted. If his goal is to kill me, then I'd very much like to see how prepared Danzo thinks he is. She began pacing behind the desk, the sharp rhythm of her heels echoing through the room. Finally, impatience won out. Replace all personnel stationed at the abnormal outposts immediately, she ordered. At the same time, deploy additional ANBU. I want 24-hour surveillance on Danzo Shimura. She paused, teeth clenched. Follow him everywhere. Even to the restroom. Consider it the village assigning 2 full-time caretakers to a retired advisor who had sacrificed his mobility for Konoha. The Senju princess simmered, unable to sit still. Then her gaze snapped back to Rashi. Rashi didn't hesitate. He opened the door and stepped out. Notify me if there are further instructions. I still have matters to attend to at the Ninja Academy. The door closed softly behind him. And, check out my Patreon for plus 100 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 215, Rashi to the front lines. Once the orders were issued, personnel from all 4 outposts were recalled to the village for isolated interrogation. Kakashi also obtained a set of contact methods from Danzo. The preliminary reports came in quickly. Most of the recalled outpost members appeared genuinely confused. They were low-level operatives, logistics runners and support staff, who had done nothing more than follow established procedures, ensuring routine supplies reached the front lines. As for higher-level intelligence, they knew nothing. Only the commander of the most active outpost, the one stationed in the Land of Rivers, provided anything of substance. A former subordinate personally trained under Danzo, he had spent years on the front lines and shared his former superior's deep distrust of Sunagakure. In his view, now that Konoha had finally escaped the diplomatic quagmire of recent years, it was foolish to continue indulging an unreliable ally. So when Danzo's order arrived, he did not hesitate. He mobilized maximum support for the so-called spy operating within Sunagakure. That, however, was the extent of his knowledge. The spy's identity. Unknown. The mission's true objective. Unclear. The destination and use of the excess supplies. Also unknown. He had simply carried out Danzo's orders, convinced that everything he did was to eliminate hidden threats to Konoha. Kakashi's own situation was no better. Attempts to use the contact channels provided by Danzo yielded nothing. Messages sent to Yakushi Nono vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Yakushi Kabuto responded only once, after several days, with a single, terse message, mission in progress. Then the line went dead again. No matter what Kakashi tried, there was no further response. This is the nature of infiltration missions. When Kakashi presented the results, Danzo listened with one eye half closed, his tone steady and unruffled. Deep behind enemy lines, surrounded by danger, long periods of silence are normal. No infiltrator can afford to respond to every summons from the rear. Poorly timed contact attempts can even increase the risk of exposure, forcing the operative to sink deeper into isolation. Kakashi, Danzo added coolly, if you intend to shoulder responsibility in the shadows, you must understand this, impatience is a fatal flaw. Kakashi did not argue. But afterward, another ANBU squad was quietly assigned to monitor the former advisor. It was under these circumstances that Rashi was summoned to the Hokage office once more. By then, Samui had already returned to Kimogakure with Konoha's response. After suffering a setback at the Genin level during the August exchange event, Konoha had adopted a conservative stance toward the joint Chunin exams scheduled for November. After a single failure, they had no intention of gambling on their own soil. They wouldn't play their trump cards, but they would keep them in reserve. The reply was far from generous, but it was honest. After all, Konoha still had many former root members under its control. Their records were clean, their competition histories unblemished. They were also the right age, 15, 16, 17, prime years for rapid growth. Most had graduated more than 3 years ago, and skipping the August event was hardly unusual. Samui accepted Konoha's guarded response without protest. Before departing, she told Rashi quietly, Rashi, at least for now, or rather, until a larger, irresistible change occurs, Kimogakure will remain Konoha's ally. She likely sensed something. Rashi had been moving constantly between the Ninja Academy and the Hokage office, and the tension within the village was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. So she offered the clearest commitment she was authorized to give. Rashi. Tsunade's voice pulled him back to the present. You're probably going to have to head out. Destination? Rashi asked. The Land of Rivers, or Sunagakure? The Land of Rivers, Tsunade replied. You'll lead a team to investigate the border region. As for Sunagakure. She paused briefly. Nothing appears wrong, but I don't want you going there directly right now. I want you to find out where the excess supplies from that outpost ended up, and what they were used for. Kakashi will continue following the communication channels that responded, trying to locate Nono or Kabuto. She met Rashi's eyes, her expression sharp. Both fronts will move at the same time. I want to know exactly what Danzo is planning. To understand what Danzo was truly planning, one first had to ask a simpler question. What was worth risking complete house arrest for? There was only one possible answer. Danzo believed this scheme could overturn his current predicament entirely. The abnormal activity at the Land of Rivers outpost had already been investigated multiple times by the squads Kakashi dispatched, yet every search ended the same way, empty-handed. All known traces of ninja activity had been followed. Every suspicious hideout had been scouted. The excess supplies delivered through the outpost had vanished without leaving a footprint in the shinobi world. The investigation had been thorough, excessively so. If this truly had nothing to do with Danzo, it could almost be dismissed as ordinary border smuggling. At frontier outposts, when troop movement and material flow weren't tied to war, the most common explanation was simple: buy low, sell high. Especially in the Land of Rivers. Pass through it, and you gained access to the markets of the Land of Wind. But would Danzo really stir up this much trouble just to smuggle goods? Impossible. If the supplies weren't intended for military action, and weren't being sold, then only one possibility remained. They were payment. Support. Bribes. A means of buying the loyalty of a critical force. The question was, who? Inside the outpost, Rashi studied the unfolded map, deep in thought, when a ninja hurried in and broke the silence. Jonin Rashi, an official notice has arrived from Sunagakure. Their team for the Chunin exams has already departed. The delegation consists of 12 squads, with 3 accompanying ninja, a total of 39 personnel. Now. Rashi's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Sunagakure had submitted their general itinerary in advance. Sending a formal notice to the Konoha border outpost before departure also adhered to protocol. 39 shinobi crossing the border was no small matter. How long does it usually take for Sunagakure's team to reach the Land of Rivers after sending notice? Rashi asked. He already knew the forced march travel time from Sunagakure to the Land of Rivers, but the actual pace depended entirely on how fast the Sand Village chose to move. The outpost ninja replied, typically, they arrive the following day. The Sunagakure teams usually bring local specialties. They sell an initial batch in the Land of Rivers at market prices, then clear the remainder after entering the Land of Fire. On their return trip, they purchase large quantities of supplies to take back. Proceed with standard reception protocols, Rashi ordered. Ensure smooth passage, and observe them closely. Yes, sir. Though unlikely, Rashi couldn't afford to dismiss the possibility that unauthorized individuals might be hidden among the Sunagakure delegation. The investigation into the missing supplies would have to pause for one day. Tomorrow, he would personally accompany the outpost staff to receive the Sand Village team. With the plan set, Rashi retired early. At dawn the next day, when the forest was still wrapped in thin mist and the morning light had yet to fully break, Rashi had already finished preparing his equipment. Then. A shrill alarm tore through the quiet. "Jonin Rashi." An ANBU operative appeared in front of him in an instant, voice urgent. "Emergency report. 3 nearby outposts are under attack. The enemy is using airborne objects to drop explosive tags. Attack. Airborne." Rashi vanished from the outpost in a flash and looked skyward. In the pale light of dawn, 6 black dots were rapidly closing in on his position. A low, ominous buzzing filled the air. And as they drew nearer, their shapes became unmistakably clear. 6 ninja descended from the sky. They wore grayish-brown outfits, nothing resembling the standard uniform of any known great ninja village. Goggles obscured their faces, and strapped to their backs were crude yet functional mechanical wings. Simple. Efficient. Capable of flight. Sky Ninja. Why now of all times? The airborne ninja clearly noticed the commotion at the outpost below. Their formation shifted smoothly, tightening as they angled downward, preparing to exploit their altitude advantage. Rashi tilted his head up, his mind racing as he calculated their speed and trajectory. 20 meters. 18. 15. 12. The Sky Ninja leveled out at roughly 12 meters above ground, right at the outer edge of most standard long-range ninjutsu. And then they attacked. Rashi's hands blurred. Wind release, wind cutter. More than a dozen razor-sharp wind blades tore through the air, their speed and reach far exceeding the Sky Ninja's expectations. Midair, the 6 attackers stiffened as if time itself had seized them. The next instant, brilliant arcs of blood burst from their limbs and torsos. Not a single scream escaped. Their flight devices, along with their mutilated bodies, plummeted from the sky, crashing into the open ground around the outpost with dull, heavy impacts that sent dust billowing upward. "Confirm the situation immediately," Rashi ordered coldly. "Have Earth release teams begin constructing defensive fortifications. Send a detailed report to the village, now." His gaze never lingered on the corpses. Sky Ninja. Was this Danzo's hidden card? If so, it was being used far too crudely. A trump card wouldn't be wasted on border harassment. Which meant this attack wasn't the conclusion. It was the opening move. The real danger wasn't the bombing itself. Against organized border forces, such tactics could only cause temporary confusion, damage to fixed structures, maybe a few unlucky squads caught in the open. Veteran Konoha ninja knew how to scatter, take cover, and minimize losses. No. What demanded attention was the real strike, whatever was meant to slip through under the cover of this chaos. Alert all border units. Full assembly, Rashi commanded. Prepare for follow-up attacks. The 1st through 5th squads, move with me. We're going to receive our allies. If the Sunagekure arrivals were still merely Chunin exam candidates. Rashi allowed himself a sliver of hope. That hope vanished the moment he saw them. Within the land of rivers, a formation stood ready, disciplined, elite, unmistakable. At its head stood a man in white Kazakage robes, a straw hat shadowing his face. Lord Kazakage. Rashi looked straight at Raza, the 4th Kazakage, who had personally arrived leading Sunagekyure's finest. For a Chunin exams delegation, Rashi said evenly, this is quite the personal appearance. Raza's voice was deep and steady. We received an urgent request from the daimyo of the land of rivers. An unidentified force launched aerial attacks against multiple towns. As a neighboring nation, and an ally, the Hidden Sand Village has an obligation to assist in maintaining regional stability. That is why we are here. His gaze shifted briefly to Rashi, then to the Konoha shinobi behind him. As for the team participating in the Chunin exams, they are continuing according to the original plan, Raza added. If Konoha has no objections, you may wait here. Once they arrive, we can proceed together to Konoha. The battlefield was quiet. And, check out my Patreon for plus 100 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 216, War with Suna. Konoha and Sunagekure stood facing one another in heavy silence. Raza did not remove his straw hat, nor did he shed the white robes that marked him as Kazakage. He remained perfectly still, the elite shinobi of Sunagekure arrayed behind him with disciplined calm. He made no move. Rashi's eyes swept over their orderly formation. If Baki alone had come, Rashi could have easily joined him in the land of rivers under the pretext of assisting an ally. But this situation was different. Since the Chunin exam teams have yet to arrive, Rashi said at last, his voice steady as he broke the stalemate, Konoha will wait at the rear outpost. Let's go. There was no probing exchange, no forced courtesy. At his command, the Konoha ninja withdrew in unison, swift and alert, melting into the forest along the border. Once they had established sufficient distance, Rashi immediately picked up the pace. How did the Sky Ninja make contact with Danzo? Or more precisely, how did they make contact with Sunagakure? Rashi remembered Shino, the Sky Ninja's leader, a madman who once dreamed of conquering the 5 great nations with nothing but a flying fortress and the Zero Tails, only for his forces to be wiped out by Naruto. Had Shino finally learned caution? Or rather, had he learned the value of allies? But even with Sky Ninja remnants at his disposal, did Raza truly believe he could stand against Konoha? If he did, why hadn't he acted just now? Rashi had dared to meet Sunagakure with only a few squads because he was confident in his ability to retreat safely. Raza, however, didn't know that. The only reason for his restraint was clear. He wasn't ready to sever ties completely. Sunagakure's entry into the Land of Rivers was, on the surface, justified by a commission from the daimyo. Reasonable. Proper. Which made it all the more troubling. The ninja world, just beginning to stabilize, was once again showing signs of fracture. News of the aerial assault on border outposts reached Konoha swiftly. Close behind it came another report. The Kazekage has personally entered the Land of Rivers. With Rashi's strength and judgment, he's more than capable of handling Raza, Hiruzen said first. He had seen Rashi's wood release and wind release firsthand during the Satori incident. Our immediate priority should be dispatching reinforcements and strengthening border defenses. Koharu turned her gaze toward Tsunade. Danzo's warning has proven accurate. Sunagakure, as expected, harbors ulterior motives. Tsunade replied coldly, the contact methods he provided are completely useless. We still have no way to reach Yakushi Nono or Yakushi Kabuto. Tsunade, Hamura said, adjusting his glasses, prior intelligence indicates frequent communication between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Now that Sunagakure has acted, we must determine whether similar movements are occurring on Iwagakure's front. As for the spies losing contact. He paused. Given that the opposing side has already begun operations, this is not unusual. In fact, it underscores the severity of the situation. He looked toward Tsunade steadily. At this point, I believe we should ask Danzo whether he possesses any further intelligence. The silence that followed was heavy. They had been comrades for decades. Since Danzo's earlier intelligence had proven accurate, it was only natural that the two elders leaned toward bringing their old friend back in to clarify the situation. As for how Tsunade would deal with Danzo afterward, that could be decided later. And besides, Danzo's ambitions, no one in that room had learned about them yesterday. The real issue was simple, who could best resolve the crisis at hand and provide the most viable options. Tsunade closed her eyes. Judging by how events had unfolded, Danzo's chain of logic, setting aside his personal motives, had no obvious flaws. In fact, Sunagakure's actions seemed to validate his earlier investments and assessments. And yet, I don't trust the role he played in this, she said, almost reflexively. Tsunade. Koharu's eyes widened, her voice sharp. You're the Hokage, how can you act so emotionally? Even if Danzo harbors ulterior motives, Hamura added at once, brows drawn tight, his actions are ultimately for Konoha's benefit. He didn't even fully hand over the intelligence network, Tsunade shot back, her fists clenched. That was to protect the line. Koharu snapped. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. Enough. Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the desk, cutting through the rising argument. Tsunade is the Hokage, he said calmly. I will personally take responsibility for investigating the situation on the Iwagakure front. His gaze moved from one old friend to the other before he concluded, as for Danzo, he is retired. All intelligence matters will be transferred to Kakashi. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances. Neither argued further. One by one, they left the office. Soon, only the third and fifth Hokage remained. Hiruzen sighed, his voice softening. Tsunade, now is the time to recall Jiraiya and the others. Tsunade took a long breath and nodded. Sunagakure might accept a commission from the Land of Rivers, but the Kazekage personally leading a disciplined force across the border was another matter entirely. Even with the thinnest veneer of legitimacy, this was effectively tearing up the alliance. If even long-standing allies behaved like this, what of Kimogakure, whose closeness was far more recent? Konoha could no longer afford to leave its strength scattered. Within the Land of Rivers, Sunagakure Shinobi were erecting a temporary camp. Inside the command tent, Raza removed his straw hat. Entering the Land of Rivers had been a dangerous move, and an aggressive one, but it was worth the risk. He recalled his earlier conversation with that rogue organization. Why go to such lengths, he had asked. The strange man with the eerie black and white face had chuckled softly. We are merely a mercenary group, Lord Kazekage, wanderers and missing nin. A stagnant ninja world offers no place for people like us. Hyenas of war. They thrived on conflict between villages, feeding on the scraps left behind. The Sky Ninjas were no different. The stronger Konoha grew, the further their hopes of revenge slipped away. By launching the aerial attacks, they had handed Sunagakure the perfect excuse, an opportunity to advance its plans without openly shattering the alliance or provoking Konoha's full retaliation. As for Iwagakure, that old fox Inoki had been waiting for such a chance for a long time. Even if he refrained from open warfare, he would surely apply pressure along the borders. And this time might finally be on their side. The dragon veins. An inexhaustible source of chakra. Even extracting a fraction of that power to fuel puppets would give Sunagakure an army that never tired, required no resupply, and obeyed without question. With such a force, they could firmly occupy the land of rivers. And once that happened, Sunagakure would finally gain a stable, fertile land. No longer would they have to scrape by in the endless sands, fighting for every drop of water, every grain of food. At last, they would have the strength to watch the world shift and claim its rewards. The Nara residence hadn't been lit so late at night in a long time. Shikamaru leaned against the doorframe, hands buried in his pockets, watching his father methodically check his ninja tool pouch beneath the lamplight. "What's with the gloomy look?" Shikaku asked, never pausing his movements. "Dad," Shikamaru drawled, his voice unusually subdued, "you weren't really punished with a border assignment because of that failed mission last time, were you?" "Huh." Shikaku finally glanced up, then laughed. "That hardly counts as a failure. I've just been assigned a new mission." He closed the pouch, walked to the door, and looked back at his son. "I'm leaving the house, and your mother, in your care, Shikamaru." "Got it." That night, Shikaku was far from the only one summoned. Across the village, Shinobi received urgent orders and quietly assembled. Before the morning mist had fully lifted, Nara Shikaku had already led the reinforcement unit out of Konoha. By dusk, the team reached a Konoha-controlled zone near the Land of Rivers border, still within the Land of Fire. The sight awaiting them was far from ordinary. The forward outposts had been abandoned. The main force had withdrawn deep into the forest, concealing themselves beneath massive tree canopies that swallowed both sound and shadow. Along the forest's edge stood rows of hastily erected earth flow walls, many shattered by explosions, reduced to broken slabs and rubble. Scattered across the ground were twisted, scorched fragments of metal. Their odd shapes made it clear they weren't part of Konoha's standard equipment. Just as the reinforcements linked up with the forward scouts and prepared to advance, a strange buzzing drifted down from the sky. Several blurred black shapes streaked across the high altitude. Moments later, small objects began to fall. An airstrike. Shikaku narrowed his eyes. Bombing from this height, wary of ground counterattacks. His gaze flicked toward the sea of trees. Round explosives, each trailing a sizzling explosive tag, dropped erratically toward the forest. Before Shikaku could issue a single order, several figures burst from cover. Kunai and shuriken tore upward, flashing through the air. Explosions bloomed midair. Shockwaves rippled through the treetops. The black silhouettes above didn't linger. They veered away and vanished into the clouds. Sky Ninja. Shikaku immediately recognized them, the same kind wiped out during the Second Great Ninja War. He watched as the Konoha shinobi retreated smoothly back into cover, movements crisp and perfectly coordinated. "So," he murmured, "even though the front line hasn't faced enemies like this in years, they've already adapted. They've learned the attack patterns, and how to counter them." The reinforcement unit moved deeper into the forest. The command post was housed in a fortified bunker expanded from a natural cave. Its entrance was narrow and concealed, forcing anyone entering to stoop low. Shikaku ducked inside. Lamps illuminated the cavern, and his eyes immediately found the figure bent over a map at the center. "My apologies," Rashi said, straightening. "I couldn't come out to receive you, Shikaku-san." "We were already welcomed," Shikaku replied dryly. "And quite enthusiastically, I might add." He studied Rashi for a moment. "You've adapted to the role of commander rather quickly." Rashi shook his head. "The frontline troops are all veterans. Once they understand the situation, they know exactly what to do. There's not much for me to command." He looked up. "What's the village's stance on the situation?" Shikaku reached into his vest and handed over a sealed document. "The answer," he said, "is in there. And, check out my Patreon for plus 100 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 217, 219, Magnetic Barrier. It was time to reassess. Watching Raza withdraw, Rashi turned and returned to the valley. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt it. Eyes. From every direction. The respect that had always existed was still there, but now it burned hotter. A special jonin responsible for frontline command stepped forward, trying to keep his tone even. "Lord Rashi, Sunagakure has temporarily retreated. What are our next orders? Rashi frowned slightly. The battle plan hadn't changed. They had agreed on it before marching. Why the hesitation now? He glanced around again, noticing the near reverence in their expressions. Is it really that significant? In the original timeline, Yamato's would release hadn't triggered reactions like this. Then again. 2 years ago, when he used Deep Forest Emergence, he had still been ANBU. Not a visible symbol. Orders remain the same, Rashi replied calmly. Establish the forward camp. Deploy warning barriers. Reinforce fortifications. Hold position and wait for reinforcements. Now that they had secured a foothold, the real question lingered. Does Raza have another card? Because the Sky Ninja alone were no longer enough. Sunagakure forward command tent. Raza dismissed his attendants. Silence settled in the tent. Only the faint crackle of the oil lamp remained. After a long pause, he withdrew a uniquely shaped communication scroll. Chakra seeped into it, activating a concealed channel. He waited. Longer than expected. Only when the camp had fallen completely quiet did a figure slip inside, a shape half black, half white, like a grotesque plant emerging from shadow. I want the Sky Ninja, Raza said bluntly. Black Zetsu tilted his head slightly. Kazakage-sama, the Sky Ninja are already under your command. It's simply that, there aren't many left. They suffered heavy losses today. Their remaining forces, Zetsu continued smoothly, may not serve you effectively in conventional battle. Perhaps it would be more advantageous to redirect them into the land of fire. His implication was clear. Terror tactics. Attack towns. Force chaos. No. Raza's rejection was immediate. That would be indiscriminate terrorism. It would unite the entire ninja world against us. Sunagakure sought resources, not annihilation. They occupied the land of rivers to secure grain and stability. Not to guarantee their own starvation through global isolation. The Sky Ninja's limitations are obvious, Raza continued coldly. Their effective attack range is too short. They rely excessively on dive bombing. He looked directly at Zetsu. If they are to remain relevant, they must undergo comprehensive reform. Their flight technology, deployment doctrine, and equipment must be fully integrated into Sunagakure's military system. His voice hardened. If your organization cannot provide that, or is unwilling to invest the necessary cost, then Sunagakure will consider peace negotiations with Konoha. Zetsu's expression did not change, but the air grew heavier. Raza continued evenly. We have already secured the majority of this year's harvest from the land of rivers. Our baseline interests are protected. If we withdraw after negotiations, Sunagakure may endure hardship for a year or two. He leaned forward slightly. But your organization will lose its operating ground entirely. His gaze sharpened. Which is more valuable to you? A crippled Sky Ninja force with damaged technology and no core personnel. Or Sunagakure, still intact, still possessing full war potential. The Dragon Vein project required more time. In the meantime, he intended to salvage what remained of the Sky Ninja, if possible. Otherwise, they were expendable. Consider carefully, Raza said quietly. Because the next decision would determine whether this was a regional conflict. Or the beginning of something far larger. Chiyo personally boarded the Sky Ninja fleet. At sea, the remnants of the Sky Ninja forces were anchored in formation, 2 large flagship vessels accompanied by 3 escort ships. The 2 main ships functioned as floating launch platforms. Their decks were equipped with projection rails and reinforced runways from which the Sky Ninja could take off. Standing among the unfamiliar machinery were Sunagakure Shinobi, observing in silence. Chiyo examined the equipment with a critical eye, speaking as though the Sky Ninja themselves did not exist. Using magnetism as the initial propulsion, then converting chakra into wind release mid-flight to sustain lift, creative, she remarked coolly. But that also means the pilot's chakra is consumed almost entirely for flight stabilization. Her gaze sharpened. They cannot perform proper ninjutsu once airborne. Their combat method relies entirely on external tools. She picked up a mechanical kunai launcher and fired a test shot. The projectile discharged rapidly, but the impact was unimpressive. Fast rate of fire, she noted, unimpressed. But short effective range. Mechanical propulsion cannot match a skilled hand guiding Senbon coated in poison. She then lifted one of the wing apparatuses. This is their greatest asset, individual flight capability. Yet the load-bearing limit is pitiful. They cannot carry additional weaponry. Her lips thinned. Everything requires modification. And that brat Raza dares to rush me. She clicked her tongue softly. Recklessly allying with unknown forces, and now pressing this old woman for miracles. Sky Ninja. Dragon Veins. So many things handed over for free. Fourth Kazekage, have you truly calculated the price Sunagakure will eventually pay? Raza had no time for doubt. Once Konoha secured its foothold, it remained quiet for only a single day. On the second day, probing assaults began. That young man, Rashi, was not only bold in words. He was bold in action. The first wave of Konoha's attack was repelled. Several bodies lay before Sunagakure's lines as proof. Raza stepped forward, raising one hand. Gold dust spread from beneath his feet like living liquid, flowing outward to blanket the terrain before Sunagakure's position. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, violent whirlwind. Dozens of wind release shinobi formed seals simultaneously. A violent gale erupted. The wind lifted the gold dust into the air, and in moments, a massive golden sandstorm rose, swallowing the battlefield. It churned and spiraled, forming a dynamic, ever-moving barrier before the sand front lines. Elite warriors wielding giant three-star fans advanced along the perimeter. With each sweeping motion, the golden storm expanded, spreading across more ground and tinting the land in ominous gold. By the time Konoha's reconnaissance units reacted, the battlefield had transformed. A Konoha Chunin cautiously threw a kunai. The weapon entered the golden haze, and immediately lost stability. Its trajectory wobbled erratically before dropping harmlessly to the ground. The golden mist did not constantly swirl. Most of the time, it lay deceptively quiet upon the earth. But the moment Konoha made any move, Sunagakure's wind release core would stir the winds, turning the dormant dust into a raging storm once more. Any shinobi who stepped into that zone found their movements hindered. Metal weapons deviated wildly, sometimes even endangering their wielder. And if someone attempted to push through forcefully, the omnipresent gold dust would instantly condense into spears or crushing restraints, striking from every direction. For 3 consecutive days, Konoha's advance stalled before this barrier, an artificial battlefield sculpted by the combined power of magnet release and wind release. Shikaku arrived at the forward line from the rear command post. He narrowed his eyes at the golden expanse shimmering under the sunlight. The fourth Kazekage, he murmured, has engineered a battlefield entirely to his advantage. From this angle, Rashi said quietly, standing beside Shikaku as they observed the shimmering golden expanse, it further confirms that Sunagakure is waiting for something. The battlefield lay within the land of rivers. Konoha had only secured an advance camp. In theory, Sunagakure could easily dispatch small mobile units to bypass the camp and harass the land of fire border repeatedly, especially now, with this defensive structure in place. After all, the land of fire was Konoha's foundation. Defending their homeland would always take priority over operations in foreign territory. And yet, Raza chose to stand still. This seemingly passive posture only strengthened Rashi and Shikaku's earlier suspicions. Then we'll need a fiercer assault, Shikaku concluded, glancing sideways with faint amusement. Tell me, Rashi, after displaying wind release, earth release, and wood release, deep forest emergence, do you have any other surprises? I do, Rashi replied calmly. I'm simply debating whether to continue using wind release. He studied the golden barrier. If I use wind, it'll be difficult to clear the gold dust completely. Sunagakure's wind release core is too large. Even if I generate opposing currents, we'll only create turbulence, not decisive displacement. Shikaku nodded. Against coordinated wind release formations, ordinary wind users would be ineffective. At present, only Rashi possessed the scale required to compete, and even that had limits. Then what's your choice? Rashi stepped forward. Let's try water. He stopped at the edge of the gold dust's effective range. Closing his eyes, he focused. Dark markings resurfaced around them as Sage Mode returned. Please step back, Shikaku-san. Shikaku retreated over 10 meters without hesitation. The Konoha shinobi behind him tightened their formation, breath stilled, prepared for any counterstrike. Rashi clasped his hands before his chest. The air around him subtly shifted, growing heavy, bending inward. Light itself seemed to distort. Then, moisture condensed. Countless microscopic droplets gathered in the air, swirling rapidly around him. Within seconds, a massive rotating wall of water erupted outward, encircling him like a rising tide. Water release, water colliding wave. Sage art version. Rashi thrust his palms forward. Boom. The circular water wall shattered outward, transforming into a roaring wave over 30 meters high. It surged forward like a released sea dragon, its thunderous roar shaking the battlefield as it crashed toward the golden sandstorm. The golden mist, so meticulously constructed, evaporated before the overwhelming pressure, dispersing like fragile foam. On the Sunagakure side, Raza's eyes widened. A water release of this magnitude, in this terrain. Then instinct snapped him back. Gold dust erupted beneath his feet, surging upward to form a massive defensive dam before his lines. The colossal wave collided with it in a deafening crash. Water slammed against gold in a violent struggle, the current diverted and forced to spill toward lower ground. But the damage was done. The battlefield barrier Sunagakure had spent 3 days establishing lay in ruin. Gold dust clung heavily to the soaked earth, too saturated to rise again with ease. Attack! Shikaku's voice cut across the battlefield. Konoha's forces surged forward, sandals splashing through muddy water. The counteroffensive began. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 218, 220, Sunagakure's Rising Strength. After releasing the massive water-colliding wave, Roshi slowly exhaled and dispelled Sage Mode. At the same time, he formed a wood clone. With a light tap to its shoulder, he left the clone standing beside Shikaku. Shikaku glanced sideways. I may not be a walking natural disaster like you, he said dryly, but I'm not at the point where I need personal bodyguards. He isn't guarding you, Shikaku, Roshi replied without looking back, his eyes still fixed on the battlefield ahead. He's just insurance. Before Shikaku could respond, the gold sand field, soaked by floodwater, began to churn. The saturated gold dust convulsed violently, expelling muddy water as if vomiting it out. Gradually, purer and darker grains separated, rising into the air in a shimmering halo around Raza. The fourth Kazekage exhaled sharply. Refining the waterlogged gold dust had cost him a significant amount of chakra, but it was preferable to attempting to manipulate sand made several times heavier by saturation. He straightened. As Roshi charged forward, the earth beneath him stirred. Roots awakened. Massive wooden spikes erupted from the mud, stabbing toward Raza from below. But the Kazekage had anticipated this. Gold dust lifted him skyward in an instant, pulling him just beyond the range of the ambush. With a sharp grasping motion, the gold dust around him converged like grinding millstones, crushing the incoming wooden spears into splinters. Scatter! Raza's voice rang out. The purified gold dust detonated outward, transforming into a dense storm of golden buckshot that filled the sky and screamed toward Roshi. Roshi did not slow. A thick tree root burst upward before him, forming a living shield. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The enhanced sand pierced through the wooden barrier with frightening force, punching countless holes through it. But after penetration, its velocity dropped sharply. By the time it reached Roshi, its killing power had faded. Raza clicked his tongue softly. Behind him, 4 puppets glided forward soundlessly, blades concealed within their limbs. Roshi kicked off the ground again, surging ahead. Golden sand rose once more to intercept him. He clenched his right fist. Chakra condensed explosively, and he punched. The impact shattered the incoming sand wave, blasting open a path through sheer physical force. Through the rain of glittering particles, his eyes locked onto Raza. Kazekage Dano. Roshi's voice carried clearly across the battlefield. Does your confidence rest on the sky ninja? Or, what exactly are you waiting for? Raza did not answer. Instead, he commanded the gold dust to reform, shaping it into several colossal golden palms that slammed toward Roshi from multiple directions. At the same time, the puppet unit slid him backward, maintaining precise distance. On the flank, elite shinobi bearing 3-star fans assembled, waiting for the signal to unleash coordinated wind release. Roshi moved between the crushing palms with terrifying precision, sometimes deflecting with erupting wood, sometimes meeting force with force, shattering constructs with raw strength. His offensive rhythm was relentless. Each step forward forced Raza to devote all attention to defense and control. The fourth Kazekage understood one thing clearly. Konoha's numbers here were inferior. If he could pin down this single overwhelming point, this man named Roshi, then Sunagakure's fortifications and numerical advantage would hold. As long as Roshi was contained, Konoha would not break through. At that very moment, the earth beneath Raza's feet shuddered violently. Several thick wooden roots burst through the ground. Wind release, sickle weasel technique. The wind release squad stationed on the flank reacted instantly. Intersecting wind blades tore forward, slicing the newly emerged roots apart in midair. But the tremor did not cease. More roots erupted from every direction, twisting, coiling, lunging toward the wind release squad's position. Raza was forced to divide his focus. The gold dust around him flowed like liquid, forming a rotating barrier that shielded the squad as they withdrew. Almost simultaneously, a puppet at his side yanked sharply at his sleeve. A wooden spike shot up from beneath his feet a heartbeat later. He avoided it by inches. Through the dust and chaos, Roshi observed the seamless coordination of Sunagakure's forces. His brows twitched slightly. They've already developed countermeasures. On his side, there was no system tailored to support wood release at this scale. Then again, Konoha's first wood release user had never required cooperation. He had been overwhelming enough alone. The clash continued. Mud and gold collided repeatedly, grinding against each other with brutal persistence. Tsunagekyu's defensive line, reinforced by pre-constructed fortifications and numerical superiority, stood like a stubborn reef against Konoha's relentless assault. As the sun sank toward the western horizon, the battlefield turned orange-red beneath the fading light. At last, Konoha's forces withdrew in disciplined formation, receding like a tide. What remained were fractured ravines, shattered puppet remnants, splintered wood, and dark, congealing blood. Raza returned to the main command tent. He lowered himself slowly into his seat. The fatigue was deep, almost bone level. Even during prolonged standoffs against Iwagakure along the northern border of the Land of Wind, he had never felt such exhaustion, physical and mental alike. Yes, he lacked the natural advantage of desert terrain here. But being forced into such a reactive posture, against an opponent younger than himself, with fewer total forces, that had far exceeded his worst projections before entering the Land of Rivers. His gaze fell upon the map. His fingertip traced the wavering line that marked the current front line. This line. It might have to be abandoned. Pass the order, he said at last, voice hoarse. The rear forces are to accelerate construction of the second defensive line. Arrange in echelons. Prepare to receive retreating forward units. Yes. When the messenger left, silence returned. Raza stared at the map alone. Current casualties were still within acceptable limits. The priority now was clear. Ensure the safe transport of the grain already purchased and stockpiled across the Land of Rivers. Occupation was optional. Food was not. At worst, they could withdraw, endure Konoha's diplomatic condemnation and economic retaliation, and relinquish mission shares gained in recent years. But the essential supplies were already secured. With this harvest as foundation, and perhaps some discreet arrangements with Iwagakure, Tsunagekyure could weather the storm. The Sky Ninja remnants and technical data had been absorbed. They required time to integrate. And once the Dragon Vein puppet technology matured, Tsunagekyure would rise again. Yes. There would be another opportunity. As that conclusion settled in his mind, his immediate desire to continue costly frontal engagements faded. He summoned the messenger once more and ordered the acceleration of supply transfers, grain first, everything else secondary. Yet, deep within him, a quiet doubt had taken root. A seed he could not ignore. Is time truly still on our side? Konoha's strength, cultivated quietly during years of apparent peace, seemed to have grown far beyond his expectations. And for the first time, the fourth Kazekage felt that the board might not be moving according to his calculations anymore. Inoki wasn't sure whether he should be pleased or irritated. Raza had finally made his move. The moment news arrived, Inoki stationed both Jinchuriki at the border, especially Rashi. Keeping him close at hand was as much about strategy as it was about preventing endless arguments. Originally, the Tsuchikage had calculated that if Katsuchi simply appeared at the frontier with the Jinchuriki, Konoha would hesitate to commit overwhelming forces to the Land of Rivers. And that calculation proved correct. First, the retired Hiruzen Sarutobi personally took command. Then Jiraiya surfaced as well. With those two drawn away, how much top-tier strength could Konoha realistically spare for the Land of Rivers front? No matter how quiet Kimogakure remained, Tsunade wouldn't dare leave the village at such a time. Under normal circumstances, with Raza supported by the Sky Ninja and Konoha's main forces restrained, the conflict should have dragged on, half a year at minimum, perhaps even a full year. A long stalemate. Perfect. Iwagakure wouldn't need to intervene at all. The Western Ninja Activity Tournament would proceed as scheduled. Money would flow in. Watching neighbors bleed each other dry was the ideal scenario. And yet, Inoki simply couldn't understand Raza's execution. It hadn't even been half a month. How had Tsunagekyure, bolstered by the Sky Ninja as a specialized force, collapsed so quickly? The first defensive line crumbled almost immediately. Now even the second line teetered, as if Konoha might shove them straight back into the Land of Wind. Raza, how did you once repel that brute, the third Raikage? Still, the war had begun. Konoha's rapid development had indeed been interrupted. From a purely results-oriented perspective, Raza had, for the moment, fulfilled a role. Rashi. Inoki murmured the name. Unbidden, another blonde brat came to mind, the one he had expelled from the village to reflect. Bring Deidara back, he ordered quietly. Another yellow flash had appeared in Konoha. And that could not be ignored. Central Land of Rivers, River Canyon. When Rashi had last passed through here, it had been untouched wilderness. Now it was a militarized zone. The Tsunagekyure insignia that once fluttered above the canyon camp had vanished. In its place, Konoha's emblem stood firm. Shinobi moved efficiently through the captured site, clearing debris, reorganizing supply routes, dismantling sand fortifications, and constructing Konoha's own defensive framework. Shikaku stood atop a newly erected watchtower, surveying the activity below. A decisive withdrawal, he remarked. Kazekage doesn't hesitate. Sunagekir's grain collection was executed with astonishing speed, Rashi replied after returning from reconnaissance beyond the perimeter. Teams carrying gold went directly to villages to secure supplies. They pushed their shinobi to exhaustion and ignored the risk of interception by our patrols. Of course they did, Shikaku said, lifting a hand toward the sky. Their eyes have returned. Almost as if summoned by his words. A faint mechanical hum drifted down from above. Several black silhouettes appeared against the sky, gradually growing larger. At first glance, the aircraft looked identical to the original Sky Ninja models. But closer observation revealed subtle differences. The paint schemes were altered. The flight posture was slightly rigid. The maneuvers lacked the fluid precision of the original Sky Ninja. Both men on the tower understood immediately. These were no longer true Sky Ninja. They were Sunagekir shinobi wearing Sky Ninja wings. A few days earlier, one inexperienced sand pilot had flown too low and been shot down by Konoha forces. Interrogation revealed that Sunagekir was urgently training its own aerial corps, attempting to absorb and integrate Sky Ninja technology. Now the evidence was overhead. These modified pilots made no attempt at daring maneuvers. They circled at safe altitude, occasionally releasing bombs without precise targeting, letting gravity decide the rest. They weren't aiming for decisive damage. Only disruption. Only to fracture Konoha's rhythm. Shikaku narrowed his eyes. They've learned, he said quietly. And that, perhaps, was even more troublesome than the original Sky Ninja themselves. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 219, 217, Flipping the Board. The Sandaime has personally led a detachment to the Land of Grass border, Shikaku reported, to assist the Grass village in guarding against potential movements from Iwagakure. As for your situation here, he added, the 5th Hokage wants you to exercise your own judgment. I'm only here to provide reinforcements. Rashi let out a quiet sigh. That's a remarkably lazy decision. Shikaku laughed openly. You can tell her that yourself when you get back. You two always enjoy arguing. Rashi ignored the jab and instead eyed him suspiciously. Shikaku-san, you're not getting back at me over the Kimogakure incident, are you? Since you're here, command shouldn't still be mine. The Jonin commander waved his hands quickly, his grin fading. Let's focus on work. Business first. Rashi studied him for another 2 seconds before turning back to the map spread across the table. The Sky Ninjas are maintaining continuous low-intensity aerial harassment, he said. The pattern is extremely regular, once every 4 to 6 hours. I've dispatched multiple elite reconnaissance teams to trace their point of origin. His finger slid to the eastern coastline of the Land of Rivers. Every trail ends here. They appear from the sea, and retreat back to it after each strike. At the same time, Rashi continued, Sunagekir's main force has made no further cross-border advances. Instead, they're fortifying their positions, constructing defensive works within the Land of Rivers, and relying on several strongpoints, clearly preparing for a long-term presence. If my assessment is correct, his finger moved to a coastal location within Sunagekir-controlled territory, the Sky Ninja's launch point, or even a temporary base, is hidden deep inside sand-controlled lands, or possibly on an offshore island. In other words, Rashi concluded, to completely eliminate the Sky Ninjas who are harassing us and destroying our forward defenses, a direct clash with Sunagekir is unavoidable. Shikaku's expression grew grave. The situation was indeed more complicated than expected. During the Second Great Ninja War, the Sky Ninja could fly, but not at these altitudes. More importantly, they had no allies. Once Konoha located their village, it had been erased in a single decisive strike. Now, however, they had Sunagekir, a heavyweight power, as both shield and partner. That changed everything. What's your plan? Shikaku asked. Rashi replied without hesitation. The Land of Rivers cannot be handed over to Sunagekir. So my proposal is to enter it. To reassure the local population. For a ninja village, what constituted true control over a country? Under the so-called one country, one village system, the answer was simple: within that land, no other ninja village could function as a rival. The daimyo could supply funds, the nobility could issue mission quotas, but only to the recognized village. And while resources might appear separate from ninja affairs, in reality, they flowed to that village at the most favorable terms. Did Sunagekir truly hold the Land of Rivers yet? Not fully. But if Konoha failed to continuously deploy sufficient forces to demonstrate both presence and resolve, it soon would. Especially now. October had arrived. The Land of Rivers harvest was nearing completion. Grain that might once have been sold to the Land of Wind at a premium no longer needed to be seized by force. With large sand forces present, Raza only had to offer gold at a slightly reduced price, still competitive with Land of Fire merchants. Faced with uncertainty, the river country's merchants and landlords would have no choice but to accept. That wasn't just an economic loss. It was a collapse of political influence. Shikaku stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, we use our usual methods. Yes, Rashi answered. At the moment, Raza's only visible trump card is the Sky Ninja. But the caution shown by Sunagekir's ground forces suggests they're waiting for something. He looked up, eyes sharp. And precisely because they're waiting, this is the best moment for us to strike, disrupt their tempo. Once Raza finishes preparing, Rashi said quietly, it will be too late. In that case, Shikaku said in a low voice, eyes fixed on the arrow marking the Sky Ninja's attack route on the map, before we advance, we must draw them out, and wipe out a batch of them. Leaving aerial units free to roam above us would cripple any ground operation. I have a ninjutsu specifically suited for that, Rashi replied calmly. Earlier, when only 2 or 3 Sky Ninja were probing us, I chose not to reveal it. I couldn't guarantee a clean kill, and exposing it too early would have been a waste. The technique he had once used against Satori, the monster from the Box of Paradise, was, on paper, nothing more than a C-rank ninjutsu. Its effect was simple, creating localized vortices to disrupt airflow, designed to counter airborne targets or incoming projectiles. Simple, but effective. With sufficient chakra, Rashi could generate multiple vortices at once. In Sage mode, the technique had been powerful enough to destabilize a massive creature like Satori. Against Sky Ninja who relied on crude mechanical wings, the effect would be devastating. Their passive defense and observation at the forward outpost had not been fruitless. Konoha had already determined the Sky Ninja's operational envelope. To accurately drop explosives on ground targets, they were forced to dive to roughly 30 meters, a height well within counterattack range for prepared Konoha shinobi. If they stayed higher, above 50 meters, accuracy dropped, but interception became far more difficult. That altitude was the Sky Ninja's perceived safe zone. But if Rashi could secure a sufficiently elevated position and act as the pivot for his technique, that safe distance would cease to exist. Until now, Rashi had been the only one on the front line capable of decisively turning the tide. He couldn't afford to gamble recklessly and alert the enemy. Now, with Nara Shikaku present, the situation was different. I see, Shikaku said after hearing the explanation. Then our move must be large enough to lure out a significant number of Sky Ninja, and eliminate as many effective units as possible in one strike. Otherwise, he added grimly, once they suffer a loss like that, they'll never give us another chance for a concentrated annihilation. Rashi nodded. The detailed planning and deployment will have to be handled by you, Shikaku-san. Shikaku let out a wry chuckle. Looks like I couldn't dodge this responsibility after all. Just wait a few more years for Shikamaru, Rashi said flatly, making it impossible to tell whether he was joking. Hey, Shikaku protested. That's the second time you've said that. You serious, kid? Completely. Land of Rivers, Sunagekir Command Tent. Raza was listening to a report on the progress of grain purchases from the Land of Rivers when the tent flap suddenly lifted. A scout appeared instantly, dropping to one knee. Kazekage-sama, it has been confirmed that Konoha reinforcements have reached the front line. At the same time, Konoha ninja activity has sharply increased, they appear to be conducting a large-scale assembly near the border. So they've come. Konoha's first real response. Order the frontline units to raise alert status and deploy according to the second contingency plan, Raza said, rising as he reached for the straw hat beside him. Notify the Sky Ninja as well. Once clear signs of a large-scale Konoha assembly are confirmed, they are to seize the opportunity and launch the largest possible aerial strike. I want their gathered forces crippled. The orders were relayed at once. As more and more Konoha shinobi appeared along the forest's edge, clearly forming up, Sunagekir's ground forces advanced in tandem, constructing a solid defensive line on the opposite side of the border. Raza, flanked by two close ANBU, personally stepped forward to the front. Almost at the same moment, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows of the forest on Konoha's side. So, Raza said, eyes narrowing slightly, it's you, Nara Shikaku. It's been a while, Kazekage-sama, Shikaku replied evenly. Last time we met, it was Sunagekir helping Konoha mediate with the Wagakure. Raza crossed his arms, the white Kazekage robe fluttering faintly in the wind. And now you've come to press the border, planning to enter the Land of Rivers on Konoha's behalf. I'm afraid that won't be possible, he continued calmly. Sunagekir has accepted a formal commission from the daimyo of the Land of Rivers to protect its territory. And we cannot allow you to cross. Shikaku looked genuinely puzzled. Kazekage-sama, that's quite an exaggeration. We received reliable intelligence that a group of ninja of unknown origin, capable of flight, attacked a Konoha border outpost and then fled into the land of rivers. We're simply here to pursue and eliminate these dangerous elements. I've also heard that several towns within the land of rivers were previously struck by similar aerial forces, he added mildly. It seems we're facing a shared threat. Konoha's actions are in the spirit of alliance, assisting our allies in fulfilling the commission and removing hidden dangers from the region. If that is the case, Raza replied coolly, then I thank Konoha for the information. However, protecting the commission territory is Tsunagekyou's responsibility. We are fully capable of handling the situation ourselves and do not require outside assistance. Oh dear. Shikaku sighed, spreading his hands helplessly. That puts me in a difficult position. Unfortunately, pursuing that hostile force is also a mission assigned by my village, and I can't simply abandon it halfway. As an ally, he continued lightly, I also can't stand by and watch Tsunagekyou shoulder all the risk alone. Before his sentence fully settled, Shikaku's figure had already begun to retreat. Step by step, he melted back into the forest shadows until he vanished from sight. Raza stared at the place where he had disappeared, uncertainty flickering across his expression. Konoha's words suggest they're not ready to turn openly hostile, yet. Since Shikaku himself had come, where was Hiruzen Sarutobi? Though retired, the old Hokage was still a formidable piece on the board. Was he stationed against Iwagakure, or was Konoha planning to force a breakthrough solely along the land of rivers? Raza turned and issued orders in a low voice. Have all units establish layered defensive lines. Use the mountainous terrain ahead. Focus on countering infiltration and preparing for potential high-intensity attacks from Konoha. As he walked back toward the core of Tsunagekyou's position, another thought surfaced. I should ask Elder Chiyo to deploy an elite puppet unit as soon as possible. At the same time, Raza formed a hand seal. Eye of Sand, activate. Tiny grains of sand gathered silently at his feet, forming a small, inconspicuous eyeball that slipped away toward the area of Konoha activity. Through its shared vision, Raza observed Konoha's movements. They chose mountainous terrain, rugged, layered, and overgrown, as their crossing point. Trying to use complex topography and vegetation to evade aerial reconnaissance and reduce exposure to sky ninja strikes. A textbook approach. Effective. However, Raza subtly adjusted the Eye of Sand's vantage point, raising it higher. His attention was immediately drawn to a broad, open valley among the mountains. A natural convergence point. Konoha ninja were streaming into the valley from multiple directions, briefly regrouping before dispersing deeper into the mountains beyond. Even the most meticulous strategist, Raza murmured, can't avoid such choke points when deploying troops at scale. And Sky Ninja, who fought from the skies, had a far better perspective than he did. They wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. High in the mountains, behind a concealed rock shelf with a commanding view. Rashi closed his eyes. Natural energy flowed into him, blending and stabilizing with his chakra. The rhythm settled. Balance achieved. As the hum of the sky drew closer, dark markings bloomed around his eyes. Sage mode. Above, a dense cluster of sky ninja finally came into view, diving toward the valley. Within their formation, the lead ninja scanned the terrain sharply. Ambushes on the mountain flanks are likely, but the valley itself is open. Troops will inevitably be concentrated there. If we secure the drop points, that's enough. Lower altitude. Maximize lethality. Maintain altitude at 50 meters, the leader barked. 20 meters above the ridge lines, enter attack position. Prepare, release. The sky ninjas whistled downward in unison, poised to unleash destruction. At that exact moment, Rashi brought his hands together. Sage art, hurricane. Without a sound, dozens of transparent vortices erupted around him, expanding outward and violently churning the airspace occupied by the sky ninja. In an instant, the once stable high-altitude airflow collapsed into chaos, smooth currents shredded into countless raging eddies. Screams tore through the sky. The sky ninja felt as if they'd been hurled into an invisible maelstrom. Their crude mechanical wings groaned and twisted under the strain, completely losing control. Bodies spun, collided, and were flung apart, like toys scattered by a giant, unseen hand. Hold formation. Pull up now, the leader roared. His voice was swallowed whole by the storm. Flight balance shattered. One after another, sky ninjas plummeted from 50 meters above, their trajectories wild and hopeless, smashing into mountainsides and valleys below. Explosions of dust, metal, and broken wings erupted across the terrain. Through the Eye of Sand, Raza witnessed it all. His hand clenched slowly inside his sleeve. The board had just been flipped. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor To keep the chapters coming, support with power. Konoha's shinobi straightened from their defensive stances and advanced in disciplined squads, spreading out methodically to secure and clear the battlefield. Even ordinary sky ninjas were still trained combatants. A fall from 50 meters would normally guarantee death, but some, by sheer luck or through emergency shock absorption techniques, clung to life. Rashi released Sage Mode. The markings around his eyes faded, and the heightened stillness within him receded. He stepped down from the high rock shelf, landing amid shattered metal fragments and scorched earth. Lord Rashi. A shinobi assigned to casualty assessment appeared instantly and bowed. Preliminary count, 129 sky ninja neutralized. 93 confirmed dead. 21 critically wounded and incapacitated. The remaining injured or unconscious have been secured and are under concentrated guard. Transfer all captives and salvageable equipment to Shikaka for processing, Rashi ordered, his gaze sweeping across the fallen bodies and groaning survivors. Once the field is cleared, all units regroup and hold position. Await further instructions. Yes, sir. The objective of this engagement had been achieved. How many sky ninja remained was unknown. But for the time being, they would struggle to mount another large-scale aerial assault. From the rear command post, Shikaka had observed the entire battle unfold. He swiftly reorganized the border's primary defensive layout. Once the prisoners and recovered equipment reached the rear, he personally led a support detachment forward to where Rashi was resting briefly beneath a sheltered rock face. To eliminate an entire assault force in a single strike. Shikaka said, joining Rashi in gazing at the now peaceful sky. His tone carried rare admiration. That was an astonishing ninjutsu. At my age, I thought I'd stopped being surprised by new techniques. Rashi replied evenly, it was simply the appropriate countermeasure. The opportunity to use it was created by your strategic deployment and coordination, Shikaku. Shikaku chuckled. No need to be modest right now. Give it 2 more years, we'll share a drink over that jutsu of yours. He clapped Rashi's shoulder lightly. The sky ninja threat is temporarily neutralized. Through the final fragment of vision captured by his eye of sand, before it disintegrated, he had seen the figure leading Konoha's vanguard, moving swiftly through the forest. He knew. Rashi. The name slipped quietly from his lips. He had assumed that once Shikaku arrived, the young man would step back out of deference to seniority. After all, diplomatic brilliance did not necessarily equate to battlefield dominance. But he had miscalculated. This young man was far more dangerous than the report suggested. Order the first puppet unit and the wind release assault squad to move with me, Raza commanded. With a swift motion, he removed the white Kazakage robe, symbol of his office, revealing the fitted brown combat attire beneath. Now, Rashi was no longer a diplomat. He was a commander. Preset Point 3, Valley Entrance. Konoha's vanguard had only just arrived. Scouts had fanned outward when a deep rumble rolled across the earth. On the distant horizon, a golden tide surged forward. It was not sunlight. It was death. An ocean of gold dust swept across the land, devouring grass, trees, and soil alike, an advancing catastrophe aimed directly at Konoha's still-forming lines. Rashi flickered forward, appearing at the very front. Alone. He pressed both palms to the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. The earth roared. A colossal wall, over 20 meters high, erupted upward in front of the vanguard, its immense mass slamming into place just as the golden sea crashed forward. Boom. The impact thundered like a mountain collapsing. Gold dust exploded upward upon contact, cascading down both sides of the wall like a shimmering waterfall. But Raza was not finished. Part of the golden torrent surged upward, climbing the sheer surface and condensing into razor-sharp spears aimed at Rashi atop the wall. Another stream split away, flowing like branching rivers around the left and right flanks, attempting to engulf the Konoha formation from both sides. Left and right flanks. Chain earth flow wall formation, the vanguard commander barked instantly. Shinobi on both sides formed hand seals in unison. Additional earth walls rose in succession, smaller but sufficient, forming curved bulwarks that barely contained the sweeping gold dust. Atop the main wall, Rashi clasped his hands. The stone beneath his feet fractured. More than 10 massive tree roots burst through the earth, dark, violent, alive. They lashed outward, shattering the gold dust spears midair and scattering them into glittering powder. Suspended upon a wave of gold dust, Raza saw it clearly. That dark brown growth splitting through the stone. Not earth release. Not even close. His pupils contracted. For the first time, cracks appeared in his calm composure. Would release. Rumors had circulated in recent years, whispers of its return in Konoha. It's you, Rashi. The response came not in words, but in overwhelming force. Would release, deep forest emergence. The earth trembled. From the wall beneath Rashi, the entire valley floor split apart. Gigantic trees burst upward at terrifying speed. Roots tore through bedrock. Trunks thickened in seconds. Branches exploded outward like the arms of a primordial titan reclaiming its domain. The advancing golden sea collided head-on with a newborn forest. Tree after tree rooted themselves into the gold dust, their roots anchoring, their trunks resisting. The sand sought to suffocate them. The forest refused to yield. Gold and brown clashed violently at the valley's entrance, twisting and grinding against one another, a battle not merely between shinobi, but between forces of nature themselves. Gold dust and shattered wood exploded outward, mixing into a thick, swirling haze that blurred the battlefield into a storm of bronze and brown. It wasn't only the Sunagakure shinobi who were stunned. Behind Rashi, the Konoha vanguard stood momentarily frozen. They stared at the young figure standing atop the towering earth wall, commanding a forest into existence, directly opposing the Kazekage himself. Disbelief flickered in their eyes. Then something else began to rise. Reverence. Would release, deep forest emergence. Shodai-sama's technique. One Konoha ninja whispered hoarsely, his grip tightening around his kunai. Stay focused, the squad leader barked sharply. Reinforce the defenses. The shockwave of wood release did not slow Raza in the slightest. After that initial flash of surprise, his arms rose. More golden sand erupted from underground, bypassing the entangled forest in front, and lunged at Rashi from vicious, unpredictable angles. At Rashi's feet, a thick branch burst from stone and soil, lifting him sideways just as a golden spike tore across the ground where he had stood. Simultaneously, more hardened wood spiraled upward around him, bending and interlocking into a curved wooden barrier. The next surge of gold dust slammed into it. Boom. Deep gouges split the timber. Splinters flew. But it held. And the counterattack came instantly. Dozens of sharpened wooden vines shot outward from the forest below, spearing directly toward Raza, who stood poised atop his golden tide. Raza's golden sand possessed terrifying range and precision, its offense and defense both formidable. Yet the control required limited his physical agility compared to other shinobi of his tier. Facing the sudden barrage, his eyes darkened. Golden sand compressed rapidly before him, condensing into a thick defensive shield. The wooden spike struck. A thunderous impact rang out as cracks spiderwebbed across the golden barrier. Rashi pressed the advantage. More vines twisted forward, tightening, coiling, ready to pierce through. Wind release, net. The Sunagakure Wind Assault Squad sprang into action. 3-star fans swung in unison. Interwoven wind blades roared forward, forming a slicing lattice across the battlefield. Where the wind net passed, even the hardened wooden vines were shredded apart, severed into fragments that scattered through the air. At the same time, Raza's puppet corps advanced. Over a dozen puppets surged forward, blades unfolding from every joint. They began spinning at high speed, transforming into whirling engines of steel. The rotating blade storm crashed into the forest's edge. Metal shrieked against wood. Branches splintered. The relentless advance of wood release was finally halted. Gradually, the trees receded into the earth, leaving behind a scarred battlefield, a landscape torn apart by a clash of titanic forces. Only the colossal earthflow wall remained, standing firm at the mouth of the valley like an immovable gate. Raza's voice cut through the tense air. Retreat. The first exchange had ended. But the war for the land of rivers had only just begun. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 221, No Need for a Fickle Ally. It looks like the Sky Ninja have been fully absorbed into Sunagakure, Shikaku said, rubbing his temple faintly. Let's hope the village produces its own research breakthrough soon. Otherwise, this will become a persistent headache. This wasn't an enemy seeking decisive victory. This was an enemy content to harass, avoiding glory, avoiding risk, avoiding accountability. Even for someone like Shikaku, finding a clean countermeasure against such tactics was troublesome. Konoha had no mature aerial corps. Yes, Rashi possessed wind release powerful enough to suppress airborne units, but he could not remain on constant high alert, ready to unleash large-scale techniques every few hours against sporadic harassment. Rashi's gaze drifted across the canyon, toward the distant direction where Sunagakure's main force had withdrawn. We continue advancing, he said quietly. Push the front line all the way to the land of wind border and stabilize it there. As long as we control the land of rivers' land routes and coastline completely, compress their operational space, their harassment capability will naturally diminish. A senior jonin nearby spoke up immediately. Rashi. Advancing to the land of wind border is feasible. But do not cross it. Sunagakure in the land of rivers and Sunagakure on their home soil are two entirely different beasts. The desert is their domain. Our mobility will be restricted. Supply lines will stretch thin and become vulnerable. A reckless push would be disastrous. Rashi nodded calmly. I understand, Shikaku. He paused. It's just, what comes next remains unclear. So far, we've only seen the Sky Ninja Force. We still don't know what Raza is waiting for. Shikaku stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Sky Ninja themselves weren't weak, he said. If your technique hadn't countered them so perfectly, our early losses would have been far heavier. This advance would not have unfolded so smoothly. Perhaps it isn't that Raza's judgment is flawed. Perhaps, he exhaled softly, it's that the strength you've displayed has exceeded everyone's expectations. Including ours. Rashi said nothing. He only looked up once more, watching the black silhouette circling high above. There were still threads unresolved. After a moment, he spoke again. When I was first dispatched to the Land of Rivers, he said quietly, it wasn't to confront Sunagakure. It was to investigate abnormal material movements at the border outpost. Shikaku's expression sharpened slightly. Even though Sunagakure's actions now seem to validate parts of what Danzo said. I still feel there's something else hidden behind this. That batch of materials is still unaccounted for. With the front line temporarily stabilized, this might be our best chance to resume that investigation. Shikaku nodded slowly. That mission was assigned to you personally, wasn't it? Yes. And now, Shikaku said, narrowing his eyes, you're implying. Rashi met his gaze directly. Someone needs to remain here to anchor the front. In case Raza attempts a counterstrike. A faint smile touched his lips. I'll have to trouble you, Shikaku-san, to investigate the material's whereabouts. Entering the Land of Rivers directly, how aggressive, Rashi. That had been Tsunade's first thought when she received the report. But she had already sent the order through Shikaku, make your own judgment based on the situation. If the advisors wanted to complain now, they could complain to the wind. The fifth Hokage immediately began drafting contingency reinforcement plans. Yet the reports that followed came so swiftly that even she was caught off guard. Direct confrontation with the Kazekage. Forward camp successfully established. Well, that part wasn't entirely shocking. Rashi possessed would release, and Sage Mode. But what came next pushed beyond even her expectations. Konoha forces advancing steadily. Sunagakure struggling to resist, possible full withdrawal from the Land of Rivers. What exactly did that mean? When she reached the latest report, clearly stating, our forces have advanced to the Land of Wind border. Sunagakure's main units have contracted fully. Large-scale engagements within the Land of Rivers have effectively ceased. She finally exhaled. The tension that had stretched across her nerves for days loosened all at once. We won. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Koharu and Hamura entered. Tsunade, Koharu began immediately, any updates from the front? Yes. Tsunade slid the battle report across the desk. Sunagakure has withdrawn. Rashi and Shikaku now control the major transit routes through the Land of Rivers. Our defensive line extends to the Land of Wind border. Hamura adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. And what is your intention regarding Sunagakure from here? Continued pressure, or a more conciliatory posture? How we deal with Sunagakure, Tsunade cut in calmly, will depend on the comprehensive assessment report from the front. She folded her hands beneath her chin, her tone sharpening. Right now, there's a more urgent issue. The joint Chunin exams in November. The room fell into immediate silence. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance. Neither could hide the gravity in their expressions. In earlier years, this wouldn't have been complicated. If necessary, the exams could be cancelled, or converted into an internal village event. After all, Konoha was a military power. The exam venue was outside the village core. Every large-scale event required significant manpower to ensure internal security. In wartime, with forces stretched thin, cancellation would have been reasonable. But things had changed. In recent years, the Chunin exams had become entangled with massive capital flow. A single spectator ticket cost tens of thousands. The newly constructed arena, capable of hosting tens of thousands, generated astronomical revenue from ticket sales alone. By mid-September, every seat had sold out. More importantly, after Sunagakure moved into the Land of Rivers, Kumogakure had made its position clear. As long as Konoha did not cancel, they would participate as scheduled. That statement of support carried heavy implications, economic, diplomatic, and reputational. If we cancel, Koharu said slowly, it will deal a severe blow to the village's credibility. She hesitated. The ticket revenue has already been incorporated into this year's fiscal projections. If we issue refunds. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Hamura continued in a measured tone. Sunagakure has withdrawn. Iwagakure still has forces stationed near the border, but according to Hiruzen's intelligence, Inoki currently shows no genuine intent to initiate hostilities. He paused. The risk may be manageable. Tsunade leaned back slightly in her chair. The war had been halted. But the board was far from settled. Canceling the exams would project caution. Proceeding would project strength. And strength, in the current ninja world, was currency. The two officials in charge of political affairs had already drafted this year's financial projections based on last year's revenue. No one understood the village's fiscal reality better than they did. Money was needed everywhere. The Ninja Academy reforms were still underway. The expanded genin training program required constant funding. And now, the technical analysis and defensive upgrades prompted by the Sky Ninja wreckage sent back from the front demanded even more resources. The revenue from the upcoming event had already been written into the budget. Allocated. Spent, on paper, at least. To refund it now. Just imagining the deficit that would tear open in the books made their scalps prickle. Even the two advisors, who normally leaned toward conservative caution, found themselves tipping the scale toward continuing the exams. Tsunade's thoughts, for once, aligned perfectly with theirs. Such an enormous sum. If she really had to return it. Just thinking about it made her knuckles itch. First, open communication with Iwagakure, Tsunade decided. Aren't they hosting some Western ninja conference? If they want stability, they should show it. She paused. Then send a letter to the front. Ask Rashi and Shikaku for their assessment. Border of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. Since Sunagakure had gained air capability, Konoha's defensive construction here had shifted priorities. Air defense came first. Ninja could dodge what fell from the sky. Barracks could not. Warehouses could not. Fortifications certainly could not. Even with barrier techniques in place, fixed structures were still passive targets. Rashi was inspecting the interior of a newly carved mountain command post, checking the reinforcement pillars and airflow channels for stability, when a frontline sentry appeared in a flicker. Lord Rashi. Sunagakure has sent an envoy requesting talks. Rashi brushed stone dust from his sleeve without looking up. Who? The envoy claims to be Sunagakure's jonin, Baki. Baki. Now he raised his eyes. I'll see him. The meeting was arranged atop a barren mountain peak. No table. No chairs. No shade. Only harsh wind and open sky. Konoha's guards were scattered in deliberate formation, visible enough to signal control, distant enough to avoid provocation. Baki had just opened his mouth. When Rashi cut him off. Let's skip the pleasantries. His tone was flat. Direct. Whatever pretext you've prepared, Land of Rivers Daimyo's request, defensive posture, mutual misunderstanding. Drop it. Say something useful. The wind whipped Baki's robes. What price, Rashi continued, does Sunagakure intend to pay for breaking its alliance? The question landed like a blade. Baki's rehearsed rhetoric suddenly felt hollow. After several seconds of silence, he forced out a response. Sunagakure did not invade the Land of Fire. Rashi replied immediately. Konoha's forces are also currently stationed outside the Land of Wind's border. The implication was unmistakable. We can cross. We simply haven't. Baki inhaled sharply, cold air burning his lungs. Rashi-san, peace benefits both sides. A fickle ally benefits no one. Rashi's expression did not soften in the slightest. In the past few years, regardless of fluctuations in aid terms, Konoha never allowed Sunagakure to walk away empty-handed. That is a fact. Sunagakure acknowledges this, does it not? Baki pressed his lips together. All the arguments he had prepared on the journey here, economic interdependence, shared enemies, geopolitical caution, felt weightless before the men who had personally crushed Sunagakure's advance. This was not someone who could be persuaded with wordplay. Make peace today. Betray tomorrow. Reconcile the day after. Abandon it again when convenient. Rashi shook his head slowly. If Sunagakure seeks peace merely to buy time before its next betrayal, then there is no point continuing this conversation. His gaze sharpened. Unless you bring a guarantee strong enough to bind the alliance. Do not waste another word. The mountain wind roared between them. Return, Rashi said coldly. Discuss it thoroughly with advisor Ebizo and the others. Then, his final sentence struck like a hammer. Or do you truly believe Konoha is unaware of what you are preparing? Silence followed. And for the first time since arriving, Baki felt the weight of being the weaker side. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 222, Kabuto found out. Danzo sat alone in the center of the tatami room. Heavy curtains blocked most of the daylight. What little light slipped through fell in narrow bands across his dark kimono, trembling faintly with the shifting wind outside. His fingers moved unconsciously, rubbing the head of his cane. Again. And again. It was too quiet. Since Kakashi had reported that Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto were unreachable, his status had shifted. From guardianship to surveillance. Hamura had visited once, asking about the envoys traveling between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Danzo had given nothing. Caged beasts do not volunteer secrets. He was waiting. Waiting for the fire outside to spread. Once the situation grew dire enough, once Konoha found itself cornered. The men who had seen it coming would naturally be summoned. The cage would open without needing to be broken. He would step out. Clean the mess. Reclaim power. He knew exactly what cards Raza held. The dragon vein had passed through his hands, delivered by Orochimaru. With that power as leverage, Orochimaru should have secured Sunagakure's trust. And if Orochimaru cooperated properly, Raza was already a dead man walking. Sunagakure without its Kazekage. A power vacuum. Internal instability. A weakened ally that would eventually bend into vassalage. And through control of the Rurin bloodline, the dragon vein's boundless energy would, in time, fall under his command. Everything had been calculated. Every variable is anticipated. A flawless script. So why? Why had the first act stalled? The chaos he expected had not erupted. No desperate summons had arrived. No one had come to unlock the door. Why? Why has no one come to release me? Baki returned with nothing. No promise. No concession. Not even a token gesture. At this stage, Rashi already knew. Negotiation would yield nothing. The terms Konoha demanded, Sunagakure could never accept. And what could Sunagakure offer? Mission quotas. Funding. Peripheral resources beyond the land of wind. Konoha either already possessed more than enough of those, or it could now control them indirectly through its superior position on the battlefield. They were not bargaining chips. They were scraps. So the standoff would continue. As for crushing Sunagakure outright, aside from the era of Senju Hashirama, every great ninja village possessed, at least in theory, the capacity to destroy another. Iwagakure had 2 Jinchuriki. And Inoki, master of dust release. Capable of flight. Kumogakure and Kirigakure both had tailed beasts and their own hidden trump cards. Push any of them into true desperation, remove all restraints. They would not storm fortified villages. They would strike where it hurt most. Unprotected towns. Civilians. Infrastructure. And now, Sunagakure had flight capability. If they abandoned all restraint, they could do the same. The land of wind problem could not be handled crudely. Sunagakure's betrayal had to be punished. Otherwise, Konoha would lose credibility, both internally and externally. But the punishment required precision. Enough pain to carve the lesson into memory. Not so much that they would bite back in madness. Standing at the edge of the desert, heat waves distorting the horizon under the blazing sun, Rashi narrowed his eyes. The sand shimmered endlessly. A battlefield. Lord Rashi. A communication ninja appeared, kneeling respectfully and presenting a sealed scroll. Urgent message from the village. Rashi took it, broke the seal, and scanned its contents quickly. Shikaku-san. A familiar voice sounded beside him. Kakashi. Shikaku didn't turn, but the corner of his mouth lifted faintly. I see. So the line you were tracing, and the thread I followed, lead to the same place. Kakashi gave a small nod. Supply records from multiple outposts. Investigations into suspected strongholds. The last confirmed communication point. All roads end here. Then it seems, Shikaku exhaled lightly, straightening from the tree, that my mission target is indeed among them. Kakashi did not reply. He simply lifted one hand and gave a subtle signal. In the next instant, 2 Umbu squads materialized soundlessly around the caravan. The previously noisy scene collapsed into absolute silence. Merchants froze mid-motion. A water skin slipped from someone's hand and hit the ground with a dull thud. Panic spread like wildfire through their eyes. The caravan leader, a middle-aged man with sun-cracked skin, went pale. His hand instinctively moved toward his waist. It never arrived. His body locked in place, as though invisible ropes had wrapped around him. His shadow stretched long under the sun. Pinned. Firmly connected to the shadow extending from Shikaku's feet. The shadow possession technique held him immobile. No need to panic, Shikaku said mildly. If you're a Konoha shinobi, cooperate with the investigation. As long as there's no issue, nothing will happen to you. His tone was almost lazy, which made it all the more terrifying. Kakashi stepped forward, boots crunching softly over sand. He walked past the frozen leader, past the trembling merchants, until he stopped in front of a thin boy wearing a worn headscarf. The boy's shoulders shook faintly, head lowered, as if too frightened to even look up. Kakashi's visible eye remained calm. Yakushi Kabuto. I bring news from the orphanage. Your mission is over. The boy jolted, lifting his head abruptly. Panic flooded his face. His voice trembled convincingly. You've mistaken me, Ninja-sama. I'm just a merchant's assistant. I don't know anything. Kakashi's tone did not change. The two orphanage directors have already explained everything. And there's something else you likely haven't been told. A pause. Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Nono was also deployed as a spy after you. Her situation is far more dangerous than yours. The trembling stopped. The panic froze. Then shattered. Like a cheap porcelain mask cracking under pressure. Behind the round glasses, the boy's gaze sharpened instantly, cold, calculating, unmistakably that of a trained shinobi. Yakushi Kabuto was no longer a frightened merchant's helper. He was awake. Kabuto was escorted to the land of rivers, near the border of the land of wind. He stood ramrod straight, hands resting calmly at his sides. A picture of obedience. Not far from him, Kakashi, who now claimed the authority of Root's new head, and Shikaku were speaking in low voices with a young black-haired shinobi. Rashi. Kabuto kept his gaze fixed forward. He did not let his eyes wander. This was Konoha's frontline defense against Tsunagakure. In the current climate, his identity was no longer merely classified, it was dangerous. Danzo, the man who had dispatched him, was under house arrest. According to Kakashi, both he and Nono had been executing missions so secret that even the Hokage's direct command structure had been unaware of their full scope. Which meant they had lost the only superior capable of confirming their status. Lost the shield that proved their loyalty. At any moment, they could be labeled traitors. Shikaku spoke quietly to Rashi. The supply route has been clarified. The excess materials were used as transfer compensation for the Rorin tribe. Danzo promised to relocate them to the land of fire eventually. Sarah and her daughter have already been moved. Kabuto and the caravan leader were assigned as observers. Rashi listened without interrupting. Then his gaze shifted, settling on Kabuto. The boy still looked young. Too young. Was it Nono who escorted Sarah and her daughter? Rashi asked. Yes. Kakashi nodded. The Rorin survivors confirmed it. A blonde woman. It matches Nono's description. A brief silence followed. Then Rashi turned slightly toward Kakashi. Kakashi, you once carried out a mission in Rorin, didn't you? Kakashi's visible eye narrowed faintly. How did you? He stopped himself. Of course. Rashi worked frequently in the Hokage's office. Access to mission archives was not surprising. That was many years ago, Kakashi said slowly. I don't remember the details. A pause. Minato-sensei must have erased them. As an elite shinobi, Kakashi had long sensed the gaps in his memory, subtle fractures where events should have been. Especially missions of the highest classification. That operation had involved Namikaze Minato, Akimichi Choza, and Aburame Shibi. The mission had succeeded. And afterward, the blanks remained. There was only one person capable of erasing memories from all of them simultaneously, and ensuring the records raised no suspicion. The identity of that person required no explanation. Still, Kakashi continued, his tone turning grave, the power tied to the Ryumayaku is no small matter. From the fragments I retain, the battle was brutal. Even Choza-san and Shibi-san struggled. And now. He glanced toward the distant desert horizon. With Tsunagakure closer to Rorin than we are. Shikaku picked up the thread, his voice low and analytical. I'm afraid this isn't a matter of if. Rashi's earlier speculation is likely correct. The Ryumayaku is Raza's true gamble. He folded his arms. If we remove Rashi as an unpredictable variable, Tsunagakure's greatest weakness has always been national strength, sparse land. Limited resources. Weak long-term war sustainability. They can field a standing army comparable to the other great villages, but their logistical depth is fragile. He paused. If they possessed the Ryumayaku. The sentence trailed off. None of the three needed to finish it. An inexhaustible energy source. A way to offset Tsunagakure's most fatal flaw. And the Ryumayaku had been sealed personally by the fourth Hokage. For it to resurface now, the implications were obvious. Shikaku's expression darkened slightly. That former advisor, he said quietly, is playing a very dangerous game. Not far away, Yakushi Kabuto listened without lifting his head. Behind his glasses, his thoughts moved swiftly. The board was larger than he had anticipated. And the pieces were beginning to shift. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 223, Orochimaru again. This way, we can significantly narrow down Nono's hiding place, Rashi said calmly. Shikaku gave a slow nod. Danzo had already lost his standing within Konoha. Even if he still retained fragments of mobile forces, bringing unknown individuals back into the land of fire would be reckless, especially with the village relentlessly dismantling his hidden networks. For someone like Yakushi Nono, never truly loyal to Danzo himself, it would be even more dangerous to let her return and discover Konoha's current political reality. She should be near the old Rorin site, Kakashi concluded quietly. If Danzo intends to control, or exploit, the Ryumayaku at a critical moment, Sarah, as the key, cannot be too far from its source. Which means Nono, responsible for guarding and executing the mission, must be stationed there as well. Silence lingered between them. Kakashi broke it first. The Ryumayaku's power is too dangerous. It cannot be left unchecked. I've operated in that region before. This mission should fall to me. Rashi shook his head. Let someone else handle it. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly. The someone else you're referring to wouldn't happen to be yourself, would it? Yes, Rashi answered, without hesitation. When Sunagakure sent their envoy earlier, I deliberately tested their response. If the Ryumayaku truly is their trump card, then its defenses are likely reinforced by now. Shikaku pressed his fingers to his forehead with a soft groan. A standard probing tactic. And now they were paying for its success. Kakashi's eyelid twitched faintly, but he remained composed. Even if your combat strength surpasses mine, he said evenly, covert infiltration is not purely about power. Rashi turned and pointed toward the silent figure beside them. We already have an excellent spy. Kabuto. Besides, Rashi continued, my infiltration skills may not be exceptional, but in terms of retreat capability. He looked at Kakashi directly. You're still not better than me. The silver-haired Jonin stared at him flatly. And the front line? Kakashi countered. Without you here, no one can directly contain the Kazekage. Sunagakure may have withdrawn, but if they counterattack. Then you remain, Rashi interrupted calmly. Assist Shikaku. His gaze shifted toward the distant Sunagakure fortifications shimmering beyond the desert haze. If the situation becomes untenable, we abandon the forward outposts. He paused. This is the land of rivers. The meaning was unmistakable. This was not Konoha's homeland, land that must be defended to the last breath. It was a buffer. A contested zone. Important. But expendable. Kakashi fell quiet. His gaze moved between Rashi and the unusually still Kabuto. Shikaku exhaled softly. He did not object. That silence was agreement. Rashi finally stepped forward and faced Kabuto directly. Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto lifted his head at once. Behind his glasses, the earlier fragility was gone. His eyes were clear, sharp, utterly focused. Whether it was your mission to evacuate the Rorin people or Yakushi Nono's mission to escort Sarah and her daughter, for Danzo, these were secrets the village must never uncover. But that is Danzo's burden. Not yours. The village will not pursue it. A faint pause. When you return, whether you choose to go back to the orphanage or continue as a shinobi of Konoha, that decision will be yours. Rashi's gaze did not waver. But before that, he let the weight of his next word settle. Yakushi Nono's fate now rests, at least in part, in your hands. The desert wind passed silently through the canyon. And for the first time, Kabuto's expression shifted, just slightly. The door to the Kazekage's office slid open. Chiyo entered without ceremony, two dust-covered humanoid puppets following stiffly behind her. These are the preliminary dragon vein prototypes. Her withered index finger twitched. The two puppets stepped forward in perfect unison, joints grinding with a low, metallic rasp that echoed through the chamber. They cannot operate autonomously, she said flatly. A puppeteer is still required. However, the manipulation complexity has been significantly reduced. Even a novice can control 2 or 3 simultaneously and form a functional combat unit. Raza's gaze lingered on the uneven seams and exposed rivets along the puppet's outer shells. Crude. Functional. But far from the decisive weapon he had envisioned. Still, for the current Sunagakure, even this was a rare and valuable reinforcement. Can you enhance their individual combat strength? He asked. Push them beyond current specifications. Chiyo's lips pressed thin. Her cloudy eyes were locked onto him. Beyond what? Kage level. If they could not reach that threshold, a handful of enhanced puppets would change nothing. And if they were to surpass it, that was no longer a matter of energy supply. That was a technological wall. An unbreakable ceiling. She remained silent, restraining the sharpness of her tongue out of respect for his title. With production schedules already overwhelming her, the Kazekage's true demand had been mass deployment, not miracles. Raza noticed her silence and shifted. How is Rurin's defensive system progressing? Chiyo answered in a dry voice. The ancient energy transmission pipelines remain partially intact. After restoration, they can function as a control grid for the Dragon Vein puppets. The first batch has already been integrated into the defensive array. Raza nodded slowly. Elder Chiyo, he said at last, since the Dragon Vein units are operational, leave further optimization and expansion to the younger generation. Redirect your efforts to the Sky Ninja equipment. Refine it. Upgrade it. Those weapons can be fielded immediately. Konoha has rejected peace. Air superiority is critical. Chiyo said nothing. She left the puppets standing where they were and walked out without another word. The younger generation dreamed of grand strategies. In the end, it was always the old who bore the weight. Raza stepped into the corridor, looking out over the village. The first round of peace negotiations failing had not surprised him. He had not truly expected Konoha to accept. The proposal was a gesture, a test. But Rashi's words to Baki lingered like a splinter in his thoughts. Was Konoha bluffing? Or had he seen through everything? Raza's gaze darkened. How is Gaara? He asked suddenly. A voice answered from the shadows. No recent Shikaku rampages. However, 2 days ago, a villager was injured. Raza remained silent. Yoshimaru. His brother-in-law. Gaara's uncle. Years ago, Raza had ordered him to provoke the boy, to sever the last fragile bonds of affection. Since then, Shikaku's uncontrolled outbursts have decreased. But emotional instability still flared. And innocent blood still occasionally stained the sand. From a purely strategic perspective, the Jinchuriki had become marginally more stable. From a father's perspective, Raza did not allow himself to finish that thought. Sunagakure required strength. It required numbers. It required high-end power capable of shifting battlefields. Personal guilt was a luxury he could not afford. For the next several days, Raza busied himself stabilizing internal affairs. Then he stood alone, facing west. Toward the land of rivers. Konoha's forces remained entrenched. The desert wind stirred his robes. At last, he spoke. Prepare the escort. His voice was steady. We're going to Rurin. The true gamble was about to begin. In the heart of the desert, a crumbling stone chamber barely held back the raging sandstorm. Dust slipped through every crack, hissing across the floor like restless serpents. Yakushi Nono stood at the center of the chamber, her body shielding Sarah and her daughter. A kunai lay horizontal across her chest, its tip unwavering, aimed directly at the uninvited guest. At the doorway stood Orochimaru. Golden, snake-like eyes gleamed coldly beneath the dim light. He did not even glance at the blade pointed toward him. Yakushi Nono, he said smoothly, there's no need to be so tense. I merely encountered a minor inconvenience during my research into Dragon Vein energy. A thin line of cold sweat slid down Nono's temple. Q should have been nearby. Why hadn't he appeared? Orochimaru's lips curved faintly. As for Q, don't concern yourself. He's resting. He stepped inside, unhurried, the sand swirling around his ankles. I have no interest in your lives. In fact, I've been helping conceal your tracks. Otherwise, given Sunagakure's fixation on the Dragon Vein, they would have already searched this place thoroughly. At that point, he added with a dry chuckle, Danzo's grand design would have been even more difficult to realize. He paused, his voice lowering. Though, it seems he has already failed. Danzo's ambitions were transparent. But they were no longer Orochimaru's concern. Jiraiya had been recalled. The Akatsuki had achieved what they wanted. Konoha's mobility was restricted. For now, he could conduct his experiments undisturbed. Queen Sarah, Orochimaru said lightly, raising a hand, if you would kindly cooperate. His motion stopped midair. Sand whipped violently at the entrance. 2 cloaked figures emerged through the storm. Orochimaru's lips parted in a soft laugh. How intriguing. You've finally chosen to seek me out, Rashikun. The 2 figures stepped fully into view. Orochimaru's gaze flicked to the slightly shorter one. Ah. So you've been discovered as well. No answer came. Rashi removed his cloak calmly, setting it aside and brushing sand from his shoulder. His expression was steady. While I shouldn't be surprised, Orochimaru, aren't you a bit too deeply involved this time? Orochimaru tilted his head. How hurtful. Have you not made good use of the little gift I left you? To be honest, Rashi replied evenly, without assistance, it would have been rather troublesome. His gaze shifted, to Nono, to the pale red-haired woman behind her, and to the small girl clutching her leg. The mother looked exhausted. Fragile. The child's eyes were wary, wide, and bright. That combination felt strangely familiar. Behind Rashi, the shorter cloaked figure stiffened. Kabuto's heart pounded violently in his chest. No. She was right there. Alive. But Orochimaru stood before them. Rashi stood between them. This was not the moment to speak. He held his silence. I would be delighted to lend a hand, Rashi-kun, Orochimaru said pleasantly. Rashi ignored him. Instead, he looked directly at Nono. I am Rashi, Jonin of Konoha, commander of the land of River's Front. I require your cooperation, Yakushi Nono. The kunai in her hand wavered. Lowered, just slightly. As for you, Rashi continued, his eyes shifting to Orochimaru, do you intend to fight? If not, this is now an internal Konoha matter. And you, he said coolly, are merely a rogue ninja. Orochimaru's laughter was soft and unbothered. Another time, I would have enjoyed testing a new technique. But today, I have other interests. He stepped backward into the storm. I'll take my leave, Rashi-kun. His golden eyes lingered for a breath. Next time, it won't be so simple to refuse me. And then he was gone, swallowed by wind and sand. Silence returned to the ruined chamber. Kabuto pulled back his hood. He stepped forward quickly, unable to restrain himself any longer. Sister, are you hurt? He stopped. Yakushi Nono was staring at him. Not with relief. Not with recognition. But with confusion. Her brows knit faintly. Her voice was soft. Who are you? And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 224, Tsunagekyu's Despair. The emotional reunion can wait until you return. Rashi's voice cut cleanly through the thick silence. The information regarding your appearance in Nono's memory has already been altered. Kabuto's face flickered with restrained turmoil, relief, disbelief, anger, longing, each emotion threatening to surface at once. Rashi continued calmly, pointing toward the young man standing before Nono. This is Yakushi Kabuto. It was not a tragic deathbed farewell. Nono had been deceived for years through fabricated photographs and manipulated information, but she was not blind. Given time, she would notice inconsistencies. Nor was Kabuto so fragile that he would crumble at the first shock. They simply needed clarity. Someone to dispel the illusion. Rashi had done exactly that. His attention shifted to the red-haired mother and daughter. The similarity in hair color was striking, but in temperament, they were different. Sarah's presence was steady. Resolute. She stood not merely as a mother, but as someone who had once ruled. Rorin had flourished under the dragon vein, and declined once its power was sealed by the fourth Hokage. What had been built upon borrowed strength inevitably crumbled when that strength was removed. Sarah met Rashi's gaze directly. We cooperated exactly as instructed, she said, one hand gently resting against her daughter's back. What does Konoha demand now? To be precise, Rashi corrected evenly, there were no Konoha demands before I arrived. What you and your daughter experienced was the result of an individual's plan, carried out under Konoha's name. Sarah's eyes sharpened. Then the people of Rorin. Rashi did not hesitate. Konoha has located them. Considering the consequences already set in motion, and the fact that your cooperation remains necessary, the promise to resettle the Rorin people within the Land of Fire still stands. His words were cold. Pragmatic. Measured entirely in terms of value and stability. Yet strangely, it was that very bluntness that steadied Sarah's heart. Rorin's remaining people were few. Their political value negligible. Compared to the dragon vein, sheltering them was not a difficult price for Konoha to pay. Yakushi Nono, Rashi said, turning back to her, if you've regained your composure, report the current situation in Rorin. And, is there another person present? Nono's gaze lingered briefly on Kabuto's face. Something in his features tugged at her memory. A faint hesitation passed through her eyes. Then she offered him a small, reassuring smile. She turned and pointed toward a concealed passage at the back of the chamber. Q is inside. He went silent the moment Orochimaru appeared. He is one of Danzo's trusted subordinates. She had heard of Rashi before, the jonin who once stabilized relations with Tsunagekure. She knew little of his recent movements, she had remained in Rorin the entire time. But anyone who could force Orochimaru to withdraw was not someone to doubt. Nono shifted into the disciplined posture of a subordinate reporting to a field commander. Rashi glanced at Kabuto. "You handle it." Kabuto nodded immediately. Without another word, he slipped into the hidden passage. Minutes later, he returned, dragging an unconscious shinobi by the collar. No additional restraints had been applied. "He fainted," Kabuto reported calmly, though his eyes still flickered occasionally toward Nono. "I've severed the tendons in his hands and feet using a chakra scalpel." Rashi gave a small nod. "Efficient. Cautious. Precise. Just as expected of Kabuto." "Rorin has been partially rebuilt by Sunagakure," Nono reported steadily. "The exterior remains in ruins, but the internal pipeline system connected to the dragon vein has been restored." "To what extent has the dragon vein been unsealed?" Rashi asked. Orochimaru first opened a narrow passage. After that, Sunagakure's sealing team gradually expanded it. However, the core seal remains intact. Sarah stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "Because the dragon vein's power has been continuously drawn upon, I've begun to regain my ability to influence it." Rashi's gaze sharpened. So it had progressed this far already. If they allowed it to continue even a little longer, the situation would grow far more dangerous. "Yakushi Nono," he said, "you must have prepared an infiltration route to the dragon vein's core." "Yes. There is an abandoned ancient pipeline. It bypasses the main guard lines and leads directly into the core chamber." She hesitated. "I only surveyed it yesterday. But since Orochimaru discovered our location, I cannot guarantee it hasn't been compromised." Rashi considered briefly. "Lead the way." He stepped forward without hesitation. If Orochimaru already knew everything, then paradoxically, now is safer. If he decides to change his mind later, that will be another matter. Even if he left behind traps or temporary defenses, they wouldn't be sufficient. His tone carried quiet certainty. Deep beneath the ruins of Rorin, Sunagakure's puppet units moved methodically through the dim corridors. Raza stood before a newly assembled dragon vein puppet, its frame still gleaming with fresh adjustments. "How long until production scales up?" he asked. "If the power flow remains stable and materials are sufficient, by next month we could." The words were cut short. The entire underground chamber trembled violently. Deep violet light surged through the energy pipelines, flickering erratically like a heartbeat gone mad. "What's happening?" "Energy flow destabilizing. Abnormal fluctuations from the core." Raza's expression darkened instantly. "Activate the defensive system." He didn't wait for confirmation. His figure vanished toward the dragon vein's core. By the time Raza arrived, the sealing team lay unconscious beside the formation array. The guardian puppets were shattered, their components scattered across the ground. And beside the flying thunder god Kunai, the anchor point of Minato Namikaze's seal, a black-haired young man crouched calmly, violet dragon vein energy spiraling around him. 4 figures stood at his side. Raza's gaze locked onto the red-haired mother and daughter. "So the royal line of Rorin still lives." Akatsuki claimed ignorance and reported no trace of the tribe was found. And yet, here they are. Around Raza, dragon vein puppets rose one after another, drawn by the energy coursing through the pipelines. Even scattered parts rattled and lifted, pulled by shimmering energy threads, attempting to reassemble midair. A brilliant blue chakra scalpel flared to life in Kabuto's hand. He moved swiftly, slicing through the energy threads before they could connect, kicking away reassembling components. The puppets were too durable to destroy outright, but he could disrupt them. Raza's feet lifted slightly as golden sand began to swirl beneath him. "Are you overestimating yourself, Rashi?" he said coldly, "to handle the dragon vein alone?" Rashi finally withdrew his attention from Minato's seal. The dragon vein. This ancient subterranean energy was surprisingly compliant, far more docile than natural energy. With Sarah's presence guiding it, its power flowed willingly. It did not resist being drawn upon. Whether Sunagakure consumed it, or he did, seemed irrelevant to the dragon vein itself. Purple light flickered around him. During this time, Rashi said evenly, "I've been considering a question, Kazekage Dano. How should the Sunagakure incident be concluded?" Golden sand surged higher around Raza, gathering like a rising tide. "Originally, I intended to resolve the dragon vein first, and discuss the rest later." Rashi rose slowly to his feet. The energy behind him pulsed. "But since you've come personally." A faint smile touched his lips. "It seems we can simplify matters considerably." Raza did not answer Rashi with words. He answered with a rising sea of gold dust. The sand beneath his feet surged violently, lifting him into the air like a golden throne borne by a tidal wave. His gaze swept across the remaining 4 figures. The Rorin royal bloodline, irrelevant in combat. Whatever strange resonance they possessed with the dragon vein, it meant nothing in a direct confrontation. If the opportunity arose, he could capture them or eliminate them outright. As for the other two, they had struggled even to destroy the dragon vein puppet's shells. Their strength could not be extraordinary. They were burdens. Rashi had brought burdens onto a battlefield. Raza made his judgment instantly. The advantage was his. Kazekage Dano, Rashi said calmly, violet energy still coiling faintly around him, you've witnessed deep forest emergence. But you haven't yet seen what lies beyond the forest. The air around Rashi grew heavy. Energy overflowed from him, not the balanced serenity of sage mode, but something richer, denser. Every breath, every muscle fiber radiated a strange, almost intoxicating vitality. Raza's pupils contracted. The gold dust lifted him higher at once, and he barked a command. The surrounding dragon vein puppets activated. Dozens of puppet eyes flared purple. Their joints shrieked with metallic friction as they lunged from every direction, converging on Rashi like a mechanized swarm. Rashi brought his hands together. Fingers interlocked. The earth groaned. The entire foundation of Roaring convulsed. Rock split. Sand ruptured. Ancient stone corridors cracked apart. From beneath the desert, colossal vines erupted, thick as fortress towers, shattering stone and pulverizing earth in their ascent. With style, deep forest bloom. The ruins did not fall, they were devoured. Buildings crumbled like sand sculptures before a rising tide. The dragon vein puppets, sustained by their chakra pipelines, were seized and crushed mid-motion. Violet conduits snapped and burst, energy sparking wildly before being swallowed by the overwhelming surge of green. Within breaths, the barren wasteland transformed. Where desert once stretched, an endless, writhing forest unfurled. Vines spiraled skyward in layered waves. Massive trunks twisted together like ancient serpents. The ground itself disappeared beneath a living canopy of wood. From the thickest branches, enormous buds swelled. They pulsed. Then bloomed. Golden pollen erupted outward like rolling fog. Dense. Suffocating. Beneath Rashi's feet, a colossal tree speared into the sky, lifting him, and Yakushi Nono, Kabuto, Sarah, and her daughter, high above the spreading mist. They rose beyond the reach of the drifting pollen sea. Raza reacted instantly. The moment the forest erupted, he had already wrapped himself in layered gold dust and ascended. When the pollen appeared, he sealed his mouth and nose with sand, but it was too late. He inhaled. Only a trace. But it was enough. Dizziness slammed into him. His chakra flow faltered. The gold dust beneath his feet trembled violently, its cohesion unraveling. His vision blurred. The world tilted. GH. He forced himself upright, kneeling upon the unstable platform of sand. He tried to command it, tried to pull himself away from the expanding forest. But above him, the air twisted. Wind pressure roared. Chaotic currents tore at the gold dust and at his body. That wind release. Through his fading sight, Raza found Rashi. High upon the towering tree, hands forming seals once more. The gold dust finally collapsed. It scattered like broken sunlight. Raza fell. Mid-descent. A vine shot upward. It pierced through his chest. Ack! Pain exploded through him, white-hot and blinding. For a brief instant, the agony cleared his mind. He looked down. The wooden spike protruded from his chest, stained red. Blood bubbled at his lips, splattering across drifting flecks of gold dust. Below him, an endless sea of green. A color the desert rarely knew. A color he had longed to bring to the land of wind. And yet, it was upon this foreign green that his life would end. His breathing grew shallow. What will become of Sunagakure? The wind carried no answer. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 225, Ace Shock. Raza's voice was no more than a thread of breath. The vine tightened slightly, drawing his failing body closer. It's precisely because you still care about Sunagakure, Rashi said quietly, that I'm hesitating. He did not often waste patience on the dying. I bear you no personal hatred. Even though you've made things difficult for me from the very beginning. If our positions were reversed, if I were the one offered the power of the dragon vein and the sky ninja's technology. He paused faintly. I can't promise I wouldn't have taken a risk. The wind moved through the towering trees, carrying the scent of pollen and iron. But as things stand, Rashi continued, an ambitious Kazekage is no longer good for the balance of the ninja world. Nor is it good for Sunagakure. In recent years, I've cultivated many plant strains. They weren't meant for the land of wind. But most of them are extremely resilient. If Sunagekyu's people are willing, they may yet carve an oasis out of the desert with their own hands. For the first time, a faint smile touched Raza's lips. The people of the land of wind will be willing. And I won't be stingy with certain byproducts of my experiments, Rashi replied. Raza coughed, blood staining the gold dust beneath him. Ebizo. Baki, they will cooperate. Then peace will be achieved. It was not a threat. It was a promise. Raza closed his eyes. The vines that had pierced and bound him withdrew slowly, dissolving back into the earth as the dragon vein's excess chakra faded. The colossal forest, born of chakra and force of will, began to recede. Green retreated. Sand returned. Within minutes, the desert reclaimed its dominion, as though nothing had happened. Only the body of the Kazekage remained. Yakushi Nono and Kabuto stood in stunned silence. Kabuto had already heard of Rashi's feats on the land of River's front, but witnessing the fourth Kazekage fall so decisively still felt unreal. A Kage, defeated in what seemed like moments. As for Nono, would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. She murmured. Sarah knelt quietly. When everything was finally stabilized, the purple glow beneath the earth dimmed to a steady pulse. Rashi rose. His gaze shifted to Raza's body, lying still upon the sand. The death of a Kazekage would shake the deserts. On the fourth day of total silence from the land of rivers, an oppressive gloom settled over Sunagakure. At first, the villagers reassured themselves. The Kazekage had gone personally. Surely that meant control. Surely that meant stability. But when the first reconnaissance unit staggered back through the desert in visible panic, faces pale beneath the sand, the illusion shattered. The land of River's stronghold was gone. Not withdrawn. Not abandoned. Gone. The rugged ruins had been flattened as if crushed by the hand of a god. The sealing team, annihilated. The puppet battalions, obliterated. Dragon vein puppets painstakingly constructed over weeks lay scattered in twisted fragments, unrecognizable heaps of metal and chakra-conducting debris. And the Kazekage. Missing. No trace. Ebizo personally led a search team toward the land of rivers. His elder sister, Chiyo, assumed command of Sunagakure's main forces and deployed them within the narrow choke point known as Sky Canyon. Explosive tags were buried in layered formations along both canyon walls. A single detonation order would turn the pass into a collapsing grave. Chiyo stood atop a high ridge overlooking the canyon, her aged face devoid of expression. The wind tugged at her robes, but she did not move. She was waiting. She did not know whether news from Ebizo would reach her first. Or whether Konoha's vanguard would. Sunagakure's improvised aerial corps had already scattered across the border, circling like restless hawks, awaiting orders that did not come. Konoha's front line, meanwhile, remained eerily still. No advance. No provocation. The silence was suffocating. Until a messenger broke through the sandstorm. He knelt, breath ragged. The Kazekage remains missing. The dragon vein has been resealed. The same technique. The same technique. Chiyo's fingers tightened imperceptibly. The seal of Minato Namikaze. And standing behind the messenger. Baki. After confirming the devastation in the land of rivers, Ebizo had dispatched two teams. One, to Konoha. The other, to Inoki of Iwagakure. Insurance. Or desperation. Chiyo said nothing. She simply watched as Baki's team departed toward Konoha's forward command. This time, Baki was given a seat. The meeting took place within a command chamber carved directly into the mountainside. The stone walls were cool and solid, an unspoken reminder of Konoha's current control of the terrain. Baki bowed formally. Following diplomatic protocol, he once again emphasized Sunagakure's limited objective, that they had merely accepted a commission from the land of rivers daimyo to provide temporary national defense. That any clashes had been misunderstandings of mission scope. That such misunderstandings should not damage the long-standing alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure. This time, Rashi did not interrupt him. He listened. He even nodded once or twice. Therefore, Baki concluded carefully, choosing each word as if stepping through a minefield, Sunagakure is willing to assume responsibility for any issues that arose during this period and seek a mutually acceptable resolution. A heavy silence followed. Then Rashi spoke. Agreed. Baki's shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. Until Konoha completes a full investigation into the Land of Rivers incident, Sunagakure is prohibited from accepting any further official commissions from the Land of Rivers. Secondly, Sunagakure will compensate Konoha for all losses incurred due to this unilateral military action. The form and amount will be negotiated by diplomatic envoys. The conditions were firm. But they were not annihilating. Baki listened carefully. For a failed aggressive campaign, this level of consequence was within acceptable limits. After a moment, he lifted his head. His voice dropped, no longer that of a diplomat, but of a subordinate. Rashi-san. A pause. Is the Kazekage still alive? Rashi met Baki's eyes without flinching. There was no triumph in his expression. No mockery. No pity. Kazekage Dano is dead. The words fell cleanly, without embellishment. Then Rashi turned slightly and gestured. 2 Konoha shinobi stepped forward, carrying a body draped in white cloth. They laid it carefully beside Baki. We preserved his remains out of respect for Sunagakure, Rashi said evenly. We did not know when your people would arrive in the land of rivers. Now that you are here, take him home. For a moment, Baki did not move. Then he knelt and lifted one corner of the cloth. The familiar robes. The unmistakable hair. The stillness. His fingers tightened slightly before he lowered the cloth again. Thank you, Rashi. No accusations. No outburst. Only restraint. He signaled the accompanying shinobi, who stepped forward to lift the Kazekage's body. I will relay your conditions to the village in full, Baki said quietly. Sunagakure will deliberate internally before further communication. Rashi inclined his head once. The meeting ended there. No threats. No declarations. Far away, in Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, A, had already formed his judgment the moment he heard Raza had stationed forces in the land of rivers. A meaningless gamble. Ever since the 5 great ninja villages had stabilized into their current structure, none possessed the overwhelming dominance necessary to crush another outright. The land of rivers existed as a buffer for a reason. If Sunagakure tried to swallow it, they would only choke. The barren land of wind could barely sustain itself, how could it finance a prolonged war with Konoha? Perhaps Raza might secure a short-term advantage. 1 year. Maybe less. But what then? If the front line faltered, Konoha would discard restraint entirely. They could cripple supply lines, sabotage trade routes, manipulate merchant guilds, just as Root once quietly crushed merchants who dared sell grain to Kumogakure during times of tension. When Konoha's geopolitical security was threatened, mercy was not guaranteed. Even if Sunagakure had gold, they would find nothing to buy. And unlike other borders, there was no buffer between the land of rivers and the land of fire. Konoha would never concede that territory willingly, not even if it meant reducing the land of rivers to scorched earth. Sunagakure could not endure such attrition. That was A's conclusion. What he had not expected was how quickly Raza would fall. Even with Inoki tying down part of Konoha's forces, Konoha still crushed Sunagakure's advance. And at the center of it, Rashi. A would-release user. The same young man who, despite appearing refined, had suppressed Darui's brute strength and high-level ninjutsu. The same one Tsunade had treated with unmistakable confidence. That man is a Senju. Another would-release wielder had emerged in Konoha. Another symbol. Another deterrent. The era of large-scale territorial wars was fading. Profit no longer lay in attrition. It lay in trade, mission systems, and increasingly, in grand tournaments that showcased power without igniting full-scale war. The Chunin exams. Regional competitions. Diplomatic spectacle disguised as meritocracy. Given the situation, A had predicted a prolonged standoff between Konoha and Sunagakure, perhaps stretching into the next year. Sunagakure would bleed resources slowly. Konoha would maintain pressure until Raza was forced into submission, ensuring no second attempt to seize the land of rivers. And eventually, like Kumogakure once had, Sunagakure would yield. Structural weakness allowed no alternative. Which meant Kumogakure could leverage this moment. If Konoha was overextended, they would make concessions elsewhere, particularly in tournament structures and diplomatic positioning. I had already begun drafting negotiation strategies. Then, new intelligence arrived. Like thunder splitting clear skies. What? Raza was killed by Rashi. Sunagakure initiated peace talks, and Konoha accepted. And Sunagakure will still participate in this year's Chunin exams as scheduled. The Raikage stood abruptly, the wooden floor cracking faintly beneath his step. Dead. The Kazekage was dead. And yet. Peace. Participation. The board had been overturned. Not by prolonged attrition. Not by economic strangulation. But by a single decisive strike. A's eyes narrowed. Rashi. This was no longer a simple variable. This was a destabilizing constant. And the era ahead had just become far more interesting. And check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. Chapter 226, Danzo's Punishment. New Harry Potter FIC. A transmigrator reborn as Damien McGonagall, the nephew of Minerva McGonagall. Growing up beside the Marauders, Lily, and Snape. Watch as Damien becomes the de facto leader of the group and has adventures with his friends. I've already inspected the dispatched squad. There are no further irregularities. With Raza dead and the commissions from the Land of Rivers cut off, Sunagakure will be under financial strain for quite some time. However, Rashi added evenly, in this situation, the daimyo of the Land of Wind may choose to increase funding. A weakened military arm is still preferable to a collapsed one. With Sunagakure's crisis temporarily concluded, and Raza gone, the remaining pillars of the sand were only Chiyo, Ebizo, and a still young Gara. Rashi's presence was no longer required at the front line. He had returned to Konoha to report in person. Yet Tsunade did not seem to be listening. Instead, she circled him slowly, arms folded, eyes narrowed. Her gaze traveled from his shoulders to his hands, then to his eyes, then back again. She even glanced upward, as if checking for cracks in the ceiling. Finally, she stopped. Her elbow jabbed lightly, but not gently, into his ribs. "You're really fine," she demanded. "You brought back another pair of troublemakers, and you're not even an adult yet. At least wait a few more years before overworking yourself." Rashi's eyelids lowered a fraction. "Filthy adult." Tsunade's eyebrows shot up instantly. "What did you just say?" As per agreement, Rashi continued calmly, as if nothing had happened, the people of Rorin will be allowed to settle near Konoha as an affiliated community. The Dragon Vein cannot be relocated. Therefore, Sarah and her daughter will remain within Konoha's jurisdiction. Tsunade folded her arms, sarcasm dripping from her voice. "Lord Rashi, the man capable of killing a Kazekage, certainly doesn't need to consult me. Since you've already arranged everything, we'll proceed as you wish." She suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Why don't you just take this Hokage seat too?" "This position is reserved for Kakashi," Rashi replied flatly. "Don't even think about slipping away." TCH. Tsunade dropped back into her chair with a thud, leaning so far that it creaked. The old man dumped it on Minato without hesitation. She muttered about time served and, "It's been long enough." The third Hokage served for decades, Rashi reminded her calmly. "You, my respected fifth Hokage, are only a few years in. You've stopped using honorifics entirely." Tsunade snapped, slamming her palm on the desk. "I prefixed it with respected." A knock interrupted the brewing storm. Shizen cautiously pushed the door open, peeking inside. "Lady Tsunade." "Rashi, the two advisors are here." Tsunade straightened slightly. Rashi shifted to stand beside the Hokage's desk, facing the entrance. When Koharu and Hamura entered, their expressions were grim. They were pleased with the outcome of the war. A swift victory enhanced Konoha's prestige and stabilized its finances. But another piece of news had accompanied the victory. One that weighed heavily. "Is it confirmed?" Koharu asked quietly. Tsunade's voice was steady. "Yakushi Nono's testimony has been verified by Inoichi. It is authentic." Koharu lowered her gaze. He allowed ambition to corrode him to the point of endangering the village. Hamura exhaled slowly. "In that case, there is nothing left to argue." Silence settled over the office. Not tense, but final. Tsunade looked at Rashi. "It's decided." Her eyes were firm now, Hokage, not gambler. "You will take the umbu. Carry out the execution." Danzo's agitation deepened with every passing second. Inside the dim Japanese-style room, 4 umbu stood motionless in the corners. 2 more guarded the corridor beyond the sliding door. Complete isolation. No reports. No whispers. No sense of the world outside. What was happening at the front? Where was Raza? The silence pressed in on him like a tightening vice. Then, footsteps. More than one. Measured. Steady. Approaching. At last, they've come. The paper door slid open with a soft rasp. Danzo did not move. He remained seated, eyelids lowered, posture rigid, like a monk in meditation. Only when the incoming figure fully crossed the threshold, blocking what little light filtered in, did he slowly lift his head. "Rashi. So you came personally?" "Danzo Shimura." Rashi's voice was calm, devoid of inflection. "By unanimous decision of Konoha's senior leadership, I am here to deliver the final judgment." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Collusion with rogue ninja. Unauthorized mobilization of border supplies. Assisting Sunagakure in seizing control of the Dragon Vein. Instigating war. Each charge fell like a hammer strike. "You are convicted of treason against the village." A pause. "The final order is," Rashi's gaze settled on the bandaged eye hidden beneath Danzo's wrappings, "you are to preserve your final dignity. Commit suicide immediately." Danzo's body stiffened, almost imperceptibly. His voice, when it came, was dry and hoarse. The front lines, how fares the battle? Sunagakure was defeated, Rashi replied. The fourth Kazakage, Raza, is dead. A faint sound escaped Danzo's throat, a thin, almost inaudible chuckle. This old man's judgment was correct. With Raza gone, Sunagakure will be forced into full submission to Konoha. Rashi's expression did not change. If you had not acted in secret, no one would have died on the front lines. Sunagakure would have followed Konoha's lead regardless. Silence. Longer this time. This old man will comply, Danzo said at last. However, I do not wish for you juniors to witness my final moment. Rashi studied him for several seconds. Then he raised his hand. The four Umbu withdrew soundlessly. Only one remained, the one who had accompanied Rashi. Without another word, Rashi stepped outside and closed the sliding door behind him. The wait was brief. Moments later, the remaining Umbu reopened the door and gave a subtle nod. Rashi stepped back inside. Danzo lay collapsed on the tatami. A short blade was buried deep in his chest. Dark blood pooled outward, soaking into the floor. His left hand still gripped the hilt, frozen in the posture of self-inflicted death. Rashi stood beside the body. Watching. 1 second. 2. 10. 30. A full minute passed. He did not blink. He did not move. Then. The corpse dissolved. Like a reflection on disturbed water, it flickered and vanished. In the same instant, a blade screamed through the air from Rashi's blind side, cutting toward his throat with lethal precision. It struck. But the sensation was wrong. The Rashi that had been hit exploded into hardened wooden branches, twisting and lashing out like serpents. They wrapped around Danzo's real body, who had materialized mid-strike, binding him in a crushing grip. Before Danzo could react further, the Umbu who had stood quietly outside appeared before him. Scarlet eyes opened. 3 Tomo spun slowly within the Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, their cold gaze locking onto Danzo's single exposed eye. In that fractional lapse of focus, steel flashed. Itachi's short blade arced cleanly. Danzo's right arm fell to the tatami with a dull thud, severed at the shoulder. A suppressed groan tore from his throat as the wooden restraints tightened mercilessly around him. He had not even managed to release the seals restraining the eye hidden beneath his bandages. Rashi stepped fully back into the room. You seem unwilling to preserve your dignity, former advisor Shimura. His voice remained even. Calm. Unmoved. Once. Twice. It is difficult, it seems, for you to accept goodwill from others. Rashi's gaze drifted to the severed right arm lying on the ground. He didn't know exactly how many Sharingan Danzo Shimura had implanted by now, but he did know one thing. 3 years ago, when he had last seen him, Danzo had already appeared to be missing an arm. Yet before the Ninetales attack, he had still been whole. Which meant the transplantation had begun early. Even before the Uchiha clan's extermination. Danzo might not have had many eyes at first, but he had been preparing. Preparing contingencies. Preparing sacrifices. Preparing to cheat death. Rashi had anticipated that. That was why he allowed Danzo to stage his feigned suicide, to burn through at least one Sharingan he could activate instantly. Better to consume a hidden card cleanly, than allow it to detonate at the worst possible moment. Danzo's single visible eye narrowed. Was it Hiruzen? He did not understand when his possession of Izanagi had been exposed. Nor how knowledge of his implanted Sharingan had spread. From the very beginning, Rashi's arrangements had targeted his disabled right side. That meant someone knew. After turning it over in his mind, only one name surfaced. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Where is Hiruzen? Danzo pressed. The Sandaime remained stationed in the land of grass. A sneer tugged at Danzo's lips. He doesn't even dare face me. Everything I did was for Konoha. This so-called treason is laughable. Bound by living wood, Danzo struggled upright, glaring at Rashi. And that woman, Tsunade, who abandoned the village for years, does she have the right to judge me? Rashi did not respond. He merely inclined his head slightly. Behind him, Itachi silently retrieved the severed arm. Without another word, Rashi turned and walked out. The trees restraining Danzo twisted and followed, dragging him through the corridors of the Shimura estate and into the open courtyard. The sky above was pale. Cold. Fall back 10 meters, Rashi ordered. The surrounding Umbu withdrew instantly, forming a loose perimeter along the courtyard's edge, leaving the center completely exposed. Only Itachi remained, holding the severed limb, silent as a shadow behind Rashi. The wooden restraints loosened just enough for Danzo to stand, but not enough to move. His chakra was suppressed. His body immobilized. The air felt thick. Danzo had long believed he did not fear death. His scarred body was proof enough of that. But as Rashi slowly raised his right hand, memories surged. Competing with Hiruzen in their youth. Commanding root in the dark. And finally, the firm, unyielding back of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, standing against overwhelming odds to cover their retreat. Wait. Danzo roared. He could not die like this. Not branded a traitor. Not executed like a stray animal in his own courtyard. With the contributions I have made to Konoha. At least let him die on a battlefield. At least let him die as a shinobi. He never finished. Several wooden spears burst from the very trees binding him. They punched through his torso without hesitation. Danzo's body convulsed violently. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the stone beneath him. Pain flooded his senses like a tidal wave. He felt his life spilling out with every heartbeat. The wooden spears twisted slightly inside him, ensuring there would be no second miracle. In this village, Rashi's voice was steady, almost indifferent. Who is not covered in merit, former advisor Shimura. You were given chances. More than once. Danzo's vision blurred. He still had one final option, the reverse four symbols sealing technique. He could take them with him. He could die spectacularly. But he did not activate it. This should not have been my end. Tobirama-sensei. Hiruzen. I should have led Konoha toward. His eye lost focus. His body swayed. Then he fell forward. Still. Silent. Rashi did not move. He stood there, watching. 1 minute passed. 2. Has it been 5 minutes? He asked quietly. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 227, Vacation Cancelled for a Year. New Harry Potter FIC. A transmigrator reborn as Damien McGonagall, the nephew of Minerva McGonagall. Growing up beside the Marauders, Lily, and Snape. Watch as Damien becomes the de facto leader of the group and has adventures with his friends. Yes, senpai, came Itachi's calm voice from behind him. After a brief pause, he added softly. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. He formed the hand seals without hesitation. Drawing in a deep breath, he exhaled. A massive sphere of flame roared from his mouth and crashed down upon Danzo Shimura's corpse. The courtyard was swallowed in fire. Flames coiled upward, devouring flesh, wood, and blood alike, until nothing remained but scorched stone and a blackened scar at the courtyard center. No grave. No monument. Only ash. The Umbu dispersed immediately, combing through the Shimura estate inch by inch. Danzo's crimes would not implicate the entire Shimura clan, but any hidden records, experimental materials, or root remnants had to be seized. Itachi stepped forward and presented the severed arm, still wrapped in dark cloth. You saw that technique, didn't you, Itachi? Rashi asked. Yes, Itachi replied evenly. That was Izanagi. Rashi's gaze lingered on the arm. What do you think is hidden here? You instructed me to sever his right arm at the first opportunity, Itachi answered calmly. That suggests something valuable was concealed within it. A faint pause. Most likely. Sharingan whose whereabouts were previously unknown. Unwrap it. Yes. Itachi peeled away the outer garment first, revealing a metallic restraint device encasing the limb. After carefully removing it, he began unwrapping the bandages layer by layer. Rashi watched closely. The exposed skin was not the pale gray-white of a body overtaken by Hashirama's cells. It retained a normal human tone. When the final bandage fell away, 3 crimson eyes opened silently along the arm, from shoulder to forearm. 3 fully formed, 3 Tomo Sharingan embedded into living flesh. Because the number was limited, a single suppression brace had been enough to stabilize them. 4 now. How do you intend to deal with them, senpai? Itachi asked. A typical Uchiha would demand the return of any lost Sharingan to the clan. But Itachi was no typical Uchiha. I plan to keep them, Rashi said frankly. Itachi did not question him. He simply began rewrapping the arm with meticulous precision. You're not going to ask why? Rashi said. With your strength, Itachi replied evenly, there is no need to covet the Sharingan's power. If you choose to keep them, it must serve another purpose. Rashi gave a faint, almost amused exhale. I don't even know if they'll ever be necessary. But having them might offer an additional path someday. That's all. The deeper his research went, the clearer one truth became. The Rinnegan was not born simply from combining Senju vitality and Uchiha eyes. It required something deeper. The chakra of Azura. The chakra of Indra. As for the interaction between ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan and Hashirama cells, its long-term effects remained uncertain. He had no intention of replacing his own eyes. But as experimental reserves, there was no harm in keeping options. He did not conceal this from Itachi. Nor would he conceal it from Tsunade. There was no need. He had not taken these eyes from living Uchiha. They were remnants of Danzo's obsession. Stolen once. Seized again. Rashi glanced once more at the neatly wrapped arm. Store it properly, he said. Itachi nodded. The courtyard fell silent again. Only the faint scent of smoke lingered in the air. The faint scent of smoke lingered in the air, a reminder of the destruction that had occurred. Tab. Yakushi Nono's career as a ninja finally came to an end. After she gave a complete account of every mission she had carried out over the years, and after each detail was verified by the Intelligence Division, her records were amended and her retirement formally reinstated. It was not punishment. It was recognition. An acknowledgement that, despite being used as a pawn, she had fulfilled her duties faithfully. She returned to the orphanage she once called home. The two directors hurried out to meet her. Their eyes were red, their fingers trembling as they clasped her hands. Their lips moved as if to speak, but emotion stole their voices before any words could form. Children poured into the courtyard the moment she stepped inside. They crowded around her, tugging at her sleeves, calling her name, laughing and crying all at once. The orphanage, quiet for so long, became noisy again. Alive again. After the initial chaos settled, Yakushi Nono finally found a small moment of stillness beneath the veranda. Kabuto did not enter through the front gate. He climbed over the court. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, eyeing him suspiciously. Is there anything else? Then her expression darkened. Hey. Hey. I'm the Hokage. You handle your Sharingan experiments yourself. Now that Danzo is gone, cleaning up what's left of Root is a nightmare. I'm drowning in paperwork. She jabbed a finger at him. I don't have time to babysit your research. Rashi inclined his head slightly. As expected of the fifth Hokage. Efficient and reliable. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Don't flatter me. But the corner of her mouth twitched upward anyway. With Danzo's death, the cursed seals branded onto Root operatives quietly vanished. One by one, hidden figures began surfacing. And with them came secrets. More intelligence on Root trickled in daily. Names, locations, sealed facilities. Operatives who had remained dormant even after Root was formally handed to Kakashi, men and women who had continued following Danzo's private orders in the shadows. Q was one of them, captured and brought back this time. How to handle these Konoha ninja had now become Tsunade's newest headache. They were not foreign enemies. But neither were they clean. Rashi spoke calmly. They shouldn't all be treated as criminals. Handle them case by case. Locate each one. Those willing to cooperate with investigation should be granted leniency. Danzo held power for decades. Many of those under him were like Yakushi Nono, people with no real choice. Those who did not resist the village openly can be assessed individually. A difference in ideology isn't treason. Even among ninja, disagreement is natural. As long as they are willing to follow the village's directives moving forward, give them a path. Tsunade folded her arms and exhaled through her nose. Fine. We'll proceed like that for now. Kakashi can handle the sorting. When everything's clarified, Root will be completely dismantled. The only reason Root had survived this long was Danzo's cursed seal. With it gone, Root operatives were no different from ordinary Umbu. And Kakashi. Once this storm passed, it would be natural for him to assume full command of Umbu. With the heaviest matters arranged, the war concluded, Danzo dead, Root dissolving, Tsunade felt something rare. Relief. Then she noticed Rashi still standing there. Her expression immediately darkened. I know. You're clearly interested in those eyes yourself, but you keep circling back to me about it. It's endless. She snatched the 3 test tubes off the desk in irritation, holding them up. This isn't something that gets solved by staying up a few extra nights. And listen, your vacation days for this year? Gone. All deducted. Rashi calculated silently. There were only 2 months left in the year. Acceptable. In the following days, Rashi divided his time between Tsunade's laboratory, assisting in controlled Sharingan research, and the Hokage office, where he dealt with mountainous stacks of documents. War reports. Reconstruction budgets. Diplomatic drafts. Peace was more exhausting than battle. A few days later, Shizen submitted a meeting request. The applicant was not seeking the Hokage. He had requested Rashi. Permission was granted. When Yakushi Kabuto entered the Hokage office, he paused briefly. Only Rashi was present, seated at a side desk buried beneath half a mountain of paperwork. The Hokage's chair at the center remained empty, a half-drunk cup of tea still released faint steam. Kabuto noticed. He did not comment. He had seen what Rashi could do. He understood where influence truly lay. He approached the desk and bowed. Lord Rashi. Rashi set down his pen. What is it? Kabuto lifted his head, his voice steady. I wish to withdraw my retirement application. I intend to continue serving as a Konoha ninja. Rashi regarded him quietly. At your age, retirement is considered compensation for forced conscription. You don't plan to return to the orphanage? Kabuto answered without hesitation. Without sufficient power to protect it, returning changes nothing. You and the fifth Hokage are fair. But the orphanage's daily survival and long-term growth require consistent funding. Rashi replied evenly. Submit the standard application. With Yakushi Nono's accumulated merits, maintaining operational aid won't be an issue. Kabuto's gaze sharpened. If the goal is merely survival, yes. But I do not want the orphanage to survive. I want it to grow. To break free from relying on sympathy and emergency funds. It needs stable, sustainable resources. He bowed again, lower than before. But his voice only grew firmer. I want to become the foundation that supports it. The pillar that ensures its future. His glasses caught a faint glint of light as he raised his head. Please allow me to continue serving you. And the village. There was no desperation in his tone now. Only resolve. Kabuto was no longer a child seeking belonging. He was a ninja choosing his path. New Harry Potter FIC. A transmigrator reborn as Damien McGonagall, the nephew of Minerva McGonagall. Growing up beside the Marauders, Lily, and Snape. Watch as Damien becomes the de facto leader of the group and has adventures with his friends. And, check out my Patreon for plus 100 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 228, 228, 5th Kazekage. New Harry Potter FIC. A transmigrator reborn as Damien McGonagall, the nephew of Minerva McGonagall. Growing up beside the Marauders, Lily, and Snape. Watch as Damien becomes the de facto leader of the group and has adventures with his friends. Kabuto's talent was undeniable. Without ever stepping foot inside the ninja academy, he had mastered advanced medical ninjutsu under Nono's sole guidance. Later, after entering Root, he received only the most fundamental combat and espionage training, yet he still rose rapidly, becoming one of Danzo's most capable spies. But talent alone wasn't enough. The work Kabuto had done in the shadows was not the role Rashi envisioned for him going forward. He would need time. 1 or 2 years, at least, before he could truly become useful in the way Rashi intended. So after Kabuto expressed his desire to continue serving as a ninja, Rashi reassigned him first to Konoha Hospital. From there, further training and long-term arrangements would follow. After all, in the original trajectory of history, Kabuto had been considered one of the pinnacles of non-bloodline ninja. But here, now, his path would be different. Kabuto was not the only visitor on Rashi's schedule that day. The Jonin representative leading the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village for the upcoming Chunin exams had also requested a meeting. Rashi rose from behind his desk, stretching stiff limbs that cracked faintly from days of paperwork. He rolled his shoulders once, then wandered to the sofa along the office wall and dropped into it with little ceremony. For a few quiet moments, he allowed himself to breathe. Then came the knock. By the time the door opened, the relaxed figure on the couch was gone. In its place sat the composed commander of the Land of Rivers campaign. Rashi-san, the blonde-haired Kunoichi greeted as she entered, cool eyes assessing him from head to toe. You don't appear injured. I value my life, Rashi replied mildly. So I'm extremely cautious, even on the battlefield, Samui. He gestured for her to sit. Samui did not immediately comply. Her gaze lingered, sweeping over him again, measuring posture, breathing, subtle tension. Only after a final silent evaluation did she take her seat. What you say, she continued evenly, differs from the rumors circulating outside. Oh. It's said that in the Land of Rivers, you personally led Konoha's forces in a relentless assault for an entire day, forcing the 4th Kazekage to retreat in defeat. She folded her hands on her lap. Given the outcome, and the consistency of these reports, I suspect you're understating things. The man who had been working like a draft animal for days let out a faint sigh. That's far too dramatic, Samui. No matter how much stamina one has, fighting non-stop for an entire day is unrealistic. There are pauses in war. Even battles breathe. He tilted his head slightly. So if we're discussing whether I lied, I'd say you're jumping to conclusions. Samui studied him for a moment longer, then inclined her head. Perhaps. In that case, I apologize. Her tone didn't change, but there was the slightest softening at the edges. The purpose of my visit, however, is to convey Lord Rakich's views regarding future cooperation. Rashi shifted into a listening posture. The exchange programs between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village have exceeded expectations, Samui continued. They've demonstrated that deep cooperation between allied villages can generate far greater benefits than prolonged hostility. She paused. Therefore, Lord Rakich proposes expanding participation. For example, to include the Hidden Sand Village, which has now restored its alliance with Konoha. Silence settled between them. Samui said nothing further. She simply watched him think. Hidden Cloud wanted to support Hidden Sand. That was the conclusion Rashi reached almost immediately. This year's joint Chunin exams would bring Hidden Sand no advantage. In fact, after the war and the indemnities, they would likely suffer financially. But this new exchange initiative, proposed now, outside previous diplomatic negotiations, could become an independent revenue stream next year. A controlled lifeline. A way to stabilize Sunagakure without openly favoring them. Frankly, it wasn't harmful to Konoha. The necessary punishment had already been delivered. Pushing Hidden Sand into true desperation would only create instability. Even if their leadership remained rational, extreme resource scarcity could erode their control over lower-ranking ninja. Once discipline weakened, the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind would become far more volatile. A starving village was not a safe neighbor. Rashi's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest. Balancing power without breeding resentment. Containing without cornering. Rakich, you're thinking long-term. He finally looked back at Samui. And what, he asked calmly, does Lord Rakich expect from Konoha in return? Even if the great ninja villages weighed pros and cons before making a move, rogue ninja driven to desperation had no such restraints. Once someone abandoned their headband and status, they no longer cared about treaties or consequences. And ninja were highly mobile. Even if they were hunted down afterward, the damage they inflicted, burned granaries, destroyed trade routes, murdered merchants, could not be repaired overnight. Fields didn't regrow in a week. Supply chains didn't mend themselves by will alone. If such chaos became frequent, even Konoha would bleed from it. After all, food and resources did not materialize out of thin air. Rashi gave a small nod. It's a valuable proposal. Hidden Sand has just undergone major changes. Reintegrating into the alliance framework through cooperative exchanges would stabilize both sides. As for the finer details, we can finalize them once Sunagakure's representative arrives. Samui studied him for a moment, then inclined her head. The conversation, for now, was concluded. Karen, Lord Rashi has returned to the village. It was Ino who brought the news. Children's information networks were slower than the adults, but the daughter of Inoichi Yamanaka had her advantages. Having heard the situation from her father, Ino wasted no time telling Karen the very next day at the academy. Where news seeped slowly into the classrooms, yet once it did, it spread like wildfire. When word circulated that Konoha and the Hidden Sand had clashed in the Land of Rivers, the entire village tightened. Even inside the Ninja Academy, the atmosphere shifted. Especially when news came that Iwagakure had also mobilized forces along the border. The implications were obvious. If the situation escalated further, senior academy students could face accelerated graduation. Even if they weren't thrown directly into war, they would be expected to fill manpower shortages, handling C-rank missions like bandit suppression, border patrols, and domestic stabilization. The world outside the classroom suddenly felt closer. Heavier. Karen felt that weight too. Once, she had been known among her classmates as the girl entangled in that small, awkward clash involving Sasuke. Now. The news of Rashi defeating Sunagakure. The whispers of the Kazekage's death. His identity had shifted in the student's eyes. No longer merely the superior of an admired older brother figure. Now he was a hero of the village. Speaking of which, Ino said dreamily, chin propped on her palm, Lord Rashi is actually pretty young too. Ino. Karen sputtered, barely having processed the good news before noticing the sparkle in Ino's eyes. Ino burst into laughter. I'm fickle, okay. There's nothing wrong with liking handsome, talented guys. Just kidding. She waved it off lightly. Sasuke-kun is still more handsome. And he'll definitely become an amazing ninja in the future. Right, Sakura. Yes, Ino. Sakura nodded earnestly, the two girls immediately falling into their familiar shared fantasy. Watching them lean close together, whispering excitedly, Karen lowered her head and quietly scooped up a bite of her bento. No one ostracized her anymore. But somehow, being noticed felt harder than ever. Ino. Sakura. She hesitated before speaking again. do you think Captain Sama will become Hokage someday? Ino's playful expression faded slightly. Dad hasn't said anything like that, she answered more seriously. But compared to Sasuke-kun, he's a much more distant existence. Even after we graduate, becoming his direct subordinate wouldn't be easy. Keirin's shoulders seemed to sink. Seeing that, Ino suddenly leaned closer, her tone brightening again. Hey, don't give up so easily. She tapped Keirin's forehead lightly. Think about it, Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, is a medical ninja. As long as you become an outstanding medical ninja, even a hero like Lord Rashi would need you, right? Medical ninja. The words echoed. In Keirin's mind, the image of her mother's arm surfaced. Then overlapped with Tsunade's commanding presence. She remembered the way Rashi and Tsunade interacted. Casual. Equal. A height she could not yet touch. Her fingers clenched unconsciously. For a moment, doubt flickered. Then it burned away. I will become an excellent medical ninja. Keirin declared it out loud. Not to Ino. Not to Sakura. But to herself. She knew she had the potential to achieve her dreams. Tab. As the victor, Konoha had its own aftermath to handle. As the defeated, Sunagakure had something far more urgent to confront. It wasn't foreign commissions. It wasn't reparations. It was a single, suffocating question. Who would become the next Kazekage? Within Sunagakure, no name inspired unanimous respect. Among the younger generation, there was no one remotely comparable to Raza. Not equal. Not even close. Baki was capable, steady, intelligent, reliable. But in the current climate, if he were to sit in the Kazekage's seat, would the other Kage treat him as an equal? Would Inoki? Would the Raikage? Would Konoha? The answer was uncomfortable. Chiyo weighed the Kazekage's hat in her wrinkled hands. The cloth felt heavier than it should. Even an old woman like me has to wear this thing now, she muttered, her tone edged with bitter self-mockery. Sunagakure has truly fallen. It's temporary, sister, Ebizo replied gently. Someone must stabilize the daimyo's side. This is merely a transitional period. Even Konoha has experienced similar intervals of uncertainty. There won't be much controversy. Chiyo gave a dry snort and tossed the hat aside. What did that old fossil Inoki say? Ebizo adjusted his glasses. Iwagakure has withdrawn the bulk of its forces. Only a small warning unit remains at the northern fortress. No official statement beyond that. Chiyo nodded slowly. Silence, in politics, was often the greatest kindness. Ebizo continued, voice calm but meticulous. The captured Sky Ninja warships have been refitted. Combined with our initial aerial unit, our maritime disadvantage has eased somewhat. If we can open sea trade routes, we might cultivate new revenue streams. As long as we survive this year's most difficult period, Konoha will likely ease certain restrictions. Financial pressure should gradually lessen. He listed the projections one by one, as if numbers alone could steady the village's trembling foundation. Chiyo's expression softened, just slightly. Income. Food. Stability. Those were the pillars that mattered now. If those could be secured, she could endure a few more years. Then, quietly, she asked. What about Gaara? Ebizo shook his head. After Raza's body had been returned by Konoha, Sunagakure held a funeral. Gaara had shown no grief. No anger. No curiosity. He hadn't even bothered to watch. Just emptiness. Chiyo closed her eyes for a moment and drew a slow breath. I'll take him. Her voice was firm. Cruel or heartless, call it what you will. Sunagakure needs someone who can grow into the seat of Kazekage. And his current state is partly my responsibility. If I hadn't suggested that method. Her words trailed off. Years ago, she had endorsed the strategy, emotional severance, isolation, deliberate provocation, to strengthen the Jinchuriki. The results had been effective. But at what cost? Ebizo did not answer. Some burdens could not be shared. Some sins could only be carried by the one who proposed them. Outside, the desert wind howled across the dunes of the land of wind. Sunagakure had survived. But survival was not the same as strength. And strength, once fractured, took far longer to rebuild than stone walls or puppet armies. New Harry Potter FIC. A transmigrator reborn as Damien McGonagall, the nephew of Minerva McGonagall. Growing up beside the Marauders, Lily, and Snape. Watch as Damien becomes the de facto leader of the group and has adventures with his friends. And, check out my Patreon for plus 100 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 229, Rashi, Become Hokage. There is also an early bird offer for first 5 buyers of the whole story. As news spread that Chiyo would temporarily assume the mantle of Kazekage, the atmosphere across the shinobi world shifted almost imperceptibly. Iwagaku's forces along the land of grass border quietly pulled back once more. The tense stalemate with Konoha loosened, like a bowstring gradually losing its strain. Under this calmer sky, Hiruzen began his return to Konoha. He did not go straight to the Hokage building. Instead, he walked first to the Shimura clan's residence. The courtyard still bore blackened scars, charred marks etched into stone where fire had once devoured flesh and ambition alike. Hiruzen stood there for a long time, his gaze resting on the indelible burn at the center. You ultimately, still came to this. His voice was quiet, almost lost to the wind. If you had stopped sooner, even at the very end, perhaps we could have sat together one last time. Spoke of our teacher. Spoke of the past. The younger generation is already capable of carrying the future. Why couldn't you honor Sensei's final wish and step down peacefully, Danzo? The light shifted. The courtyard's shadows lengthened. Only then did Hiruzen turn and walk slowly toward the Hokage building. Inside the office, the Hokage's seat stood empty. Tsunade was nowhere to be seen. Hiruzen didn't seem surprised. His eyes drifted instead to the other desk, where a familiar black-haired figure was buried beneath stacks of paperwork. A faint smile tugged at his lips. You rest for half a year, and now you're paying it back with overtime. Rashi didn't look up from the document in his hand. I made a request of someone, he replied calmly. So I have to stay and fulfill my end, Sandame. Hiruzen let out a soft, knowing chuckle. Since childhood, Tsunade's dream was to travel the world. For a few years, she even managed to achieve that wish. The fact that you brought her back likely speaks more to my own inadequacies than anything else. Rashi paused, then answered carefully. You did everything you could in your position. Ho ho. You grow less polite by the year, Rashi. You're a tolerant old man, Rashi replied evenly. That's why I dare to be. Hiruzen laughed again, the wrinkles at his eyes smoothing. To be judged kindly by the young, perhaps this old man hasn't failed entirely. His gaze sharpened. Tell me honestly. Have you truly never considered becoming Hokage? No, Rashi answered immediately. And I don't intend to. There wasn't a flicker of hesitation. Occasionally taking on heavy work was one thing. Living buried beneath it was another. With his strength and influence, there was nothing the title of Hokage could grant him that he didn't already possess. And judging by the endless meetings, negotiations, and ceremonies, even the thought was exhausting. Hiruzen watched him quietly. You are not reckless, the third Hokage said at last. Yet at moments like this, the difference between our generation and yours becomes painfully clear. If you truly refuse the title, then for the foreseeable future, you must ensure Tsunade does not resign. He spoke solemnly. If she runs off, the village cannot continue to indulge your wishes. With your current prestige, only Jiraiya can rival you outright. Kakashi still needs time. Can you accept that responsibility? Rashi nodded once. Agreed. As for Tsunade's opinion, absent parties forfeited the complaint. The fault lay with whoever chose not to attend. Having concluded the matter of succession, Hiruzen lowered himself onto the sofa and drew out his pipe. He packed it with slow, practiced motions, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Smoke curled upward in soft gray spirals. Once. Twice. 3 times. The office gradually filled with the faint scent of tobacco. Sandame. There are some matters I'd like your counsel on. Hiruzen's eyes drifted toward the mountain of documents on Rashi's desk. He turned the pipe between his fingers thoughtfully. I have other things to attend to. Even if he didn't mind working until his final breath, he had done so his entire life. This was different. Tsunade and Rashi were already alternating to cover one person's workload, and each was clearly searching for chances to slack off. If he voluntarily picked up more now, wouldn't he look like a complete fool? He rose slowly. I think I'll go check on Naruto. And perhaps train Konohamaru a bit. A faint smile touched his lips as he stepped toward the door. Let the young shoulder the future. For now, this old man would enjoy a quieter battlefield. This year, the number of teams dispatched by Tsunade was noticeably larger than usual. Not because they wished to better cooperate with Konoha's arrangements for the Chunin exams, but because participation provided the perfect excuse. With Konoha's tacit approval, they could move openly through the land of rivers, bringing with them far more goods than any ordinary genin team ever could. In previous years, such trade had been little more than a side activity for a handful of genin, small-scale, personal, barely worth mentioning. But this year was different. Fresh from defeat, Sunagakure had been restricted from operating within the land of rivers. Official trade channels were tightened. Patrol routes were watched. Every movement scrutinized. Yet as official participants en route to Konoha, they could carry cargo. They could sell. They could move. All they needed to do was slow their pace slightly. Ninjas traveled swiftly by nature. Even if they lingered to unload goods, a burst of speed later would still ensure they reached Konoha before the competition began. As for the risk of unsold merchandise, Sunagakure's reputation among civilians had not collapsed. Even during their incursion into the land of rivers, they had not plundered towns. Grain had been purchased with gold, even if the negotiations were forceful. A day or two of retail trade, then bulk sales to established merchants, enough to turn a profit without raising suspicion. Konoha, for its part, imposed few restrictions. Even when Sunagakure teams planned purchases at the outdoor venues near Konoha, the guards turned a practiced blind eye. After sternly reiterating this year's upper limit on personal procurement to his genin, Baki approached the Konoha Chunin stationed nearby and formally submitted a request to enter Konoha village proper. Approval came swiftly. He wasted no time. Upon entering the village, Baki headed directly toward the Hokage Tower. Inside the reception room, he once again found himself seated across from Rashi. Baki. Please sit. Rashi remained seated behind the desk. Baki obeyed without hesitation. There is first a proposal from Kumogakure, Rashi began, calmly relaying Samui's suggestion that Sunagakure be invited to join the joint exchange activities currently shared between Konoha and Kumogakure. He outlined the structure, the intent, the potential. In Konoha's view, Rashi concluded, expanding the scope of exchange strengthens alliances. The specifics can be discussed jointly once Suna has reached an internal consensus. For Sunagakure, this was excellent news. Even if they could not immediately share in next year's profits, simply being integrated into the system meant legitimacy. A legitimate channel to leave the land of wind. A legitimate path through the land of rivers. A legitimate presence within the land of fire. Especially now, while Konoha's frontline outposts still remained stationed along the wind border, such sanctioned exchange was invaluable. Baki did not hesitate. Sunagakure is willing to participate. Rashi merely nodded and made a notation on the document before him, as if recording something inevitable. Silence settled over the room. Baki sat upright, hands resting on his knees. Rashi did not immediately continue. When he finally spoke again, his next question struck like a stone dropped into still water. Has Sunagakure, he asked evenly, ever considered transforming the land of wind? Baki blinked. Transforming the land. The desert, Rashi clarified. Water. Agriculture. Forestry. He met Baki's gaze directly. Have you considered changing the foundation upon which Sunagakure stands? Land transformation. In the land of wind. That vast country of endless dunes and devouring sandstorms. Baki's brows tightened almost imperceptibly. Rashi-san, what exactly do you mean? He asked carefully, measuring every word. Exactly what I said. Rashi's tone remained unhurried. Baki opened his mouth, then closed it again. For a moment, so I ask again, has Sunagakure ever considered returning to its origin, transforming even a portion of the land of wind? Silence stretched between them. Sunagakure had not been born from idealism. It had been born from necessity, after Konoha's establishment, after the balance of power shifted. The shinobi of the land of wind had united to avoid being swallowed. Trade could be attempted. Political maneuvering could be attempted. But transforming the land itself? How much manpower would that require? How many years? Decades? And what would they eat in the meantime? Baki exhaled slowly. Rashi-san, even during the era of Ninshu, the land of wind was never fertile. To transform such terrain, even with shinobi techniques, the time, the technology. Sunagakure is already struggling to survive. We do not possess the luxury for such a gamble. Rashi showed no irritation at the refusal. Alone, of course you cannot, he said lightly. Especially with the land of wind daimyo's funding declining year by year. Baki's expression tightened. Have you considered, Rashi continued calmly, why his support decreases? A bitter smile flickered across Baki's face. Because the oases shrink while the number of shinobi grows. In peacetime, Sunagakure's population expands, but its land does not. And the spoils of war? Rashi added softly. Not a single grain taken from the land of rivers this year will reach the common people of the land of wind, will it? Baki did not answer. So, Rashi leaned back slightly, his posture relaxed yet his eyes sharp. Has Sunagakure ever truly done something for the people of the land of wind? He waved a hand dismissively. Of course, I am only a Konoha shinobi. Idle talk. Then his tone shifted, subtly. When the fourth Kazekage died, I told him this was never about personal grievance, and I made him a promise. I would offer Sunagakure some private assistance. Baki's heartbeat stuttered. Assistance. From the very men who had crushed their forces and killed their Kazekage. He stared at Rashi, searching for mockery, for hidden barbs. He found none. There's no need to look so wary, Rashi said evenly. If Sunagakure turns inward, focuses on strengthening the land of wind, Konoha's burden also lightens. Stability benefits us both. Land transformation is not achieved in a year. Or 5. 10. 20. Perhaps longer. Baki let out a dry laugh. Such a vision is difficult to sell to a village seeking immediate recovery. I am stating facts, Rashi replied. And here is another. In the future, Sunagakure will no longer gain a single inch of territory through war. The words were not a threat. They were a declaration of reality. Baki lowered his head slightly. The one speaking was only 17. And yet. The assistance you mentioned. He prompted carefully. I have cultivated plant strains with exceptional vitality, Rashi said. I will continue refining them. If Sunagakure is willing to commit to a long-term transformation plan, Konoha is prepared to provide technical support. He did not hide the strategic calculation behind it. No matter how much desert you reclaim, it will not equal the land of fire's natural abundance. Your ceiling remains lower than ours. But if more stable oases emerge, he continued, if agriculture becomes less fragile, even a financially strained daimyo would grit his teeth and invest. Baki was silent for a long moment. The idea was audacious. Dangerous. And yet, if Sunagakure could anchor its future not in conquest, but in cultivation. If the desert itself could be made to yield. Then perhaps the cycle of desperation would finally break. He looked up at Rashi again. What does Konoha truly want in return? And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 230, Sasuke gets smashed. There is also an early bird offer for first 5 buyers of the whole story. A proposal, in the end, was only a proposal. Whether it could truly take root depended entirely on Sunagakure's own resolve. Choosing a site for transformation, committing manpower, maintaining it year after year, none of these were matters solved with a single decree. If the people of the land of wind lacked diligence, if the village wavered halfway, then even the finest seeds would amount to nothing more than empty rhetoric. For Rashi, cultivating drought-resistant, even salt-tolerant, tree species was not particularly difficult. With the power of wood release, reshaping plant traits was simply a matter of time and refinement. Over the past 2 years, he had accumulated ample experience in experimentation and controlled growth. Technically, it was feasible. Whether it would endure, that was another matter. If Sunagakure chose to redirect its ambition inward, pouring its strength into reshaping the land of wind, that would be ideal. If not, it made little difference. There were always other ways to keep them moving along a manageable trajectory. Baki departed in silence, his mind clearly burdened. Such matters would not yield a swift answer. Even after he returned and presented Rashi's proposal to the Sand Elders, internal debates alone would take time. By November, the air carried a sharp chill. Yet the arena district of Konoha burned with growing excitement. The brief war seemed already distant, erased beneath the noise of vendors, the banners of visiting delegations, and the swelling anticipation of the Chunin exam's main event. Merchants shouted, foreign shinobi mingled, and crowds filled the newly expanded stands. War faded quickly when spectacle arrived. The Hokage office, too, regained its rightful occupant. Tsunade dropped into her familiar chair and swept her gaze across the desk. Why does it still look like this? She muttered darkly, staring at the stacks of documents. You weren't working hard at all, Rashi. After several days free from paperwork, even the sight of it offended her. If I hadn't been diligent, Rashi replied calmly from the side desk where he had temporarily presided, there would be twice as much. He tapped the topmost pile. These are newly submitted since the main rounds began. Applications for permanent commercial stall rights. Requests for expanded security deployment outside the arena. Confirmation of VIP reception protocols from various countries. Tsunade collapsed forward onto the desk with a muffled groan, her blonde hair half buried beneath scrolls. Are you some heavenly punishment sent to torment me? Rashi set the Hokage seal and a stack of documents neatly in front of her. Stamp. Sign. I need to visit the academy. Ebisu submitted a list of candidates. He's already confirmed their chakra natures. Still face down, Tsunade's voice drifted out from beneath the paperwork. You're this busy, and you still have time to meddle in Sunagakure's future. People aren't tools, Rashi answered evenly. They'll always seek a way to survive. Tsunade lifted her head slightly. A few papers slid down her hair. Oh. And what's Lord Rashi's grand philosophy? If left entirely to themselves, he continued, their chosen path may not be optimal. He adjusted his cuffs. As beneficiaries of the current order, offering a viable alternative is not charity. It is an investment. A method of preserving our own long-term returns. Tsunade stared at him for a long moment. You really are calculating. Rashi gave no rebuttal. By the time she looked up again, he had already left the office, the door closing softly behind him, leaving the Hokage alone with her paperwork, her responsibilities, and the distant roar of a village celebrating peace. At the gates of the Ninja Academy, Ebisu had clearly been waiting for some time. The moment he spotted Rashi, he straightened and hurried forward. Compared to before, the elite instructor's tone now carried unmistakable respect. Lord Rashi. Report. Ebisu immediately produced 3 neatly organized student files. After a period of observation and foundational testing, these 3 have shown exceptional chakra control and theoretical comprehension. Their physical conditioning surpasses their peers, and they already meet the baseline to begin low-level elemental ninjutsu. He read the names carefully. Kamano. Aoimaru. Gato. Rashi accepted the files, scanning them swiftly. No surnames. Not Senju. Purely civilian origins. He paused slightly at the evaluation pages, handwriting detailing discipline, stamina metrics, chakra stability fluctuations. Promising. From his sleeve, he withdrew a scroll and handed it over. Inside are 5 basic elemental techniques. From now on, once you determine a student is qualified, you may authorize access to the corresponding elemental jutsu at your discretion. Ebisu's eyes widened slightly. If any student masters the technique before the academic year ends, submit their names. The village will commend them accordingly, and subsidize the chakra paper costs. Ebisu accepted the scroll with both hands, solemnly. I understand. I will ensure it is handled properly. Rashi gave a faint nod. Is Irika's class currently in session? Yes. Shuriken and kunai throwing practice. On the training field, Irika was marking scores beside the wooden targets. After nearly 2 months as a homeroom teacher, he had formed a clear assessment of the class. The background composition was complicated, but academically, Sakura Haruno stood at the top. In raw physical strength, Akimichi Choji held the advantage. For agility and tracking, Inuzuka Kiba. And as for laziness, Nara Shikamaru reigned uncontested. Overall potential. Sasuke watched as Kairin's shuriken struck the target but failed to land dead center, releasing a nearly inaudible scoff. His gaze slid toward Naruto. That idiot's grades were nothing special. His ninjutsu theory was borderline hopeless. But his taijutsu growth rate. Sasuke's brow twitched faintly. From reckless flailing at the start of the semester to controlled footwork and proper stance, too fast. Still. At this level. He can't possibly beat me. Irika clapped his hands lightly. Alright, next, kunai throwing. His voice faltered. Under the trees beyond the field, 2 figures had appeared silently. Irika's spine stiffened. Nah, Naruto. Help sensei fetch more training kunai. Naruto blinked, pointing at the nearby basket. Eh? There's still some right here, Irika-sensei. Not enough. Irika hissed under his breath. Hurry. He, if you say so. Naruto scratched his head but obediently dashed off. Good. Let Sasuke throw first. If Naruto's gone, there won't be a shouting match. Sasuke. Demonstration. Sasuke stepped forward without a word. A flick of the wrist. 1 kunai. Bullseye. 2 kunai were released simultaneously, crossing arcs in midair. Both embedded cleanly in the center ring. 3 at once. A sharp whistle cut through the air. All 3 struck dead center. He stepped aside calmly, as expected, greeted by a wave of shrill admiration. Sasuke-kun is amazing. Irika forced a composed nod. Next, Ino Yamanaka. 1 by 1. Karen Uzumaki. Sasuke folded his arms. Let's see. Without a word, he lifted it, rolled it thoroughly in the red sauce until it gleamed ominously, and placed it gently back into Anko's bowl. Insufficient sincerity, he said calmly. Try harder. Anko stared at the now fully weaponized slice of beef. This bowl is dead to me. For a few seconds, she simply looked betrayed. Then Rashi spoke again, casually. I went to the Ninja Academy today. Itachi paused. Sasuke got beaten up again. Again, Itachi repeated softly, setting his chopsticks down. A faint crease appeared between his brows. Was it Karen Uzumaki? Ah, that girl. Anko immediately brightened, temporarily forgetting her contaminated bowl. When we brought her back 2 years ago, I did not expect her to grow into something that energetic. She leaned forward with a mischievous grin. So. Did Itachi's precious little brother cry this time? He didn't cry, Rashi said. He didn't fight back either. Both Anko and Itachi looked at him. He just stood there, Rashi continued, frowning. Like he was trying to calculate why he got punched again. Anko burst out laughing. Rashi calmly recounted the scene, Irika teaching, Karen performing well, and Sasuke stepping forward to demonstrate superiority once more. Sasuke is a gentle child, Itachi said quietly. Or stunned, Anko countered. Your brother is absolutely the type who shows off his talent when provoked. She shot Itachi a sideways look. Completely different from you. Then she elbowed Rashi lightly. Or maybe, she said in a teasing whisper, the appearance of our hero who slew the Kazekage, and air of would release, stirred up some strange competitive instinct in the little guy. Rashi gave her a flat look. It was kunai throwing. So if I inspire them, he replied, picking up another slice of meat, they should at least aim for something more ambitious than each other's faces. Anko snorted. Itachi, however, allowed himself a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Outside, the wind pressed softly against the window. Inside, the hot pot continued to boil. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 231, The Fence Sitter Bent the Knee. There is also an early bird offer for first 5 buyers of the whole story. Rashi picked up a tissue and wiped the corner of his mouth. Probably not, he replied calmly. Then he shifted the topic. By the way, how's Umbu been lately? It's been chaos, Anko muttered, still staring resentfully at the slice of chili-drenched beef in her bowl. Our main job these days is hunting down the root members Danzo hid all over the village. After a long internal struggle, she squeezed her eyes shut and stuffed the meat into her mouth. 3 seconds later. She was gasping. Itachi, water. Soda. Anything. Itachi silently handed her a drink. Anko grabbed it like a drowning woman clutching driftwood. The original root members couldn't be deployed, so all the cleanup fell to regular Umbu squads. She continued between breaths, fanning her mouth dramatically. We had to secure the Chunin exam venues and sweep for root remnants at the same time. Double workload. She pointed accusingly at Rashi. My sacrifice tonight has been enormous. Yes, Rashi replied without sincerity. In short, Anko went on, finally recovering, once Danzo died, most of the hidden root members surrendered. The diehards were eliminated on the spot. She frowned slightly, recalling details. 3 of them were particularly troublesome. Skilled. Kakashi had to step in personally and present the Hokage's written order before they lowered their weapons. She counted on her fingers. 1 named Terai. 1 from the Yamanaka clan. And another from the Aburame clan. They're probably still in the interrogation division. Fu Yamanaka. Toryun Aburame. Even those 2 had been unearthed. Root's foundation had been dug up almost entirely. The remaining fragments could be monitored quietly by a small unit. No need for noise. The hot pot continued to simmer, the heavy talk gradually dissolving into lighter conversation. After dinner, Anko sprawled inelegantly across the tatami, rubbing her stomach with satisfaction. Rashi stood to clear the table. As he passed her, he nudged her lightly with his toe. Lying down immediately after eating increases the probability of becoming spherical. Umbu training burns enough calories, Anko grumbled, but she still got up. Oh, right, she added casually, I heard something interesting from the exam venue supervisors. After every match lately, someone's been crying outside the arena. Itachi, stacking dishes neatly, spoke without looking up. Not the examinees, Anko-senpai. Oh. You guessed it immediately. Rashi placed the clean bowls into the cabinet. Examinees who truly care about winning and losing are usually on stretchers by then, he said evenly. The ones still energetic enough to wail can only be gamblers. Bingo. Anko snapped her fingers. Because of Tenzo's sudden rise last year, a bunch of self-proclaimed, insightful spectators bet heavily on unknown candidates. Lost everything. They had noticed the pattern, then. Unfortunately for them, Konoha's inserted candidates weren't so easy to read. Though, Anko added, lowering her voice slightly, I've heard some people are secretly cooperating with the bookmakers. Rashi dried his hands. He wasn't surprised. There would always be those who chose the most profitable path for themselves. Later, they would simply need to screen the bookmakers more thoroughly. Some things could not be allowed to fester unchecked. After tidying up, Rashi and Itachi saw Anko off. One returned home. The other returned to the Hokage building. Tsunade had clearly recovered from her earlier slump. The moment Rashi entered, she crossed her arms. Oh. Lord Rashi remembers how to come back. Logically speaking, he replied calmly, my most reasonable location at this hour would be the Senju compound. Not here, esteemed 5th Hokage. For this period, at least until the end of the year, your home is this office, Tsunade shot back. Then her expression shifted. The teasing faded. Iwagakure sent word. Rashi paused. They want talks. About the Chunin exams, Tsunade said, fingers tapping lightly on the desk, and the so-called exchange activities. The room grew quieter. Outside, Konoha's festival lights were still blazing for the exams. Inside, another negotiation was about to begin. Tsunagakure would have to lie low for a long time. The moment news of Raza's death reached Inoki, he saw the future with unsettling clarity. When word followed that Chiyo would serve as interim Kazekage, it only confirmed his judgment. Hidden sand was no longer a blade. It was a variable. And variables were more useful alive than destroyed. When Tsunagakure was strong, pressure could drive it to gamble, forcing it to pursue wars with high returns and high risk. When it was weak, pressure could bind it, pushing it to cling to whichever power promised stability and grain. Right now, that power was Konoha. With Kumogakure already standing close to Konoha, Inoki had no desire to watch the last swing village fall entirely into their orbit. But the board had shifted. If Iwagakure continued acting alone, the consequences would grow heavier with each passing month. Before October, Iwagakure had at least been a cold, neutral rival to Konoha, ceasefire on paper, tension in practice. After October, they had nearly crossed into open war. Now the configuration was obvious. Konoha at the center. Kumogakure beside it. Tsunagakure drifting steadily into alignment. Which meant Iwagakure stood alone. Even if neither Hidden Sand nor Hidden Cloud would openly declare war, the diplomatic weight of isolation would intensify daily. And for the next few years, while Tsunagakure licked its wounds, it would have no choice but to follow Konoha's rhythm more closely. If conflict erupted now, the best Iwagakure could hope for would be to barely hold its existing front lines. A purely military path was no longer realistic. Better to enter the system than be slowly edged out of it. After all, there had been no formal war this year. The ceasefire agreement still stood, nominally. Inoki exhaled through his nose. Send a proposal. It's time to talk. Inside the Hokage office, the air smelled faintly of tobacco. Hiruzen tapped the ash from his pipe into a ceramic dish with deliberate calm. Across from him sat Koharu and Hamura, posture rigid, expressions restrained. On the low table between them lay the scroll bearing Iwagakure's request for a meeting. It had already been read several times. Koharu spoke first. That Inoki, has he finally bent? Hamura adjusted his glasses. This is the third year. In previous years, persuading Tsunagakure to participate in the joint exams required considerable incentives. Starting next year, maintaining the current structure will no longer require additional resource input. He paused. Inoki likely sees that. If he waits any longer, the balance solidifies without him. Koharu's tone remained measured. In that case, shelving his request might not be a bad option. Let him stew. Let him feel the pressure. Hiruzen said nothing at first. He picked up the scroll again, rereading it slowly, every word, every implication. His weathered eyes lingered not on what was written, but on what was not. Then he lowered the parchment. His gaze shifted past his two old companions to the younger man seated behind another desk, documents stacked like a small mountain before him. Rashi. His tone was mild but sharp beneath the surface. What do you think? For a brief moment, every gaze in the Hokage office converged on one person, including Tsunade's, though she remained silent in the main seat. Rashi did not rush to speak. I believe we should accept Iwagakure's request for a meeting. A faint glint flashed across Hamura's glasses as he looked up, clearly waiting for more. Advisor Mitokado's assessment is accurate, Rashi continued evenly. Inoki understands that the longer this situation persists, the less room he will have to maneuver. That's precisely why Iwagakure took the initiative. Koharu folded her hands in her lap, listening. But, Rashi went on, if we choose to delay and simply apply pressure, we risk pushing Iwagakure to invest even more resources into breaking the stalemate, or worse, gambling on reigniting conflict. His tone remained calm, analytical. If Inoki redirects excessive military power toward that objective, it creates unnecessary volatility. That would not benefit Konoha. It would introduce variables we do not control. A brief silence followed. Rashi's voice did not quicken. The current operational framework of the ninja world favors us. As long as we retain initiative, allowing the system to continue functioning is in Konoha's greatest immediate interest. He lifted his gaze. If Iwagakure joins this framework, the balance of the 5 great villages enters a new phase. We are not afraid of development. In fact, in a peaceful competitive environment, Konoha benefits more than anyone. He paused deliberately. More importantly, his eyes swept across everyone present. Bringing Iwagakure in sends a clear signal to Sunagakure. That made Tsunade shift slightly. It tells them that the fundamental direction of the ninja world will not reverse overnight. Stability is the long-term trend. And if that perception takes root, Rashi said, their likelihood of accepting the reconstruction of the Land of Wind proposal increases significantly. A flicker of understanding crossed Koharu's expression. Once that plan begins, even on a small scale, if Sunagakure sees tangible improvement within its own borders, its appetite for external military ventures will steadily decline. They will become increasingly dependent on the mission economy and legitimate resource channels. Rather than resorting to desperate measures like this year. He concluded without flourish. Regardless of what Inoki intends to discuss, agreeing to meet allows Konoha to seize new strategic initiative. It compresses the decision space of every potential rival. This is a deal worth making. Silence settled over the room. Then Tsunade leaned back slightly. Sounds reasonable. She looked toward Hiruzen. Old man. Advisor Udatane. Advisor Mitokado. Hiruzen slipped his pipe back between his lips and exhaled slowly. It makes sense. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance, then nodded in turn. Tsunade tapped the desk once. Very well. Send a reply. Konoha agrees to the meeting. Decision made. The third Hokage and the 2 advisors departed, the door sliding shut behind them. Tsunade stared at it for a moment, then leaned back in her chair. I never imagined that even Inoki, that stubborn old rock, would one day bow first. She turned her chair toward the window. Beyond the glass, the stone faces of past Hokage watched over the village in silent permanence. Who knows what the ninja world will look like from here on? Rashi had already returned to his documents. Conflict will not disappear, he said calmly. It will simply change form. Tsunade whipped her chair back around. Can't you be less of a wet blanket for once? She flicked a document at him like a fan. Then her brows drew together. Speaking of which, Kirigakure has been far too quiet this year. They didn't even bother to fabricate a proper excuse when declining the Chunin exams. Rashi straightened a stack of files without looking up. For Kirigakure, he replied, scanning a report, silence is the norm. He set the document down. They likely have internal matters to resolve. And if the hidden mist was silent, it only meant the waters beneath were anything but still. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 232, Zabuza vs. Mei Terumi. There is also an early bird offer for first 5 buyers of the whole story. Hidden Mist was drowning in its own storm. Ending the era of the Bloody Mist was not as simple as issuing a single decree. Because the Bloody Mist was never just one policy. It was a web. The ostracization of bloodline clans. The iron rule of never exchanging prisoners. An almost paranoid level of secrecy. Each rule, whether rational or cruel, reinforced the others. Together, they formed the suffocating system known as the Bloody Mist. Even those who opposed it rarely rejected the entire structure. Most only resisted one piece while defending the rest. For instance, both Zabuza Momochi and Mei Terumi, selected by Elder Genji, firmly opposed the persecution of bloodline families. But beyond that, they diverged. Zabuza believed the no prisoner exchange rule preserved deterrence. He valued absolute secrecy as a weapon, an invisible blade that granted Kirigakure an early edge in battle. Mei, on the other hand, questioned whether fear and isolation could sustain a nation forever. Still, their disagreement did not initially slow reform. Because neither of them held the final word. Elder Genji did. And while he listened, he decided. The real fracture appeared quietly. Accidentally. Zabuza noticed it himself. He seemed to be excluded. No formal announcement had been made. But he was absent from certain closed-door discussions. His influence in key decisions subtly diminished. No one said it outright, but his name was not circulating as a candidate for the 5th Mizukage. Zabuza understood. And instead of confronting Elder Genji, he acted. He left the village again. Zabuza has departed once more. The report reached Mei Terumi's desk. Previously, he had returned with a child, Haku, an ice-release bloodline wielder. After that, he shifted strategy. High-level missions. Rogue Nin hunts. Decisive, brutal victories. He was building a reputation. Achievement. Fear. If he could not secure the Mizukage position through political inclusion, he would seize it through undeniable merit. Mei leaned back in her chair, fingers tapping lightly against the wood. She did not crave the Mizukage's hat. If someone truly more suitable existed, she would not cling to it. But Zabuza. He was a man who spoke constantly of domination. Even if they shared the goal of ending the Bloody Mist, what kind of Kirigakure would he create afterward? A reformed village? Or merely a stronger one? Those were not the same thing. The Land of Water was the smallest of the 5 great nations. Whether its population rivaled that of the Land of Wind was debatable. The desert nation possessed vast territory, even if most of it was sand. Kirigakure did not. A small population meant fewer civilian clients. Fewer merchants. Fewer nobles commissioning missions. And its island geography isolated it further. When the Bloody Mist ended, discrimination against bloodlines would cease. More children would survive. More would become ninja. That was inevitable. But then what? Hidden Mist would face a swelling ninja population, without sufficient missions to sustain them. Today's surplus could be managed. Tomorrow's? What about 10 years from now? If isolation continued, how would Kirigakure find new streams of revenue? How would it compete economically with nations whose borders connected to trade routes? How would it prevent internal collapse? Mei's gaze drifted toward the gray sea outside her window. Reform was not only about removing cruelty. It was about survival. And if Kirigakure did not solve its economic stagnation, the Bloody Mist would simply return in another form. Will they break the stalemate through force? The question lingered in the air like mist over dark waters. Hidden Mist did not possess that kind of overwhelming might. Even a Jinchuriki like the 4th Mizukage had once been ensnared by genjutsu and manipulated from the shadows. If even their strongest pillar could fall so easily, what qualifications did Kirigakure have to stake its future on brute military expansion? The truth was harsh. The truly powerful nations were no longer relying solely on force. They were growing through systems. Through structure. Through vision. Mei set aside the matter of Zabuza for the moment and turned her attention back to the intelligence reports from Konoha and Sunagakure spread across her desk. Footsteps echoed softly behind her. You once met a person, Elder Genji's aged voice interrupted her thoughts. The one named Rashi. What do you think of him? Mei's fingers stilled over the parchment. Yes, she replied calmly. He was extraordinary. Her gaze lingered on the report. He possessed both capacity and talent. A brief pause. And power. She closed the file slowly. That short encounter was a lesson. She looked down at her own hands. I saw what excellence truly looked like, and I understood how many shortcomings I still carried. The memory was vivid, his composure, his restraint, the way he spoke as though the entire board of the ninja world were already laid out before him. Even now, Mei continued softly, I understand more and more what that calm meant. She raised her eyes to Elder Genji. If I had to evaluate him. Her voice steadied. He is the kind of goal that makes one feel immense pressure. A faint smile touched her lips. Yet still makes you want to chase after it. Meanwhile, in Konoha. Lord Rashi. Ebisu stood waiting outside the teacher's office. Upon seeing him, he instinctively straightened his back. Rashi wasted no time. After the Chunin exams conclude, the genin training class plan we discussed will enter its formal preparation stage. His tone was direct. I am not skilled at systematic instruction, and my schedule will be tight. He looked at Ebisu. I hope you can draft the preliminary implementation framework. Ebisu's glasses gleamed. Yes. Lord Rashi, I will do my utmost. Rashi nodded, then paused as if recalling something. There is one more matter. I will likely oversee the initial ninjutsu instruction myself. Later, more specialized guidance can be delegated. He exhaled faintly. But I am not particularly adept at structured teaching. It was not false modesty. Most of his techniques had been inherited. The rest, he had grasped with almost unsettling ease. For him, difficulty rarely existed long enough to be studied. His aptitude had always outpaced the need for traditional instruction. So, if possible. Ebisu immediately understood. Please rest assured. I will create a detailed, targeted teaching outline based on each genin's aptitude and growth stage. Thank you, Ebisu-sensei. Rashi turned to leave, then paused. Without looking back, he added calmly. As for next year's special Jonin promotion slots, given your teaching contributions and capability, you are fully qualified. It was not favoritism. Ebisu had long possessed the ability. This would merely ensure proper recognition arrived sooner. The corridor grew quiet after Rashi departed. Only then did Ebisu slowly release the breath he had been holding. He turned, and saw Irika Yumino standing nearby, clutching a stack of homework, looking uneasy. Ebisu-sensei. Irika began hesitantly. Ebisu's expression turned serious. The class you oversee gathers the finest seeds of this generation. His voice was steady but firm. You must put in greater effort. I understand that unexpected incidents occur during teaching, but it is not ideal for Lord Rashi to encounter them repeatedly. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. The village's increased investment in the academy is the direct result of Lord Rashi's advocacy. A beat of silence. So. His gaze sharpened. Do not disappoint him. Irika swallowed and nodded. Sasuke, something's not right. Naruto kept glancing back over his shoulder, eyes narrowing in suspicion. It didn't make sense. Karen had punched him again earlier, hard enough, too. But that wasn't unusual. He got punched all the time during combat training. So why did Sasuke look like that? Naruto. The sudden bark made him jump. On the podium, Irika stood with a darkened expression, a vein throbbing at his temple. Naruto pouted. What's the big idea, Irika-sensei? You nearly gave me a heart attack shouting like that. Irika inhaled sharply. You dare talk back. During class your head hasn't stopped turning. What exactly are you staring at? I. Naruto lowered his head. He couldn't exactly say, I'm monitoring Sasuke's mysterious mood swings. Go stand outside. Yeez. Naruto dragged the word out miserably as he shuffled toward the corridor. Leaning against the wall with his hands behind his head, Naruto stared at the ceiling. Sasuke's definitely acting weird. Even when class ended and Irika lectured him again, this time while twisting his ear, Naruto's mind was still spinning. Back in the classroom, he kept staring. Staring. And staring. Until that familiar gloomy face suddenly filled his entire field of vision. What are you looking at, idiot? Wah. Sasuke. Why were you so close all of a sudden? Sasuke shoved Naruto's face away in disgust. You're the one who walked over. He clicked his tongue softly. They're both inexplicable. Brother too. Sasuke muttered under his breath, voice lowering with something dangerously close to frustration. Why did Itachi always know? He had made sure to go home only after the bruises healed. His face wasn't swollen anymore. There was no visible proof. Yet somehow, people had started whispering strange things. This time Sasuke-kun is in the wrong. Completely illogical. Sasuke turned toward the window, jaw tight. And then, that whisker-marked face leaned into his vision again, eyes narrowed suspiciously. Sasuke's eyelid twitched. Stuck up, Naruto declared. Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. Want to fight, dead last. He barely finished speaking before Naruto launched forward with a reckless headbutt. The golden blur rushed toward him. Sasuke shot to his feet, chair screeching as it toppled backward. He avoided the impact by a hair's breadth. In one fluid motion, he hooked his foot behind Naruto's ankle and swept. Naruto's eyes widened. Instinctively, Sasuke grabbed his arm, slowing the fall just enough to keep him from slamming face first into the floor. At the same time, his other fist drove forward and stopped a breath away from Naruto's nose. The classroom went silent. Utterly silent. Naruto. What are you doing now? As expected of Sasuke-kun. The girls' cheers erupted instantly. Wah. Naruto scrambled up, red-faced and indignant, ready to charge again. Only to be seized from both sides. Shikamaru on one side. Choji on the other. Idiot, Shikamaru muttered lazily, though his grip was firm. Stop it. Sakura and the others are about to execute you. Naruto blinked. He looked over, and immediately paled. A group of girls stood there, eyes blazing like vengeful spirits. His soul nearly left his body. You just wait, Sasuke. Naruto barked, pointing dramatically. Then he bolted. Straight out the classroom door, and directly into Irika, who was returning to begin the next lesson. The impact echoed down the hallway. And somewhere inside the classroom, Sasuke quietly exhaled through his nose. Idiot. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 power stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 233, Fugaku's Silent Frustration. There is also an early bird offer for first 5 buyers of the whole story. Naruto, you. Later, Iruka-sensei. Hey. Naruto. Iruka reached out instinctively, but before he could grab him, a tidal wave of girls burst past, his own students mixed with others from who knew where, sweeping down the corridor in pursuit of the blonde whirlwind. Stop him. How dare he attack Sasuke-kun? Their voices overlapped into a shrill chorus as they charged after him. Iruka stood frozen at the classroom door, staring at the suddenly empty hallway. Class starts in 5 minutes. He muttered weakly. No matter what, I still have to. His face abruptly paled. Oh no. Captain Rashi is still at the academy today. On the opposite side of the building, Rashi stood with his hands behind his back, observing a student's ninjutsu demonstration. Kamano finished forming his seals. Chakra flickered, and the basic technique activated cleanly. A weak to grasp it. Among prodigies, that pace was ordinary. Among common-born children, it was commendable. Rashi gave a faint nod. Not bad. Ebisu adjusted his glasses. I will supervise his continued training. He gestured for Kamano to leave. At that moment, the corridor's quiet shattered. Rapid footsteps. High-pitched shrieks. Iruka's frantic attempts at discipline. Catch Naruto. He dared to hit Sasuke-kun. The uproar surged closer. At the very end of the corridor, Ino and Sakura were the first to notice the tall, black-haired figure standing calmly beneath the light. Rashi's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd. It was as if someone had pressed a mute button. The noise died instantly. Iruka, mid-shout, stiffened. Dozens of students stood frozen in place. Naruto, still sprinting blindly forward, suddenly felt his collar tighten. A hand shot out from the side, lifting him clean off the ground. His legs flailed uselessly in the air. Iruka-sensei, Ebisu said coldly, holding Naruto suspended, class begins shortly. Escort the students back immediately. Why yes. Of course, Ebisu-sensei. Sweat dotted Iruka's forehead. Dangling in midair, Naruto twisted around and grinned brightly. Rashi and I. You're at school again today. Rashi inclined his head slightly. Hello, Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth to continue, but Iruka swiftly tucked him under his arm and hurried off. The girls exchanged quick glances, then dispersed with surprising efficiency, like a disciplined retreat. Naruto blinked, stunned. This was the first time he had seen the Sasuke fan club retreat in total silence. As Iruka carried him down the hall, Naruto whispered. Iruka-sensei, why do Sakura and the others look so scared of Rashi and I? Iruka adjusted his grip. It's not fear, he corrected quietly. It's respect. Captain Rashi is a hero of the village. Hero. Naruto's blue eyes widened. If I become a hero too, will everyone respect me? Iruka hesitated. Of course. The answer lacked the firmness he intended. Naruto twisted his head again, watching Rashi's figure grow smaller in the distance. Then, is a hero more respected than a Hokage? Iruka stopped walking. He looked down at the blonde boy in his arms, those clear, untainted eyes filled with nothing but pure curiosity. Naruto, he said slowly, choosing each word carefully, every ninja who becomes Hokage is a hero. He resumed walking. The Hokage isn't revered simply because he holds the title of Kage. His voice grew softer. He is revered because he has already become a hero, long before he ever wears the hat. Watching that blonde dead last get hauled away under Iruka's arm, the inexplicable gloom that had been weighing on Sasuke's chest lightened by more than half. At the very least, it proved one thing. He wasn't someone who could be easily ambushed. The previous 2 incidents must have been accidents. By the time the dismissal bell rang, Sasuke's steps were noticeably lighter than they had been that morning. He walked alone through the familiar streets of Konoha, dusk settling softly over the rooftops. Along the way, he spotted several shinobi wearing flak jackets and headbands marked with the insignia of the military police force. But something was different. Some had ninken trotting at their sides. Some wore dark glasses that concealed unreadable eyes. Others possessed pale, pupilless gazes that seemed to see everything. Hyuga. Abirame. Inuzuka. They bore the authority of the military police force, yet they were not Uchiha. Sasuke slowed unconsciously. These were not the officers he had grown up recognizing. A faint, unfamiliar distance crept into his chest. Without a word, he lowered his gaze and walked past them, continuing toward the Uchiha compound. The tall, imposing gates of the district soon came into view, silhouetted against the fading light. Someone stood there. His father. Sasuke's pace quickened instinctively, almost breaking into a run. But as he drew closer, he realized Fugaku was not alone. Standing beside him was another imposing figure. Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan. And now, deputy captain of the military police force. Sasuke slowed again. Their voices carried faintly on the evening air. With the arena district operating year-round starting next year, Hayashi was saying calmly, foot traffic will increase significantly. The surrounding security burden will grow with it. The higher-ups hope the military police can present an effective long-term countermeasure. Fugaku's expression did not shift. Hayashi, he replied evenly, placing subtle emphasis on the title, what is your suggestion? Hayashi did not react. The arena lies some distance from headquarters. Dispatching patrols repeatedly from the main compound is inefficient and exhausting. It would be more practical to establish a permanent duty station near the venue, rotational teams, on-site rest and resupply. In the event of an emergency, response time would be greatly reduced. Silence followed. Then Fugaku's brows drew together slightly. You propose establishing a branch of the military police in the arena district. Not a branch, Hayashi corrected smoothly. Merely a logistical base to improve operational efficiency. Fugaku tilted his head ever so slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Sasuke standing quietly nearby. For a fraction of a second, their gazes nearly met. Then Fugaku looked back at Hayashi. I have heard your proposal. I will consider it. Hayashi inclined his head. I will await your decision, Captain. Without further words, he turned and departed, his figure blending into the deepening dusk. Fugaku finally faced his son. Let's go home, Sasuke. Yes, father. Sasuke stepped forward quickly to follow him. Yet as they passed through the gates, he couldn't help but glance back in the direction Hayashi had gone. The military police. Hyuga. Inuzuka. Aburame. The emblem was the same. But the people wearing it were no longer only Uchiha. For reasons he could not fully explain, the compound's towering gate felt just a little heavier behind him. The air before dinner was unusually heavy. Fugaku did not ask about Sasuke's training. He did not inquire about schoolwork. Instead, he stood alone on the veranda, hands folded behind his back, gazing at the koi pond in the courtyard. The fish stirred the surface now and then, but the ripples quickly dissolved into stillness. Sasuke sat quietly on the engawa a short distance away, watching his father's rigid silhouette. No one spoke. That silence lingered through the entire meal. The soft slide of the entrance door broke it. I'm home. Mikoto turned with a gentle smile. Welcome back, Itachi. Have you eaten? I have, Itachi replied softly. Then he stepped aside. Father, mother, senpai has come to visit. Fugaku had already heard the second set of footsteps. He rose and walked toward the entrance hall. His eyes passed over his eldest son and settled on the figure behind him. Rashi. After a brief pause, he chose that form of address. Mikoto's gaze flicked to Sasuke, who had come out as well. She smiled lightly. Sasuke, go review your lessons. Sasuke hesitated. But. Her eyes held him for just a moment. Yes. He glanced once more at the guest, then lowered his head and retreated toward his room. Inside the living room, Mikoto served tea, closed the door quietly, and withdrew. Itachi remained standing to one side. Across a low table, Fugaku and Rashi sat facing one another. The faint curl of steam rose from their cups. I apologize for visiting without prior notice, Fugaku-san, Rashi said calmly, breaking the silence. Fugaku did not acknowledge the courtesy. Hyuga Hayashi proposed establishing a permanent duty station near the arena district outside the village today. Fugaku's eyes sharpened slightly. Is that the village's will? That was the question he had not answered earlier. Was this Konoha's directive? Or was it Hayashi maneuvering for greater authority within the military police? After all, Fugaku could not leave headquarters lightly. If a new station were formed, the most logical commander would be the vice captain, Hyuga Hayashi. Rashi lifted his teacup and took a quiet sip. He met Fugaku's gaze directly. Yes. Fugaku's fingers tightened imperceptibly. Is the current situation still not enough? The teacup touched the table with a faint, deliberate clink. Compared to your original expectations, Rashi replied evenly, whether that meant surrendering the military police or choosing rebellion, is the present state still insufficient? Fugaku's expression darkened. Rashi continued, his tone steady. I never made the Uchiha any explicit promises. But looking at the current reality, his eyes flicked briefly toward Itachi before returning to Fugaku, I do not believe I have failed to honor the sincerity of the list you had Itachi deliver. There are Uchiha in ANBU. There are Uchiha instructors within the academy. Members of your clan are gradually entering other administrative departments. Those who committed serious crimes were placed under Itachi's supervision rather than publicly disgraced. And Danzo Shimura. He paused slightly. The village's greatest internal adversary to the Uchiha is dead. His voice remained calm, almost indifferent. So now, if it is merely the establishment of a small external outpost, is that truly unacceptable? The headquarters remains under your command. The Hyuga are unsuited for internal patrol operations. This external district will fall under Vice Captain Hayashi's supervision. Fugaku did not answer immediately. The silence stretched. There will be opposition within the clan, he said at last. The village understands that, Rashi replied. That is why Hayashi proposed it instead of issuing a direct order. He leaned back slightly. No changes will be made to headquarters personnel. In the future, if the patrol division outside the village expands, assigning a weighty figure will be natural. But at present, this is only a functional outpost. His eyes were utterly calm now. If the village has gone this far and it is still not enough, then perhaps it is the village that has already yielded too much. A beat of silence. Fugaku-san. The name carried no threat. But it carried weight. And, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, one bonus chapter. Chapter 234, 234, You and I in the Same Boat. There is also an early bird offer for first 5 buyers of the whole story. Tsunade leaned back in her oversized office chair, fingertips tapping idly against the armrest. Her eyes were fixed on the ceiling, unfocused, as if counting invisible cracks in the plaster. The door hinge turned. Familiar footsteps entered. Her gaze shifted slightly, but she didn't look over. How did it go? Rashi walked straight to the desk. Without a word, he picked up one of the processed reports, skimmed the annotations, adjusted its position in the stack, and set it back down. He agreed. Nothing more. He moved to the window, hands in his pockets, looking down at the village below. The Chunin exams were still underway. Even at night, Konoha glowed, lanterns lining the streets, vendors calling out, laughter drifting upward like smoke. The village pulsed with life, unaware of the currents shifting beneath its surface. After watching in silence for a moment, Rashi crossed to the long sofa. He sat. Then reclined. Then simply lay down, folding his arms behind his head and closing his eyes as if the world had paused for him. Tsunade didn't move at first. Her gaze slid from the ceiling to the figure sprawled across her entire sofa. He looked as if he had fallen asleep instantly, breathing even, expression unguarded. She watched him longer than she intended. The meeting with the Wagakure has been scheduled. Her voice cut cleanly through the quiet office. End of next month. No reaction. In the land of grass. A faint sound escaped him. Got it, he added, eyes still closed. The room settled again. Then came softer sounds, the muted clink of ceramic on wood. The quiet glug of liquid being poured. A faint scent drifted across the room. Sake. Rashi's eyelids twitched. He still didn't open them. At some point, Tsunade had abandoned the Hokage's chair and claimed the short sofa instead. One leg was folded carelessly beneath her, sleeves pushed up without ceremony. On the coffee table sat a white ceramic bottle, a small cup, and a shallow earthen dish. Inside the dish, several skewers of grilled chicken, dark with sauce, long since cold. She picked one up, took a bite, and grimaced. The fat had solidified. The texture was stiff, the flavor dulled. TCH. From somewhere in the office, she produced a small brazier. Then a few charcoal briquettes. She crouched on the floor like a village ant preparing a midnight snack rather than the 5th Hokage of Konoha. A small flame flickered from her fingertip and kissed the charcoal. Crackle. The embers glowed orange-red. Heat bloomed outward in soft waves. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves higher and held the skewer over the flame, rotating it with practiced control. The fat began to melt again, dripping onto the coals with tiny hisses. Smoke curled upward, carrying the rich scent of sauce and meat. The office, usually heavy with ink and parchment, filled with warmth and firelight. This year's almost over, she said quietly, eyes on the dancing embers. So much has happened. For a moment, the only answer was the crackling of charcoal. Then Rashi exhaled. He sat up. Crossed the room. Picked up a skewer without ceremony and crouched opposite her by the brazier. The firelight reflected faintly in his eyes. Yes, he said calmly. It has. It's one thing to eat while someone else is sleeping, Rashi muttered lazily from the sofa, eyes still closed. But reheating it too. That's just disrespectful. Tsunade snorted. Stealing someone else's food without asking, that's disrespectful. The skewers were nearly done now, the edges curling slightly, sauce caramelizing into a glossy sheen. The aroma deepened, rich and smoky. Instead of returning to the sofa, Tsunade sat directly on the floor beside the brazier, leaning her back against the base of the long couch. With one hand, she lifted the sake bottle and drank straight from it. With the other, she tore into a reheated skewer, teeth sinking into the revived meat. 3 years already, she said after swallowing, exhaling a faint breath laced with alcohol. Since you tricked me into becoming Hokage. Rashi opened one eye halfway, sniffed at his own perfectly warmed skewer, and took a measured bite. Objectively speaking, he replied evenly, chewing without haste, I was dragged into it as well. Tsunade shot him a sidelong glare and took another long swig. Someone who disappears every year on extended leave doesn't get to say that. And someone who frequently dumps her paperwork on an unemployed villager, he countered calmly, has no moral high ground. The brazier crackled between them. For a while, that was the only sound, charcoal popping softly, the faint scrape of bamboo against ceramic, the muted rhythm of chewing. Rashi finished first. He stood, walked to the desk, picked up his teacup, and rinsed away the lingering spice with a slow sip. Then he returned to the sofa and reclined exactly as before, arms behind his head, as though the interruption had been nothing more than a passing breeze. Tsunade ignored him. After a few more skewers, the warmth of the sake began to soften the tension in her shoulders. She tossed the empty sticks into the brazier and watched them curl, blacken, and crumble into ash. Uzumaki Rina came to see me today, she said suddenly. Said Karen wants to become a medical nin. She paused, lips curving faintly. And I heard she beat Fugaku's youngest son twice. From the sofa came Rashi's calm confirmation. True. I witnessed both occasions. Tsunade burst into laughter, clear and unrestrained in the quiet office. That girl's got spirit. She'll make a fine medical nin. She rose and walked over to the long sofa, leaning down to poke Rashi's arm with one finger. You'll be an adult next year, she said. How do you plan to pass on wood release? Rashi rolled slightly, turning his back to her. Don't ignore me. She poked harder. If wood release could be inherited reliably, he replied at last, voice muffled against the cushion, there wouldn't have been so many problems to begin with. Tsunade clicked her tongue and returned to the short sofa, crossing her long legs with exaggerated impatience. You're so cold, she complained. At your age, you should be more lively. Silence. She squinted at him. Give me something interesting, Lord Rashi. There's no decent gossip left in the village. Life is unbearably dull. A beat. Lady Tsunade, his voice drifted over lazily, there's plenty of entertainment. For example, a certain someone who looks perpetually in her prime but is actually. The sentence ended abruptly. A fist, wrapped in monstrous strength, tore through the air. It slammed into the sofa's backrest beside his head with a heavy thud. The entire couch shuddered. Like that, Rashi finished calmly, not even flinching. Tsunade withdrew her fist with a sharp huff. Who do you think delayed me for the last few years, huh? If I hadn't been stuck as Hokage. Rashi finally opened his eyes. He turned his head, dark gaze meeting hers without the slightest ripple. You say that with a straight face. I can't reach it, she snapped immediately, arms crossing. You're going to the meeting with the Wagakure. She wasn't done. She kicked the sofa leg, not hard, but enough to make it creak in protest. Remember that. Rashi closed his eyes again. He rolled over, presenting her with a quiet, unmoving back. Which, in its own way, was agreement. The leader of Sunagakure, Baki-san, seemed rather weighed down. In the conference chamber, Samui watched Baki's retreating figure disappear down the corridor and voiced her observation calmly. The tripartite meeting had just concluded. Originally, the practical exchange had been a joint venture between Kanagakure and Kimogakure. Now, with Sunagakure formally joining, the structure had shifted. Since the participants were genin and newly promoted chunin, the event was provisionally renamed the New Elite Joint Exercise. Getting to that name, however, had not been smooth. Konoha's delegation had favored New Leaf Swift Thunder Festival. Kimogakure had countered firmly with Swift Thunder New Leaf Festival. Someone even suggested alternating the order depending on the host village. The idea was practical, but inconsistent branding would only weaken long-term promotion. It was discarded. Other suggestions followed, new bud competition among them, but that, too, felt subtly biased toward Konoha. In the end, after a discussion that remained civil yet faintly edged with rivalry, a neutral title was selected. A compromise. Throughout the negotiation, Baki had spoken little. As Sunagakure's representative, he mostly observed. Kimogakure, being the one who proposed Sunagakure's inclusion, clearly intended to extend goodwill toward the recently defeated village and avoided pressing them too hard. Konoha, aside from minor disagreements over logistics, did not obstruct the arrangement. Samui folded her arms lightly. He didn't look like someone who just secured a new opportunity for his village. Rashi's gaze remained on the freshly signed draft agreement before him, the ink not yet fully dry. As for the reason behind Baki's mood, a Konoha delegate replied blandly, I doubt we're in a position to speculate. Land transformation. Financial strain. Internal opposition. Or perhaps something else entirely. Whatever weighed on Baki likely stemmed from pressures no single treaty could resolve. Samui shifted topics smoothly. Rashi, you must have seen Sunagekir's aerial unit by now. Yes. To be precise, it had once belonged to the Sky Ninja remnants. But ownership had changed, and so had its banner. Few cared about its origins anymore. Recently, Samui continued, Sunagekir has undertaken multiple offshore escort missions. All executed by that aerial unit. The results have been impressive. Rashi nodded faintly. They intend to open maritime trade routes, he said evenly. But at their current scale, that air core is insufficient. Opening sea lanes required more than ambition. It demanded sustainable manpower, logistics, maintenance, fuel for the long haul. And Sunagekir, still recovering from defeat, could not afford missteps. Samui studied him for a moment. You sound as though you're already calculating their next 5 years. Rashi finally lifted his eyes from the document. In this era, he replied calmly, those who fail to calculate 5 years ahead will find themselves pushed 5 years behind. The conference room fell quiet. Outside, the banners of 3 villages stirred faintly in the wind. Anne, check out my Patreon for plus 90 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor. To keep the chapters coming, support with Power Stones. For every 100 Power Stones, 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 235, Negotiating with Tsuchikage. And, hurry up. He had already received the same intelligence. Sunagekir's newly formed air combat unit undeniably possessed a natural advantage over the sea. From the sky, visibility was absolute. Below, massive merchant vessels lumbered across the waves, slow to turn, slower still to evade. Against aerial bombardment, they were little more than floating targets. But this was the ninja world. Among the pirates prowling the trade routes were countless ninjas, men and women who wielded chakra, who could walk upon water as easily as dry land. At first, they might cling to conventional tactics, boarding ships, seizing cargo, retreating by vessel. It was efficient. It preserved the spoils. And in such scenarios, Sunagekir's air unit would serve as a formidable deterrent. Large ships lacked the agility to escape a rain of bombs from above. However, time breeds adaptation. Countermeasures would inevitably surface. He could think of several without effort. The stronger pirates could abandon heavy ships entirely, advance in fast, narrow craft, or worse, dive beneath the surface using water release to strike from below. An underwater assault would bypass aerial superiority entirely. Once a hull was breached, preservation of cargo became nearly impossible. Even if merchant fleets succeeded in defending themselves once or twice, repeated engagements would guarantee mistakes. Oversight was inevitable. Losses unavoidable. In the long run, maritime trade caravans would still bend the knee to established maritime powers. Protection, after all, was about consistency, not spectacle. Sunagekir, masters of wind release and puppet jutsu, would not find it so easy to carve out a lasting dominion over the vast oceans. In truth, they were less suited than Kimobakure. Lightning release alone posed a terrifying deterrent to any pirate foolish enough to favor underwater operations. Still, that did not mean the rise of an air combat unit could be ignored. Far from it. Konoha's technical department had not ceased its analysis of the recovered equipment for even a single day. Individually powerful shinobi might scoff at such weapons, but for great villages, for institutions, for nations, war was never decided by individuals alone. If bombing techniques improved, if descent velocity increased, explosive radius expanded, detonation formulas refined, then even Konoha, given sufficient warning, would find such assaults troublesome. Samui mentioned Sunagekir's air unit only briefly, offering no further commentary before taking her leave. Silence lingered in the conference room after she departed. Rashi remained seated for a moment longer, deep in thought, before finally rising and making his way toward the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open. Shikaku was already inside. Not only the Jonin commander but also the 2 advisors, Koharu and Hamura. Tsunade stood at the center of it all, listening intently as Shikaku delivered his report. The technical team has completed its preliminary analysis of the captured equipment. Reverse engineering is feasible, Shikaku continued evenly, but it will require considerable time. The core issue lies in the material processing techniques of several critical components. They differ significantly from our current technological base. He paused briefly. It is estimated that a full understanding, and eventual mass production, will require no less than 6 quarters. Shikaku inclined his head slightly toward Rashi as he entered, then resumed. The more pressing matter is the reconstruction of our defensive framework. Once Sunagakure refines its tactics, aerial units will pose a severe threat, not only to fixed installations, but also to logistics corridors and even troop assembly zones. At present, we rely on continuous shinobi deployments along the land of river's border to maintain forward deterrence. Patrol coverage stretches from the river country coastline all the way to the shores of the land of Tea. His tone hardened. This level of sustained mobilization is an enormous financial burden. It cannot be maintained indefinitely. Therefore, our highest priority must be the upgrading of the sensing and early warning network. He folded his hands. We must establish specialized detection nodes across key strategic locations throughout the Land of Fire, focused specifically on identifying abnormal high-altitude chakra signatures. The construction and maintenance of such a system will require vast financial and material resources. It exceeds our current annual budget allocation. We will require supplementary funding from the daimyo. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses, lenses flashing faintly. Are negotiations with the daimyo's palace necessary? Shikaku nodded without hesitation. Indeed. Even if Sunagakure were to become an ally once more, the strategic necessity of this system remains unchanged. He let the implication settle. Once the value of aerial combat units is proven, other villages will not remain passive. They will replicate it. Improve upon it. Perhaps surpass it. Konoha's geographical position, and the sheer length of the borders we must defend, makes permanent high-intensity garrisons across every frontier impossible. His voice grew solemn. This early warning system must be established. Even if we retain the capacity to retaliate after an attack, entrusting our security to the absolute rationality of our adversaries is an illusion. And when oversight occurs... He did not need to finish the sentence. The losses would be irreversible. The resolution to construct an entirely new defense system passed within the Hokage's office without the slightest ripple of dissent. There was no debate. No hesitation. Koharu and Hamura raised no objections to traveling to the fire capital to secure additional funding. During the Third Hokage's era, the advisor elders each held clearly defined domains of authority. Danzo had overseen the shadows, the tasks that could never withstand the light of day. Whether the target was internal dissent within Konoha, rival hidden villages, or even forces within the Land of Fire itself, Danzo had borne that burden without hesitation. The remaining two advisors managed the machinery of governance, internal administration, interdepartmental oversight, and, perhaps most delicately, maintaining stable relations with the fire daimyo. Securing funds from the capital had always been part of their responsibility. And to their credit, they had done it well. At the very least, under their watch, relations between the Hokage and the daimyo had never fractured over financial disputes. Once the advisors and Nara Shikaku departed, silence returned to the office. Tsunade rolled her shoulders, tension easing slightly as she glanced toward the figure standing by the window. When do you plan to leave? She asked. In a couple of days, Rashi replied calmly. I'll head down early to assess the situation. The Chunin exams would conclude within that time frame as well. Tsunade's expression sharpened. Even if Iwagakure requested the talks, don't let your guard down. No one can say whether Inoki intends to make a move during negotiations. Understood. She held his gaze a moment longer. Inoki is not Raza. I know. And that was precisely why he intended to move in advance. Inoki, even a decade from now, would still stand at the summit of the five Kage. Experience, ruthlessness, and overwhelming power, tempered by age but not diminished. This was no man to underestimate. The wind howled across the barren stone plains, dragging sheets of dust through the air. An abandoned outpost stood at the center of the desolation, weathered and cracked. Around it, Konoha and Iwagakure forces were stationed in clear opposition, separated by an invisible yet unmistakable boundary. Neither side crossed it. Neither side relaxed. The air itself felt taut. Among the Iwagakure ranks, the third Tsuchikage arrived, small in stature, yet commanding in presence. Floating slightly above the ground, Inoki surveyed the battlefield to be. At his side walked a blonde teenager with sharp eyes and restless energy. Deidara scanned the opposing forces, lips curling. This doesn't look like a negotiation setup, he muttered. Are we going to war, old man? Inoki's voice was low, steady. Negotiation does not mean abandoning preparation for war. Especially now. If someone important falls, on our side or theirs, it will not end as a mere diplomatic incident. Deidara tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. Then why did you come personally, old man? Aren't you afraid of scaring them off? The question was blunt, but not wrong. There was no need to clarify who the most irreplaceable figure in Iwagakure was. Inoki. The Tsuchikage himself. The village's ultimate deterrent. Its greatest military asset. His personal presence could hardly be interpreted as a gentle gesture. The old man snorted. If it scares them, that wouldn't be so bad. Yet beneath the dismissive tone lay calculation. He had come because the stakes demanded it. This was no minor border dispute. The outcome would shape Iwagakure's strategic future. On Konoha's side, Jiraiya had not withdrawn. Kitsuchi alone was hardly enough to anchor the situation. Inoki had considered the risks repeatedly, and concluded that absence would be more dangerous than presence. What if Konoha harbored ulterior motives? Even with both Jinchuriki accounted for, the leaf still possessed a would-release shinobi capable of killing the Kazekage. That fact alone shifted the balance of fear. Konoha's swift agreement to negotiations. Was it genuine diplomacy? Or preparation for something else? Inoki narrowed his eyes toward the distant leaf forces. In this era, trust was merely another battlefield. Kitsuchi stepped forward. Tsukikage-sama, the meeting point is the outpost ahead. The surrounding area has been jointly cleared and sealed by both our forces and Konoha's. It has been confirmed secure. He gestured toward the open ground before the abandoned structure, a space deliberately flattened and stripped bare. As agreed, negotiations will take place there. Both sides will use earth release to raise stone platforms, positioned 1 meter apart, to serve as seats. Inoki grunted in approval. A sensible arrangement. With the earth already disturbed and sealed, neither side could tamper beneath the surface. It was, at the very least, a visible sign of mutual restraint. Platforms, Deidara muttered beside him, eyes gleaming as his fingers brushed absently against the pouch at his waist. If talks fall apart, blowing them up would be pretty artistic, Old man, can I? Because Inoki was present, he even had the courtesy to ask. You will absolutely not act without my command. Inoki snapped, voice sharp as stone grinding on stone. Did you think I brought you here to play with your clay? Close your mouth. Watch carefully. Listen carefully. Deidara puffed out his cheeks but held his tongue. Even so, his gaze kept drifting between the empty clearing and the outpost, calculation flickering behind restless eyes. Konoha's envoy has arrived, I presume? Inoki asked without looking away. Yes, Kitsuchi replied. Their representative is already within their camp. Inoki's eyes narrowed slightly. Send word that negotiations will begin tomorrow. He paused. And do not inform them that I have come in person. Information asymmetry was leverage. If Konoha expected a subordinate and instead faced the Tsukikage himself, the opening move would already belong to him. The following day. At the appointed hour, 2 stone platforms rose from the earth simultaneously, shaped by precise earth release. They faced one another across a narrow gap, rigid and symmetrical. Rashi stood atop Konoha's platform, hands loosely at his sides. His eyes drifted to the still empty platform opposite him, and he sighed inwardly. Such a transparent trick. Who else could warrant this level of secrecy? A moment later, 2 figures descended slowly from the sky. The taller of the 2 was a blonde teenager, sharp-eyed, restless. The shorter figure, hovering with deliberate composure. The third Tsukikage, Inoki. They landed lightly. To send someone so young to negotiate with me, Inoki said, hands clasped behind his back, voice heavy with authority, Konoha must think very little of Iwagakure. Rashi's gaze lowered naturally, just slightly. In that case, he replied evenly, would you consider flying a little higher, Tsukikage-sama? Tilting your head upward for extended periods can strain the cervical spine. For a heartbeat, silence. Then Deidara's eyes sparkled. It was the first time he had ever witnessed someone openly mock Inoki's height. The old man's dust release was terrifying. And his fists? Equally so. With words like that, this should already be a battlefield. Deidara's hand slipped eagerly toward his pouch. Only to be seized mid-motion. Inoki's grip tightened around his wrist, and the glare he cast was lethal. Deidara suppressed a pout. The one insulting you is over there, old man. Why are you crushing my hand? Still. To see someone speak like that, and for Inoki to endure it. That alone was worth the trip. A strange flicker of goodwill crept into Deidara's gaze as he looked toward Rashi. If maintaining altitude is troublesome, Rashi continued calmly, we can dispense with such formalities. He stepped forward, sat cross-legged at the edge of his platform, and settled into place. In an instant, their heights were perfectly level. Inoki released Deidara's wrist. His sharp eyes locked onto the young man seated opposite him. You are Rashi, he said slowly. Are you of the Senju? The question hung heavy in the air. Rashi met his gaze without hesitation. No. A slight pause. Just Rashi. And, check out my Patreon for plus 100 extra chapters. Thank you for your support. www.patreon.com/noviceauthor